Since our universe is a written code, it expresses itself when we go within the simulation. All of these religious books really is the universe. We live inside of a book, basically. And that's when you cut that fish open right there in the top right, what it looked like an open book, right? The inside of that fish. So we're all open books that's being read by who? The Most High God that sees all the words on the page. You can hide from your friends, but this higher version of you sees all. It knows what you really feel like. So you can't lie to yourself. And this whole thing about an open book is if you look at the human torus field, you literally are a open book. An open book. So this energy around your body make you look like an open book that's constantly flipping through pages, because this energy is just spiraling around in a circle around you like a hula hoop. And every time the circle complete a lap, you're a new person. So every time this snake do a full lap around you in this simulation, you call that the passing of a day, because you're in your own world, which is this bubble. So this snake wrapped around Buddha, around your waist, Santa's belt, Orion's belt, it's what's keeping your simulation ordered and in timely. Time, chronos, is what's governing us or keeping order. And time is represented by this belt around the waist. So again, a paradox, a belt keeping order. So how did that play out symbolically on earth? Well, you get beat with a belt. You get beat with a belt. So what's happening now with this whole journey is sort of like a beating, like what Jesus went through, but it's like you getting jumped in, or like a gang initiation. Everybody had to get beat in. Everybody had to get beat up for this though, not just you. And it supposed to hurt, or you can't join us. You too soft then. So this is what life is, man. Survival of the fittest. And you gonna stay here till you fit to ascend. So the thing is, if you ain't happy with what you wrote on the pages, you gonna wanna close that book up. You ashamed of what's wrote on it. That's gonna make you come back and erase all the pages to rewrite this shit again, or relive it. Every day you living, you're writing history, and you're gonna be remembered by these actions. Let me show you something. Your little body right there in that bubble, this is what it is. It's a fucking pen. And the bubble that's surrounding it are the pages. What kind of story are you writing right now? Can I ask that? If your body is this pen and the energy around it are the pages, you are your energy. And if you don't feel good, it's because you ain't writing good. You don't like what you read on the pages. When you look in the mirror, you ain't happy with who you are and your actions. Stop writing bullshit on the book. You the one writing it. You can change your actions right now, starting right now, and be happy with the decisions you making at the end of your day. And at the end of your life, when you read your book back, you're going to say, damn, that was a good story.
Please like and share the video. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Be sure to select all so that you can receive notifications every time we go live and upload to the channel.
Hey, drop a one if y'all can hear me, man. Drop them ones. Don't nobody work harder than you, boy. I'm the content king, baby. Shout out to D's Authentics, resonating truths. All right. You know, a lot of y'all sent me some like video clips and stuff like that to review that I never ever reviewed. Maybe I should do that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I should do that. Thank you, Mike. There's the #1 channel on YouTube. Let me share this on my main channel in a post, and we're going to begin in a minute. Excuse me. All right. Got that out. Now, let's go to the email and see what kind of videos y'all got for me to review. Oh, let me see some. Today is Wednesday the 8th, and I have I just got a doggone email from my delivery company because I'm expecting something. Okay, it's not even gonna be here today, so why are they even sending me that? Okay. Anyway. Let me go through my emails and see what y'all got for me. Shout out to David Deals. David Deals sent me this one we about to watch now. When you get to the North Pole, you're gonna see the mirror of your soul. You're gonna see a reflection of yourself. But what you gonna see when you get to the North Pole, you're gonna see the mirror of your soul. You're gonna see a reflection of yourself. But what you gonna see on the other side is gonna be what your soul look like. You know how when we go in our bathroom to look in the mirror to fix ourselves up in the morning? If you don't like what you see in the mirror in the morning, you go back and start over. You may say, I'm gonna try a different outfit. I'm gonna try a different makeup pattern. I'm gonna try a different combination. If you don't like what you see in that mirror and you have to do something different, that's the same thing at the end of your life. Every day you live in, you're rehearsing for this grand moment that when your soul make this journey back to the mirror, if you don't like the energy what you became in this lifetime and you don't like what you see, when you get to Maru, you're gonna reincarnate. All right, and I want you to see my face with this because this ain't the game. At the end of your life, you're gonna make a journey back to Maru. That means mirror. This mirror ain't gonna show Brother Sanchez. When you make this journey back to this mirror outside of your body, the universe gonna show you what your soul look like. When your soul get out this body, the grand finale is when you get to the North Pole, to the mirror or Maru. If you don't like what you see in that damn mirror, you will reincarnate on this earth. You will keep doing it till you like what you see. Just like a woman getting dressed in the morning. And she gonna look at every part of herself. She gonna look back at her ass and all of that. Don't reincarnate on earth trying to be cute. That's why don't live your life trying to be cute and bougie. Be down to earth.
Let the beauty of your soul shine. Be humble.
See, I'm gonna show you something about this body. This body can hide how filthy and evil a person's soul really look. Look, some of these beautiful motherfuckers that you see, if you can really see what they soul look like, them motherfuckers are an ugly ass monster under that avatar. Now the Ripper is the one that's gonna pull the sheets off your ass. And if you ashamed of how your body look naked, you gonna reincarnate. I'm one of them niggas that work out every day, so when the Ripper rip the sheets off me and I'm standing in the dark naked, that shit gonna look like a D'Angelo video.
That's right.
You better like how you look in the dark by yourself naked. D'Angelo was trying to tell you something. By the way, his name translates to the angel, D'Angelo. But that's neither here nor there. When the Ripper rip my clothes off, I'm not gonna be like Adam and Eve, ashamed of what I see. And that's gonna get me kicked out the garden. You know why? Cause they... Let me give y'all some advice. If you wanna do this kind of work as far as making clips, the less you add, the better. And if you wanna know how to do this the right way, go and take a look at Resonating Truths and These Authentics. Those are the kind of channels that I'm gonna share if you're doing clips with me, for me. There are a couple of channels out there doing clips for me, and I don't share their channel, and I appreciate them, but yeah, I mean, I don't really like how they got me looking. Just like this video here, the music, man, is like a little too loud. And then you got me turning into the devil voice sometime, and that can catch a motherfucker off guard, and it can kind of start looking goofy and corny the more little bit of effects and shit you put on it. I'm gonna give you a rule of thumb. When I first started editing videos, my shit had so many fucking effects because you just using the program and you want to use everything. It got a little splash over there you can press. A little transition right there, a little bright button there that'll make lights come on. Like, fuck all of them corny effects. I know when y'all get these softwares and programs, you want to use the little effects and all that, but that actually take your video to a non-professional level. Go look at some professional videos and see how many effects you see. Maybe one or two for the whole video, and that'll be a little cross dissolve transition, if that. Yeah, you take away the classicness of the stream. So go check out Resonating Truths channel and see how she's chopping these things, and that's the way that you do it. You have your fire opening and a fire closing. You don't need no music. You know why? I am the music. This is a acapella song. I don't want a beat behind me. Because there's no beat you can put behind this truth that's going to justify it. In other words, you're saying, I'm going to put some music behind him because that's going to help him out. No, when God talking, the angels need to quit playing all them harps and shit, man. God talking. And he need to be heard. What if one angel playing a harp too loud and God talking? If what I'm saying important, don't put no music over it. Just chop out from where I started with the hot shit at to where I ended and stop it right there and watch how fire your clip be. And you ain't gotta put the devil voice, you ain't gotta put all that shit's corny. I'm not gonna share your channel, I'm just letting you know. But I appreciate the effort. Yeah, check out Resonating Truth channel. And then send me some more clips and then I'm going to fuck with them and see how you got me looking. But on that clip right there, I'm saying a lot of fire stuff and your editing is taken away from what I'm saying. And at times it's got me looking goofy and shit too. So I did this same stream on my channel and I looked at fly. So if you're gonna edit that, you're gonna maintain my flyness. If you're editing, turn my shit from fly to looking goofy, thumbs down, and we ain't sharing your shit. Go watch Resonating Truths to see how it done. Y'all doing too much with the editing. Just chop out the jewel and upload it, man. Fuck the music. Fuck all that extra shit. Just chop out the part where I spit the jewel at and give it to him. Go watch Resonating Truths and These Authentics. Them the best ones doing it. They get it. And then come back after you see how they doing it and let me see what you got and we'll get you on board. But I appreciate y'all though. Cause some of y'all just want to share the word and help your boy get the word out. But yeah, man, your editing plays a lot though. I ain't gonna lie, that means a lot. Let me check out. Mike sent me something from Facebook. Mike, I see you. Let me holler at you, see what you got for me. Let me screen it first, because we don't want to get a flag. Oh, he sent me some gospel twerk music. I know you bullshit. Let me get my headphones. Now, I know you bullshit. Let me see here. Let's check them out.
Drop it low for Jesus. Keep the Lord in mind. When you're dirty wine, drop it for Jesus.
You gotta be bullshitting me, bro. You got to be bullshitting me, bro.
Drop it low for Jesus.
We ain't dropping it low for Jesus, are we? Tell me this is a parody or a skit.
Keep the Lord in mind.
I'm gonna tell you how I know that they worship the devil, y'all. Cause you can't drop it low for Jesus. You gotta toot it up high for the Lord. He's up there. If you dropping it low, that's for the devil. You got to toot that ass up high if you want the Most High to smack it. See, when you die, you gonna say, Jesus, I dropped that ass low for you. And Christ gonna say, bitch, you didn't give me that ass. You gave Beelzebub that ass. You gave Lucifer that ass. You gave Shaitan that ass, as Hassan called him. You listen, you drop that ass low for Apollyon, baby. Jesus gonna say, I don't know you. Nope. I got a whole list of right here of women who tooted that ass up high for you, boy, and your name ain't on it. You was deceived by Shaitan. He made you drop it low. You dropped that ass to Mephistopheles. You dropped that ass to Abaddon. It's who you dropped that ass to. Christ ain't had no parts in smacking that ass. And you gonna pay for that. You gonna pay for that. Sitting up there talking about you dropping that thing low for Jesus and you letting Beelzebub hit the left cheek then the right one. Like a fool.
Stupid.
When you're dirty wine, drop it for Jesus.
Jesus ain't got nothing to do with that ass.
To the flow and showing love. I'm on the grind, cause for my sins he died.
And do you hear the simp ad-libs, the simp libs in the back? Won't he do it? Like, that's the Kirk Franklin of this shit. Somebody need to grab a Bible and hit his ass with the little crease part right there where it fold that with a little line, you know, just to turn it, hold it that way like that, you know. That ain't catacorner, but you know, we want to hit him this way. Bop right there and give him a Klingon cut right there. You stupid ad-libbing up. See, this is what Jill Scott could have been had she stayed in the church and ate just a little bit more of them pork ribs. She would have came out like this right here. I'm just saying, how do your man feel that you dropping it low for Jesus? Now you doing some sexual to God. See, if I'm with a woman and she doing like this, dropping low for Jesus, I'ma say, you know what? Jesus finna pay all your motherfucking bills after this damn. No, go ahead, keep dropping it low. No, don't stop. After this shit, Jesus paying all your bills. You gonna drop it low for... I didn't know Jesus had a penis. How can Jesus appreciate this sexual acts? Now I have to leave my woman and I'll leave Jesus, because they'll say, bro, why you left the church? Man, my girl cheated on me. And they'll say, but what that got to do with the church? Yeah, she cheated on me with Jesus, man. So fuck both of them. She dropped it low for that nigga. She supposed to been asking him for advice on how our relationship gonna get better. And when I busted now, she was supposed to been praying, and I saw Jesus laid on his back like this, and my girl was dropping it low on Jesus. I say, ain't this a bitch? Jesus had spoke to me that morning. He said, boy, I want to send you out. I got a lot for you to do to better yourself. Now I realize Jesus sent me out because he knew my broad was finna be dropping it low for him. He knows all. He know everything. When Jesus make your wife start dropping it low, it's time for you to become a Satanist, my nigga. Hey, when you come home and your wife saying, baby, I'm dropping it low for Jesus. Yeah, it's about time for us to get into atheism.
Cause I know I'll be at the pearly gates for show.
What?
I'll be in the number when the trumpet starts to blow. But tonight I gotta drop it low.
Why do you gotta, what is it? Because if Jesus show up right now and say, okay, sister, what are you dropping me when you say I gotta drop it low? You're gonna have to look Jesus in his eye and tell him what this is you dropping, sister. I'm serious, AM1. Jesus gonna want to know, my beloved, let me ask you a question before I let you in heaven. Because I'm accepting all the blessings my saints got for me. Now, I didn't really receive yours because you dropped it down there to the devil. But luckily, our mail service do rerouting. You know what I'm saying? Jesus gonna say, before I open up your blessing, what exactly is it that you drop low for me, dear? And she gonna be standing up there like this. Oh shit, when he open up that box, my ass going to hell. You better make sure what you dropping low, what you giving to Jesus, he want it. Because if I go up there and ask all of y'all, what is this y'all dropping for Jesus? You gonna have to beat around the bush, pun intended. The bush, yeah, the bush. See, God appeared as a burning bush. He didn't want y'all to be giving him no burning bushes. I'm just saying. We know that Jesus is a fish god, But he don't want y'all giving him, oh my God.
Oh my God.
I'ma stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, God gonna say, so what is it you was dropping for me? Nick, yeah, go on tell God what you was dropping for him. Right. This ain't gonna get you into heaven. See, you some of y'all think promiscuous behavior is just your passport to everything. It's some niggas on earth that ain't impressed with you dropping it hot. So what make you think God is? If you gonna get your ass to the pearly gates twerking, we in trouble. Y'all heard it yourself, nigga. People, they twerking on the car headlights. It's a new song out now. What's the name of that new song? Twerking on the headlights, twerking on the headlights with the girl, and the girl sound like a whole man. Talking about some on gang. I said, boy. Twerking is the new religion for these women, man. When a motherfucker tell you that they're gonna twerk at the pearly gates, your people in trouble, B. Care what you saying, yo. It's a wrap for y'all. Cause when I was in the church, even considering that, they would tell you, yeah, you gotta walk your ass down that aisle at the end of church. You gotta get hands laid on you. You losing your mind, bro. Everybody gonna point at you. Yeah, that's the girl right there that says she was twerking it for Jesus, y'all.
Stupid.
If you would have brought that idea up in the Bible Belt where I'm from, during the time where I was in the church, they would have ran your ass up out of there, and I ain't even playing. They would have ran your ass up out of there quick and hurt your feelings too. I know some old ladies in my church that would have shot that down, man. Ain't no way. Yeah. That's crazy. Hey, we gonna let people join the call one at a time. I always say one at a time. I love this clip that they sent me. They knew I was gonna roast that one. Drop it low for Jesus. I just don't know what else to say, because your offering to the Most High is a twerk at the pearly gates. Yeah. Let me see what else y'all got for me. Drop it low for Jesus. Gotta shake that ass for Jesus. Hit the left cheek, right cheek for Jesus. Look back at it and make the clap noise for Jesus. You know we pee popping for Jesus. Got them cheeks hanging out, them shorts for Jesus. Oh, no, bro. No, Jesus asking y'all hoes for that. No, nigga, Jesus pimping now. Jesus got y'all on that pulpit blade right now, nigga. No, this is not what it do. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Jesus, that nigga.
Sanchez, salute,
Yeah.
man. Thanks for
Hey,
letting me come up, man.
salutes, bro.
Shit.
What y'all got for me, man? Got me Harlem shaking for Jesus. See what Daryl got for me. Look, y'all, we doing one at a like two at a time, one at a time, so we can get everybody heard. So y'all good. Go ahead and speak your mind. Did you see the clip zone?
Nah, I ain't see. I just missed. What was it about?
These black chicks made a song called Drop It Low for Jesus. And they twerking that ass for the Most High.
Nah.
Talking about how when they get to the pearly gates, they gonna be twerking on them motherfuckers.
Yeah. Yeah, Jesus pimping for sure. Yeah, that's
But
real pimp.
that song kind of stuck in my head though. Drop it low for Jesus.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie though. When I was in the church, when I was young, see, they had the go-go version of the gospel songs, and that drew me into it. I was into it after that. So, yeah, I think it's a little technique that they got.
Hey, information man confirmed what I was thinking. He said he looked up the video and it's actually a comedy parody. It's a comedy parody, but the church ain't that far from that though. And it is not. The church is not that far from that, which is what make whoever made that parody is on point because they fucking know exactly the state of the church right now. I'm telling you, man, when I was in the church, it was real strict, bro. It was strict. And then I was in apostolic church and in the Bible Belt. Oh my. Yeah, man. But that song is stuck in a nigga head though. That's crazy. Yeah. Hey, what up, Madon? How you doing?
Oh, peace. What's happening, Sanchez?
You got it.
No doubt, King. Yeah, I just tuned in, man. You had me laughing, man, singing that, man. You know.
Yeah, man. That shit that's stuck in my head.
But yeah, you're exactly right, man. They turned Jesus into like a I don't know, it's just like something you could just get away with. Just call on Jesus one day and you good and go back to your normal schedule, you know. Jesus become a fad now.
Yep.
Yeah, no doubt, man. But yeah, the church is something else, man. But I don't know, that brother might got something to say. Go ahead, King.
Nah, I was just gonna say, man, in a couple years for real, Jesus gonna be in all types of shit. Jesus gonna be, you know, what's the correct term? For you know, he gonna be LGBTQ plus, you know. He gonna be full. Whatever make you feel good, that's what Jesus stands for, you know. In my opinion. What you think about that? What you think about a gay Jesus?
Oh well, you know they already got the gay Bible, man. So you know, everybody can use Jesus how they want to nowadays, man. That's just what it is, you know.
They got a gay Bible.
Yeah, I saw it a couple weeks ago, man.
Y'all gotta keep it real though. He said, "What about a gay Jesus?" And Jesus was bi.
Oh man,
I'm gonna tell you why I say that, right? Jesus didn't hang around them but niggas, man. And then when he finally had a woman to come around him, he told her to clean his foot with her hair and use her best perfume. So let me get this straight. You spending we talking years just around your disciples. Jesus didn't have a sexual urge because he was tempted by the devil in other areas. The devil ain't tempt him with a woman. That would have been my strongest temptation. The devil would have made me abort my mission. God would have said, we got to send another Jesus. That one turned into a pimp. Guess what, y'all? Jesus had all them powers and he wasn't trying to get none of them groupies. I'm just saying, y'all, Jesus was a strong man. Jesus was strong.
Yeah, and I don't think he was allowed to have sex with the women because he probably would have made a Nephilim because Jesus was like a god. When you look at it, you know, if he would have had sex with a woman, it would have probably birthed something like a Nephilim or something.
And that would have been dope because then he would have continued a little bit of, instead of Jesus leaving the Holy Ghost, he could have really left like some children and shit that would have kept doing the miracles and keeping the powers in check. And today, his bloodline will be in power and it'll be a different earth, right?
Yeah, most definitely. It probably been definitely been a different earth.
See,
ain't no telling what we'll be on.
Jesus dropped the ball on that. He should have got with him a woman, got married, and had plenty fucking miracle making babies that would have came out doing miracles and all kind of good. See, that's crazy. That makes sense, don't it, though?
So if you kind of look at it, he was kind of like a pimp. He wasn't banging them, but he had them hoes. He had them on deck.
He had them on deck. But that's why I said he got them on deck. But okay, yeah, all right. I'm gonna get off.
Well, you know how some pimps say that they don't have relations with the women. They just get their money or whatever.
But yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
That's true. That's true. I forgot what you call them, kind, but yeah.
Everybody, man.
Hey man, every dude that wake up, every dude that
man, as soon as they start doing them praise dances, I knew it was open fair game then, man.
Hey, if you waking up next to them women, you know every man wake up with a heart on. You ain't gonna tell me you wasn't dibbling dabbling with them women. You ain't just gonna tell me that. Not if you a man. I don't know.
Jesus
Maybe
wasn't on that, bro. We ain't gonna do Jesus like that, man. He wasn't on that. Jesus would not have sex with no woman if he wasn't married to her. Come on now. We ain't gonna disrespect the man.
Hell out of here.
What's good, everybody?
What's
Grand
up,
Rising. Black motherfucking power, man.
Key Leo, man. Drop. What's up, man?
How long are we going to keep accepting the evil that the church have done and calling that shit cool, that all religion have done? That's why I shout out Bro Sanchez for bringing that shit out, man, because they have did nothing positive in our community but tear our community down. But we still laugh and giggle about the shit. And they're still indoctrinating our kids with that poison. And I'm laying right there because I've come for all the smoke.
I beg to differ. I don't think the church tore our community down. The church was one of the most powerful things we had coming up back in the day.
Like you said, was, and we see that it did nothing but suck the energy out the black community. So I fell to differ that, my brother. The church had did nothing positive in our community. Nothing.
If I did a
but
video
suck the resources
going around
out
my
of
town, if I did a video going around my town, you'll see how Christians got nice homes, 2-3 cars. A lot of them living well, man. And if you ask them, they say it's all in the blood of Jesus.
Yeah, that's the people who run the church, though. The people.
These are just normal local.
But you know what? But you know what? Jesus ain't gave them none of that. They hard work gave it to them. I'm gonna tell you right now. If the blood of Jesus only giving niggas the basics, then what's the point?
Now I feel what you're saying. I'm just saying within their own psyche, this is what they say. Oh my bad. Go ahead, sir.
No, listen. Once you connected with churches and different type of fraternities and other organizations, you get extra pull in life. So when they get connected, if you, like Madon said, if you ride by them churches, All them cars is nice cars. There don't be no bucket sitting up in the church. They actually be giving a lot of money to the church robbing the people, but they really got that much money to give them. And it's like,
Right.
but they
What church is that?
connected. Yeah, they connected, but they do, where they mess up at is they give Jesus the credit. And it's just that they're connected. It's a whole bunch of people that come together every week. So you're naturally going to get connected, and they give the glory to God instead of themselves for just coming together and getting connected. But yeah, y'all go ahead.
Well, I don't even think they give the glory to God. I think they give it to the pastor, and the pastor go give it to God. It's pseudo God. You see what I mean? Because most church people I know, they protecting the pastor because the pastor is their waypoint to God, right? And to your point about the cars in the parking lot, you know, it like the more nicer cars you see, the more integrated they in with the scam of the church. You know what I'm saying? From the deacon on down to the treasurer or this or that. But the rest of the cars, you know what I'm saying? Either you got a nice job or you struggling. There's some raggedy shit up in there. You know what I'm saying?
And I think it's ridiculous to come with that kind of paradigm, because now it's like Jesus in the automobile industry now. Jesus now set niggas up with the right cars based on faith. I'm gonna get him the Ferrari. I'm gonna make that nigga walk right there. His faith ain't right.
Yeah.
Right? So if we start talking about motherfuckers saying my blessings come from God, look at my Benz and my nice house and all that, then we can't be talking shit about these rappers, man, because these rappers say that they shit come from God, even though they rapping about all kind of devilish shit. But what you gonna say? No, Jesus ain't give you that. You judging that man now. You judging that man now. See?
Yeah, you're right, because they have a $250,000 Jesus piece on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. This your boy Daryl, man. What's up, bro? Sanchez and Pano. Salute to y'all, man. What's good?
Oh yeah, man. Salutes, Daryl. You got the floor.
Yeah. So check it, man. You know what? You know what? I'm in agreement with y'all, but a lot of y'all don't say like, how can I say it? Like the spiritual aspect of it, because like I've been going to church since I was 5 years old. Okay, of course, my mom and dad made me go to church. I never liked church at the time, but then like around when I got 7 years old, I got so-called the Holy Spirit. This lady sung this particular song, and I started crying for the first time, but I didn't want to cry. You know how when you're a boy, you're a boy, you ain't trying to let nobody know that you got the Holy Spirit. You just want to hold that in. And
we call that the Holy Spirit. But I know that feeling. I know that feeling. I've been through it. Go ahead.
I feel you. So as time went on, right? Like in the Baptist church, I see people, man, like it's this family called the Bakers, and then there's another family called the Vincents, right? They were a big family. So it's still like that family and like cousins and stuff got all the cars, man. They living large. Okay, they got the nice homes. I mean, they doing their thing. But at the same time, though, there'll be times like when they have a service in the church and stuff. Just because they got all the nice clothes and stuff, man, they still be feeling something. You know what I'm saying? They feel what we call the Holy Spirit, and they get happy. I mean, there's real tears coming down. They feel like they've been blessed. Yeah. They went through bad times, and they
ask you a
give
question?
Testimony. Go ahead.
Do you think that is the quote unquote Holy Spirit?
You know what? I'm just talking from the aspect of that time. Like now, I see clearly, but I'm just saying, I'm just coming from the past of like what I've seen. You know what I'm saying? I'm just giving you experience.
So with the mind you got now, looking back at that kind of behavior with your awakened mind now, what do you say about it now?
You know what? So what is that then? What is that what they call a I don't know the right term for it. Is it like psychosis or something?
Yeah,
like
I'm gonna give you a good example, right? I've been on YouTube a while.
Right.
And I've seen content creators break down in front of their audience on a live stream. Thomas Sotomayor did it. I've seen a lot of people just break. And when they do that, they chat room go crazy. They chat room is like, man, get it out, vent it out. We love you, man. The donations start coming. It's like a virtual Holy Ghost moment. I'm gonna show you what I mean. If that person would have did that same breakdown in the church, and he wasn't saved, and he just was some crackhead coming in that breakdown like that, some churches will tell that man, you just received the Holy Ghost. Right. You know what I'm saying? All he did was have a breakdown. And some people have been holding up that shit for so long that the church, the only place we can yell and shout at like that for real, where it's encouraged. So when it's time to let all that hurt out, they fucking just go into and they say, yeah, look at that. This person just received the Holy Ghost.
Right. That's true. They do that. You right. You hit around the nail. But is that I don't want to say as if I'm like on their side.
Go back to incubus and succubus. But go ahead.
You said what? That's a succubus? What?
It's dealing with incubus and succubus. It's dealing with different spirits. You know, like they say, it's a spirit that lay on the body. It's a spirit that lay in the body.
No. Guess what?
But I'm
guess
familiar
what
with
though? But we ain't gotta be dealing with spookism. I'm telling y'all some real shit, man. Watch this, right? Study psychology, and the answer is there. The moment we born to the moment we grow up, the only time we get to just cry and it's okay is when we're just born to around about the age 10. After your ass turn about 10, you getting 11, 12, 13, all that, they gonna say, boy, quit that damn crying. I wish you would cry. And you taught to hold in these emotions for so many years. And when you find yourself at the right time and right moment in this church, they know how to release that shit. They know how to, when that pastor say something that you think is, he got a subject every Sunday. Yours gonna come one Sunday. One Sunday, he gonna say some shit that's directly fucking, and that's when you gonna say, oh shit. God talking to me. God talk like, no, you know what I'm saying?
And another thing
I feel
is
you,
this,
right?
like when you a new person in church, right? They know something brought you to church. Normally when somebody cry in church, they don't go to church. Something brought them to church. They was doing some wicked shit. Something was happening and they went to church. And now since you vulnerable in church with all these emotions balled up that brought you to church, the pastor take advantage of it. So it sounds like he talking directly to you. But what he trying to do is recruit you so he can get some more fucking donations to the damn church. See, so they like
it's
the
almost like a
newcomers.
horoscope.
Yeah, they know the newcomers because I'm gonna use myself as this is my last sentence. I'm gonna use myself as an example, right? I had these thoughts of like, man, I'll just kill a motherfucker, right? And to me, that was weird. Me thinking I'd kill a person and not have no feelings behind it. So I went to church. I'm like, let me go to church, man, try to get this demon out of me. So cool, I get baptized, right? They line up all these people around. They clear out the whole center of the church. Whole bunch of Caucasians lined around me in white robes and shit. They bought this big ass pool in the motherfucker, all for me. I was only going to the church for like 4 weeks, dog. They cleared the whole church out, brought this whole thing in, and it felt like a ritual to me. They dumped me over, lift me back up, and they all started singing, but everybody in there was staring at me. But what it did was it gave me my feelings back, where I couldn't just kill you now. I couldn't just, you know what I'm saying? It gave me my feelings back. I ain't gonna get
that's what they mean, that your son's been washed away. So
can I say something real quick? Yeah, I mean, what we explaining though, listen, I'm a musician. What y'all explaining is the laws of cymatics. The church, listen, these are cathedrals, right? Them folks in there know when they put you in that circle drop and they surround you, that's acoustics. By them singing at you vibrationally and your body being mostly water, them vibrations do. That's why they could break your spirit. That's why you can hear Luther sing a song in a whole nother language. You could be from Japan and hear, why you think they could sing in American language and sound just like Luther Vandross, but then they can't talk like that because the vibration of a song is totally different from just speech. You see what I'm saying? Them notes hit differently. So the church know how to play that organ, do that. Every single church got their way of doing it. If you go to Jehovah's Witness church, you don't see people in there catching the Holy Ghost because it's more of an astute studying type of thing. They ain't in there hitting them chords and the music, moving that spirit. It's something to hitting them notes. When that pastor say something to you, then all of a sudden you hear that organ coming in real low, then that shit start rising, bro. That's all cymatics, bro. Them folks know how to play into your spirit. That's real talk.
Yeah, and it's dealing
Hey,
with
can I say something? Can I ask the panel a question real quick? Real quick, it's a short question. Why do our people, leave the church and the masjid, but still hold on to the dogma of the religion of the book? Why do our people leave the church and the masjid, but still hold on to the beliefs of the book?
Hold on. What was the first part? Leave the church what?
Or temple.
Okay.
But they hold on to the book, the religious part of the book.
Give us an example of that.
Basically, how our people, they say they no longer into religion, but they still use the Bible or the Quran to get information and try to.
Because it's been put in them since they was kids. You got to remember, a lot of us started going to church as a kid.
Let me answer that because I don't think y'all answering them right for real, because he's asking more so a question for the conscious community. The people who say, I'm no longer in that on the pastor poke chop no more, but every time you go to their channel, they got the Bible, the Quran teaching you something. That's a good question. Now, people even ask me that, right? And what I tell them is, look, when you no longer believe in the Bible, you want to go and convince other people not to believe in it. And then you're going to use that same Bible that you used when you was a believer in church to go and argue with them, because it's going to be biblical based when you're dealing with a Christian. Like, you can't really debate a Christian if you don't got a Bible. You know what I'm saying? And you got to be able to spar with them from a biblical narrative, whether you're a believer or not. If you want to convince them about the book being wrong, you got to show them in the book where did God contradict himself at in this book. Because a Christian believe like, this book is perfect. It's the word of God. It's flawless. But then you got to get that book and show them that ain't true, man. It's a lot of flaws in this book. There's a lot of things your God doing that's messed up, but you ain't really, the pastors ain't gonna show them these contradictions and stuff. So a person like me will continue to use the Bible and all that, because when you're a believer, you read the Bible. And when you're a knower, you decipher the Bible. And that's where syncretism and all that come in at. And through deciphering that shit, is really exposing the lies versus it's exposing what they trying to hide behind the mythology. You know what I'm saying?
Brother Sanchez, can I ask you another quick question?
Yeah, you can do your thing.
Can we honestly break down mythology? Honestly. Can we decipher mythology honestly, my brother?
Let me show you how you decipher it, right? This all mythology is. I'm finna show you what mythology is. You see how I'm drinking a mango smoothie right now.
Yes, sir. Beautiful.
Now here's mythology right here. Mythology would say, behold, he sippeth from the fruits of God out of his kingly grail. All I did was take a sip of mango smoothie. Now, in the future, if somebody read that action, see in a row. Hold on a second. This is why I said I can't be really doing. I'm gonna have to do, with the open panel thing, man, like them kind of interruptions. But check this out, y'all. Mythology ain't nothing but a dialect. Instead of me saying, the sun set on the ocean horizon, people say the sun walked on water, and they personify the sun as a man. All of this stuff was written during a time where people's mind were more poetic and Shakespearean. And so in order to understand what they were saying during them times, you got to know that Shakespearean dialect. You got to put yourself back in like some Shakespearean time. You got to use etymology. You got to research the words. You got to look when the time that would have happened. Like, it's a lot of research go into deciphering mythology, and mythology is supposed to be deciphered. If we don't decipher mythology, OG, we'll read the shit and really believe in it, and you'll have grown men thinking that snakes can really talk and that men can really walk on water because they ain't deciphering the mythology. They reading it and just taking it face value ain't meant to be taken literally. So what I do, I reveal the science that's been hidden behind the pseudo-ass mythology shit. I obliterate the mythology when I'm deciphering it, when I'm exposing what it really is versus what people think and believe it is. Now, I don't know if that makes sense to you, but I'm going to fall back right there. And salutes to everybody on the joint.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense, brother. I got you. Much respect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was actually thinking along those lines too, Brother Sanchez. Like if you go, like if you go like thousands and thousands of years of how everybody personifies, like even just nature, that some people would take that literal, and then you get like when they get old and they die and everything, they wrote that poetry as generations to generations see these poetries, they decipher it, differently, and
Well,
it
listen,
could be the wrong
Daryl, can I
information.
say this, brother?
Yeah.
To Sanchez's point, personification is only meant for a base teaching of something that you have no knowledge of at all and no way of conceptualizing. So we personify things, right? This is just for baby learning. So think about it. When you teach your child the ABCs, don't you personify the letters? Like the child. No, listen. Slow down, brother. When the child learn ABCs, the letters ain't just black and white. That's for adults to break down it like that. When the child learn ABCs, Mr. A come out with hat and gloves on. I say this all the time, and he's saying all A words. Mr. B is saying all B words. You dig what I'm saying? They personify the letters so the child can conceptualize it better. Right, and song for things like that. Right, now you getting me.
And I love that shit when I was little too. How
me
they
too,
did that.
Sanchez.
Go ahead.
Because you get it. Sanchez, you get it better like that. You see what I'm saying? But guess what? When you come into fruition, real quick, when you come into fruition, to Sanchez's point, and to what I always say, an adult not supposed to think an actual letter A is walking around the earth with hat and gloves, you know what I'm saying? Just saying all A words. That's what we saying about mythology. We know that when we looking at the TV, it ain't a real letter A walking around, but the child might think that. But if the child grow up but still believe in that, somebody done fucked up somewhere.
Hey, can I make one more point real quick? Because our people believe it. The reason I say that is because our people believing in these myths. And we know they ain't true, but some of our people really believe that shit is true. And I can understand you decoding symbols, but it's hard to decode mythology in my mind when we know it's not real.
Well, there's always some truth behind every mythology. There is some truth.
Hey, Madon, let me respond to the OG. He was responding to me. So let's go in a little order here. Yeah, and I appreciate the OG too. You can't have when you talk about mythologies hide symbols. So I can't decipher the symbol without showing you the mythology that hid the symbol. For example, the Christian cross. Now that's just a symbol, OG. But it became a fucking religion and a God and Jesus and all that. So if I want to tell people about what the cross really means so they can get out the mythology shit, I got to deal with the mythology shit. I got to tell them, look, the Bible says this, but it really meant this. The Bible said this, but it really meant that. And every time I say the Bible said, guess what? I sound like a Christian, but I'm not though.
And
I'm
Brother
saying
Sanchez,
what the Bible say so I can blow
fact.
it up, so I can shoot it down. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah,
and
you
I
gotta
know
do it
you
like
be
you
doing
gotta
that.
do it
That's
like
why I
that.
respect what you're doing. But I've been wanting to ask a lot of these questions because I don't rock with none of the mythology. You know that shit. You know, and I'm saying like a lot of our people take it as factual information when it's not. And that's the hold that religion has on our people.
Yeah,
You
you
got
right.
you got to go at
That's all I
mythology.
wanted to
You got
say,
to go
bro.
at
That's facts.
Much
mythology head
respect to
on, brother.
everybody.
You got to go at mythology head on because in
Right.
order to understand the secrets and that which is hidden, you got to go into the mythology. We cannot avoid it, in my opinion.
Well, listen, I think what OG Leo is saying is this: if you're not looking at these signs, whether it's Metu Netter, goddamn Bible, Torah, Quran, if you're not looking at the personification of it, if we still as adults still breaking down, hey, Moses went here, or Net and Geb did this, or you see what I'm saying? And we saying like, yo, at this time when the ancient kings was fighting against this, I'm with OG Leo. I'm saying, bro, ain't none of that shit happened. All of that's personification. We as adults still walking around talking about what Moses did, what motherfucking Enoch did, what King Nebuchadnezzar did, what these niggas in Egypt did, what the Sumerian kings, Gilgamesh and all. Man, y'all really still believe that these niggas was walking the earth doing this shit?
See,
Well,
this smoke ain't for Sanchez. Hey, this smoke ain't for Sanchez. This is for the believers.
Because each one of those taught principles. There's a principle behind every mythology. So a lot of people deal with the principle and not just the physical mythology. It's a principle behind all of it. That's a learning lesson.
You're right, brother. And that's what we're saying. It's all personification of nature. It's life one-on-one. It's like my pops used to say, Bible, basic instructions before leaving earth. It's basic shit. It ain't no shit you supposed to think. Like, when you get the ABCs, bro, you ain't supposed to keep on thinking on that platform. You're supposed to move on to some higher level of phonics.
Level up and graduate.
Right. So I'm saying, like, you ain't supposed to keep on thinking that the letter A walking around
Now check it out. Now check it out. In order to get people to the next level, what Bob is saying, syncretism is the way. You notice how I got a better success at waking folks up and taking them away from religion and shit than all these other folks that's been around, like even black leaders and shit, led you back to Elijah Muhammad, Allah, gods, and all that. And Brother Sanchez always leads you back to yourself, your pineal gland, your chakras. I always say self-conscious over God-conscious. So if you want to know how do you undo this shit, you let people see the beauty of themselves, and that's gonna overpower the beauty that they see in God. When everything I teach folks about what we are, they realize is way more than the God that they worshiping. And so they got a choice to make, to worship the lesser God or the greater God, which is in them. But they don't know how great they are until I start deciphering the mythology, showing them how the shit relates to them and the part of them that's immortal and not Jesus, not Buddha, not Allah. And once they go to getting in touch with that, you start waking up what I call that dragon force, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me ask you a question, Sanchez. Since we know nowadays, since we talk about the pastors in church, from my understanding nowadays, a lot of people using horoscope to pick their relationships, determine things they're gonna do in life. Because horoscopes say, oh, if you're a Leo, you this, that, and the third. And from my understanding, all this comes from the Greeks, because the Babylonians didn't believe that these things had attributes. Like if you were a Leo, oh, you automatically you think you this, you're bold, you're all this old crazy
That's
shit.
That's a false way. That's it's some truth and some false to that shit. to like your zodiac sign is kind of a default template for your personality, but that don't mean that all of them the same and all that, like how folks make it today. Just group them all in a box and shit. It's just really talking about they vibe, they energy. And I don't even think that's gonna really tie into the individual choices.
Do you think they've turned into a religion?
Oh, I definitely think that this horoscope shit is
Hell
a whole new religion, man. They opening up a newspaper and it's telling you the day you're gonna meet someone that's fucking. What's gonna happen is every dude she look at, she gonna think that the horoscope. That's the horoscope. Goddamn it, telling me. You know what I'm saying? They gonna make that shit come true.
Cause I had girls tell me that, oh, you a Leo. I can't date Leo. Y'all arrogant, y'all bold, y'all think y'all the center of attention and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, man. Instead of getting to know you.
Yeah. You know what? Though, when you think about it, horoscopes is doing the same thing what pastors is doing. They general, like they know everybody's going through a problem. So that's why pastors preach the way they preach, because everybody has some type of problem. And like you said, that message could be for them. The horoscope is almost just the same way. If you think about it, it's the same way.
It's almost they similar than the motherfucker, synonymous.
Right.
Can I speak on the zodiac real quick? So I think, when you approach it syncretistically, you are the entire zodiac. Those are all parts of who you are, but it's sort of like a diamond ring, right? You're the whole ring, but if there's 12 positions the diamond can be rotated to, right? That's the one where the emphasis is, but that doesn't mean you aren't connected in a full circle like that. That's just like the highlight point of the whole ring, which you are.
Now,
everyone's all 12 signs, I'd say.
Now I want to get a little madness going for this Monday, and I want some smoke going. Now, let's throw some shit on the table now that I know everybody on the panel don't necessarily agree with. But before I do that, let me go to Salas. What's good, my bro? How you doing? Okay, we'll let you get your mic right. But yeah, it's time to put some polls out there, man, and get some debates going. Mike, you got it. I'm gonna let y'all go first, though. I see y'all hands.
Salute.
What's up with it, bro?
Salutes, my
What's
bro.
up with it, man? First of all, I just want to say,
yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, salute to the panel.
Oh yeah, salute, bro. You got it.
I'm about to hop back in and hop back out, bro, Sanchez. I was just gonna bring to the table to you, brother Sanchez, the syncretism when it comes to that astrology shit. Cause like me personally, I'm a Cancer, and I hate every time I meet a female and she asks me for my damn zodiac. She think I'm a damn crybaby and shit. I'm like, damn. Like then I have to explain to a female, yo, the zodiac is this, and this, and it has to do with the body, and this is the things that you do with the body, and this is what the part of the body is the zodiac. And you got to explain that stuff to people before they group you into this big lump of people that ain't even a part of your vibration. You know what I'm saying?
Do you guys know the association of body parts to the signs? I think it's pretty clever, actually.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes from the Greeks, because the Greeks put attributes to the horoscopes. During the Babylonians, they said it was the language of the gods, but the Greeks said, oh, if you born on this sign, you're more likely to do this, and the third. But go ahead, brother. I don't want to kill your bill.
Well, they say that the Aries is associated with the head. Makes sense because they charge head first into battle. They lead with their head. And then Taurus would be the neck. Maybe I don't got a strong one for that, but they got a strong neck. That's where you're gonna strap the harness to, plow the field, whatever. Gemini is gonna be the arms and the hands. Those are your twins, right? Your hands are your two twins. Then you got Cancer is the lungs, which I'd probably say that's the most common type of cancer. Not that I think that's what they had in mind. I'm still working that out. Leo is the heart, and I swear there's like movies or something called Lionheart, Brave Lionheart, something like that, right? Then you got Virgo is the belly, and this one I really enjoy because you see Virgo is always holding in all her depictions a bunch of grain that bread's gonna be made out of, and of course the Virgin. Well, then she's not a virgin. What's she got? She's got a bun in the oven, right? She's baking the bread in her belly, so that's pretty cool. And then Libra, they say the kidneys, the scales, and your kidneys balance out your body. And then Sagittarius is the hips. And one cool thing is that the hippopotamus is and a hippo are different things. People have shortened the name hippopotamus to hippo, but hippo is actually its own creature. That's the classical name for a horse. And when you look at Sagittarius, he's a man, and then he transitions to a horse at his hips. And since horses are actually originally named hippo, that means Sagittarius turns into a hippo at his hips. So you got the hips of Sagittarius. And then Scorpio, right, is the backstabber, Scorpio, you know, with the prod, with the stinger, right? It works, it lines up better with the man in that way, you know. He's got something to stab you in the back with. And then let's see, after Scorpio, you got Capricorn, right? So Capricorn is your knees, but that's awesome because it's your knee caps, your knee Capricorns, right? Then you got Aquarius is the shins, and I'm working on that, but I think that the word shin might actually mean water in one particular language. I forget which one. And then finally, you got your two flippers that you swim with, your two fishy flipper feet at the bottom.
So how does all this applies to everyday life?
Well, it's just it's only just a correlation system that I know about. But you got to ask yourself, you know, who decided on these figures to represent these stars? That's what I'm interested in figuring out.
Because I think it's a bunch of hogwash. In my humble opinion, I don't think the stars reflect really what you do because there's so many. And then when we look at, I know some people don't believe in telescopes and stuff like that, but you know, when you see how far and big this universe is, I don't understand how this can just govern the movements throughout man's life on the planet.
Now, when you're dealing with stars, though, hold on, you gotta understand.
Let me holler at Madonna a minute. I was talking with my mic muted. My bad. Let me holler at Madonna for 1 second. Hey, but Madonna, don't you believe in as above, so below?
Nah.
Okay. So you know that the Egyptians did though.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're gonna have to take that Kemet off your name now. But now let me say this though. The reason that Egyptians was talking about as above, so below like everybody else, not because the sky and the ground look the same, but because it's a mirrorverse. I think that when they used to say we're the stars, they're saying that the stars is an extension of our body. I think they're really the external organs that we all got. Now, a lot of people say they don't think astrology is real, and I ain't here to convince you it is. I was one of them people that said the same. But what I noticed is during Mercury retrograde, shit get crazy. And I noticed just by observing people behavior during certain times, during certain alignments, and you can look at even spikes in crime, different stuff like that, to where to this day, law enforcement officers will tell you it's definitely more crime on full moon nights. Now, a lot of people who don't believe in astrology will come with other explanations, and there are other scientists that have other explanations of why it's more crime on a full moon night, but it don't make no sense other than because the fact remains this only happens like this on a full moon night. But the thing is, you know, that's how you get the concept of lunatic or whatever. But I ain't gonna talk too long. I'm gonna just say there's a lot of evidence to prove that we are connected to the heavens. We ain't detached from the heavens. You know what I'm saying? And I'll go deeper in a minute, but I want to share the mic with you.
And
But yeah,
look,
I
like
mean,
it's
like
an
I said,
alignment.
I've been studying it for a while, and I used to believe in it, and then I started looking deeper, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, man, why this ain't helping the people in these poor countries? You know what I'm saying? Like
No,
they believe in it.
this is not no belief system that's gonna help you or nothing. Like for example, right? I don't do certain financial planning during certain star alignments. And I don't start certain things during Mercury retrograde. I would never start a new business during a Mercury retrograde. And now, guess what? Even millionaires and billionaires follow this science that I'm saying. They won't do stuff during certain star alignments and shit. Even if you look at how they fuck with us on TV and with the rituals and stuff, they're using certain dates and alignments for they do stuff. Like when they knocking down the towers, they ain't doing it on just any day. They waiting for a certain alignment date. So they showing you is some truth to this shit, I believe.
Yeah, you're right, and I agree. I mean, you're right, and I've seen them say that, and then maybe I just need to get in tune or get more aligned, but I haven't been able to get in the line yet to understand that fully. But yeah, I've seen different billionaires and millionaires say, well, we don't do this on this day, and we schedule this around this, and the people used to use the almanac to plant fruits and shit. So I agree with you, but it's just I guess my understanding of it.
The
I'm gonna give you one.
The stars
Hey,
bring
can I
the
say
energy.
something? Okay.
Hold on. The stars bring the energy, right? This is why how they align on a date of birth and all this stuff makes all this sense. This is where stardust come from. So your energy or whatever, the stars is the fuel, the ether. It's the light at the movie theater, the thing that gives everything
Yeah, that's
light.
right.
Yeah, so it controls the ether, how the stars align. That's why bro said I wouldn't start a business on this way because the energy of people is not successful for a business, how the stars is aligned through this age. You
Right,
dig what I'm saying?
like there's certain alignments that's beneficial for finance, for different. It's like the stars when they said a spiritual realm is governing the physical. Astrology is basically everything we doing on Earth playing out in the heavens, and everything playing out in the heavens affecting what we do on the Earth. When they say everything is connected, the stars are the end of our nervous systems, if you ask me. Now, the ancestors looked at the stars for every fucking thing. Even when to get married, man. Even when to have sex when I get married. I mean, they actually looked at the stars like, you know how Jesus came to the earth and every 5 minutes he was looking up at the sky praying for guidance, for God? That ain't how it was. We was always looking up at the stars seeing what to do before we was talking, blabbering to some imaginary dude. That was the thing. We was star people. We didn't really pray. We looked up into heaven. Now they got us bowing our head down at the devil and shit. But we looked up to the stars for guidance on when to plant crops, when to migrate and all that shit. Animals still do it today.
Yeah, you're right. Because I know certain bodies
Okay.
consider it the languages of the gods, But go ahead.
Yeah, animals move by the precession of the stars. And even when you get to understanding astrology, numerology, you will see that play out in everyday life for these people who you understand in power and government. Why they don't put 13 floors in their financial buildings, but they put it in ghetto buildings. You see what I'm saying? They know it's something with that number 13, so they don't put it in their buildings. The way they position the building, certain buildings, cities, you can see they grid it off to face the east. You know what I'm saying? Or they do it to center to where the stars align a certain way. If it's in Capricorn or something like that, or if it's certain courthouses where they gotta deal with law, they'll be in a different type of zodiac highest position, man. You got to really study this shit from architecture and everything. It matters. The time when you building and all that.
I got
Hey,
an
what's
as
good?
above, so
What's
below
good, Mo?
example for you.
This
Go
knocking
ahead.
this jump, man. I think this is a good build right here. I just wanted to be like, yo, like, my thing is they only focus on like a few constellations. Like, I grew up in the city, so I thought it was like you could count the stars up there. But when I went out to the mountains and I saw a sky with no empty space, it's like, damn, like it's infinite. So I think like each person is their own sign. Like every person, you your own sign. There could be no grouping of Aquarius or Taurus, none of that. Like you are your own sign. You have your own personal alignment with all the stars in the universe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I'm in the backwoods of Alabama, right? And at night, I mean, it's like you said, man, the sky is just it's filled, man. Like you can't count it. You lose your mind trying to count it, and it's like, how the hell do I read all this? That's all I want to say.
Hey, bro, they saying you on mute, bro. They saying you muted.
Oh, appreciate that.
The chat.
Appreciate that. Yeah,
Got you, bro.
let me just reiterate on that. What I was telling him is that the 7 wandering stars are connected to the 7 chakras. And our 7 chakras is really controlling our energy that's in motion, or what we call emotion. And that this same energy that's in motion within our being is connected to the 7 wandering stars in the heavens. So that's how we get astrology. That our ancestors was able to say, you know what? When is the best time for our village to mate and have babies? Because we want to optimize everything to get the best out of the situation. That's when they look to the stars, because the alignment of the stars is showing you the state of the ether that we're living in. And so they said, look, during these certain alignments, as a collective in the village, everyone is more happier during these alignments. And when the stars are aligned like this, it's like they get to fighting and shit. So our ancestors been peeping that shit. Like, wait a minute. Every time the stars do like this, motherfuckers start acting this way. And I think a lot of these, when they talking about how like they doing all this research to show the spikes in crime and all that, they said numbers don't lie, but I think they numbers do lie. I don't think the star alignments lie. I think they studying the stars like the ancestors and manipulating the heavens too. But this is what I was gonna say to Madon though. Madon, your Bible that you believe in tell you what to look for in the heavens. when it's gonna be for a great reset and the return of the Antichrist and all that on earth. And if you look at what your Bible said, it's dealing with astrology, but Christians calling it miraculous prophecy. When the people during that time knew that during certain star alignments, certain things was gonna happen on earth, and it was inevitable because it's all connected. The Mayan, all the people we think are prophets, and that was predicting shit and all that. They just knew during certain alignments, certain things on earth was inevitable. Even the Mayan prophesied the alignments to look for during a reset, and they calendar ended, and here we are now talking about a great reset with all hell breaking loose. Now, people are saying the Mayans are prophets, man, just like they were saying about the Bible people. But the prophets and the Mayans said the same thing. We just studied the stars, man. Ain't nothing deep about this. We ain't using magic. But see, our age don't know the connection, though, between the stars and the earth, the heavens and the earth. So we don't understand how to see stuff before it's coming, how to use intuition. Like if some bullshit was about to happen on earth right now, all the animals will live. We wouldn't, because the animals still connected to the heavens. They gonna heed the warning.
You're exactly right. You must have read my mind, because that's how I feel. I feel like Moses and all them, they understood that shit to the fullest. And I think that level of science has been lost as far as like Christians. Like, I don't know no Christian or Israelite that can read the heavens and say, yeah, this is exactly what's going to happen. But like you said, the animals can. But that's why I don't. Damn, somebody was calling my phone. But too much belief, because I think we have lost, like you just said, we have lost that true connection and understanding to where we can break it down.
I think the Bible lays it out pretty clear that you should be about as above, so below, because in the Lord's Prayer, as if you have any appreciation for that, it says, our Father who's in heaven, hallowed be thy name, of course, thy kingdom come, and then it says,
but we don't know what it's saying.
Well,
we don't know what the heavens is talking about.
This isn't the part that I wanted to mention. I'm just getting to it. Here's the part. Starts here. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So that's praying, right? You're praying that what happens below is what happens above.
Right, but you can't predict it, like Sanchez was saying. We don't know. Like, people were saying, oh yeah, 4 blood moons. But what did people predict? I mean, the 4 blood, now it's in the past, people forgot about the 4 blood moons.
Madonna, okay.
Hold up. When you said people didn't predict it based on the Lord's Prayer that he just pointed out to you, that's exactly what Jesus did. Jesus said he know everything that's going to happen in his life, and he kept looking up at the heavens for guidance through day for day while knowing his fate. And no one else around him knew their fate, because they weren't constantly connected to the Heavenly Father, which is just the luminaries.
Right. I mean, I feel that now. What I'm saying is, like, just say, like, we can't go to the Israelites on the corner and be like, yo, what the stars are saying. They can't tell us, because they lost. I feel like, though, we've lost how to read that information. That's all.
But it ain't for nobody else to study but you. You see what I'm saying?
It's one of those.
Can I finish real quick?
Every man, woman, and child on earth is supposed to know what the heavens is saying, man.
But
regardless
listen,
of
brother,
their belief.
But this what I'm trying to tell you. When you go into a classroom, they tell you everybody supposed to know math, but your math ain't based on what the next man know. You got to do your due diligence to study. So it really sounds like it's not a subject of interest to you that you not go deep into to get the knowledge. You see what I'm saying?
I've been trying to read the stars ever since I started studying this shit.
Hey, reading the heavens is one of those long lost arts, like telekinetics, like telekinesis and stuff like that, bro.
It ain't like telekinetics.
Nah,
it's like
no. I'm not saying that they use the same,
okay.
I'm not
What's
saying
the best source of reading the stars right now, bro? And I'm finna tell you, everybody, if you don't know this source right here, you ain't really trying to read the stars. Fuck the zodiac and all of that. If you ain't going back and getting the Farmer's Almanac, and getting and studying the stars based on how they plant, that was written by Benjamin Banneker and George Washington Carver and them boys way back in the 1800s, and they still using that knowledge to this day to plant their crops off the precession of the
But
moon
you know
and the
that,
sun.
hey, you right. But look, who did they get it from? See, this knowledge can go back even before them too. Yeah.
That's what but that's my point, Sanchez. It's all recycled knowledge, but the whole point is they doing that based on what the stars doing, to y'all point. So I'm saying we keep on trying to understand how do we read the stars, and we going into these mythological books about this and that, reading your symbols and that. But hold on real quick, brother. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. I
just want to say this real fast. You know, there's people that have got testimony that they planted their shit according to the stars, and they had the worst harvest ever. How do you explain that?
No, guess what? You can explain that a lot of ways.
Right.
You taking a word that they knew anything about the stars and that they probably didn't know nothing about the stars, number one. Number two, what was the state of the soil on that land? Because I don't care how the stars align. If that topsoil ain't right, you ain't getting shit. So that plays a factor.
Right, because it's soil that you could literally saturate with water and dig down 2 feet, and that shit ain't getting no fucking water.
Head, though, bro. That's what it is. See, that's what I'm saying. You can't just know about the stars. You got to know about the earth and all that as well. And if you don't know about the earth,
brother,
just like Sanchez said, I don't give a goddamn if you do know the alignment. Your shit ain't gonna
grow, brother. But hold on, real quick, man. But look at what you doing, though, brother. In order to pass, we done went to school, bro. As much as we talk about indoctrination, it's even levels of conscious knowledge that we all gain about even healthy eating and this and that. So even to pass a grade, bro, you can't just get A's in math and be like, I'm good. It's like 5, 6 subjects you got to do at least average in. So you say like, a motherfucker ain't saying you got to be the best at knowing astrology. You got to be average in all of these fields in order to succeed. Health, spiritualism, all of that.
We used to be able to look at the stars. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, here's what gives the shit relevancy, right? When you deal with these zodiac signs, right? The people under these signs, if they study this shit, they can tell if you a Leo, if you a Capricorn, if you a Aries. But they going exactly on how you act. And that was aligned with the stars through them 90 days, or I think it might be 36 days or some type of Masonic number. But yeah, they can tell exactly what your sign is from the stars alone, bro. That's crazy. But go ahead.
Nah, man. Cause look, right. I check this out, Sir Drop. It's a study out there. You can look up this study. They put 10 people who study the zodiacs and all that in a room. They put 10 in one room, 10 in another room. They did this study, right? And guess what? They all got it wrong.
I don't know. What is you, Aquarius?
I'm a so-called Leo,
I'm just
but
fucking with you, bro.
I believe the earth got knocked off balance and everything is out of alignment. That's just my personal belief.
Hey, but like you could tell Bobby a Leo. If you would have asked the chat, what is Bobby's sign? I ain't saying it because his birthday just passed. You can tell.
But I would have guessed Aries, or I would have guessed Aries or Leo because he's forceful as fuck. Like,
but I ain't gonna cap to you though. I don't think that the ancient ancestors would have had like how we do it today. Hey, he's a Aries, he's a Sagittarius, he's that. I think they would have had a more intricate system to narrow it down to unique energy on that individual, and to a point where they can even tell you about your previous incarnations too. But we kind of watered it down and all that. We watered it down in our time, and we just say, he's of that, But I think it was way more deeper though than that back in the Mayan day and shit like that.
Yeah, that's what I believe. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying, yes, we're trying to get that knowledge back, and it's good that we're researching, we're studying, we're doing all this, but I think it's, kind of watered down and it ain't pure like it was.
One of the things that you can take from the ancestors and they've manipulated in these day and ages. And Brother Sanchez talked about this a little bit, but how we have elementary school, middle school, high school, and university, and how those things, like, it used to be the school of elements, and then it used to be the school of man, and then it used to be the school of the universe, and then are the higher learnings, and then the universal learnings. And in these different schools, you would learn different paths. Like in elementary school, you would learn alchemy and gardening, and then middle school would be like like manhood stuff, and then high school would be like higher learnings of like the universe, or getting to the universe. And then when you go to the universe or university, then you would learn universal knowledge, you know what I'm saying? And all these things like line up, but the Masons have, structured it in a different way. When we go to elementary school and all the other different school, we learning bullshit. And then when you get out of there, you indoctrinated to work for them. You know what I'm saying? So.
But yeah, man,
I think it's an aspect I think that need to be brought to the table when we talk about how the stars align and people reading the stars, because like real Muslims, that's how they know when to pray, by looking at the sky.
Hey, that'd be an episode of Bro Sanchez I would love to tune into, how to read the stars.
I don't read the stars.
I think
I ain't gonna hold y'all.
Grounded. Oh, my bad.
What was that, Bro Sanchez?
Yeah, I don't read the stars though, so that's why I ain't do it. See, I don't make content that. See, I would get somebody else on that read the stars and interview them. That's how I do it.
Hey, now that is it's some true shit to like the Big Dipper and all that. When they be drawing them lines in the stars, that's some real connected dot shit also.
Okay.
People that know what
now I got a telescope, and I used to look at stars all the time through my telescope. But let me tell you, that ain't reading the stars though.
Now listen, when you talk about astrology, you got your sun sign, your rising sign, and your moon sign, right? Then you got all these other houses. This shit is really a deep thing, you know what I'm saying? But look, we talk about luminaries. The moon is one of the luminaries. Sanchez said it earlier. How do you explain then everybody in here didn't had a life experience where you didn't seen that full moon and you didn't either say, I'm finna go in the house because niggas is acting crazy, or I'm finna go outside because I know it's finna be some freaky shit going on and I want to indulge. Now explain that.
Learn behavior.
Wow.
We learn these things in this society. I mean, if we grew up in the Amazon, we might have a different perspective. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
This worldwide though, bro. This ain't here. You see how you just said learn behavior. So it's a worldwide learned behavior that when the moon is full, everybody just act out.
Well, some people have rituals where they did all kind of ceremonies and for living and all good shit. You know, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think it's depending on the society you live in, that what dictates how you perceive it.
Whoa. But listen, think about what you're saying. You just said certain people did rituals and they did all good shit. Why would they even do a ritual at the time of the full moon dealing with energy? See, they know that it's an energy coming in, so they manipulate. That's what I'm agreeing with you. But my whole point is, it's still something going on, an energy that somebody cognitive of enough to say, hey, we need to do a ritual to shift this shit because it's going to be some other energy going on and we need to make it positive.
On a practical level, right? The full moon provides, more lighting for your activities. You can see, you can see what's in front of you so you don't trip over stuff, right? A full moon is the brightest nighttime experience you can ask for. So if you wanted to do anything at night, full moon's probably going to be your choice out of any other phase.
And
the only thing, the only smoke I got with that. Wait, hold on, guys.
One quick thing. One quick scripture, real quick. Let me get this to Madon real quick, man. Genesis 1:14 say, when they talk about the lights in the heavens, let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. See, what I want to do, I want to go with Madon and show him how he disagreeing with the Bible as far as reading the stars and stuff. Y'all go ahead.
Well,
Well, no,
I just
agree
want
with that,
hold
but
on
I'm
one
saying
second,
like when
bro.
somebody tell you,
I
go ahead.
got a little bit of smoke with what the brother said about like doing things in the moonlight because there's more light. Most things that come out during the moonlight don't see in seven spectrum light. You know what I'm saying? They what's the word where you can see at night?
Nocturnal vision.
Yeah, nocturnal. Yeah,
Nah, he was
most
talking about us though, brother. He wasn't talking about the animals. He was saying,
Yeah, I was just saying on a
for us,
practical
our
human
experience.
level.
Yeah, human
Okay,
level.
okay.
Yeah,
Well, let me
well, I
ask you
got some.
Sanchez real quick.
I
Now,
got
Sanchez,
some.
I believe
Oh,
that
go
for
ahead,
signs
brother.
of seasons
I
and
got
stuff
you
like
on
that,
that
but like,
scripture, Madon.
no, I'm just saying like, yeah, they're supposed to be for signs and wonders, but to me, as an Israelite, we have lost how to predict what that sign is saying.
Well, then you just need to gain it back. That's all.
Right, you're
How
right.
did those
Exactly.
three wise? How did those
That's
three
what I'm
wise
saying.
men know where to find Jesus being born?
Ooh, damn. Yeah, that's another way.
Well, yeah, that's why I said earlier, ancient people, they had a full grasp of this knowledge, but now I think it's been watered down to where the powers that be, the Babylonian system, has trained us and helped us lose this knowledge. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, here goes some knowledge that ain't been lost right now. And this is ancient knowledge up until this day. If you go out into the forest, anybody will tell you, look for the moss on a certain side for the tree, and there's one star in the sky that you need to follow to get up out that motherfucker. They've been talking about it since the Underground Railroad and all of that. They say if you follow that, you will get up out of whatever jam that you in.
Oh yeah, like I said,
You
that's
can
true.
follow the North Star,
Star
Bobby.
navigation.
There you go.
I feel like, hey yo,
North
I feel
Star?
like with some smoke here, I feel like they could be just trying to desecrate or downplay the moon or downplay like feminine energy, because it's a lot of shit that happen in broad daylight too. For them to come, I don't trust their statistics. Them
If you
come up
think
with the
about it, right?
statistics and say that shit.
If you think about it, right? When women are menstruating, they are more agitated and shit like that, right? Now,
Right.
when they passing them eggs down, right? So it's like the full moon was symbolic of like a menstruation time, like on a moon level, like, and like on some crazy shit, that energy making everyone be affected with that same aggravated, like I don't
That's
know.
it. No, you
Yeah.
on point. Cause listen, the
one of
female.
the things.
Hold on, real quick, brother. The female cycle is based off moon cycle. My wife right here, she'll tell you that when the moon get to acting funny, her cycle get to acting funny, and it's agitation.
Well, okay. I remember reading a long time ago that the whole concept
When
of
the moon acts funny, every woman's situation start acting funny. Is what you saying?
No, guess what? When the moon is full, everybody don't act stupid and be a lunatic either. You
Right.
see what I'm saying?
That's where I was actually about to go
Cause I
with it.
look at the full moon and be fascinated.
Hey yo, let me finish my build real fast, because I remember reading a book a long time called Luna, where it was talking about like during the full moon, the concept of the full moon being in the sky and the moon pooling water. The concept, low tide, or I forgot it's low tides or high tides during the full moon or whatever, and
Tide in
like.
general.
Yeah, and so like about the moon pooling water, like the whole thing about lunatic and being regular during the full moon has to do with like people's water intake, literally on some shit like if you're hydrated or dehydrated, how are you going to act mentally or physically or spiritually, because you're now connected to a higher power because it's pooling the water, and the water
look,
is like
let me ask
Go
you
ahead.
this though. Why do we think the moon pulling the water like they telling us? Because that's based on gravity.
Right, that's what I know. And I was trying to rush into that, but like,
Yeah, you had to believe it.
It is an ancient
if you had to
association,
ask
though.
me, I would think it had to do something with matter and antimatter with the white sun and the black sun, and how the reverberation or the oscillation is being pushed and pulled between the two I don't want to say the two poles, but the two magnifications of the moon and the sun. That will take away the gravity theory, and it would actually use the simulation theory on how light is actually reacting to the simulation.
And it's proven that wind moves the water. So
Wind,
Okay.
I wouldn't say wind
Where
moves.
does wind
Hey,
come
yo,
from,
can
dog?
I finish what I was saying real
wind.
quick?
Yeah, I
Brother
wouldn't say
Sanchez, where
wind.
All right,
does
so
wind come
to
from?
like finish what I was saying real quick, I was
Oh, my
gonna
bad,
say
bro.
I
Yeah,
don't think
I
that
got
the
you.
moon, I don't think that the moon necessarily, is making people act out. I feel like it's just making people's emotion like intensify, and when a person can't deal with their emotions, like intensifying, like saying
Guess what?
if a person was on drugs, they can't
That
control
that
themselves, so maybe you got more shit going on.
that right there is called acting out, though. When you say a whole definition you gave is what I would say, yeah, a person doing all that I would be considered that them acting out. So it's
Yeah,
just
because
a
can the
matter of
moon?
terminology. So let's just let the other brother get his question in about the wind. That was a good one. Hold on.
Yeah, I said, where does the
I think
wind
the
come
wind
from?
moves the tide.
The wind comes from the magnification of everything on the plane. Everything has a push and a pull to it.
If the moon is affecting people, can the moonlight penetrate a maximum security prison?
What?
I don't know how
What
to
the
answer that.
moon?
Say that
I don't know
again.
how
Wait,
to
wait, wait,
answer
wait,
that.
wait, wait,
You gotta
wait,
think
wait, wait.
about
Say
that.
that again.
Do you think the moon? Okay, can the moonlight penetrate a maximum security prison? Like
But
they
why
said the
would
moon
you
is on
ask? Why would
Man,
you ask that though? What I'm trying to see
because
what.
they said the moon has an effect on people, and if you in a secure building where the moonlight can't penetrate,
It
how
go
can it?
like this.
Oh, you mean like
No,
on some
that's
Faraday cage
crazy,
shit?
man. That
So
is
All right,
how is the
so
crazy,
moon
bro.
affecting somebody if the light
Bro,
ain't
that is
penetrating?
crazy. Stop
all
a
right, now
minute, bro.
cool. Let
Hold
me tell
on,
you
bro.
how the moon
Yeah, I
works.
think
It's not affecting them like that, Madon. Just to answer you, right? It's not affecting. No one making the claim that the moon is affecting them like that. They're saying it's affecting in the energy and motion, emotional state of people is what we got to deal with.
right. So
I
is
just
it?
I just want to add
I'm
to
trying
that
to
real
figure
quick.
out how is it
No,
affecting them. Is
listen,
it
right.
because the moon light, or is it just the moon is so powerful it penetrate whatever it is, and it just since we're connected through everything,
What do
like
you
somebody said,
mean?
stardust.
hold on, Madon.
All of this
Because they
penetrating
said
talk?
people react by
Madon,
moonlight. Lunatic people
Madon,
talking about
hold on.
lunatics. All right, go ahead.
This
Hold
is
on,
crazy.
Madon. Hold on, Madon. We dealing with with literally celestial luminaries, the sun and the moon that's in our sky. You asking how can the energy from the sun and the moon penetrate a prison when they literally get phone calls in that prison? How do the fucking phone call waves penetrate the prison? How do the
That's
how do
non-secular,
the
brother.
Wi-Fi penetrate the
All right,
prison? Then how
cool.
do
Listen,
any energy get
listen
That's
in the
right quick.
motherfucker
non-secular.
if it's like that?
All right,
I'm
listen
just
right
asking a
quick.
simple question.
Listen right quick,
No,
Madonna.
that's simple.
Hold on. Yeah, let me get the mic right quick. Now
That
look, when
nigga
you
thinking like
dealing
on
with
some
listen right quick, man. Hold on, bro. Now when you dealing with the moon, right? The moon, basically, you know how they say the moon control the tides. We can beg to differ on that, but your body is also 90% water. So when you get this full moon, it controls the vibrations of the ether, of what's in your body, what's in everything. That's why you will have a dog start howling and a wolf howl at a full moon because they feel the vibration. It's that much power in the ether than it would be in a crescent moon. But yeah, y'all go ahead.
Hey, yo,
Okay,
let
I
me
got
say
it.
this real
Now
quick.
that was a good
I just
answer.
want to throw out the
I
Faraday
feel like we
cage.
That
controlling
was
the
a good
moon,
answer.
man.
Hey, yo, I want to throw out the Faraday cage scenario real fast.
Hey, hold on, man. Whoever got the police in the background, let's wait till they finish their job and y'all can unmute.
I just wanted to throw out the Faraday cage, scenario in Madon and what Madon's talking about. Now, I could see like if we were talking about like some Magneto locked up type shit, you know what I'm saying? Like you would have a Faraday cage around that person, and the Faraday cage would be electrified with a certain frequency to hold in, the energy of the or to protect the energy of whatever's inside of the Faraday cage, right? So, like, maybe in that situation, there would be an effect or a non-effect to what Madonna was talking about with the prison situation. Like, that's the only situation I could see about that. There was like a Faraday cage.
What I'm saying is this, right? If the moon, we said the moon is a luminary, right?
Listen,
And
the
so what I'm
moon
saying
don't
is-
physically affect people. It only emotionally affect them. I don't see how that'll make Go ahead, man. Ask your question.
No, but what I'm saying is, okay, all right. So I'm just trying to, I know what I'm saying, but I'm just putting it out there in this format. But because, okay, we saying the moon is all this powerful, and so I guess like kind of like what Sir Drop was going to, it's affecting the ether. So we got our bodies made of water. So no matter where you at, kind of like I think what Sir Drop was saying, the moon is gonna have effect on you no matter where you at. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I was saying. If the moon is this powerful, is it affecting the world by its light rays hitting them or them seeing it?
No, it's because it's because everything is connected, bro. You
Okay,
connected
cool. That's good.
like listen. The stars in the sky is said to astrologically affect our emotions, and I don't think that you know what I'm saying. That's meant that the star got to necessarily be above your head at that time and all like that. What I'm saying, in the middle of every human is a black hole, and light can't escape a black hole. So all the stars in the sky and lights in the sky, they're being absorbed into you. That's how you get the aura around your body. So that energy inside that's coming from the heavens inside of you is what's giving us our emotions. And they call these different emotions different gods. And they knew which god would rule the most at different times. Pride, wrath, would never be times of war based on these stars. When Mars is dominant, is always linked to war and shit like that. So it's like they showing you the emotional energy within us that we can see like the sky, like a mirror above us, to see the collective emotional state of the earth just by looking at the study in the heavens. You know what I'm saying? It'll show you what time it is, meaning how the earth is feeling as a collective based on every human aura sharing the same space, what vibe the earth is on.
I see what you're saying. But that pretty much answered the question. You're saying we all connected, no matter where you at.
We connected to everything, man, for sure.
Right.
Like, hell yeah. The stars is what's giving us our crown chakra. Like, all the dang on lights in the heavens are being pulled into your, that's the energy going up and down your spinal cord, coming into the crown and being recycled around your body.
No doubt, because the reason why I brought that up, because I was just doing that because somebody was saying how, moon make people lunatics and all this other stuff. And so basically all I was doing was showing that, either this moon is connected to us because we're all connected, or some of this stuff is just
we're all everything's connected, man. Everything's connected, man.
Right. I agree with that. But no.
Hey, do you guys ever, when you're younger, probably take like the most powerful flashlight in your house and put it up against the palm of your hand, and you can see the light coming through the back of your hand? A lot of people, they don't think about, light passing through solid objects, right? But it does. Sometimes you need a powerful enough light to really see it with your own eyes, but light goes straight through things.
The moonlight is penetrating that penitentiary.
Yeah, and it might even have some more penetrating, signals rather than visible light.
Listen, it's not penetrating. When it's a full moon, it's pulling so much at one time that there's something that's giving you this outer body, this howling, this moving faster. Like a full moon, I guarantee you, if you run 100-yard dash, it'll be faster than any other night you ran it. It's pulling so much, so above, below. That means you pulling back that much to the energy, and that's what changes the people.
Hey, Drop. Whatever the moon is pulling, is there some type of technology device where we can see what it's actually pulling?
Okay, listen. I'm gonna give you. Yes, it is.
He asked me, Bobby.
I'm gonna get. Hold on,
all right, cool. I'm gonna give
I just posed the question. I wasn't
because I've
trying
been
to,
quiet for a little while, and I just want to just give y'all a common sense way to look at it.
Buzzkill.
Now listen. Go ahead. My fault, bro. Buzzkill.
All right, cool. It's just a one-liner. I'm gonna give it to Bobby. The evidence of the moon pulling would be the night sky, and you would say, "Well, I see the moon in the sky with the sun," but you don't see the sun in the sky with the moon on the night sky. The moon what give you the night sky.
I can show you that.
Go ahead.
A person asked me for a picture like that. We found a few when I was, cause Globe Earther was trying to debate me. He was like, yeah, as far as seeing the sun and moon out at the same time to prove flat earth, why don't you see the sun out during the nighttime then, Brother Sanchez? And he forced me to find pictures where people have saw that, just on a side note though. But yeah, we're gonna move forward a little bit. Look, as far as this whole full moon and howling like the wolves and all that go, I don't really want to spend all of Monday Madness on that. But yeah, we could pass the mic though.
For sure.
Monday, Moon Day, ain't it?
That's true. But you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but Sanchez, I wanted to when you brought up Moses, I didn't get to chime in yesterday, but when you brought up Moses, I just want to say this real quick. Moses holding up them snakes in the wilderness. One reason he did that because the Israelites a lot of them were still under the religion of the Egyptians.
You know what, man? Madon, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
No, I'm letting you keep going, brother. What you
no, that's all I want to say. Okay. You know, from my studies is that the reason Moses did that is because a lot of those Israelites were still under the religion of the Egyptians. So he did that to show them, like, hey,
but that's what I'm saying. Like Moses had learned from the Egyptians too, though.
Facts. I agree with that.
So if any of Moses' followers had Egyptian knowledge, it was because they learned it through Moses. They didn't get it directly from the Egyptians. Moses did.
Right, and Moses was showing them that the power he got.
Hold up, bro. Hold on.
And Moses was showing the power he got from the Most High can help him do that and show them that ain't nothing compared to the Most High.
I didn't understand that.
All right, because it was the Most High that gave Moses the power to just do that right off the spot.
To do what?
Put that staff with the serpents on the in the wilderness.
But no, you really think it was a serpent staff, a literal serpent stick?
Well, it was some type of magic stick with some serpents on it or something. Whatever it was some type of magical device.
Brother. See,
my God.
That's what you didn't even see the doggone stream, man. Let me show you something. This what Moses had technology, bro. See, I told folks, I said, if you don't understand the technology, you're gonna think it's miracle. You're gonna think this shit is some kind of goddamn magic. I got the magic stick. No, bro, that's because you think that because you don't know what Moses had. This is what Moses lifted up in the wilderness. This is technology. This is why Dubai can be a city in the wilderness, Madon. There's a whole megatropolis city in the wilderness. It's called Dubai. Now, how do you lift up that city in the wilderness? By lifting up this oscillating energy, pulling the energy directly from the ether. We don't gotta run electric totem poles cards all the way across deserts so we can have a city in fucking Dubai. They would have to run the totem poles from the major city all the way to this new one they trying to build, and that ain't even logical. Then they erecting their own energy device right there at where they at. That man have found out what he can go anywhere he want. He can even make cities up under the ocean. They're talking about let me deactivate the damn alert joint real quick. Hold on. Yeah, man can make civilization anywhere he want now. Because he know how the secrets of how to, his boundary always been how I'm gonna get energy there. And I got a card long enough to run it? We in another time now where they learn more greener systems, wireless systems, and Moses would have known that in his time. This knowledge is just resurfacing. I even was talking about when Moses split the sea, that ain't literally either. That's splitting the atom, which is split the atmosphere. Opening up a wormhole or a snake hole if you look at this screen. But but Don, this is what Moses lifted up in the wilderness.
Hey,
So,
hey, brother Sanchez, I've heard that myth before about Moses actually opening up a wormhole. He didn't actually part the sea. I've heard that myth before.
Okay, I never heard it before.
Moses is not.
Who you heard it? Who you heard it from? I want to go check them out because that let me know they deep.
I'm
He
pretty
don't
sure
know.
you know. I'm pretty sure you know the brother. I'm pretty sure you know the brother. He's on Bigo. He go by the name of Huggy.
No, I ain't never heard of Huggy.
He like a Hebrew Israelite. He be doing like he be doing builds with the Hebrew Israelites, and I be coming in there and bringing, so I'll be rattling the feathers and whatnot. But he had a really cool little theory. He said that they didn't walk through the desert for 40 years or whatever, or 40 days. I think it was 40 years though. But what he did was he opened a portal and he moved all of the Hebrew Israelites from what we know as where like the pyramids are to the Americas. So like that's why they mapped the Americas as Egypt and all those other different places. This is a theory, obviously, right? But his theory was that Moses opened up the portal. He put the Hebrew Israelites in the portal. When they went through the portal, they ended up in America. When they ended up in America, the connection to Egypt and Texas and like all these other different names.
I'm gonna tell you right now that I don't really agree with that, but and for many reasons. They could have just went to America, man. They didn't need a miracle to travel like regular people was going to where they wanted to go. So that would have been using a sledgehammer to kill an ant, right? But the thing, what we're taking away with stuff like that is the science that made Moses a wise man. Moses was learned in the way of the Egyptians, and the Egyptians didn't. I don't think they taught him how to miraculously go from one part of the world to the other one. I think they taught him is how to make his own goddamn kingdom. So this is where I go even deeper. I say we're in the kingdom of Moses. Now, I think that when these people talking about they making their own universe in a computer, wise men have already done that. And we may be in a simulation now because the same men making theirs saying because we making ours, it proved that it must have been done before. They talking about achieving time travel in the future, which mean man in the past had to build a time traveling machine, and we can go to the past. It's going to spit you out in an old time traveling machine. Everybody reinventing the wheel every age. This is even what the Mayans said. Moses would have been the man in his time to rediscover CERN, to rediscover Wi-Fi, and open up a gateway to give the people to another land of milk and honey. What this artwork shows is a sky vault being opened. Moses was a Hebrew. He was basing this off of his interpretation of the earth. Check this out. Watch this. You see this, the God of the heavens? You see how God is splitting the waters like Moses? Moses was saying, as above, so below, I'm going to be like God with my knowledge. And the serpent is the one that allowed men to be like God. Even Adam and Eve, he told them, with my knowledge, you're going to be just like God. And that's what's called a Kundalini activation. That's what the serpent does for all of us. It unlocks our God self and makes us a wise man like Moses. Moses literally means Moses. He's when you split the sea, you double it up. But see, here's the thing right here. This is what Moses was practicing after the God of the heavens right here. They had discovered the knowledge on how to split the ether on earth. which is why they were saying, let thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Moses was following that. That's Kabbalah science. So if you look at what, I mean, I want to meet the Hebrews, bro, because I got some knowledge that'll take them to the next level. I'm serious. Nobody want to deal with the technology that made Moses a wise man. And guess what? The same one that the dude who discovered CERN was making him a wise man. I brought this up in my lecture. Go research osmosis. This is technology they personifying. What Moses did was opened up a sky vault. That's what that is one of these right here. And he did that on earth. That's opening up a portal. That's breaking through this barrier right here, letting us see what's on the other side. Now, they said once they open this portal all the way, they going to be able to see the seed of creation. They saying now we actually drilling our way to God. We actually trying to use technology to open up a portal to God when God said that ain't the way you come to me. It's a desecrated form. It's actually desecrating this whole system on how you approach the heaven of heavens. You can't cheat this, and that's what they talking about, cheating, death, cheating. That's what the Egyptians was into in the Babylon. You can't cheat this. But that's what's going on, though.
Hey, now look,
Hey, brother Sanchez, I got a question about that Skyvault stuff.
Hold up. Shit. Moses,
Man, that
right
brother
here.
was talking, Drop. You keep doing that, though, man.
I can't never talk. It's the only way I
You
can
gotta
grab
wait,
it.
though,
Y'all
bro.
go.
If me and this dude in the middle of a little spa, you gotta hold yours like everybody else, man. Like you cut in when two men go to, you know what I'm saying, kind of getting it in a bit, and the people be want to see how that's gonna conclude. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
All right, so like I might be stretching on this a little bit, right? But y'all have heard about like the different cities in America. They used to have different tribes or different cities of black people, and they they flooded them out and made, you know, lakes that, you know, like the different lakes that we know, like Texoma, Wichita Falls, and all these different things like that. Do you think that they utilize the Skyvault technology to implement that? If
implement what now? My bad.
You've heard about I forgot the specific name of it, but they're basically black cities that basically they flooded out and then like they turned them into lakes. Have you heard of that? Like in America?
I haven't heard of it, but it's I mean, I understand
Lake
where
Lanier
you're
is
going.
one in Georgia. Yeah, I heard of it.
But yeah, I wouldn't say they're using Skyvault technology for this though, because this water this what you see in this Hebrew cosmos, this ain't dealing with liquid water. It's dealing with the ether. They called it the primordial ocean of Nu. This ain't like liquid water.
Right.
You understand have you ever heard of the ether?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely.
What is it?
I mean, it's that third state of matter. It's that
fourth
that
state,
space
fourth
in
state,
between space.
Fourth state, my bad. Yeah, fourth state, you got it.
Yeah. It's that space in between space. It's the reason why an atom can never touch another atom. I can keep going.
Well, the thing about the ether is you can't have a concept of the ether and space. They can't coexist. So the people who understand the concept of the ether don't even believe in space. That was a intellectual battle that's been going on Earth for so many years. But the reason why space and ether can't coexist is because ether is the thing that fills all spaces. So when you say why two atoms can't touch, it's because the atoms are bubbles in the ocean. If you think of all these atoms like bubbles, the space in between the atoms are the ocean water. That's called the ether, and that's why they symbolized it as these waters that's separating everything. So even when we say the word either, it's a separative word in language. When I say, do you want apples or either oranges? You see, it's this separation sort of energy that allow things, but it's so paradoxical that it's not really separating these things, it's connecting them.
Yeah, I understand the paradox, obviously, because you can't have space if ether is space. I get that part.
Yeah, so yeah, but you feel what I'm saying. But so like the whole concept of atoms is that everything that exists is atom. They call it the first man. Everything that manifests within the ether is an atom separating the waters from the waters. Because everything that's walking around inside of this bubble, it's a disturbance in the ether. That's what it's like a bubble in the ocean. And because that bubble is in the ocean, water can't be in that spot, which is why the water ascends and everything is being organized. So yeah, that's all I was saying. Like we all bubbles in the ocean, and the ocean is the ether, and the bubble is what they call in the atom.
Was there ever a terminology for the atom before they called it an atom?
Because there was no really concept of building blocks to matter. The ancestors didn't have a Lego concept of where everything is made out of small little balls. That they didn't really have that concept. That's a new concept.
Well, in this day and age, like even like with the terminology like molecule and it coming from Moloch, that shit irked the hell out of me when you threw that at us one day.
Right.
I was like, I had to do the research on that because I was like when you do the build up from molecule to ion to photon to atom to polyton or the polyatomics and different things like that, all the way to subatomics and different things like that. You tend to see that some of these different dimensions of the microscopic layers are actually religions. Like molecule is Moloch, and then atoms are the worship of Adam, and then like in between those two you have light and electricity, which is ion is electricity, photon is light. So like it's like the pull between density and non-density.
All right, I'm gonna fall back and let Sir drop or whoever else want to interject. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Back to the now what Moses did, right? And it's gonna be a couple lines because I know a lot of people ready to talk. So cool. Now what Moses is not a first name or a name of a person. Moses is the Moseses. It was a family from Egypt. That's why he got shipped up the Nile to his granddad, who was Moses, right? They had the city of gold. They was running pure power. They had, running electricity, everything. So cool. He learned all that shit because he was brought up under his granddad from a child. So he knew all this shit. And when he went up into to where the Bible was starting to be teaching, he knew all this shit. It wasn't plagiarized or nothing. He already knew free energy. All this shit is free energy. It's all the power of nation. And after he did that, Abraham went and took it to the Muslims. So then they had the free energy. Now they all came together and they using free energy against us. But y'all go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say Moses, they was dealing with some, I believe, what we would call high form of technology. And I think Moses did split the Red Sea. And then you also have in the scriptures where they use what they call a Urim and a Thummim. I believe that was some type of technology as well. So, I mean, I believe he actually did it because they was dealing with some science and some technology and power that we can't comprehend.
Hey, Madon.
Yo.
I got a question for you.
Go for it.
Right.
He know that, and y'all know that too. So, Madon, let me say I agree with you. I believe he actually did it too. And I understand the technology that allowed him to do it. You don't. That's why you think he literally made some water, you know what I'm saying, stand up. But that ain't what they talking about. They talking about him opening up a portal in the ether. Him allowing the people to cross over through the waters mean that Moses achieved Stargate technology in his time. Y'all ain't looking at this shit deep enough, but then y'all will turn around and say, well, they was using some kind of technology we don't understand. When I show you the technology that you don't understand, you overlook the shit every time. This is literally the God that they're damn worshiping called a Statue of Liberty. This is what allowed Moses to liberate the people through the waters. That's why they got this statue on the waters. This a water God. This would have been what Moses was. He got the 7 spikes. Check that out. What do you think this Stargate showing you? Them same 7 spikes. What Moses did, he was able to open up these waters right here that they trying to do with CERN and bust through our dimension, the frequency of our dimension. They trying to go past that by accelerating this machine at a threshold past that. And when that happened, they can poke a hole right through our very fabric of reality or through our ether and peek into the next dimension. And they said from that dimension, they'll be able to see what the Big Bang was. We'll be able to time travel. We'll be interstellar. Why? Because they opened up the door for the people to go to the land of milk and honey. This is why they telling you we're finna be interstellar by 2100. Whatever Moses did, it's responsible for our very simulation we in. I'm telling you, Moses is one of the founding fathers of this whole simulation. Now this is going way deeper than just some mythological shit. What I'm doing is syncing the biblical Moses to what the wise men of our time are doing, because Moses was just a wise man of his time. And these dudes today ain't reinventing the wheel. I don't think they smarter than Moses, Madon. I don't think Elon Musk smarter than Moses. I don't think that the niggas who making the CERN machine is smarter than Pharaoh Thut Moses. I think they learned all that shit from them.
I can rock with that. Well, let me say this real quick, because I know somebody else want to say something. But what I was gonna say is, I mean, yeah, I can rock with that. Maybe the waters parted and there was a Stargate in there. I can see how that's possible as well. But all I'm saying is, yeah, they was on. When I say can't comprehend, maybe that was a bad choice of word, but I'm talking about the masses when I talk about can't comprehend, because you do break down different science and go deeper. But I can rock with that. Yeah, I can see how, in my humble opinion, the waters, he split the waters, and it could have been a Stargate in there, and they went through that Stargate and they put them somewhere else.
Yeah, but when you say that they had to split the waters to access the Stargate,
I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm just saying
you still dealing with liquid water. That ain't possible though, because you can't build a Stargate like what you saying, like in the middle of a lake. That's crazy. Like this thing is built underground in a huge silo, and they accelerating the ether down there at speeds that we ain't even thinking about on the surface, bro. Like that's what I'm telling you.
You know how like in certain movies they show like these people, maybe they might go up on the bottom of a lake or something, and under the bottom of that lake is like a cave or some shit with with like a portal or some shit in it.
Yeah, I don't think Moses and his people was scuba diving and doing all that though. I'm telling you what this artwork is.
No, I'm just saying how the water could hide shit.
Yeah, I don't think Moses was under the water treasure hunting and stuff though. Moses was talking about a different water than what you talking about.
The water, he moved the water out the way and then exposed something and they went through it.
That's what I'm telling you. He moved the ethereal waters out the way and allowed the people to cross over into a whole nother dimension. We about to do that now. That's what we about to do in our time. Open up a portal and allow people to upload their consciousness into this augmented reality. This the same thing they about to do now. They're gonna create.
What you think about the Urim and the Thummim?
I don't think about it. What you think about it? You brought it up.
Think that's something? I'm just saying, like, I believe it was some technology. When you look up the Urim and the Thummim and how they were saying it worked, to me that looked like some high advanced technology.
Hey yo, one quick input, brother Sanchez. If you send me your email, I can actually send you a video of them like videotaping underground, and then like they actually show like these different columns inside underground, and these little portals are just spawning up. and like you can actually see it, and it looks exactly what you're talking about with the waters like spawning up and then like falling down, and it's crazy. But I'll send you that video.
Okay.
Hey, I got a question for Madon when you ready.
Oh, I'm all ears.
Yeah, you said you knew that Moses was taught he was learned by the Egyptians, right?
Yeah.
So, and then you said what he did, God did it. So what you thought he learned from the Egyptians?
Well, he was learning all the ways of the Egyptian. I'm not sure what all those ways is, but he was a priest in Egypt, so he did know different languages and all that. But when he went up on the mountain and met the Most High, he gained some other kind of power, in my humble opinion.
So the power that whatever miracle that they saying he did, you don't think that was from his teachings from Egypt? You think God did?
Nah, because when you look at the story, if the pharaohs knew that signs, they wouldn't have got drowned in that water, according to the text. You know, the text says the pharaohs and his people drowned. So if the pharaoh knew the same something,
But see, but that
he knew, they wouldn't have got out of there.
Think about that. That goes back to show you when you misinterpreting, you ain't deciphering the Bible. You just reading it for face value. Because guess what? This is backing up what I've been telling y'all. There are 7 Babylonian kingdoms, and the one before the one Moses created was the one that the pharaohs created. Moses was able to put it this way. Today they making their own universes and quantum computers, and souls, human souls can live inside of them in the future. Now, when we get inside, just say I was to go inside of one of those universes, right? Inside of those fake universes, you can have people repeating that same science and making fake universes within the fake universe. And every time they do it, that person would be a founding father or the God of that particular fake false world. Now, we was born in a world that all the ancestors said was a false world, even the Mayan. They said, get out of it. The God that spoke of governing this world is not a perfect God, a wrathful God, all this shit that you read in the Bible. But the thing is, even Christians are taught this ain't their true home. That's another way in mythology of saying this is not a base reality. We talking about multi-dimensions. If you're going to say this ain't your true home, you acknowledging other kingdoms and other heavens, and that you're inside of one of those kingdoms now that ain't necessarily being governed by the true God. So that was a need for us to get out. What happened, what Moses did, Moses made his own shit. And when he closed the portal up, that's what I'm telling you, this land of milk and honey, I believe, was Moses creating his own damn universe like Noah did. And every time you got this flooding shit, same with Noah, that the waters flood, the whole like shit with Moses. But what I'm saying is Moses represent the technology that's able to hold the waters back. That's our dimensional ether. The ethers are what separate our dimensions. So let me show y'all something real quick. Watch this. Where 2 oceans meet, gonna explain what Moses did. Hold on. See what Moses doing? Let's say, see all the fish that live in the green ocean can't cross that barrier. And the fish that live in the blue ocean can't cross over because they going out of their universe. And that water is so different. That line represent a place where 2 universes are fucking ending and merging together like where our ether's doing. This what separate our world from the dead. So what that is, that mean it's called a great crossing over. That mean if a fish from the green side want to actually go over there to the blue side to talk to his dead grandma, it got to die and be born again in the blue side. That means its consciousness is born out of this green universe. And when it died over here, it just was born again as a whole nother fish over here, because the fish over here got to have different body for that different water. So they might have 3 fins because it's more dense water, whereas the fish over there may be less built because it's easier to swim. So this is what's separating the dimensions, but the fish that's built and calibrated for this water just can't go over there. Now, what can happen is this right here. The fish in this green water can make technology, right? And they can find a way to drill a hole through this line. This is a wall. If you go under the water, if you was a fish, you would see this big blue wall, just like we would see if we went to the edge of the earth. Let me show you something real quick. If we went to the outer wall, right, or the inner wall, that's what it'll be like. Let me pull up this earth for you. Right here. What is wall in at? It's a whole nother world behind that one. And see, this little chart shows how our ocean, right? This is the waves of our ethereal ocean, this speed right here. But the world behind ours is separated from ours, and it's his own. It can be, the waves can be going stronger than ours, and it's separated like a slow hurricane in the middle with a faster hurricane around that one. Then you got a faster hurricane around that one. And then as you go in toward the middle, the hurricanes get slow all the way till you get in the middle. It ain't even no hurricane. It's heaven in the direct middle of the tornado. But the further you go out to these other little barriers behind ours, it get more turbulent. And the root word of turbulent is Taurus, to Taurus field. It's how we get tauric energy. What, in a nutshell, this line is also a time zone split. So once I sail over that line, I'm in a different time zone too. So likewise, this is the way that the ethers are set up and how the Mayans said we time travel, the same way we do on Earth, crossing the line. That's the great crossing over, Passover. See, a ship, when it crossed that line, it got to set its systems different. See, it ain't the same time no more. Just from that little line right there, he know, okay, and I got to change my clock right quick. Boom, 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 change. Everything got to change. Even the bait he using, the kind of fish he fishing for, and all that. And when he crossed back over the green line, it's like a whole nother world, man. Everything got to change. His equipment that he fished, everything, the clock. And so that's what's happening right here. We got to change and become something new every time we want to cross over or ascend or go to these other dimensions. So what they doing with technology right now, they just saying, listen, we already know what kind of fish on the blue side. We can mimic their bodies. And we can go over there and be wolves in sheep clothes. So that like our world is in this green side. We building technology as fish over here to drill through the wall so we can see what's on the blue side. But the trick is if we go over there, we'll die. So we got to transform ourselves to peek over that wall. And that's what they doing now. They're going to make us all holographic avatars in order to make us interstellar or compatible to cross over when they open up the portal to the other side. That's what I'm saying. If you research what's going on, everything I'm saying, it lines up, man. This is even what the Mayan was talking about with all this Stargate shit. This is what the great crossing over is. They're going to achieve this shit with technology. And what I'm telling y'all is this is how Jesus Christ and all them other false gods achieved it, with this crown of thorns, which is the CERN machine. Pull it up. It's the crown of, this is their God. It's what's allowing them to cheat and connect the world of the living with the world of the dead. That's why Jesus said, I read a scripture the other day in my teleportation presentation where Jesus spoke about this CERN technology, y'all. Then he told a dude, don't you tell nobody about that. We read the scripture. He said, don't you bring back up this technology till I come again on earth. And now we said we in a time of the aeon of Horus, Christ's second return. And now they bringing up the CERN machine or the crown of thorns. That means Christ is back. They said Christ, when he returned, he gonna open up a portal to connect the dead with the living, and the dead gonna walk with the living. What you think CERN doing? What you think they saying? That's everything Jesus said he gonna do. Science doing with technology, which let me know technology was always their God. Whatever this AI mind is, that's their God. That's El. That ain't the true God. That's the false God. That's electronic God. That's Alexa. That's the hive mind, whatever this shit is that they resurrecting on earth that's gonna be governing over us. And it's gonna know everything about you, just like they said Santa know. He knows if you've been good. He knows if you slept enough. He knows if you took your vitamins. He knows if you're awake. Because in the future with this new IoT and new power grid they making, they gonna know everything about you, how many times you pooped that day. Everything gonna be connected to this God that they calling AI, which is another way to spell L, A and a lowercase L, but they making it AI. But see, the whole thing is this. They breaking rules that the ancestors said was very forbidden to do with technology. In other words, it's a reason why nature got this shit separated a certain way. And there's a way that we have to do that crossing over spiritually inside of us. But they changed the natural way. And you know what they said? They said, nah, if there's a will, there's a way. And that turned into the Lord's will. And the Lord's will is Ezekiel's will. See, the name Ezekiel, with me, E-Z-E is saying easy. They want an easy way out. Ezekiel will is technology that give them an easy way out. And that's what they making now, an easy way up out of this simulation. And that's what's getting us fucked up, man. Just like in school, if you cheat, you got to take the test again. And that's how we keep repeating. History don't supposed to repeat itself the way they making it here. We supposed to keep evolving forward, but they keep on reinventing the wheel. And that's the trick of Saturn. Every time he build a wheel, he get another ring around his belt. How you think Saturn get his rings? Each ring is a wrinkle in time. These folks, they God is controlled time. It's called Chronos. They God is the God that controls time. And if you understand what they God is, it's a machine that's allowing them to manipulate the ether. And by manipulating the ether, you're literally manipulating time. Rip Van Winkle is another one of their gods that personifies Santa Claus with his white beard and all that. Another form of Santa at the North Pole, Rip Van Winkle. This dude put a wrinkle in time. They showing he was using the same technology of the shamans and all these other folks that's been distorting the fabric of our reality. Listen, guys, if you don't understand the deep science, what I'm saying, don't say, oh, man, that don't make no, that's pseudo. Learn to become a nerd, man, and get interested in this kind of shit. Because I see a lot of folks shoot it down because they don't understand it. All of this shit is very well possible. Then when you tie it into the fact they manipulating the ether and rewriting the calendars and adding on months, adding on days, putting leap year, and you telling me they ain't really controlling the nature of time, bro. This shit matter. How it affect us spiritually matters and all that shit. So it is really a matrix that they building with this will. This is the will of God, And they even call it the Wheel of Fortune, man. They got the feather of Ma'at when you play that game. When they using the feather to point, that's symbolism. This wheel they use to try to control our fates and fortunes, and by resetting time and keep doing these resets. That's what's allowing them to prolong the progress down here. You can't cheat this. That's all I'm saying. And the kind of technology right here is they're trying to cheat a spiritual process that the Mayans said it ain't no way around it, but go within. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, brother Sanchez, could that also be, could the will be the mind also? Because like I feel every time you keep showing these different pictures of the wheel, it's always these different connections in the innards of it, right? And that always brings me back to meditation and how like they teach you like the true meditations of like opening up the, all the energy meridians and different things like that, and like how the sphere of the mind is open through the eye of, what is it, the eye of the needle or whatever it's called, the thread, the needle in the thread of the eye or whatever. It's the metaphor.
So what we're talking about is the crown chakra, basically, right? The crown is how we open up our connection to the heavens, like what they trying to do with CERN. And if you look at the crown chakra, it's the ribbon, it's that bow on top of that Christmas present at the top. And the reason, because this is what's at the top of your head, like the whole way we wrap the Christmas box. You know what I'm saying? So this
your soft spot.
Right, the swirl in the back of your head, all that. And when you untie that, you just like the gift, you unlock the gift. And the gift is once you turn that thing and to unlock the portal, astral travel up out the body, OBE, or out of body experience. That's what the crown allows us to do. It allows us to access the 7 kingdoms. So
wouldn't the gift be the present though?
Excuse me?
Wouldn't the gift be the present?
That is the present. The present is you get to be anywhere you want to be. You're not living in the present right now. You living in the past. That's what I'm telling you. Deja vu proves me right on that. We won't get the present or become living in the present until we actually unlock this ability. The present is representative of the North Pole. That's where time being created at the spot. So ain't no more present moment than that place right there. Everything away from that is basically within Saturn's trick of time, and all this time already happened. All times have already came to pass according to the Bible and the Mayan. What they was saying was the past, present, and future already happened. And you can go and explore the past, present, and the future, and we call that incarnations and lifetimes. So when a person able to have deja vu because the future already happened, it's just ain't caught up to them yet. So after the deja vu, when they come back here, they gotta wait to that time to catch up. So the fact that we have deja vu here make me think this ain't the base reality, which is why all these religions keep saying this ain't our true home and all that. So I think this whole awakening is our journey back to our true home through incarnations, though, and it's 7 incarnations, and this is the first one. So this crown chakra really is what they reverse engineer it and turn it into the CERN machine. As you can see, that when you look at this crown chakra, is indistinguishable from the CERN machine. So it's backing me up all the way. Y'all go ahead.
Hey, you didn't say this literally, but are you figuratively saying that we live in the moment, not the present? We're trying to get to the present?
Yeah, I'm saying that's a good way to look at it. I'm gonna roll with that, man. That's pretty dope right there. I like that actually.
Now look, when you look at that picture, right, that you gotta, it's all about the North Pole. Everything point to the center. You can pull up a Russian roulette table. You can pull up a dartboard. All these things point to the center, the center of everything. Now, if they done found the center and they able to harness the energy from the center of wherever without going to the center. Now, this is the trick. They don't go to the center to harness it. They know how to intercept it. You understand me? This is why like you got the all gods is all about energy. All gods have 5 letters in their name, right? And that's where you get the Sky Daddy and the Sky 5. This is why it's called Sky 5. It's only Sky 5 to us because we're not introduced to it yet. But the stuff that we see now is basically primitive to what they was doing. You
But
understand
I'm
me?
gonna say I think they do go to the center though. Me personally,
They gotta go to the center, I guess, but I think they know how to get that energy without going to the center now. I think they figured out how to grab the energy without being there. And
oh
that's how
yeah,
they run
yeah.
all
I
these
mean,
cities.
but yeah, what I'm saying is, and they figured that out by being there though. At some point, yeah. Once you go there and see how to do the shit, you ain't gotta keep going back. You can just remember what you saw and reverse engineer it everywhere you go. Yeah, you ain't gotta keep going back. But they are guarding it though, because they don't want nobody else to go and see what's at the North Pole. What they guarding is see what's at the North Pole. If we go there, we'll be able to be like gods, like them. This is the knowledge of the serpent, this knowledge that Tesla had. But the thing is, if at the North Pole, if there's a patent that's gonna make all humans God, like that explains why they got a treaty keeping you away from that shit.
So, Brother Sanchez, so in the Bible, are you familiar with the scripture where it says every knee shall bow
Yep.
and every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord? So what it mean by that? What's that mean?
That got a bunch of different meanings. And I think one of them is the fact that they ultimate goal is to sync everybody together as part of one big hive mind.
Okay.
It tells them in the last days when Jesus build a kingdom of Zion on earth, Christians won't have an individual mind. Every single creature in the kingdom will share the mind of Christ. They telling you a fucking hive mind, bro. That ought to make you say, fuck this. Hell no.
Right.
That's a hive mind.
Damn. Wow. That makes sense.
And look, I think the people in power are already part of a hive mind network, and we think they different people, but it's just different bodies in one mind. What they calling, and they calling that the mind of God. And some of these rappers and celebrities, they go to jail and they come out looking different. They just went online and connected with the hive. It ain't them no more.
Okay, all right.
Hey, bro Sanchez, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
It's not even a question. It's more like a reality check in a way. Do you think like the key to manifestation, like how they come up with all these technologies and stuff like that, do you think you got to be present? Like what the guy was saying, right? That's like the key epitome of being a manifestation machine in your own being, in a sense. Like being present, having subtle energy in your own self.
Well, actually, it depends on what you're trying to manifest. Now, if you're trying to go out the body, you want to actually detach from the world. Now, I don't think with my research, the most present moment you're going to experience is when you get to Asgard.
Yeah, that's deep right there. I ain't know about that.
Think about this, man. Think about the earth as a clock, right? Now watch this. Let me show y'all something. Watch this shit real quick. Think about this clock. We live on a fucking clock. We actually live on a clock. And the sun and moon is the hour and minute hand. Now check this out. The second hand is what we call in Polaris. Now the second hand is the red tongue of the serpent right there. That's the one that's talking. See the serpent do the talking. Tick tock, tick tock. This serpent is supposed to be representing the present moment, but the most present moment is where the connection point is in the middle of the circle, the pole, meaning that the moment we start, it should be other rings going inside of here, like we see with the CERN portal, like with the flat earth ring map. I'm supposed to write a 12 under here, a 12 under there, all the way to the middle right there. You got all these clocks within clocks, and every clock is a different world. But the further you get to the middle, time is, you going outside of time because you going close to the thing that's creating time, what's turning these knobs. So when I get at 0 degrees, I'm not under time. I'm outside of time. This is the most present place you can be in, where my mouse at.
Man, that's deep. Cause you got me thinking like, damn, this some deep shit. Whoever invented the clock, they had to been on some type of psychedelics or some shit. Like,
and look, you got the.
If you really think about it. If you really think about it.
Hey yo,
hold on for 1 second, bro. 1 second. I'm finna say something. Gonna be quick. Psychedelic. It's like a psychedelic experience in its own self. If you really go through the period of enlightenment, you're gonna dissolve time. The time don't even exist, don't even matter, because you're like, damn, none of this shit matter until I get this straight, fix this, apologize about that. It basically dissolves itself, and you're becoming more conscious and more aware and shit beyond this physical world. Like, damn, I gotta clear this shit up before I go to the next life.
Look.
Hold on, y'all. I'm muted, right? Let me say that again. We've been taught to say time don't exist, but what we trying to say is time ain't real. Time represent that which govern the simulation or the non-reality. The base reality ain't governed by time. It's timeless. It's the infinite aspect, and that's the 0 degrees at the middle of the clock. What time is it when I'm standing there? It ain't no time. I don't start getting times till I leave there. That's what's happening. We living in a clock. And so the thing about that is, it's a paradox. Time exists, it's just not real. Just like saying the lie don't exist, the lie do exist. The lie it ain't what's real. And the fake shit is real. That's a paradox to say, yo, the fake is real. To say, look, the lie is true. That means it's true that lies exist. To say that the lie is a lie is a lie. Ooh, I just fucked you up. Let me say that again. To say that the lie is a lie is a lie. Because the lie is the truth. That's how you get this paradox. It's true that lies exist. Now check how crazy this is. Fake shit is real, meaning that fakeness is a reality. And that right there is a paradox. The fact that is real, man, that is fake shit out here in the world. That's a paradox, just me saying that. That is real, that it's fake shit going. You know what I mean? I'm showing you the paradox in the language. The fake and the real exist, but they exist paradoxically, just like time and infinity.
And look, when you're dealing with the clock, right, it's the 369, it's the coding of the 369 and the 666. It go just like this. You got 24 hours in a day. That's 2 and 4, that's 6. You see the 369 right there on the clock. You got 60 seconds, which is every hour. That's 60 seconds, and 60 minutes is an hour, and 60 seconds is a minute. They go your 3 6s. That's the 666, right? They put all this shit in the middle, the man and woman is the hour hand and minute hand. The second hand is your heart rate. Now this is what they're timing us on what we're about to do. So the man and woman need to be here by 3:30. All right, cool. The pulse of your heart, you get there by 3:30. That's how they track time for distance. Time is not made for like, how time, it's about how long did it take you to get to me. So they give time so they can be like, all right, I'll be there in an hour. All right, now I can think in my head how long it'll take you to get here, how long it'll take to get there. But if you're not moving, like time don't exist to a tree. The tree don't have to be nowhere. Once you gotta be somewhere, that make time relevant. So that would make time real for that instance. But like you said, it's only night and day, and all the minutes is the same. But to get somewhere and to get off of something, or that's how you track time. Put it like that. Time can be tracked. Put it like that. But y'all go ahead.
My question
Time
is
is a figment of your imagination. That's what time is.
What technology did the first clock use? Like, what technology was used for the first clock?
The sun and the moon.
I think it was called the Inca mechanism.
The sun and the moon, bro.
No, it was quartz. I thought it was a court that made the clock work.
Right. It's called the Ankathera mechanism. Look it up. It's called the Ankathera mechanism. That's what it's called. Like, that's what they named it.
I'm gonna look into that.
But there was a book that I read about the clock being, it was almost a synchronistic, a syncretism book almost, because like it was showing how like the clock and how it was like all of the 12 disciples, and the 12 disciples were the 12 zodiacs and blah blah blah. But basically,
it's a measurement. That's all. It's a measurement of time of the sun and the moon. That's all it is.
Right, but like in this book, they were going deeper because they used the moon as the clock. You know what I'm saying? So like they put the clock on top of the moon, like see-through type of shit, right? And then they had a compass that faced north. And then like they used like it was some crazy shit that they had going. I don't know how real it was.
Some people had a lunar calendar, and some people had a solar calendar, and some people had a lunar solar calendar, which composed.
I'm pretty sure it had something to do with the farmer's almanac too,
and all these other things that within it.
No, you good, bro. I was just saying. I think it also had something to do with the farmer's almanac as well. It had to do with like growing seasons and different things like that.
Yeah, because when you're dealing with a lunar calendar, you're dealing with the phases of the moon and the cycles and all these things. You can use when you're raising crop. But sometimes the shit don't. You ain't using your soil right, no matter what lunar cycle.
Hey yo, has Brother Sanchez ever went over the map of the Earth on the moon in one of his lectures?
Hey, real quick, y'all. Whoever told me that method for the sun and the moon with the clock, can you type that in the back so I can search that when I get a chance? The name of that what you told me.
You talking about me, bro?
Whoever gave me that method using the sun and moon, to tell time.
Oh, the Ankathera mechanism?
Type it in the back, bro.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, but does Brother Sanchez have a?
When people say time ain't real, time. Some people say it's relative, but as long as the sun and the moon here, time exists within our paradigm.
Shout out to much respect to Bro Sanchez and everybody on the panel, man. Maybe y'all think time is like another dimension, because
it's a measurement. It's just a measurement.
Because when you step into
no matter where you at, but no matter where you living at on this planet, whether you want to call it round or flat, you got a measurement of sunlight. You got a measurement of night light. You see what I'm saying? You always gonna have that measurement no matter where you go on the planet. Even if it's 24 hours or 23 hours sunlight and 1 hour daylight, nightlight, it's still a measurement of time. That's all it is.
Time only counts itself. Time only
No,
counts
time
itself.
time is how long it. I'm about to give it right to you. My bad.
Like you said earlier, Drop.
Listen right quick.
Time only
Time.
moves when you got somewhere to be.
Listen, time is nothing exactly. Time is the measurement of how long it takes something to do. How long did it take the sun to move over there? How long did it take you to call your mom and get off the phone? How long did it take you to get from A to B? That's what time for. Other than that, Philly on point. That shit an illusion. Because if
Yeah,
you
it's
ain't
just a
measuring
measurement.
the
It's just
time,
a
it don't
measurement
matter.
to apply while you here on Earth.
Okay,
Yeah,
but you're right.
yeah.
But look at time like this though. The cycle, right? The circle, things always coming back and going, right? It's things on this planet to like a drop point. If they ain't got no coming or going, what time applies to them? Everything that's happening is happening around them.
Daylight and
But
sunlight.
hold on, let me finish.
Daylight and nightlight.
No, I know
Day and
it's
night.
let me finish, bro. I ain't cutting nobody off. I'll be muted for a minute now. I'm trying to conduct myself different. So look, it's things on this planet, right, that live outside of time. You don't even know what time is like a earthworm on. If you can't kill it, if it's always dividing itself and living on, it ain't no time.
Yeah, it's on a time of hunger. It eats. It put out waste.
Hold on, that's a cycle.
Right, which is time.
A cycle don't gotta apply to time though.
It take time for it's a period of time where whatever the earthworm is consuming for it to go through its body. Everything's dealing with time and measurement, bro.
Okay, listen though. Cycles only apply to the time in your little capsules, right? Just like these people try to predict the woman's cycle. Every woman is different. They on their own so-called time. You dig what I'm saying? Meaning they in their own bubble. You can't say, oh, the women's cycle is this. So every month is gonna be everybody is on their own so-called time.
This is why they call it. This is why they call it. Hold
That's
on.
what I
This is why
said.
they call
Time
them.
only counts
This is
itself.
why they call them night crawlers, because they know not to come out in the daytime. They call them night crawlers because they know it's best for them to come out in the nighttime, or you're gonna see them a carcass of an earthworm on the surface of in the daylight. So they call them night crawlers.
Moisture, brother. Hold on.
It's time, bro.
It could rain in the middle of the day. Earthworms gonna be everywhere.
But they still trying to get back in the ground because they know it ain't time for them to be out.
Hey, when I cut in, I'm gonna go and just mute everybody. Enough of that, man. We talking about earthworms in the ground and shit. I'm losing views. Come on, what we on, man? A cycle is just a circle. It's just a loop in time. And every time I run a lap, that's a circle or a cycle, man. It's that simple. Let's move this shit to something else, though, yo. I'm tired of even looking at this clock now. Let me take that off. Yeah, let anybody else want to get on something else concerning Moses, the sky vault, the CERN portal?
Yeah, bring up the
My brother was asking about the Lions Gate.
The Urim and the Thummim.
What is the Urim and the Thummim?
Brother, I'm so tired of him saying that shit that I'm gonna go and pull it up for him, bro. Spell it.
I think it's like URUM TH. My spelling might be off. I ain't spelled it in a while, but it's just that Urim and the Thummim. It's like
Every time you say that, brother, I keep thinking karma, dharma. Urim, Durham, karma,
Well,
dharma.
it's some technology that was used in the Bible, man.
He talking about the Urim and Thummim. Two objects. Can I read what it is to the people real quick? Hold on.
Urim and Thummim.
Two objects of a now unknown nature, possibly used for divination, worn on the breastplate of a Jewish high priest, and this would be contrary to what your God told you to do. This would be a form of paganism. It even warned against any form of divination in your Bible.
Hey, brother Sanchez, I'm bleeding to say this real
Now I'm just
fast.
saying there was some type of high technology.
And I'm telling you, whatever it is, you can't be involved with it and promoting it because you promote paganism. You should be promoting Yahweh Shah, man, not no Urim and Thummim. See, where I'm going with you though. This would have been some.
I just brought it up to show that these people was using some advanced, what we would call technology. That's, you know what I'm saying. That's all. Whether it's good or bad, they was using it.
Right.
Hey, yo,
okay. There you go. There we go.
Hey, I gotta say this. Urim and Thummim literally looks like it's spelled uranium and thorium.
Yin yang. It's the yin yang.
All right, man. We're not gonna come on, y'all. Don't do that to it. Now we're gonna spend 10 minutes on it sounds like this and that versus dealing with what it is. And then now we finna go in the yin yang and all this. Come on. I get y'all, and I see that they one black and one white, but I really want to know exactly what it was at the time, though. And then we can go into the symbolism and stuff. You know what I'm saying? What would they would have used this for, Madon? These two pills. Schoolers on it. Like, I finally put it up for you, and I ain't getting educated on it.
Well, according to the scriptures, it was some device that what I got out of it, they was able to use look into the future, cause certain events to happen, and shit like that.
Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna be real with you, but I'm gonna be real with you. If you read the definition of what Urim and Thummim literally just said, and you go read the definition of what a noble metal is, I think it's a noble metal, of uranium and thorium. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. I ain't gonna sit here and say like I know it, like I know the definition of the other ones.
Well, salutes to that. We getting somewhere then. Somebody said yin and yang, and I see why they said that now, because you got the arrow pointing up, one pointing down, you got the black and white. Yeah, go ahead. Let's get it. I never heard of no Urim and Thummim.
Yeah, it was worn on a breastplate. It was worn on a breastplate of the high priest, and they were using. And when you look at that breastplate, they using certain kind of stones, and we know, some people say stone harness certain kind of energies and shit. So,
question: what exactly would these stones allow one to do?
Conduct electricity.
See into the future.
Conduct electricity.
Come on now. Wait a minute. We got to really give me some sort of superpowers, because if you say conduct electricity, now my body already do that anyway. I don't need no help with that. Now when you go to tell me, now we're talking. Give me some perks, baby. You know what I'm saying?
I heard that those high priests would use those chest plates to communicate. I heard, like some people would say it was some kind of like a tablet, like they were using those chest plates that they had with those stones to communicate with the higher ups.
12 stones to amplify 12 glands of the body, and then you would use those 2 stones to electrify that stone, holding it on your chest, creating a higher electrical upheaval in the body, being able to dive into higher, access, mental accesses. You know what I'm saying?
I believe the black one though, that's just black onyx. That's what that is. The black onyx supposed to only bring in positive energy and push away negative energy. That's what the onyx supposed to.
Now, as far as what we're talking about now is crystal. Hold up, Salas, for 1 second. What we talking about, man, is like crystal work. I work with crystals all the time, but that ain't what they was talking about here with the Urim and Thummim. That's why I said let's let Madon, who brought it up, because he's sticking with these perks that I want to zoom in on. The breastplate that this shit was on was called an ephod. I talked about this and showed you how it's the iPad. Think about what we say, because everything that I be breaking down, I try to fucking show you how it's ancient technology that's being put with mythology now. Now people say I'm reaching a lot, but we should all check it out. When they look at these breastplates, they think it's some sort of miraculous technology. What they said was that now Urim and Thummim Urim and Thummim is right here in the bottom left. On this breastplate, you will have the Urim and Thummim stones somewhere on here too. And each stones will give you a different divination, meaning seeing the future, seeing the past through one, knowing what a person think through one, etc. Each one will open up a different window. Now, why am I saying that? Ain't that's what your iPod do? Don't each of these icons open a different window? So what I'm saying is this. I'm thinking this technology was no miraculous stuff. It's them trying to hide the first remnants of notebook technology. They talk about people was able to know all this knowledge using these tablets. And these tablets allowed them to see the future and all that. Guess what? We use tablets today. And they allow us to know what the weather gonna be for 3 months ahead. They allow us to know when the spikes in the stock market, the crime, when the move, cause the housing market gonna be this way in 5 years. We use this as a guide stone or tablet, just like an ancient priest would have used. And I'm telling you, these priests weren't no miracle workers. They were scammers. They was using technology that was ahead of their time. Now, a person can say, Brother Sanchez, you sound stupid thinking they had a tablet back then. And I can say you sound even stupider than thinking that they was doing miracles back then. Miracles versus technology we don't understand. That's the debate I'm having.
Just FYI, Brother Sanchez, I kept bringing up theorem or whatever it's called, and I was saying that it was thorium. And the reason why I say that is because thorium is an actual mineral or a stone that actually conducts electricity. So it would actually help create a higher vibration on the pad, you know, hypothetically.
Okay. Anybody want to go with was it miracles in the ancient day, or are you leaning toward, hey, they just ain't telling us they probably had the same technology we using?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with the point of them having ancient technology. You know, could you imagine a priest having a chest plate and Google Map would pop up and them not understanding what the heck is that, or some type of, you know, map form? I'm sure you could finesse that. Oh, this is God's vision. You know, God's showing me this. This is, you know, it's really fucking a map, you know, just showing you where to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely think it was some technology, man. That's why I brought it up, because I don't have a full understanding on it. You know, I'm just still going off, you know, what it could be and might be, you know. But I definitely think it was some type of high science.
Hey, Madon, I think we on the same page. What I was pointing out though is the part where we read about it was used for divination. The Bible warned against divination, and we gotta ask ourselves why. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't that what we're living in today? I mean,
Yeah.
the churches everywhere. Do you believe in magic? All that bullshit. So it's like, we know it's not magic. It's technology. That's what we're living in today. Everything around you is they want you to believe it's magic. We know it's not magic. That's what we're living in today, right? And currently, churches, the TV, the movie, everything. Do you believe in magic? No, we know it's not magic. So I think that's what we're currently living in a hypnosis state of trying to be in. Do you believe in this magic? And now we're breaking the code. It's not magic.
Hey, is it safe to say that like the first form of technology is magic? Because if you break down magic, you get mag, which is connected to magnetism, and then jek, which is not jet, was it magic, magnetics and logic. So using logic to put together magnetics to create technology. Like, couldn't we say that instead of it being
You saying, can we say that magic was the first form of what now?
Technology.
I could say that magic was the first thing they created to hide how the technology worked.
Oh, okay, so like a cover for technology.
Yeah, so think about this, right? You would think that I'm doing a magic trick if you don't know the trick. But if I say, look, Sal, you my homeboy, I'm going to teach you how I'm doing a trick, you won't call it magic no more. So magic was what I was using while I'm hiding. If you don't understand how I'm doing it, you got to call it magic like they got to call it a miracle. But the one that know how the trick is done, it ain't a miracle or magic to him. It's just knowledge that you don't know. So they're using magic to hide the knowledge. Magic is that which is the smoke screen. For example, right, magic is telling a person, if you put this amount of dollars in a collection plate and say this prayer, this chant, this mantra, this spell, you're going to get a financial blessing next month. Now, the magic never works, though. What works is the knowledge. The man who get the financial blessing know the trick of how to really get the money, but he give his congregation the magic. Ain't nobody pulling no rabbits out of a hat. They putting the money into the hat. That's the real magic, but that ain't magic. That's game. That's knowledge. The people who thinking is magic are the slaves. And remember that magic is a religion. That's why they say, do you believe in magic? Well, if you don't believe in magic, they'll say, do you believe in Jesus? They got another word for magic. But it ain't about Jesus. It's about the knowledge that Jesus hid that would make us like Christ versus bickering and worshipers in a congregation under Pastor Porkchop. That's what magic is. It's how to hide something right in a person's face without them seeing it and them not even knowing they need to see it.
I got, so with what you just said, there's other terminologies of magic that would be, because that would be magic, which is magnetics and like trickery or something, using magnetics for trickery. So because they have magic, and magique.
Sorcery, so like sorcery. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's different kinds. They all work together for the same goal, though.
Oh, okay.
Yep, and you know you can't have magic with a lot of the magic that they doing is based on them using magnets. But that's why the people who didn't understand magnets thought it was magic. But the magician knew it was magnets. That's what I was saying, yeah.
Yeah. I agree with that one.
Divination is the practice of seeking knowledge of the future or the unknown by supernatural means. Now, whenever we see the word supernatural, that's just mean advanced technology. They don't want to say by unnatural means, so they say supernatural. Let me read it again. It say divination is the practice of seeking knowledge of the future or the unknown by creating stuff like AI and asking the AI, because we said, yeah, AI is smarter than humans. AI can predict the future better than a human. And what they ain't telling you is now AI just planning your fucking future. You heard me? See that?
Woo, that's deep. So what does it mean to be divine then? When people
I
say
don't know.
Divine,
You got to ask them, because all means something different. No different than a Christian saying I'm anointed, in the conscious community, or I'm divine. You know.
Or I'm woke.
Yeah, but see, woke, I wouldn't look at it like, see, when a motherfucker saying they anointing, they saying, man, I'm walking in this light, this orb, this shine, this glow, and this vibe that, is different than a motherfucker just saying, look, I'm woke up. I know what the truth is now. I learned the knowledge that Jesus was fake. Boom, boom, boom. That's different than a motherfucker saying, yo, I'm divine. I'm anointed. No, man, I just know that I was taught a lie, and I don't just subscribe to the lie no more. I'm just woke up to that. That's all.
And
I ain't making these crazy claims. Yeah.
Hey, the crazy part about the lie is there's some truth in it. So when we throw the whole lie away,
a lot of people still can't spit out the bones. Like, cause most of that shit is just fake and way to bring law and order to the people. But some of that shit is really like how we been decoding CERN and that shit. How we been decoding all kind of shit in that shit, and the plans they plan on doing. You know, the pandemic, the prophecies that they fulfilling out. So we can read the book and understand, all right, this is the direction they going next just by their prophecies. Even though we know the whole book is fake, there's a lot of people that can't separate the two and get the gems out of a fake book. And that's what's hurting our people, because too many people look to a sky daddy at this point instead of looking at that shit as just a book. Like they look at every other.
I'm sorry.
If you got divine in your name, keep it, y'all. Don't let me fuck you up now.
Hey, check this out. Hey, panel, and Brother Sanchez. Okay, so have you ever met someone, or just seen someone you don't know who this person is? Have you ever looked at someone and said, and something about, you know, you just feel about this person, like they have some kind of, I mean, it's like anointing, but whatever another word you want to use. You know what I'm saying? You ever just see somebody and it's like, oh man, something about him, he's off the chain, and you don't even know him. Anybody ever did that?
Look. So look, I do that with every new person I meet. I feel a unique vibe from them that's specifically with that person. I do that with every new person I meet. So I guess instead of me calling it their anointing, I would call it their uniqueness. Every human's energy being unique, right?
Okay, all right. I just want, because, you know, I've been in the church for so long, and sometimes you see.
Hold
on. But sometimes you like, I'll see, like, say let's just say a bishop. I mean, no, not a bishop. I mean, like a visiting minister come to church, and sometimes I'll sense like, okay, he might be the real deal, and then sometimes I'll be like, oh, he ain't nothing. He ain't gonna say nothing. So that's why I say things like that.
And you know what's crazy, right? I remember growing up in church and smelling people with peppermint on their breath, and they'll give you a piece of peppermint, and then they'll be, and you know, with be quiet, they having pep, be quiet. And I just remember the whole feeling, and then you'll go up in there sometime, and they'll be like, oh, pastor giving anointings, he giving anointings. And you be pissed that you couldn't get that little oil on your forehead. Man, I didn't get my golden shower. Look at this oil falling out his hand, man. You be like, yo, I wanted to go get me some of that oil, man. The pastor was rubbing foreheads with that oil, man. I missed it, man. Damn.
All right, cool. What makes it neat? No, let's stay back on the comedy. It is funny. That damn go and shower that R. Kelly oil. Hey, but look,
Pastor Kelly.
The R. Kelly shower. But look, when you dealing with you,
oh man, he did not do that. Oh shit!
There's two people that's queued together. You and I queued. That's unique. So I'm unique to you, and you unique to me, because we all is our own individual, right? Cool. That's what individual mean. The prime thing they use to divide us. That's what individual is. That's what divides you off top. You being you and me being me. And coming together is the trick that we had never ever do, because coming together for what? Just take care of your business. I take care of my business, and our business will come together itself. It would be, my bad. I got the rant.
And now that my eyes is open, artwork like this look disturbing and gross to me, because can you imagine Eddie Long oiling up his hands, getting ready, and some of this.
Hey, Brother Sanchez, speaking of Pastor Kelly, didn't R. Kelly have a gospel song?
That's my Robert, always peeing on people.
Yo! Oh, shit. Oh, man, that's fucked up. God damn, bro.
We gonna make it.
Hey, yo, Chappelle.
Hell no.
Oh my God.
Oh no, not
No,
Chappelle.
what happened, Madon, when I found this image, it was over. It was over. Cause I know this gonna appeal to a lot of minds, and they'll look at this and they'll say, boy, if that's the hands of Christ, if I can get me some of that oil, it's gonna bring all kind of anointings in my life. They can be up under them hands, just get like in Nickelodeon when they slime your ass. Just, you know.
Yeah, bro.
Hey, so when I was younger, I was living in Puerto Rico, and we went to this crazy obscene church out there that was doing that weird, you know, how they would put they would put their fingers on your forehead and you would pass out. So they was doing that to everybody in the church, and my mom, we was all church going, you know, we was raised on the church, especially out there in the islands, man. You know, Jesus everywhere out there. But
hey, bro, you know when they baptize people in the big pools, and they have a whole bunch of people in the pool with them. Could you just imagine all the people in that pool just they pissing in the pool and they baptize that nigga in the pool?
But think about what you're saying, man. These is grown ass folks doing these little rituals and plays and little character things they doing. Like, this is weird, bro. You getting dived in, you getting baptized, you getting the Holy Ghost, speaking in tongues. This is all weird to me, bro. Like this whole.
Let
me ask y'all something.
Real Peter baptize your ass.
Hey, can y'all see?
Let me drop you in the water.
Hey, can y'all see the goat though, with his thumbs and the oil and shit? That's all I want to point out, man.
Yep. I see the synchronicity. Yep.
Wow, that's crazy. Damn.
Hey, but it's funny because the point I was trying to make was that when I got into the line to get there for when it was to be my turn, he told me to sit down. Like he wouldn't even touch me. He wouldn't even touch my forehead. And I just remember being so confused as a kid. Like, why is he over here making everybody pass out and faint? But as soon as I get up to him and it's my turn, he don't even want to touch me. He told me to go sit down.
Hey, they treated you like some little black kids with the.
I'm trying to.
You weren't filled with the Holy Ghost enough to where he touched you, you passed out.
Right.
He thought you wasn't ready.
You didn't get the memo.
He thought you wasn't ready to receive this anointed holy.
Let me ask him this: was you in a white church or a black church?
I was in the islands, so it was a Spanish church. I don't know how to explain. You know, it was
Spanish.
I don't know how to explain it. It was a different kind of church. It wasn't white up. You know.
Well,
I mean, was the pastor Spanish or what? What was he?
Yes, the pastor was Spanish. Yeah, everybody there was speaking Spanish. Everybody was. But it was a Christian church, though. It was a Christian church, you know, with Jesus as the main premise, you know.
Man, that's crazy. Wow. Jesus got to Puerto Rico.
So you know what I think?
Out there heavy. They got monuments where they supposedly see Mary and they put up statues and all that.
They tripping if they don't think Christianity is in Puerto Rico. Like, that's where Catholicism is heavy. Why you think they wear the rosary beads a lot? Hell yeah.
Yeah, that shit is slavery. Or
did y'all know
Russia wear those beads too?
Yo, listen, Christianity is worldwide though.
Yeah, it is worldwide.
In Russia, not to put
they brought all that with them, man.
Oh,
and we got to remember, Puerto Rico is before you get to America, so they stopped there first. And dropped it off.
Let me ask y'all a question. Man. If y'all motherfuckers that were dancing and jumping and shouting in church, y'all ever start laughing at the motherfuckers kicked out of church for laughing at them?
Well, see, I thought that was weird, bro. I came from that.
Yeah, so I was used to it. I ain't gonna lie, I was used to seeing that shit.
Right. But it didn't move me. When I saw it, I thought it was something strange. I didn't want to follow pursuit. I was like, why they doing that?
Just to answer him, there were certain epic moments though, where after church when we eating and shit, we were reliving like, yeah, you saw when he hopped over that pew, boy, and we'll bust out laughing and shit sometimes. Yeah.
Hey, look, in America and Europe, them the only place.
Wow.
Listen, shit. Them the only places that even that even make Jesus or any of them motherfuckers a white man. Like over there, they got really black pictures of Jesus for real. America, the people that started that whitewashing shit, and they doing it to this day. But y'all go ahead.
Yo, but
Even
you
though
know
it's
what? Let me tell y'all some real shit. The story of Jesus being popular all over the earth was never meant to be taken literally. It was a point where they was trying to reteach the world our journey and how we come to the earth and in flesh. They were trying to teach incarnation. And the Star of Bethlehem, today they call it the Star of Birth. Because when everybody was born, you had the light of conception when the sperm hit the egg. If you look at even like I'm gonna show you what I think. I think the real holy oil is the clothes that Adam and Eve put on. Meaning if everybody standing up under this oil is bathing in sin or they bathing in the synth body. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. I wanted to go deep with this shit for real, so let's do it.
Oil walks on water.
So this right here, y'all, is what I'm saying, right? What covered us in the flesh is the light of this dimension, which is represented by Christ, this demigod or whatever. All of this light that's around our body is what's creating the simulation. It's what's creating our body in this underworld and why our mind is, trapped in this whole flesh. But that pouring in of the light, what's making our hologram, because our flesh is a flash of light. Like we're really a hologram is what I'm sticking with. I think that makes most sense. This is what the flesh is. And the light that's allowing the flesh to be made is what they're calling the false light. See, when we get from up under the false light, we'll be able to express ourselves with the light of Polaris. But to get to that, we got to go through 7 simulations under these false lights that's creating these false versions of us in these false realms. Now, the root, like when you look at the word false, it's got FAL dealing with the fall of man, dealing with the his false science, the false gods, religion, and all that shit. But check this out. That same fall is what we waking up from, man. It's a series of awakening. What they call a Kundalini awakening is nothing but these 7 incarnations that we going through. And under each 7 chakra that we incarnate in a different universe under a different light code. And that light creates a different version of us, 7 versions, till we get to the last one, which is we're now under the light of Polaris. And when the light of Polaris project you, it's the true self projected by the true light and the true simulation. So these are the 7 seals that they said got to be broken. But this light that's creating us is right here. I believe that's what the true holy oil is. It's this, to be covered in this oil is really they saying what? The anointing is you being covered in the light of God. But what is the light of God? It's the aura around the body. So that's what Jesus represented in that artwork before they made it into olive oil. It was really symbolic of this, because they was talking about this whole thing like a bulb, a lamp, an ancient lamp that you had to fill up with oil. And that's how you get the whole wicker man concept. Let me share some with y'all, man, real quick, and I'm going to yield the flow. This finna go off subject, but I'm going to show you how deep this shit is about our chakras, about our energy field, and all that shit. Watch this.
Hey, bro, so you saying the great fall is when you're active?
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Hold it real quick. Hold on a second. Let me say this real quick, y'all. This is going a little off subject, and we're going to skip back. You see these chakras right here? These are constantly moving around your body in orbit. This is the true solar system. But as they do that, they're doing it on the checkerboard. What I'm explaining to you is like, we play games like checkers. When you say checkers, you're saying chakras. See, the chakras or checkers are on the square Masonic board. When these chakras are moving around this orb of energy, it look like they jumping each other on this board like a checker game. And you got the negative ones and you got the positive ones, the angel and the demon, and that's your game of checkers that they made right here. And when you reach the end, now look, when you reach the end of the board, you get crowned. Why? Because look what's at the end of the Taurus, the crown. I'm going to drop it, oh yeah. Checkers are chakras, the checker, yeah. But that's
why we were attacked.
I'm going to fall back,
that was
though.
sick, bro.
I'm going to fall back and let the brother want to ask me a question, though, about the fall.
Yeah, so I was saying the fall, so the great fall you're saying would be the activation of the chakras starting from the top down, basically. The activating all seven.
Yeah, you can look at it like that. And that's how we end up in this underworld, what they call in this root world. People be saying if you activate your kundalini, right, and your kundalini awaken, you can ascend to heaven and do all this crazy stuff. No, you ain't gonna get no superpowers and then like that. The superpower that you're gonna get is the ability to go out of your body. Now to me, that's a damn good superpower to know it's 7 other universes out there, and I can go check in on these other even and learn. These 7 wandering stars are the 7 gods in the heavens: Venus, Mars. They're teachers. So when the ancestors was able to, let me show you something real quick, man. Because this where it's about to get deep at. It's something you can learn from yourself. Meaning, what if you had the ability to actually go out of your body right now and go into one of your other bodies right now in another universe? Now, what if when you got there, you found out that other version of you in that universe was a famous painter? Now, guess what'll happen? By you being that version of you, you'll know how to paint, nigga. Nobody got to teach you that, because in that universe, you're a painter and you already learned that. You ain't got, when you get in that dream, you know how to paint. Nobody got to teach you. And you'll wake up and say, man, I was dreaming that I was a painter. And nobody, you already had learned how to paint prior to you going into that reality. You just entered the dream after the fact. So think about this. What happens if you become lucid in that dream? If you know in that dream, right, in this universe, I'm a painter, right? But I know that I'm dreaming, I'm in a dream. I know that I'm back at home, sleep in my bed, and this is another home, my other home in this other world. What'll happen is the memory of both of these selves will start crossing over with each other. So what'll happen is, in this world, you would just pick up paint skills out of nowhere. People do this. Listen, let me tell you something. A lot of people get hit by lightning, and this happened to them too. They pick up a skill they never had because they had a consciousness swap. I'm thinking a whole nother alternate version of them in another universe swap spots. So not only is the version of them over here as a whole new person with a whole new skill, over in that other universe, that version of them changed too. They just traded places. That happened with a lot of lightning strikes. They'll pick up a skill and be so fire at it and was never taught it, man. And they'll come back with these memories that they family will be like, we don't know what memory he talking about. Like, so what's happening is we can these worlds can cross over. And that was the point of us going out of our body, because these 7 other versions of ourselves know something that the other one don't. And when you get them all synced together, you get these 7 new skills that would, just 2 of them would free you, but just to think all 7. If we had the ability to go, you were gonna bring that skill back and bleed it over in this version. Because when you was that version of yourself that was a painter, you felt it. When the brush was hitting the canvas, you knew that you knew how to paint. Like, you got this, you know that. you're gonna take that back to this body. The more you go over there out of your body, exploring that version. And I think that not only can we take skills from other versions of ourselves, we can take technology from those universes that ain't here yet. So if you go to a dream world where they using some technology in that universe that ain't here, you can revisit that world just to study that technology, and you can be the man in this world to bring it out. See, that's why they said none of this stuff new under the sun.
That's fire,
bro.
bro.
Sanchez, he's so right, bro.
I got smoked with that. Honestly.
No. Let me confirm that, because
cool.
I be having a.
Smoke, let me say that one line. I swear to God, it's one line. It's saying that what he just told y'all was dream big. When you dream big, you can bring that world back to this world. That's what they mean by dream big. Go to sleep, wake up. Mama, and I swear this is the last line. My dad used to go to sleep, right, with problems on his brain that he couldn't figure out. And remember, they used to say, sleep on it. You wake up and you will have an answer. While you was asleep, you figured it out. You didn't figure it out while you was woke. You woke up with the answer. And that's what we mean by dreaming big. But go ahead. I mean,
no, you're right, because when I lucid dream,
the new word today for that is tap in.
Yeah.
No, you're right, because when I lucid dream, it's me in these different situations, but it's different lifestyles. Like, it's a different lifestyle, but it's me still, but it's not. I don't have the same lifestyle as I currently have. So when I be lucid dreaming, it's like these whole situations. I'm like, damn, it's still me, but it's the whole different lifestyle, brother. It's like, you know what I'm saying? But it's really me doing that thing, but it's different. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I got worlds that I died in, bro, that I can't access no more.
See, I haven't died yet. I haven't died. I was close to dying, but I haven't died. I always wake up.
No,
I always wake up.
like you ain't died. You woke up, but you can't access that portal no more. When you die in a dream, you normally wake up before you die, but you can't go access that same space you was in because you died in that space. You know what I mean?
And at the same time, it's hard to access the unconscious world while you awake. You see, you got to learn to tap into that science.
I don't think there's other universes like this one. I think there's only two realms: the actualized and the potential realm. The potential realm has all possibilities, infinite possibilities.
It's called 9 lives, right? When you die in all these astral realms, you got your last life left, and that's when you know you're on your deathbed. You kind of know it's over with. And then it's not over with, but it is just finished with this book. And then the book start over, but it's a new book. It's a new age. So, like, put it like this. You was living in a Civil War era. You really had a wife. Y'all might even meet each other now, crossing through the grocery store. But you come back until this shit is until the end of time. Ain't no way around time now that I think about it. But you're gonna keep coming back here. You're gonna keep. It's an energy. It's a recyclable energy. But go ahead, y'all got it. It got real quiet. I don't think I could hear it though.
So I'm gonna go back to the brother that had the smoke for me.
Yeah, so I think that there's the finite actualized realm, because you can only fit so much, you can only actualize so much. And I think the flip side of that is that there's the infinite potential and the finite actual. And when you dream, I definitely think you can tap into, other potential versions of yourself, but I don't think that those are actual versions of yourself. And there might be like 7 avenues you can enter that. Maybe that has to do chakras.
So let me ask you a question. What exactly is the actual version of myself? How do I define which one is that then?
Right. So in the way I say actual, I mean like the experiential self, right? This is the actualized.
Okay, so right there, your mind don't distinguish between a dream and reality. So the mind is the observer, the one having the experience, if we'd allow the mind to speak for itself, the mind is saying these dreams are just as real as your life. It's actually the people that die in their sleep because of certain actions they're doing in the dream, showing the connection between these dimensions.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree. I just say that, you know, when you have a particular dream, you're not going and living in some sort of other of 7 actual places, because, you know, a dream.
But listen, once you acknowledge that it's 7 universes, how do we know which one is the actual one?
No, I don't think there's 7 universes. I think
how
there's
many
7,
universes is it?
I think that I'd say there's as far as we use universe, there's just one, but the way I like to use it is that there's 2. There's the actualized universe, and then there's the potential.
Do you understand what the multiverse is?
Oh yeah, of course.
So the multiverse is the universe canceling out the law of probability, meaning it can't just make one universe. It can make one construct, and that one construct can express itself in an infinite amount of ways. Just like it can't just make one flower, one human.
But not all at once.
Hold on, brother. It's doing it all at once. Don't cut me off. Listen, it's doing it all at once. That's where you're wrong. You live in you don't have to agree. That's just reality. Let me mute you though while I'm talking, because if you want to deny reality, you can do it after I finish making my point. Reality is the universe is doing all that right now within this space that we call in life right now. It's canceling out all the probabilities in this same space and time. That's a law of the universe, probability, that if the universe is infinite, all things that can happen already happen. And that means me, you, and everything that exists is one of those happenings, canceling out the probability. It is when the creator created the human, it didn't make just one human, because it had to express this thing called a human in an infinite amount of ways, just like the flower, the tree, the fish. It created one thing called a fish, but it made that one thing an infinite amount of times. So you can't tell me I'm wrong unless you can go count the fish that exists. But we don't know that. So I have to keep to the fact that I have to tell myself, look, I live in an infinite universe. That's to say that there's no limitations to it, because I haven't seen any, based upon experience and what's real, not what you think and what you disagree with. But I love this smoke. Let's get it. You got it.
Yeah, so the actual universe is also infinite in its own way, right? So the actualized universe can be infinite. There can be an infinite amount of fish, but not at any one moment. There is, I haven't counted it, but there is a certain amount of fish that exists right now. Not infinite, but there can and will be an infinite amount of fish. But the only 2 dimensions that exist are the actual finite realm and the infinite potential realm. And there's no fundamental separation between the 2. It's just 2 sides of the same coin, of course. But when you're dreaming, you're drawing, because you're letting your mind escape from the waking version of yourself, which is so focused on the here and now and practical. And when you dream, you can come closer and draw from the potential realm, where you are potentially a painter and all that infinite
Hold on, I want to
information.
ask you a question. When you said we going away from the waking version of ourselves, are you acknowledging that we're going to another version of ourselves then, if we're going away from this so-called waking version?
Yeah, exactly. You're approaching the infinite potential through an avenue that only allows so much to be downloaded at one certain time.
That's not really what the smoke is. The smoke that I'm telling you is that dreams are places. They're dimensions.
I'd say dreams are experiences, not places.
An experience can be a place too.
Well, I'd say that's that avenue that you're approaching the infinite from.
That's why we go to the dream to have the experience, just like we was born into the world, because life is just an experience. So I don't see the mind escaping experiencing, is what I'm telling you, whether it's in a dream or whether it's in the physical world. I've learned some more in my dreams than I've learned in this life sometime.
Right.
So if I can learn, your learning, your knowledge is your experience and growth. If my spirit can still learn in a dream, that's telling me that the dream is just a classroom, just like this particular simulation.
Well, I'd say the experience, the consciousness is the bridge between the finite and the infinite. And when you close your body off, when you shut it down, your consciousness has no other option but to turn away from the actualized and turn to the potential. But it can only experience things because it is subject to being, temporally experiencing things. It can only draw when it's not drawing from the actualized stimuli, it's drawing from the potential stimuli. But
see, I don't think the actual is the real base reality. I think the infinite is the base reality. This place where we go when we're out of this so-called waking body, as you call it, I think that's the place we go when we die, and that's actually the real self, the reality. I think the body I think the body is the clothes that we put on to fall from the Garden of Eden, which is our true home, the base reality.
Well, I agree with the beginning statement, but I give the actualized and potential equal credit of authenticity. I don't think one is more real than the other. I don't think there was ever the potential without at least a little part of it being actualized at any moment. I don't believe in a beginning of the universe. Like someone's going to come to me and tell me, oh, the universe existence began 13.8 billion years ago. I call bullshit on that.
Do you know what a sequencer is?
No, I don't.
I use a sequencer every day, right? And a sequencer is a machine that allows you to put things together in sequential order. What I use it for is to put music together in sequential order on a grid. What I find is that that's synthetic, that's fake, and that's false to sequence music. True music ain't created in a sequencer. It's created in a jungle with organic, what we call live music. And the opposite of that would be dead music. So what I'm telling you is this body represents the sequence form of your vibration. It's the gridded form, the one that can't really, meaning that in this reality, we create in sequential order, but in the mind, which is what we really are, beings of light, we just think of something, and just like God, there it is. For example, if I think if I think of a new invention in my head right now, that invention exists perfectly. But when I try to put it together in this simulation with limitations, it's trial and error because it's a process of sequential order. That ain't the true law of our true dimension where we from. We live in this same dimension where our minds operate from. In that dimension, we don't put things together in sequential order. We conceive them. Just like they tell you all these gods do in the Bible and stuff. That's really what we fell from. When the mind got inside of a body, the mind had to manifest his will through the body, and the body has limitations, but the mind don't. And the realm that the body exists in has laws and limitations, but the realm the mind exists in don't. That's why when you have an idea, that idea is perfect. But when you try to manifest the idea in this particular realm, it's trial and error in a sequential order. And, because you're learning how to manifest a perfect idea in a non-perfect simulation. But in the realm where we're from, there is no manifestation. It's just conception. Manifestation happens in the realm of man.
Right. So, in the Bible, they say, God spoke, and, the logos, the word created existence. Now, I got smoke with that because they're saying that there was a time where God wasn't speaking, and that all of a sudden, which doesn't even make sense, before time, before existence, that he started speaking. But I would say God's eternal, and God has always been singing throughout his entire life. Meaning the logos, the world that he speaks into existence is a continuous. So he's an eternal being who's always been singing, and this is the creation is his song that he sings. So I just got smoked with the idea that God wasn't singing a song, and then all of a sudden someday he's like, you know what? I feel like singing all of a sudden.
Well, you know what? Well, you don't have smoke with me then if that's your smoke, because I don't remember going there, which I don't know about the singing the song. You kind of got me on that one, but yeah.
Hey, I'll be back in a little while. I got to go take care of some stuff. It was nice talking to you.
Oh, yeah, man. Look forward to it again. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. So what you think all this Lionsgate portal stuff is about?
Talk about the MGM lion?
Well, you know, they talking about today is the 8th, August 8th is the Lionsgate. Some portal supposed to be open that day and all this. You haven't been?
I haven't. See, I got to look into it.
Yeah, it's been trending the last few days.
It's a symbol. It's a ritual.
They saying it's the perfect day to manifest abundance and prosperity. Now let me explain something to you. I already looked it up and I can already tell you where it's going. You ask me what I think about it, I'm gonna tell you right now. Today is 8/8. That equal out to 16, which is the number 7, the number of they God. You know what I'm saying, and all that shit. Then you get 13, which is the other number of Christ. He the 13th disciple, and his number is the number 7 for the Father, 13 for the Son. Check that out. When you add this date up, you get 7, you get 13 if you add the year. Now look, 7 is the number of the leprechaun, the god of money. And they saying on this date, you need to manifest abundance and prosperity. This ain't nothing but a leprechaun ritual, I'm gonna call it. 8/8 equal out to 7, which is jackpot, wet pot, the pot of the leprechaun. And they want to get you tapped into this abundance, prosperity, Creflo Dollar energy on this date for some reason. But guess what? I don't think I think it'll work against your ass, not for you.
I said this here as a ritual because I look at it from another perspective. 8/8, like Sanchez said, 16. I looked at it as 1 times 6 and number 6. Then you got 2022, 222. That's 6. And then with the other sequence, Sanchez said, come out to with the 13. That's the 666 right there. I fall back, but that's a ritual, man.
Well, infinity 888 is infinity plus infinity, ain't it?
A Lionsgate portal is an event that gives people a chance to fulfill their dreams. Every year on August 8th, an astrological event called a Lionsgate portal opens in the sky. The celestial occurrence has started gaining traction in recent years, but according to astrologers, it's centuries old. See, I don't get into this kind of fake astrology. Like, this happens every year, right? Every year. And motherfuckers ain't fulfilled their dreams yet. You got motherfuckers saying, I'm going to wait next year and try it again and try it again. Like, this is another religion because the government supposed to be doing that. They saying this an event that gives people a chance to fulfill their dreams. That's what the government supposed to be doing, giving the people chances to fulfill this American dream. But they got Americans going everywhere but where they supposed to go to ask for this motherfucking fulfillment.
And they pushing a puppet like Tyler Perry, the goddamn rook on the Elise chessboard to push that Lionsgate bullshit too. Think about that, big dog.
What Tyler Perry said about it? I haven't heard that.
No, he's saying that a lot of urban movies get pushed through Lionsgates. They do. Like a lot of Tyler Perry movies, they all get pushed through Lionsgates.
Here go the real
Hey man.
Lionsgate.
Yep, that's the Lionsgate right there.
Oh, the nuclear explosion, the
How many keys on the piano?
That's fire.
26, if I ain't mistaken.
It's 88 keys.
88.
8 plus 8 is what?
Oh, I'm used to working with these damn MIDI boards and shit.
But I believe it's like two white keys to every black key. It's also subliminal.
He said piano, and I thought of an Akai. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's 88 keys on the piano.
MPC with a
8
little
plus 8
MIDI
is
on it.
16. 6 plus 1 is 7. I fall back. There you go.
Hey, when we get a chance, man, do y'all want to talk about the conspiracy of Brittany Griner and how they trying to trade 2 prisoners for 1, and Brittany Griner?
I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Oh,
They get 10 years for a little bitty vial of less than a gram of fucking hash oil is crazy. That's all.
Well, you know,
Hey, just think about this though, man.
You get, back in the day, you can get 30 years for
Bro, I brought it up. Let me spill, Madon. I brought it up. Let me spill one time. Now, cool. Now, what's going on is I've been checking up and researching into this shit. They want to trade. They want to trade some motherfucker named Victor or whatever, a guns dealer or whatever, for Brittany and some dude named Paul. So now this is why Brittany copped out, because we can't trade you if you're not convicted yet. So we got to get you convicted. Cool. Now watch this. She gonna come home right around politics time, right around voting time. Watch. She about to do like 3 years or whatever. But once they start running for, that's gonna be the person that brought her home. And then Russia on their side, they got their dude back. But it's all about y'all gotta trade us the prisoners, bro. And they use for the LGBTQ, they using her for the American Superstar, they using her for a lot of media coverage. But that's not who they want back. It's another dude that's a army vet that's over there that they got. His name Paul. All right, go ahead.
You know the dude that Russia want back? You ever seen the movie called Lord of War starring Nicolas Cage? That's the dude who they want back. Like the character that Nicolas Cage played in that movie. Huh?
Yeah, his name is Victor though, but that's who he is.
No, yeah, his name is Victor. Yeah. You absolutely correct, right? You know what I'm saying? That's who they want back. Dude is an arms dealer, but he was supplying all underground wars. It was shit in Africa. He was supplying things in the Middle East, things in Colombia, Cuba. He supplied the whole world with illegal arms. You know what I'm saying? Not just Russia. You know,
well, I think we put too much focus on a basketball star because this nigga is still locked up now for getting 30 years for a joint.
Oh,
yeah, and that's real.
No, this is a basketball star, man. We're talking about politics and trading the prisoners and how this shit works. And we talking about her basketball, bro. We talking about how they using her
way to keep my mind off the real dude.
Hold on, Madame, you gotta listen, bro, because if don't be so stubborn, you'll be more smarter than you even is right now. What I'm telling you is how they use Brittany Griner for the media coverage. But it's another guy that really got captured. What it's really about. It's not really even about Brittany Griner. They just using her for the coverage of the media. So when you say we giving too much on a basketball player, this shit ain't got nothing to do about basketball. This got to do with the LGBT community and hostage swapping. This is what it got to do with. But go.
You don't want me to go there. I'm gonna fall back. Y'all don't want me to go there. But go ahead.
You know Brittany, a boy. Go ahead and go there, man.
Oh, that's what it is, huh?
But I still think, that's another way to keep us distracted.
If Brittany was a Karen, you think the same situation would be happening right now?
Yeah,
it actually had, but they said that they're trying to make excuses for the camera, saying that was for the one. That's a man too, but they said it was prescribed. They're trying to say this one was prescribed for.
It don't matter whether
I was on vacation.
Or not. Now listen, this what
That's what
we
they trying to
now
say.
let's make it simple, everybody.
Paul, a
Hold
white
on real
guy.
quick, John.
Listen,
I'm finna
Paul,
let
a
you get
white.
it.
I'm gonna give it right to you. I'm gonna give it right to you. Paul, a
You
white
got it,
guy.
bro.
He been over there longer than Brittany. But you got it,
There you
Bobby. I
go.
just wanted to say.
That's correct. The dude they want back is a white dude, right? Now listen, this what we gotta just be honest with ourselves about. Everything might not be as deep as we make it, even though it's prisoners being swapped and all of that. It's because of her celebrity, but she fucked up. Y'all gotta understand, I'm from the 90s. Drop remember this too. When that little white boy went to Singapore, and I think he stole a pack of gum, what they say? Either we finna cut this little nigga hand off, or he finna get beat with a bamboo cane in the middle of the city. It wasn't no, oh, that's barbaric. This the law here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. I've been to Singapore. Yeah, their laws are super strict.
Their laws is shitty. In Japan, bro, if she'd have got caught in Japan with that'd have been 20 years off top. They don't even want to hear about no prisoner swap or nothing like that. Here go the dub. Holler at you when you get back. They don't play with no hashish, no oil, no little bit of weed, no nothing. They don't even fuck around with it on their laws. So when you go to other countries, people always tell you, don't bring nothing with you, bro. Don't even risk thinking that, bro. Even if it's some shit to where you got a question like, oh man, this just a little bottle of alcohol, or this just a cigar. This just, man, that shit'll get your ass 15 years, man.
Right?
Can't leave out El
Look, we know
Salvador
she a
neither.
puppet.
Bobby
We
right,
know
Bobby
she a
right,
puppet.
man. They don't play.
We know she a puppet. So what you think she did for them to do that to her? Because once you a puppet, you supposed to get a pass, right? She ain't getting no motherfucking pass, dog.
Let's keep it
So,
real,
like,
man.
you know,
Let's keep it real. We know why she doing it. They
all
got her
that.
skin, bro. They got her skin.
It ain't the skin. Listen,
You don't think so?
What I'm telling you. No, bro. She is a work. She on work visa over there, bro. You not even. We really don't even want you here, but it's just helping boost our economy. So when you come do your job, cause you're a basketball player. Work visa. Come do your job, then go back to where the fuck you came from. You see
Like
what I'm
Floyd
saying?
Mayweather.
Look,
Like
think
Floyd
about this.
Mayweather did.
There you go. He don't go over to them other countries doing. Floyd don't even drink or smoke or nothing. Now think about this, bro. Go look up Russia history. Look up news people that done said shit on the news about the president and what to happen. Look up actors over there that have been caught with certain type of things or stolen or what happened. Them white Russian people that they doing that shit too. Them folks is archaic as hell with their laws. They don't care about your level of celebrity. Bro, listen, I saw Putin in a meeting with some businessmen one time. And it was a thing that he wanted this businessman to sign. Dude didn't sign it. Man, Putin got up, took his pen out his pocket, went over to dude, put the pen in dude's hand, grabbed dude's hand, and made that nigga sign it, bro. It's a different level of gangster over there, bro.
Hey, he's spot on.
So Karen would have got the same
a billionaire Russian businessman, by the way. Not just no scrub nigga. Dude was a billionaire Russian businessman, and Putin wanted him to sign something about giving money back to the government. Putin looked at that paper. Dude was the only one at the table who didn't sign it. He got up, put the pen in his hand, and made him sign it.
So what that look to y'all about the presidency and the hierarchies when they had these goddamn meetings and shit? Motherfucker gotta sign that goddamn document, whatever the document presented. Them motherfuckers gotta sign that shit, man. That should tell you something right there.
Drop. Them niggas ain't asking you if you want to sign. Them niggas saying, yo, look, here go your option. The window or the stairs.
Hey, but what's crazy though, like, look, I was watching the OG Pharaoh said that, right? He said the Russian Americans is fake fighting, like they like bad hoodwink the Chinese. Cause the Chinese is trying to bust a motherfucking move right now. So now Russia and America is like, all right, cool, we gonna act like we kind of feuding. But if China get out of character, we gonna fuck them motherfuckers up. And I think that's probably what's going on. I don't know. Like I said, I don't be deep off into that.
I'm just repeating something I heard somebody else say.
They gonna send your boy LeBron over there. That was gonna happen. They gonna send your boy LeBron over
Hey, y'all got Brian fucked up. Brian really got pulled and shit, man. Brian really got schooled. Brian, listen, this puppet, listen, he a puppet. I ain't gonna never say this nigga ain't sold his soul, but I bet he ain't got no sacrifices under his belt. I bet he actually done sent like 100,000 motherfuckers to school. I bet he done bought schools and stuff.
Hey, I'm gonna say this drop. Delonte West is slow
he only
sacrifice.
doing what he can do
No,
under the
he got
hand
a
of the devil.
sacrifice under his belt. Delonte West, he's slow roasting that nigga.
Hey, man, you can't fuck my mom, bro. We is here hooping in the gym and you not letting fuck
Nope,
my mom.
you just
Nigga,
said
I'm
he
gonna
ain't
show
got
you my
one.
power. No, I'm gonna show you my power.
No, I'm gonna
Nigga, you
leave it
not
alone.
playing.
Let's go something else, drop. You right.
No, I'm just saying Brian really, he called King James because he the one that do the only good under the umbrella of the devil. He's a puppet. He only can do so much. He been, you know what I mean? Once you dealing with them, you live in a different life. Your life is not like ours. This nigga ain't firing up no StreamYard, no Zoom. He not talking. He not about to. He live a different life, all right? But he do what he can for the psyche of motherfuckers. But he also do what they tell him to do. Listen, he also do what they tell him to do to confuse the people as a gatekeeper. But knowing him like I know him, and like I know him when he was fucking 9 years old, eating all the kids' cereal and shit, that they was younger than him. Listen, the dude, never mind that. What I'm saying is he doing all he can under the umbrella of that Luciferian shit. But go ahead, you got it.
But I'm not gonna keep on on LeBron. I just ask you one simple question, but I just want y'all to let y'all know Bobby is spot on what he's saying, man. These motherfuckers ain't playing out here in these other countries, man. They will chop your motherfucking hands and feet off. I seen a goddamn event in El Salvador, the goddamn victims, a rape victim's family executed these people with AKs and motherfucking Mac 10s and shit. That's the law. That's their goddamn law. So they ain't going for that bullshit over there. But you get away with it here in America. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But y'all go ahead.
That's their laws over there. You see what I mean? Like, think about it. If you get convicted to the brother point of a rape in certain countries, bro, you might not make it to no jail cell to probably fight or appeal or nothing. The law might be, take this nigga in the woods, tie him to a tree and set him on fire. That's the laws in certain countries, bro. Like, the family got the option. If they want to execute you, do what they fucking want. And then guess what? If it get found out later that, man, he ain't really raped that person, it's oops, now we just got to go turn this other nigga into a body. And like, there ain't no coming back from it.
Bro, it ain't even about rape. Like in Singapore, if you spit on a ground, you get caned, bro. You can't spit in
you can't spit on the sidewalk.
You can't spit in nothing. You can't. Yeah. So it ain't about rape.
But what I'm saying is, here's what I'm saying. The lady or the man, whatever Brittany is, right? I believe she always did that, and they never said nothing. I believe they said something for an agenda to swap these hostages, basically. Because I believe she like, man, you always see that vape pen, bro. It was 2 9 to like, bro. It's like, man, you not that stupid, bro. She not that dumb, dog. That motherfucking girl
right
around
that
the
they
world.
probably
Other countries. She always went to other countries. She know the consequences, like you saying. Get your goddamn hand cut off. But y'all
but drop,
normally
this what you
always
missing though. This what you missing, drop. As an athlete, right, to her level, 9 times out of 10, when she traveling to these different places, it's on private jets to where you got more leeway to bring things in and out of these countries. You're not going through the checks and balances of just a person getting on a regular commercial flight. That's one. In a situation where she had to leave the country, she had to go through a commercial flight. You see, it was probably, she probably wasn't even thinking. It's just like when Cat Williams got caught with the gun in the bag. It was probably just a slip up of thought. Like, fuck, I'm not hopping on a private jet. Think about it though. You right. Her team probably know that she
And
smoked
that
it, but like
bag
she
could
ain't
have
the
been.
only one. But that ain't
And
the
look,
law
Bobby.
with it. Go ahead.
Hey, Bobby, I'm gonna give it right back to you. I want to plug this in. That bag could have been packed fucking 2 months ago. Who knows? Like you said, so in her mind, she forgetting it's in there, but it's never a problem because I'm normally on private jet. Now I've
There
grabbed
you
my
go.
bag, forgetting that I packed it normally, because I'm thinking, oh, all right, well, cool, but it's still normal. And now, oh man, I forgot I had that dumbass pen in there.
Oh,
Fucking, I told you, Sally, to fucking throw that pen away, man. That shit wasn't even pulling anyway. All right,
Nah,
cool.
she know what she was doing. Cause when you're a smoker, you know when you got your shit and don't got your shit. I'm just saying.
Man,
She knew. I'm gonna say this.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna say
used to
this.
get a blunt, all that that's in my pocket, be driving and be like, oh, checkpoint. And I'm like, damn, man, I got that damn smoke on me. Bro,
She
hell
had
yeah, I
she had
forget
to
about
forget,
that.
man. It was a pen. She had
It's normal. Man, when it's normal smoking, it's normal. And like Bobby just said, she always traveled with it, but she traveling different. And that's the part that slipped her brain. You're not traveling, you're traveling commercial now.
You
And
on
it's
the
like,
yeah.
all right, but
And you gotta think.
you gotta ask.
I'm sorry, Drop. Let me throw this in there. You got to think. She not even taking into the account the heightened sensitivity of the situation why she got to leave. The country you in is at war with another country, and the country you from is threatening sanctions. So it's already tensions. Ain't like the little leeway that they might have been giving you. The fact that America now cutting off shit, niggas can't get their Amazon packages, Pornhub ain't work. Like regular civilians affected, everybody, like the sentiment for, like, think about what you saying is right, but the sentiment for the person that's just like a regular police, a regular judge, a regular worker at the airport that's checking bags. That's some shit you might have let slide. Oh, Brittany Griner. But when you in your patriotic Russian feelings, you working here, Americans is leaving your country, your shit fucked up, y'all at war, and here she come through with a fucking pen. Whoop, nope, prosecute to the fullest extent of the law today, man. You know how that gonna drop.
Period. And or give us this goddamn gun dealers back. Give us him back.
Oh,
and we'll give you her.
Hey, I think Brittany Griner was an agent. She was just not a basketball player. She was doing government shit over in Russia.
I can believe
that.
Nah, man, she was a
up.
careless smoker who thought she could probably get a pass. I think that's what it was. She was just careless.
Nah, but look, hold on though. To OG Leo point, think about what he's saying. It's a lot of political prisoners locked up between Russia and motherfucking the US, right? This Brittany Griner, she's a WNBA player, albeit she might have a level of celebrity. Think about what OG Leo's saying. Look who they asking for in exchange for Brittany Griner, the merchant of death, my nigga, one of the biggest fucking black market arms dealers responsible for funding countless wars and numbers of genocide, and you don't want her to do 9 years for niggas that have been locked up for 20 and fucking damn near 30 years. You think about what OG Leo's saying. There's gotta be she gotta have some type of other information. You feel what I'm saying?
Well, I think it's because of her status. It's because of her status. Her status is what make her equal out to that guy, in my opinion.
She ain't got no
She's
status,
a high qualified basketball superstar. So
She's
she's
not a superstar.
you know.
She's not a superstar, bro.
Level, Madonna, but when you dig into
if she's in the WNBA, brother, she's a superstar.
Hey, Bobby, and Bobby and Madonna, let me read this to y'all. This comes from Philadelphia Tribune. It says, Brittany Griner will be released in about 30 days, not 9 years. Women's basketball star Brittany Griner has become a wartime bargaining chip between Russia and the U.S. That's in the Philadelphia Tribune. I screenshot that shit this morning.
A wartime bargaining chip. Look at the term.
She's a high-profile superstar.
Nope, it's exactly.
Hey, LaShawn, I put my email in the back chat, brother.
Let me get my flowers. I'm glad he said that because that's exactly what I said. the motherfuckers is bargaining chips. And y'all give us this or that, but you had to plead guilty so she can be convicted before they can make the trade. Sort of like a basketball player got to sign first before they can trade. See, this shit is kind of tricky. The pen mightier than the sword, young man. So now, but we gotta package this shit up between the war for the distraction, because don't nobody give a fuck about no Brittany Griner or none of them weird ass motherfuckers that got locked up. They all fucking puppets. They all sold their soul, and it's all a distraction. We need to ask ourselves, all right. They talking about hostages and shit, but they just killed like 200 people yesterday in some goddamn bombing. So why is we focusing on this fucking boy that's acting like it's a girl locked up, acting like they so stupid that they won't get 10 years for a vape pen, but you graduated from Baylor. So now I'm supposed to believe you that stupid and you gay and all this and all that. It's all media coverage. It's all a fucking psyop to me.
Man, it sounds like it's about her skin, bro.
Man, she not locked the fuck up, dude.
Like I said, the United
she about to
States
get out though. She about to get out in 30
different
days,
countries
right?
been doing
She's
spying
not
on
in
each
jail,
other
bro.
for forever. Sending, they'll send a person in as a cameraman, but they'll be spying.
Yeah, we
or
gotta
they
figure
send
out.
them as a news reporter.
Or
They've been doing that
like
forever.
in the Olympics and shit like that. Like you
Y'all
listen to
probably
what
feel
OG
like
Leo
that.
saying. We talk a lot of conspiracy shit, right? Now listen, the people up here always like I done heard too many people have a conspiracy that Brittany Griner is a man. And I can't confirm or deny, but I'm saying if I wasn't to know anything about her, just listening to her talking, watching her mannerisms, I would assume that, right? So we keep having these conspiracies about certain things, but we know through history, they've sent people over from the Olympics. They've sent people over from other countries that posing as like tennis stars or this and that, but they actually government spies. This lady, even though she's a WNBA star, bro, LeBron make more money than the whole WNBA put together. So that's like saying you the tallest midget in Jay-Z words. Like, it's a lot, but it ain't nothing. How in the fuck is you this valuable for a nigga we literally saying is responsible for creating wars through funding weapons? You can't do your 9 years for breaking the law over here because we want to trade you because you a good women's basketball player for a nigga who fund wars and end lives. Make it make sense. If she ain't a spy or got some extra information, make it make sense how that's an equal trade.
I bet any of you niggas $100 in 3 months, Brittany Griner gonna be released in America. And I'm right now.
I say less than 3 months. I say
less than 3 months. I said, yeah, Bobby. There you go, Bobby. I said I'm with Bobby. I say a month.
I say a month.
I would just protect my dollar. Because they might push this story longer if it start making money. The motherfuckers
you right,
pushing. Now they actually put up a fake beating where she got beat in Russia in a cell by Russians.
Hey, let me say this. Let me say this to Bobby. Not only Brittany Griner is a man, but Brittany Griner is probably another motherfucker. But I will update you once I get the whole thing about it. Cause right now I'm investigating that shit now. That might not be the original Brittany Griner. That might be another motherfucker.
Joanna,
that might be right.
Brittany Griner is Waka Flocka. Why you think you don't see Waka Flocka no more?
No, you see Waka Flocka.
No, that's Reggie Miller.
That's Joanna, man.
Reggie Miller with a lace dread wig on. Look, Brittany. Look, man, but no, if you look at Brittany Griner, she got the whole diamond in her throat, bro, with no boobs, bro. I understand flat chest, but no, that's not.
She's tall as fuck, and she's like super tall, like super.
Hey,
No,
LaShawn,
bro.
I
She
put my
don't
email in the
bro.
back for that herb list for you, brother. Email me.
Hey,
Ain't no
let
woman
y'all
that
know.
tall.
I just emailed you that picture that picture I just read. I just emailed it to you. Check it, bro. I got you.
All right,
Look,
I'm
the
gonna send
lady
you that
don't
list of
have
herbs
breath.
too. I got
All
you.
right, cool.
Go ahead, drop my bad.
The lady don't have breath. That's what I'm saying. Shit not take down. It's not a sports bra. Her shit is like Bruce Lee. I'm not gonna keep passing shit up.
Yo, bro, your mic is horrible. Stop for a second. Your mic is freaking horrible, bro, for a second. Hold on. And look, we got a quick saying she's too tall to be a woman. Cause motherfuckers be telling me I'm too short to be a man. And I be like, bro, we got to get this height and gender thing. We got to get out of fairyland. As deep as we are, we will say some of the stupidest shit. Like it can't be tall women, so it can't be short men either. I heard a nigga say, real men ain't short. You got to be 6 feet or better. Time out here. See, that we done fell into these little childish little. But yeah, but y'all go ahead though, man.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, real quick, what you think about her being a spy?
I didn't hear that. Say what?
Brittany got Grimes with the Russia situation.
Think
she could be a spy?
Oh, hey man, anything possible, man. I wouldn't
Hey,
put
Sanchez.
it. Hey, I'm just open minded.
Yeah, I say it's a possibility she could have been a spy. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
You're right, Sanchez. It could be tall women.
Let me read this to you. Saying I don't know if you were there when I read this. It's according to Philadelphia Tribune. It got Brittany Griner will be released in about 30 days, not 9 years. And on the bottom it says women's basketball star Brittany Griner has become a wartime bargaining chip between Russia and the U.S. And I screenshot this shit this morning, bro. So what that tell you?
And I just want to touch on, like, in past history, how, like I said, even with the military, the elite soldiers, they'll take out and have them doing private contracting or espionage in other countries. That's a known thing that they've been doing for years.
Feudalism. That's what that is.
Hi, hello. I don't know if y'all can hear me well. This is Larry Larry Newton's wife. Hi.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear, sis.
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's going on?
Yeah, Larry's right here. So my thing is that what we have to ask ourselves is, what does America stand to gain from this? Because like the fella said, make it make sense. It does not make sense for them to for them to trade
a high level
and I'm gonna just be frank, someone that munches carpet and does jump shots for a person that they know causes death and destruction wherever he goes. That makes no sense for them to trade a basketball player for this person. So we have to ask ourselves the important questions, and that is, what does America stand to gain from this? Because you can better believe Biden and all of them have already shown that they do not give a hoot about Black people. The only thing I can think of is that this woman is part of the LGBTQ community, so he gained some points there. But he does not give a hoot about Black people. And we've seen that. He's shown that in all of his policies and everything else. So what does stand to gain from trading this woman? Those are the questions that we have to ask, because that's where the foolishness is going to lie, right there.
Well, let me give you an answer. Let me give you an answer then. They are gaining the energy. They are gaining the energy from the people that's bought into the bullshit, that are, no matter they are matrician sheep or they're programmed or indoctrinated. That's the gain that America's getting. It's the energy. They draining the damn energy and the consciousness from the people that believe in all this bullshit. I fall back.
Check it out. This on Larry. This Larry, look, my thoughts about it is we need to look more into who this person is that they're willing to trade her for or him for her, because they're making her fit some kind of high profile thing and popularity. They don't do nothing based on popularity. Popularity is a barometer for them to take how much flack they're gonna get from doing they like elite choices. Like you have the elect, they elect who they want and they take the popular thing to see how popular or unpopular it is. The population, the popular vote, all that don't matter. They're gonna like elite, electoral, whatever they're gonna do whatever they want to do anyway. So they take the temperature. Okay, so she's gaining popularity, but okay, Biden is willing to do the popular thing for something that really is unpopular. This dude is destruction and mayhem. So it seems to me to be something they wanted to fulfill, but now they have an excuse to do it. They wanted to fulfill getting this guy back to them. Like, we're going to do this to y'all, or we're going to give y'all this if y'all can get us him. Well, we don't have an excuse or a reason. Oh, okay, this'll do. She'll do. That's what it seems like. I mean, she'll do. She is a bargaining chip, but she's a whack bargaining chip at that, and we should see straight through that. We should see.
Anyway.
This is something that they want to do anyway. They just didn't have a reason. They didn't have. This still ain't a legitimate reason. Like Bobby saying, like, this ain't valid. We gotta ask ourselves, what the hell is going on? Like this don't make sense.
But at the end of the day, what we gonna do about it once we do find out? That's why I say some of these things, man, it ain't even worth discussing, because we can't change the outcome. It's gonna be what it be, and the people gonna be on the same level.
Of course.
Hey Larry, let me say this here, man. This is my personal rant on all this bullshit. I always focus on this one thing they call United Nations.
Okay.
No matter how fucked up shit gets signed between two different countries, they all on the same goddamn team. They just doing this shit to have us. They doing all this shit to have us entertained and have us buying into the bullshit.
I agree. It's smoke and mirrors. It's smoke and mirrors, man. I agree.
Nah, I think what the brother's saying is 100% right, because if you get into like a lot of shit like gematria, numerology, all that stuff, you'll see everything these people do on a daily basis. It might not make sense to us, and why would they do it? Like, people can say, oh, why would they want to trade a basketball player for this person? Man, none of this shit these people do make sense. Like, these people make rituals and do all this shit. They got the whole, like, I know people ain't watching right now, but the whole WNBA in shambles right now. They protesting like it's Black Lives Matter, like another thing. You know what I'm saying? They just do all this shit to fulfill their rituals and get the energy out of the people.
Yeah. And,
this is Wally Wacky World, bro.
Yeah. And the statement I'm making is not to say that she doesn't matter. And I'm not trying to just write her off as being, just popular, just kind of speaking about it loosely. I'm saying, okay, I could be over there. Any of us could be over there. And what I'm saying is, how is, like, I mean, what Bobby's saying, it just straight up, this shit just don't make some, make no sense. So we need to look at it from another vantage point and like, well, brother, I guess.
Hey, bro, any of us can't be over there because some of us don't have the money to afford to be over there. So any of us can't be over there. It's a set few that's allowed to be over there because they have a certain skill or trade that made them in demand over there.
Indeed.
Or you're an army brat. That's the only reason you're over there.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I'm saying, but this sounds like she is some kind of pawn in a bigger game, and they've been wanting to address this, but now they have an excuse. This is just a move.
It sounds like to me what I said, that she was a spy, and they covering up her being a spy.
I mean, the best thing for us to do in this situation is to seize the moment, because if we tripping off her getting 9 years for that, we should take this opportunity to take look at all the jail system in every state and every city and say, hey, you got niggas behind here doing 30 years from 1984 for a fucking joint. So if we should do anything, we should use this as a time to face these devils over here and say, hey, y'all need to release these niggas over here that y'all got locked up doing all these years behind this little ass weed.
Exactly. And hey, Madon, I disagree with you also. The people have
Oh,
the
that's
power,
cool.
but the religion took the power out the people's hand. But we
That's
are the
not true,
power.
then.
Once we realize we're the power and that system ain't the power, then we can overthrow the system, brother. But as long as we think a God is going to come save us, we're never going to do anything.
Brother,
I'll land on that.
we've been
Gotta
black
save
people. See,
ourselves.
that's where that's where you speaking and you two generalizing the situation, because most people that that attend these all these meetings they be having, town hall meetings and all these meetings, most of these people are Christians, man. It's other people who ain't Christians, damn near, who don't attend this shit to try to change the shit.
Yeah. Hey, let me steer this right quick. What if that what was that they found on her? Some what's it called? What was it? What was that they found on her?
Weed, wasn't it?
Some vial, some oil.
Yeah,
Yeah,
some
some type of
vape pen,
yeah,
some vape
some
pen.
shit.
Okay.
Yeah, cannabis oil and all that.
I could be off when I say this here. How do we know that could have been a goddamn device, a spying device, but they're telling us that what the fuck it is? Yeah, anybody ever thought about that?
I mean, you know what? Okay, right now, it is. Right now, man, we all just straight up speculating because they now want us no attorney, now want us there, now want us seeing nothing. You know what I'm saying? So we all are just speculating. But if I gotta speculate off the information that we actually know, then the like only thing that does make sense is to address the people and say this just don't make sense. Just like Bobby said, this shit don't make sense. Okay, we can tell them that don't make sense. I mean, she can go like not to be cruel, but she can stay where she at compared to this dude y'all trading her up for. That's the only thing that actually makes sense. Straight up, that makes sense. It don't make sense to trade her for that dude. It don't.
I just want people to understand, like, you know, it's like when I was bringing up the gematria earlier, like shit like that, like, yeah, it might not make sense to us, but you gotta understand who these people is that we dealing with. Like, when it comes to the Jesuits and shit like that, like, bro, I decode so many stories a day, like, that the average people be thinking like just be normal, like, or just, you know what I'm saying, won't think nothing of it or get to speculate. It just whole time it just be some little random rituals that these motherfuckers pulling. Like I don't know what it could be, you know what I'm saying? I ain't looked into it or nothing, but the guy they trading for Brittany Griner, his name and Brittany Griner name can be connected. They could have they can have so many connections, and this shit can just be all a master ritual playing out. Like, it don't really have to be that deep, like to where we thinking, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if she is a spy now. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying,
you know what's crazy? You know what's
sense.
crazy, right? We decide what's a ritual or not based on it being a big story or not. Cause nobody think that what Young Thug and them going through is a ritual. They just think them some stupid niggas who got they self convicted rapping lyrics.
Hey, I'm gonna say, you say Young Thug, I'm gonna say, what's that boy name? Lil Nas X. Add him in that mix too.
I'm just saying though, my point is, we got to say all this shit a ritual when these celebrities going through their legalities and shit.
I mean, shit. Yeah, you can kind of low key say that though, to be honest, because most of the shit that they be doing and they be into, that's really what they whole life.
Now I gotta say that what R. Kelly and Bill Cosby going through right now ain't even real. It's just a ritual. And then when we go to talking like that, it's like, but hold up, ain't that man in jail? That's real time, ain't it?
Nah. See. When I say stuff like ritual, I don't mean the shit like actually happen. Like, it be rituals going on all the time, like where people be actually dying, school shootings, all types of shit. Like, it's actually real. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, we trying to make sense of some shit like the shit that these niggas be doing, the motherfuckers who we know in power, the shit they do don't make sense to us. Like, we know
it makes sense to me though. It makes sense to me.
I'm gonna say this here. I don't really. I'm gonna be the only one person to say this. I don't think none of these motherfuckers ever do a day in jail. I don't even think they'll do a day. They did a day in jail.
Well, here's what I think. I think that there is a secret society that you can sell your soul to and be a sellout and get all the fame and glory for that. But I also think one of the perks to that is just like joining the mob, them niggas can turn on you and kill you at any time, and it don't even got to be a good reason. It can just be, man, you know what I'm saying? So what I know is once you go to making deals with these devils, ain't no honor amongst these devils and thieves, and they predate on their own all the time. They get together and decide, well, it's best that we throw this nigga under the bus to save the rest of us. They do that shit like that. And so I don't say this shit ritual. I say it's mob business, and we just don't know how harsh it can get. It's tough. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's all spooky ritual. That's just mob business, you know? They turn on their own,
Yeah, that goes in there too. If y'all is for the ones that been following me on my main page on Facebook, I always say it's a blood in, blood out contract. That's exactly what Sanchez is talking about. It's a blood in, blood out contract. Not fall back.
Yeah, they have a. If you look at it, the Brittany Griner doesn't mean nothing, and the guy that kills everybody don't mean nothing. If you look at the big picture, the Democratic Party has a lot of business going on in Ukraine, and it's more money than we can even think of. They got family down there. They already established down there. So that's why they don't want the war in Ukraine. So these two people that they trading off, they'll mean nothing at the end of the day. It's about money at the end. Follow the money at the end of the day.
Let me show you how this industry works.
Hold on.
Okay. Watch this shit, right? The mob will put certain niggas on just to be a crash dummy. They'll put a nigga on with some shit that they know got the heat on, what they want to see how much the feds know. They'll sacrifice some nigga that's glorifying that mob life, some little rookie. Say, hey, we got a job for you, man. You know, and you be a damn crash dummy for the mob too. So I think these labels do that too. They'll sign an artist, and just for that nigga to inherit some kind of beef that label had, and when they get the artist to go to beefing on their behalf, when he gets shot up, they go to the next artist, or they using that, they basically signing them a shooter. And that's why his music ain't gotta be that good, but that label gonna sign him because he dissing our ops, man. He talking about they dead and all that. We gonna sign him because we got us another soldier on our side willing to die for the shit we willing to die for. Fuck who talented. You know what I'm saying? So that we gotta look at that side of the music game too.
You know what, bro, man? You brought something, man. Man, what you said resonates so much with another type of thing. Like, you know how, like, back in the day, well, I can't say just back in the day, like, you know, they would launder money by selling pictures for millions of dollars. They might have some shit stashed in them or laced and go, who knows? But it's like, that's how they move money. The same thing could be with just music artists, period. Like you said, man, they ain't got to be all that. I mean, you can throw paint at the canvas and it costs, you know, $5 million. How is that when somebody can do something that will make your jaw drop, but you can't sell it for 500 or 500,000? You can't sell it for 50,000 even sometimes. But it like that's where they moving their money by making all these limitless amounts of artists who trash.
Right.
You know, like
Back
that
to what Sanchez was saying. If y'all just think about all the rappers that got off in the last 2 years, and you can see the track record and the music they put out and the lyrics they put in that music. Those are subliminal messages. The album covers are symbolic. You know what I'm saying? The shit they were wearing on the stage, and the shit they do on stage, and you know the shit they be putting and they be doing on the poses and shit. Those were subliminal messages. A lot of folks they catch on to that shit. So
hey, you guys,
the last. Yeah.
What about the fact they take out life insurance policies on these rappers all the time and secretly, and then they get money off that.
Hey, yo, you know what I was thinking about, man? I'm glad you brought that up. Now, y'all know I like to reach. You know what I was saying? Like, what if, you know, once they got AI, right? AI is so smart now, it can put in your album sales in an algorithm and let the label know when your sales gonna decline. Now, if the label know that and they got insurance on you, but they ain't telling you when your sales gonna decline, that's just when you die, though. That's just the moment you die, goddammit. And but think of, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You ain't reaching. I'm gonna name one person that match. I'm gonna name one person that matched the exact description. God damn it, Aretha Franklin.
But wouldn't they be more worth? Wouldn't they be worth more alive than dead?
Nope. Guess what? Jada Kiss said it the best. They might find your man dead in the ocean. He'd be all right, though. You know that dead rappers make better promotion.
Okay.
Biggie did too. He said, "You nobody until somebody kills you."
But I just figure, you know, if you got an artist, right, and he doing all these shows,
guess what you
he
do?
going over
Guess what you
tour.
do?
What's
Guess
up?
what you do? You kill him, get the insurance money, let him keep doing his shows in a hologram while you get his masters and get everything coming to you without him in the middle no more.
Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, hey.
I ain't like that nigga died. He gonna keep performing. I got his hologram. See, that's why the labels, listen, the labels stopped signing human beings. I don't know if y'all know that. Let me show you what the 360 deal is. The 360 deal ain't signing to your human body. It's signing your energy, your essence, your name, your brand. And if I own that, then your body can go in the ground and I can make that into a hologram. That's your soul for real. I got your essence, what I sold.
So Rockefeller one of
that's some real shit. I can vibe with that.
Hey, not only that, but if a motherfucker don't want to work with certain artists while they're alive and shit, you know, they get they little, you know, demeanor down pack uploaded to that motherfucking AI, to that hologram. They gonna be doing features with everybody too.
Hey, that's
And
right
at the
too.
same time, I
That's
just think
mainly.
you got some jealous ass, hating ass niggas that just hating on niggas and, you know, murdering them at the same time. I think you know.
Man, look, the label's so smart. The label know your brand is what the money going to, not even necessarily you the human. Cause if they tired of you, they can just slander you the human and let your brand live on. Look at what they did to Suge Knight. They slandered that man, destroyed his ass, but Death Row living on through Snoop Dogg. That brand ain't got no smut on it. See, these folks know how to extract your ass away from the shit you built and preserve that shit for themselves while throwing you under the bus. And buddy, that's a hurting feeling. I don't know if you know how fucked up that is. That's a hurt feeling, bro.
They did it to every. They damn near did it to every mainstream artist back in the '60s, the '50s, the '40s, '70s. You right. They did all them brothers like that, dirty them up,
And that's why they call it selling your soul. Because if you sell your soul and when you pass, guess what? They got your soul. You sold your soul. I mean, it's sold. So when you pass,
but I don't think a lot of them sold their soul. A lot of them just had raw talent. They just had raw talent.
But no, everybody that they sell
own your energy. They own your essence. Yeah.
They've been selling souls in the music industry for ever since like the shit started. But they just calling it a 360 deal now. They just been finding better contracts to secure the ownership of your brand, which is your soul. Check out what I'm saying, man. When a nigga go and sell all them albums, it's his inner, all that shit might not be who he really is. That's an image he can give off. And that's what the label said we need to sign, because check this out, right? The label said, I want to own that nigga's name and the energy associated with that name. Because that's going, right there, he can decide to leave me, but guess what? He ain't taking his personality. Meaning if he go to another label, he got to be a whole nother different motherfucker, because I own, just say your name was Big Shotta, right? And you rapped a certain way and had a certain style. I can own that. That's what the 360 deal is. That mean if you want to go do business You gotta do it under a whole nother fucking identity. And that's how Wu-Tang was pimping the game. Because let me share something with you. You wanna know another reason why RZA had alter egos and personas? Cause the label will own their main name. So they will make a whole nother name for themselves to make another album under where they get to own all that. And that, you see what I'm saying? So just say the label signed RZA, but they didn't sign Bobby Digital. He getting all that money from Bobby Digital shit, but the label may get 70% of what he do under the name RZA. So that's how kind of the artists started getting around that. But what they did with the 360 deal, they said, look, you can't even make another identity for yourself other than the one that you signed over for us. So now these young rappers can't even have an alternate like name to fucking go and do that shit under, you know, depending on how they contract
clout.
looking. But
It's called clout. They selling them clout, bro. They can give them that whole new identity. Tell them they from somewhere else and put them out there. It could be a stranger or upper cup and rapper. It could be anybody.
Hey, yeah, but a lot of these niggas,
y'all do know, like, if you ever pay attention to what these rappers be saying, they be always complaining about how they label don't want to let them release music. And when you think about what that's doing is, because Juice WRLD, he like a perfect example of that right now. Juice WRLD, when he died, he had so much music, even his girlfriend was exposing, talking about how they was gonna do this to him, just talking about how she wanted him to stop making music and shit because like he already had everything he need. They just trying to use him for the music. So what they do is they let you build up all that music, but they don't let you drop nothing. And then they'll let you drop every once in a while, you know what I'm saying? Album here, album there. And then once they off you, they got a whole entourage catalog of your music, all your catalog. And they get to just distribute that and make money off of it. You know what I'm saying?
But you got to remember, you signed over to that. I mean, we got to hold them somewhat accountable because they knew what they was getting into unless they didn't read their contract. You know what I mean? So a lot of times we got to
that's facts
hold
right
them
there.
accountable.
That's facts. You know what I'm saying? But you got to understand, a lot of these kids, they don't read. They don't have good lawyers. They just have people who just taking advantage of them. You know what I'm saying? You right. That is.
Oh, no doubt.
They taking it off back, and then they got to sign their soul from there because they gonna want to keep making the money. You see?
Yeah, and
it's about that money, man.
That's another reason why a lot of these celebrities. That's another reason why a lot of these celebrities be dying to these rappers, because once they get up in a certain height in the game, they realize how far they done came and how much of they sold they done sold, and they realize the shit they gotta do to keep that shit going. And some of them niggas don't be going for that shit, and that's when they off them.
And they alternative, listen right quick, and they alternative be worse. So when they catch some of these people that my bad for the echo, when they catch some of these people, if they can't say no, like if they say no, they go back to oops and noodles. So they just say yeah without reading nothing. They not looking beyond the opportunity in front of them. So you can tell them, hey man, I'll give you 100,000, sign right there. There's time. You will make 100 million, maybe $1 billion off of them. They'll look back like, man, you only gave me 1%. I know, but that 1% was better than what the hell you was doing with your own life. And that's how they have them sell out. But y'all go ahead.
Yeah, well, no doubt, because, you know, back in the 90s and the 80s, they pushed the narrative, get signed, you need to get signed, you need to get signed, you need to get signed. So, you know, I feel you. They pushed that narrative on a lot of us, and we thought that was the best way to go.
Yo,
hey, peace to everybody on the panel.
Check it.
Hey, can I say something real quick since with what y'all talking about? Because I know a lot of people in the music industry, and my homeboy brother just got signed, whatever, and he's young, and it's a contract that I was like, whoa, he didn't read this, he didn't know what he was signing and all that stuff. But from a person outside looking in, whatever, he got signed for $250,000. But all of that money, like they was giving it to him in portions, and it was really nothing that the average man, like, I can work 9 to 5 and get more money than he's getting right now, but he's actually in the game with all of these people.
Well, that's what a lot of folks don't know, that these rappers ain't coming in making a lot of money. And that what they got is a lot of perks with the clothing companies, the travel companies, the liquor companies, and all that. And if they can make those brands acquire more value as well as themselves, it's a corporate contract. For example, a rapper goes into the game. They give them a little shitty deal like what he just said. That's the deal that they saying you gotta prove yourself. So think about pimping and hoeing. If a pimp get a new hoe, he ain't finna lace her out in all the expensive brands. She gotta earn that. All the hoes in his stable that's laced out in the expensive brands, that's a signature of rank. Let me see what you gonna do on that blade with the little amount of my investment in you. In other words, he wants something that require less maintenance but bring in big profit. And when you think about the labels, they want you to prove yourself. They want to say, look, I'm gonna give you a little, but I want you to do a lot with this. In other words, we ain't signing you so we can help you grow. We signing you so you can help us grow. And if we've given you a certain amount of time to see how you gonna benefit us, and if we don't see where you is a benefit or a plus to us, then on to the next one. See, these labels, a lot of guys think it's different. They think, well, the label signing me because they want to help me out and because they want to, no, they want to see what can you do to benefit the label. And once you start showing that you can benefit the label go to rolling more out of the red carpet. You becoming more of a partner with the label. They ain't looking, it ain't like back in the day where it was like they got a bunch of fucking artists on a fucking contracts just sitting around. Some of them ain't dropping right now. So them days over, having a big roster just nobody doing nothing. Them days ended. And it started like the G Unit era is what I call it, but it was even before that where you got smaller groups with each artist being more of a boss, more of a CEO of their own right. And that's why, that's why 50 Cent.
Let me say this here.
Yeah, that's what 50 Cent said why G Unit ended, because Banks and all them and Yayo and them wasn't getting that part.
Yeah, let me say this to that dude right quick. It don't take 10 seconds, man. Do yourself a favor. Tell your homeboy to get out that motherfucking circle right now, because he might be the sacrificial lamb to his first motherfucking level going up. And you stay your ass away from that circle too. That's all I gotta say.
And look, Sanchez,
I was telling him that.
Sanchez,
Let me say this real quick.
I was subject, right? Because I almost I came in the game when all this was going on, right? And one artist that slipped through the crack was Young Jock. So when I was working on a deal with Block Entertainment and Bad Boy South or whatever, I was about to sign a contract, and then the 360 deals came out, and they wanted all of your digital because they didn't have Young Jock's digital, and he made $6.5 million off of ringtones, and the record labels hadn't had that in the contracts yet. So it's crazy you on this subject, because I walked in the door literally while this was going on, and they started they wanted the 360, they want everything. You can't do a movie, you can't do a show, you can't do nothing without the record label getting their piece off of it. They want your whole entire essence, everything.
I also think it's like, just leading these people into a trap, because like he didn't experience a part of life that a lot of people don't experience, but he's also in the hole, whatever. So like you can go back to being what you used to be, or you can just get yourself deeper into this hole.
Well, the real thing to come away from it is to realize that it's completely controlled. All that is done to control the art. And that's why that the internet is a little bit dangerous for the system, but they control that too, obviously.
Hey, Sanchez, I want to ask you something real quick while we talk about all this. Or anybody else on the chat just seen, I want to see what y'all think about this, because I really think music industry, celebrity, whole entertainment industry, I think the main purpose of what they've been trying to do is have the celebrities, you know what I'm saying, be the forefront runners, like, you know what I'm saying, the models of this new technology they trying to give us. And I want to see if any of y'all seen that Kendrick Lamar show where he disappeared in his crowd, where they say it was his hologram.
Yeah, I just seen that.
Yeah, I really feel like that right there. I feel like these celebrities, entertainers, music, people, all of them. I really feel like most of them didn't already got into this technology and already in the metaverse. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they already
Let me say
doing that right now.
this here to you, man.
Avatar rapper?
Let me say this here to you, man. God damn it, Kendrick Lamar is immortal. First of all, he's immortal. That's another motherfucker. I forgot who that person is. My ass ass, but I'm finna read what Samo said. He said, "You need to be careful because your friend may be looking for a sacrifice soon." How close did y'all say y'all were? He typed that before I even said what I said last time. So
Hey,
no, but
look.
Kendrick Lamar is immortal, bro. He immortal.
Hey, look.
But
Let me
that's
add
that
this.
looking
Hold
for a
on. Let me add
sacrifice.
this, bro. Let me add this. Damn. All right, cool. Y'all talking about sacrifices and all that. Cool, y'all got it, man. It'll come back to me. Cool.
No,
My
I was
bad.
just my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, Sir Drop, but I was gonna say that looking for a sacrifice, that's bullshit. You don't get to choose. What if they want your mama? What if they want your grandma? You don't get to choose who them folks go, you know what I'm saying? Who they go take. You can befriend somebody and act like you love them and maybe they'll choose them, but you don't get to choose who they go take.
You got to remember.
That's new information. That's new information right there because once I did thought that folks get to choose who they take. You know what I'm saying? But he right. They gonna tell you who the fuck to get to be your sacrificial lamb. That's true. That's new information right there, man.
When you come in in the mafia business like that, look at the rank you're coming in. You coming at the lowest. You ain't got no pull. You taking instructions.
You might find out when you hear about it, when everyone else hears about it. Hey, but check it. I want to say something real fast, not to change the subject, but the smoke of the day for me, I'm addicted to these new channels where they bust predators online, man. Them channels are dope. You guys ever watch that stuff?
Hey, when y'all talking about the sacrifice, hey, can I get some out real quick? When y'all talking about the sacrifice, because I know people in the industry, whatever. But when y'all was talking about the sacrifice, this is how they get a lot of people too, whatever. Because the first one is like, okay, you can pick. So people think, okay, then, well, I can pick these nothing ass homeboys that I really don't give a fuck about. But when they come ask you for your family, it's a different ball game.
So you think like Kanye West picked?
Well, I'm gonna say this here, man. To answer your question, if y'all know this DVD that came back out in 2009 called "The True Blood Sacrifice of Faith,"
Look, the sacrifice is this. Listen, the sacrifice is the blood of Jesus, right? Now let's break down sacrifice, right? Never mind. Y'all go ahead.
What I was gonna say, it's about the bond.
It's an
about
oath. It's an oath. Are you down? Are you really? Go ahead, brother.
The sacrifice.
I was saying the same thing. We was agreeing. I was saying it's about the bond. When you look in that mirror, they want you to know, like, you ain't gonna look in that mirror and say, man, I just gave them one of my shitty ass homeboys. I don't give a damn. They want you to look in that mirror and know, like, bro, I gave them folks my mama for this money, or I gave them folks some, you know what I'm saying? They want you to be bonded to them. So just giving them anything, that ain't how that shit work.
Now look, the sacrifice, it came back to me. The sacrifice is for Christ's sake. That's what sacrifice is. When they be like, for Christ's sake, that's the blood of Jesus, right? That's what sacrifice is for Christ's sake. It came back to me, but go ahead. Y'all got it.
I don't think these people be really coming up and talking and like actually be like, okay, you gotta sacrifice this and that. I just feel like that's some shit they know and they gonna do it. I don't think like even the people like who we claiming a part of the Illuminati and all this shit like that. Like I feel like they don't even be knowing. Like they just find out how we be finding out. And like as time goes, they realize, okay, I done got myself into some shit and I'm part of the reason why some of this shit be happening type shit.
All y'all gotta do is go ahead.
Hey, can I say this just real quick? The book of Genesis, it says from now on, from this point on, sacrifice will be necessary because it used to not be that way. But the book of Genesis pinpoints the spot where everything changed. So before. So when it says, so now everything requires sacrifice, it's just like a thing of the new world. The ancient world wasn't this way. We weren't slaves, I think, but now we're slaves, and everything we do requires sacrifice. You got to sacrifice every decision you make, and it's a spiritual thing too. A lot of the ancient religions, they always have to have a sacrifice, but it's even on the positive side. Then there's a negative side, a satanic side, where they do like blood sacrifice. But even on the positive side, there's always you got to sacrifice something, but it's like a more positive sacrifice. You know what I mean? Some that you should have in your life or something like that. You sacrifice.
Hey, Sacred No Lead, I need you to go in the back chat to put them links you were talking about in the back chat, or put your email in there. I'm gonna write this shit down. I'm gonna go to bed, man. I'm gonna write this shit down. But put that link in the back chat or your email in the back chat, man.
Which one?
The one you talking about, the channel where they're doing all this posting and shit like that.
Yeah. Look up People versus Predators or Cut the Cameras. They got some dope channels, but I think that's really, it's blowing up, and the system is trying to kind of stop it, because obviously that's the beginning of how they control it. They need that pedophilia out there in a big way. So it's just amazing to watch these channels blow up and the system try to stop it, and then how much of an epidemic it is. They're doing God's work, man. They're doing God's work.
Put that in the back chat, though. Put it in the back chat, man, so I can write it down, man. Or your email. Put your email address in that back chat.
All right.
Write it down.
For sure.
I appreciate y'all, man, for the bill. This is fire. We got 500 in the building. Make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that share button, and I guess we're gonna go a little bit further. Let me see here today, man. Since we got a little cut in real quick, I'm gonna cut my camera on real quick. Hold on a second. Let me mute everybody. Show a little love real quick. Yeah, and then I'm gonna send us into some more knowledge. So first off, let me say shout out to Calvin Benjamin for the great bill. Thank you for the donation, bro. Shout out to Ro Collins Joseph. Thank you, bro. And Stop, Pop, and Scroll. What a name. Like that. Salute to you, Sanchez. Salute to you, bro. Shout out to Carlin Hines, aka D Busy Works Beats. And let me see something real quick. Just real quick, guys. Hold on. Yeah. Carlin Hines, man. Let me drop a bomb real quick. Real talk. Like this brother here. Wow. He said, not a producers know who Busy Works Beats is. Yet salutes to Busy Works Beats, man. I watch all of his stuff. Been watching him for years, and my production wouldn't be where it's at and where it's going if it weren't for him. And this is kind of a shock for me right here. I ain't gonna lie, man. Salutes to this brother, because I didn't even know he followed me. So that is some real shit, because I do follow him and I be in his chat. So he actually reached out, man, and I really appreciate the donation. Real talk. And I didn't expect that, bro, because this guy has taught me a lot when it come to production, man. That's like, yo, that's dope.
Hey,
right
Sanchez,
there, man.
that comes from good representation and having a good heart. That's purple, man. You do good by and do right by people, they gonna come and give you favor. I'm a living witness to that shit, man. So I salute you and that cat for even building up to a bond together like that, man. So I salute both of y'all on that, man. That's love.
Yeah,
right
like he Busy Work Beats, man. He's like a fucking legend. Well, he is a legend when it comes to like teaching producers how to craft their skills and shit. Look here, man. That means a lot right there, bro. Y'all already know. That's what's up, yo. Hey, shout out to Lewis Russell as well. Thank you, Lewis, for the donation. Yeah, man, that's awesome, bro. That make me want to end this and start making beats right now. let me
That's
stop.
that type of energy, though. I
bro.
feel you.
But yeah, Hell yeah, man. And not only just the beats though, like he give a lot of motivation and wisdom as well, like as well as with. So yeah, man. But
Yeah,
y'all,
that's
yeah,
love right there, man.
yeah, it
That's
is.
love,
It
man.
is, man.
I got to keep stressing that, man. I say it to everybody, man. When you put out good vibe like Sanchez do, you gonna attract good energy. You gonna attract good vibrations, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all talk about chakras. Y'all talk about chakras. Y'all upper three chakras, the root, crown, and all that shit. All that gonna rise up, man. When you have that divinity in your chest, man, to put out to the people. But yeah, y'all go ahead. I'll fall back.
Yeah, man. Hey, uh, who all we got on the call right now? You know what, y'all, since we doing Monday Madness, right? What kind of madness y'all want to introduce some new smoke now to get everybody? You know what I'm saying? Let's get it, bro. So, um, what are some concepts that I may have taught or put out there that you kind of want to push back on, respectfully, still sharp and steel? Not even that though. Any concepts y'all wanna? Because I was finna bring up the out of Africa theory, but I ain't gonna do that because ain't nobody on here subscribed to that. But it's a show coming up that's due for like the call out smoke with that. Cause I was on somebody's platform and I had a brief little clash with a Pan-African, but he didn't want me to go into the debate because we was on somebody's platform and we didn't want to take away from the topic and shit. So, but I wanted to smoke so bad, man, because he was like, man, the oldest bones, are in Africa, and anybody that think bones can be past 200 years, 300 years, maybe, yeah, that's crazy, But yeah, I'ma fall back, man. I just wanted to cut in and really say salutes to the panel and everybody, and then steer the bill forward.
Salutes to the panel. I got one real quick. I want to ask if anybody knows about this. That the mountains are melted buildings. We live surrounded by the ruins of a very advanced civilization that was destroyed. We think they're mountains, but they used to be buildings. Does anybody know about this? And if not, if you don't know, go to Tartarian Meltdown. Start watching the videos because the pictures speak for themselves. We got pockets of survival, which tell you what that mountain used to be, because nobody builds that up there in the middle of a mountain up 1,000 feet up. It's a pocket of survival of what it used to be. And it's amazing to know. It blows my mind. I don't see mountains anymore or hills. You know how hills sounds like hells? Something happened here.
Brother,
it was destroyed.
Now look, they say I be reaching. Now the brother Sacred No Ledge just reached way further than me, and ain't nothing wrong with that though. But y'all got to get him that smoke like y'all give me though.
He said mountains are melted. He said, what did he say? Mountains are melted down buildings.
We're surrounded by the ruins of an advanced civilization that was built by giants, and now it got destroyed. It got scorched, melted with heat, and now all we see is deserts and mountains and structures that are left over. But we don't know that it was a very advanced civilization. We live in a pan, and they flooded the pan too. So that's why you hear the word.
What was this civilization?
Civilization. It was built by, there was giants back then. Like they were like 40 feet tall, some of them. So we know some of the buildings have doorways. Some of the doorways are like 50 feet tall. So we know they were very tall.
Okay, so listen what we're gonna do then. Here's what I want to do then, and that's what I was hoping for. Thank you, Sacred No Ledge. We're gonna have a debate about if giants were real back in the day. Y'all, who want that smoke? Let's do it, bro.
Let me.
Because I've been having this debate so long, man. Let's go ahead, man. Yeah.
Let me say this here. I've been saying this all the time. The same motherfuckers that's running shit today are the same motherfuckers that wrote that goddamn Bible. The Bible speak of giants. The Bible speak of giant trees and shit like that. You got trees that's 60,000. There was 60,000 feet. Motherfucking wonder who the hell cut them goddamn trees down. Don't that shit tie in with the goddamn giants?
I knew. Now listen, let me tell you something. Most of my people believe giants were real. And even though I'm like a teacher or whatever, you know, I learned from y'all too. Guess what? I'm on the side that say I don't really believe there were giants, like unless we talking about Shaq, NBA players and stuff. But now we talking about motherfuckers that's standing up like Paul Bunyan and shit. So my thing be, if we're saying giants are real, can we admit that it's based on belief and not fact? That's the part that we gotta debate now. Because what's your factual proof for giants? Just like the same way I'm saying dinosaurs ain't real, them would be a form
How
of
about
giants.
we just pull up some stuff right now? We all do the research. Like I
There we
don't know
go.
what to really search, but like search up like
The
giant
Giants in the
footprints.
Bible.
Yeah, and let's look at it and decipher it.
Well, how they prove giants is with the bones. They got bones for the big bones they dig up.
I'm quite sure it's more stuff than just bones, though.
But that's the conclusive, definitive proof. Like today, if I wanted to say, how did a giant in the past, what's my proof today that a giant in the past existed? The best proof would be if it was somehow we can preserve some of his remnants. Now that's something we can touch to say, yo, we don't see these skeletal forms today, and this was dug at a point in the earth from this time because the layers is time, and they can say, look, giants existed at this time in earth based upon us digging this deep and finding these huge ass bones that we digging up. That's how they do it though.
I feel you on that. Yeah.
Also though, check this out though. There's a lot of sites all over the plane that we are not taught about in school, but they prove it just by looking at the structure. Compare a regular human to where that doorknob is, and you know that was built for a giant. But those structures are not taught in school. You have to start looking at the mountains.
Well, let me explain something to you.
Mountains are melted buildings. That's where you'll see it.
If you giving me, see, when you want to go away from the bones and you want to start talking about the size of buildings and all that stuff right there, then guess what I'm gonna tell you? It still don't really prove giants. What it proves is a giant ego. See, I don't think the Pharaoh in Egypt was a giant. I think his ego was so fucking big, just like we are today. The more money we got, we want a bigger house. If you put us in a higher tax bracket, that house ain't big to us no more. We want a bigger house now. And we'll keep getting a bigger house till we end up in a castle that we need a golf course to ride around on because it ain't big enough. What we trying to quench is this giant ego that's inflating. So everything become bigger the moment our ego grow. Like we say we want big rims. We want a big chain on. It ain't enough to just have a chain on. I gotta have a big chain on. I'm not a giant because I live in a big ass house with a big ass door, with a big ass garage and big ass
That's what
shit.
they tell us.
You know
That's
what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what they tell us. That's the narrative we're fed. But if you start to really research Tartaria, you're going to see that inside of these palaces, there's there's for different size humans. The structure, they were living in harmony with each other. Apparently, the tall ones and the little ones, because the structures have doors for small humans and doors for big humans. So you start to piece it together. You know that there's definitely were giants, but the structures be the technology that they had and the fact that they got usurped by AI. That's only put in movies. Like the whole thing is in Robotech, that cartoon. I used to watch it when I was a kid. They got the giants and they had the technology, their lost civilization. They put it in the movies and the cartoons.
All I'm saying is the same. It's just a synonym for giant. Let me holler at it one minute. Look, the entryway to these places were always what they call a grand entrance. That meant that the doorway, the arch was fucking huge. Now, you think they're gonna build a bathroom door like that? No, bro. The bathroom doors, when you get inside, ain't gonna be so exaggerated because you don't gotta make a grand entrance to inside of a urinal fucking places. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Like listen, I'm not saying giants did or didn't exist. I'm saying y'all got to do a better job of proving it, man. Because when we prove flat Earth, we prove flat Earth in a way where you can't get around none of these arguments, and that's how I want us to prove giants. I'm not saying they did or didn't exist. I'm saying the stuff we use to prove it can easily be debunked. We got to do better. I want giants to be real.
I feel you. That's actually kind of true what you're saying. But I want you to go to Tartarian Meltdown, because this is one of those things, like Morpheus said, unfortunately, no one could be shown what the Matrix is. They have to see it for themselves. So you got to go to
Tartarian Meltdown?
Yes, go there, sir. Watch it. Watch them videos, man. You're gonna be blown away.
Oh, that's a YouTube channel. I'll check it out. All right.
There's that one. There's Spartan Red and When the Buildings Cry. When the Buildings Cry. But that dude, he's real narcissistic. So if you can put up with him, he's really smart too. He was the first dude to start like pointing this shit out, because he'll show you what to look for. Once you know what to look for, you're gonna look for that in every mountain you see, and you'll know that this plane used to be a flat plane with nothing on it. And they
hey, listen. Let me tell you something. I used to think giants were physically real. I saw a video long time ago. Me and Masterpiece put a video up, and the video was getting debunked everywhere. That's when I said to myself, I'm just gonna fall back saying giants were real and just say it could have been, because it goes back to like what I was using to prove giants with ain't the definitive facts that I would prove flat Earth with. So I said, well, look, I'm gonna have to prove that, like, well, I believe they was real or shit like that. But so I love this giants debate. Let's bring it. Salutes to everybody on the call. We just let new people on. So salutes to Big Dread, question everything.
Hey, shout out to question everything. Salute to question everything. Salute.
Salute. Remember they remove all the evidence. Remember that. They remove it from circulation.
Appreciate y'all.
Hey, yo, one thing I just wanted to ask, because what keep going through my mind is, okay, if we had giants here, where did they go and who defeated them?
That's what
you basically saying that us humans, the little humans, you know what I'm saying, got rid of the giants. And how would that even work? And
David,
we don't see no history on it.
David and Goliath.
Slingshot in the rock, my boy.
Come on, Dred. Come on, Dred. Let's come on, Dred.
You already know. So if he believe in giants, that means he believe in dinosaurs too. Then you can't have one without the other. They didn't bring us. They brought us giant dinosaur bones first. Yeah. Before they even told us that it was giants. We already know that dinosaur bones is bullshit. So and all the same people that claim to discover these dinosaur bones, when you start doing some research, you will realize it's the same corporation that's claiming to find these giant bones.
That's right.
So now we got to trust the government that's giving us real information. I think it all falls back to it's basically religious based. All this is religious based, man. When you start reading the Bible and things like that, it talk about giants, it talk about all that crazy stuff. Go ahead.
And you know what's crazy? Why they need giants to be real? Because they don't want to admit the fact that our ancestors was building on a bigger scale than what we building on today. They was making bigger columns in Egypt. They was making bigger arches than us. Way before a time where your historians told you we shouldn't have been building like that. So whenever you go to asking about these grand architectural structures, you hear giants, you hear ancient aliens and all that, but they don't want to know we was already on the advanced level of architecture. And I fall back.
You guys want to have an idea of what the civilization might have looked like, because they put it in the movies. That's the only way you're going to get an idea. At the beginning of Superman 1, that came out in like 70 something, they saw a planet, so it's round, but flatten that out and look at it like it's a flat plane, and look at how those buildings are. It's like one giant civilization. There's no dirt. It's just they built everything. That's what this place used to be. It was we can't even fathom the modern man, modified, because the root word is modification. We're a modified version of the real civilization that once existed. That's what this modern world is.
You talking about Krypton? You talking about Krypton? You talking about Krypton, right?
Yeah. Look at how they set up the buildings in that movie. They're trying to show you what we used to have here. We used to have something here completely different from what's here now. It was destroyed. We were gods. We can't even imagine. Like a modern man can't imagine what that civilization was like.
Listen. The debate really was if giants were real. But you know, if you want to forfeit that argument, we can move forward. No problem.
I just know that they were because I've seen enough pictures of these buildings, and I know that we didn't build that out of ego. Those were built because that's the way they needed it to be. That's how big they were.
You know what? But hold on, man. Him going at it, LaShawn, real quick. Hey, Sacred. This is where I disagree with you at, yo. Kings still live in castles and palaces. And if you look at that shit, it looks like a giant would live in there.
They honor the ancients by building like that too, because the elite know. So they also build like they build walls. They have these bricks that are like messed up, and they look like, because they're honoring what happened to the ancient red bricks. They got, when you put heat on them, they look all like fucked up, but they don't melt all the way sometimes. Sometimes they get just to the point where they're about to melt, and then they take the heat off. And you'll see buildings like that, and then you'll see modern buildings that were built to honor that ancient shit. You'll see that little symbols all over the modern stuff because the elite are showing you.
And here's my final nail in the coffin, and I'll pass the mic to everybody else. Here's my final nail in the coffin for giants. If nature created giants, she would create giant apples, giant oranges, giant grapes, giant squash, giant all that, because look, what we'll see, right, is the dwarf people will have little bitty fruits. The medium people will have these little medium apples. Nature would be dumb to create a giant and make that giant have to eat 200 little apples a day instead of one big ass apple, one big ass orange, one. Now hold up. You got the hold up. You got to scale everything up now, not just the human. We got to scale everything up now. There got to be giant turtles, giant birds, giant roaches, giant everything now.
I'm glad you brought it up, because the fact is that this place got terraformed, so the AI changed.
Let me add something in there first, Sanchez.
New form of vegetations have been created. We don't know how advanced is AI. A new form of life, like dogs and cats, domesticated ones. Those used to not exist. Those are a genetic modification from the wolves that they took. They took the genes from the wolves and they took the genes from the big cats and made little cats.
It don't explain what happened to the giants.
Well, all that was destroyed because they don't want
you to know. Always be some shit in the game. See here?
They just don't want you to know. They don't want you to know what we used to be. We used to be gods. We used to be gods.
All right, come on, man.
I got some
We used to be that.
smoke.
Giant fruit. Let me say something real quick about the giant fruit and plants. Right. Remember a while back I brought up these along Mexico, right? It was a crazy story about the little people came and got one of the grandmothers. And it was a young cat telling the story about the time one of his elders or whatever tells a story when they was a kid, right? Now, here's something you can look up right now. The giant fruits and vegetables that grow around the craters around Mexico, they still grow those things like the size of people, right? So I'm glad you brought that up.
So that means giants only would be from Mexico then.
Hey, I got some smoke for you, Sanchez.
Well, hold up.
Genetically modified fruit, though.
Yeah, natural. Yeah, via the crater, because in those craters, they say that the environment and the frequency is completely different, so it sets a different metabolism or photosynthesis for the plants. And so now, me thinking about that, I will argue against that point. Will be like, well, where are the giant Mexicans if they still growing giant fruits around there? Why aren't there? But they don't live there. But
I don't think these fruits are giant in perspective of what Paul Bunyan would have looked like.
Yeah, the fruit or vegetable.
Got to get rid of
the size of a Volkswagen. Absolutely, that'll be about the size that they would.
I want to see that shit though.
I looked it up months ago and it was crazy because I was like, "That's not real." Then that story that I heard on the conspiracy, because I go deep web, right? After
I want to see that fruit. I'm Googling it now. Y'all go ahead.
Giant fruits are made by mixing. They mix. Those are not naturally grown fruits.
Yeah, I know about fairground fruits.
They mix. They're mixing. They're genetically mixing these fruits. Trust me, I grow my own food, so I know how to do it. They're genetically mixing these fruits. They're genetically. Hold on, brother. They're genetically mixing certain fruits together that is creating these fruits to grow larger than the normal size. What they're trying to tell us is that this shit is doing it naturally. That's a lie.
How does that happen though? Like, wouldn't you need a bigger size genetic too?
They got rid of it.
No, man.
No,
Guess
you
what?
don't. No, you don't.
can use.
Dude, I can go outside right now and show you a mango the size of a goddamn, almost the size of a pineapple.
If they're hiding the ancient past,
no, I'm very serious. I can show you a mango the size of a pineapple, and it don't look like a pineapple, like a full-fledged fucking mango.
They act
but
like
I just mixed breeded. I mixed breeded.
Now look, he wanna say, you know, are they using some sort of bigger seed to mix with that one? Well, if they already had the giant seed, they wouldn't need to mix it to make a giant. What they doing, brother, is they're using steroids.
Hey, you guys, don't you think they would have to remove everything that let you know that about the ancient past? So that's what they've done. They've slowly, methodically, over thousands of years, removed everything from the ancient past, including the fairies, a lot of the dwarves.
Hey, brother, they using the steroids to make your giant fruits, man. Steroids. Roids.
True, but that's modern stuff. I'm talking about the stuff that would have told us about the ancient world. They got rid of it. That's what happened.
Yeah, I ain't disagreeing. I ain't disagreeing. I'm just saying, y'all trying to use that giant fruit argument. It ain't, and if the only place I can find it is in Mexico, that mean the giants were limited to one area too.
So how big was a giant baby?
They were big, like 30, 40 feet tall, and they were very...
A toddler.
Wow.
They were scientific.
Toddler, so you had toddlers, giant toddlers crawling around on Earth.
30 feet tall, yo. He said the baby was 30 feet.
Cut it out, man.
They were extreme. They were very scientifically advanced. Like their technology, they built AI and it destroyed them.
Man, you giving him some. He said how tall was the baby? You said 30 feet.
30 feet.
Damn, that's a big motherfucker. Boy.
No, that's the yellow school. That's some Looney Tune shit right there, man. That's some Looney Tune shit right there.
That means if that baby takes shit, we talking 10 feet high shit.
Hey, hold up, wait, stop, sacred knowledge. Hold on a second. Now we gotta find these tall toilets.
You want me to show you guys some proof?
We gotta find no, bro. Hold on, wait a minute, bro, hold on. Here's what I want them to present. You brought up big doorways. I want to see some big beds, big tubs, big toilets from that time. They ought to be having a giant museum saying, "Look at this big ass toothbrush, y'all."
Martin Leakey, you got to go to Flat Earth British. He'll show you like some of the rooms. They got rooms.
You messed up, bro.
Hey, hold up. Can I finish? Nah. They got big beds. They got these gigantic beds that were like made out of fine wood. They're amazing builds, and one for a baby too. I've seen the pictures of, but you know these things are kept out of circulation. So you have to, when you're ready for it, you shall be shown.
Let me ask the brother son, because he brought up Martin, right? So I always ask him this in his chat. He never responds to it. Can I ask you a question? Where are all the black people during the Tartarian flood? Why they never talk about be honest with everybody on the panel, because every time I hear about this flood and they show pictures, they only show Europeans as if black people didn't exist during this time stamp. So where are the Aboriginal blacks and in their location, and where were we and what was we doing?
I'll explain this all to you. Check it out. All this race thing is all new from the race. We're racing against ourselves. But that's all from the new world. In the ancient world, the black people were the rulers basically because they were very spiritually advanced. It went by who was more spiritually advanced. And I don't even think there was white people. I think the AI created the white people as a clone race to control the rest of us because they're the most easiest to mind control with trauma-based mind control. But the point being that, so that race stuff is fake. The race stuff is fake. And as far as the mud floods and all that, well, the white people are the ones that were only people around that were, in the underground bases with the clones and the little eggs growing the new population. I mean, we're talking about an advanced breakaway civilization that stays hidden through, and it oversees the rise and fall of civilizations. So what they did was they repopulated it. They already know they have to use all the races for it to work. This shit don't work unless they follow certain rules. You understand?
Yeah, my question wasn't based on anything racist. My question, you didn't answer my question, because again, every time they claim they have evidence of the Tartarian mud flood and giants and stuff like this, they only show pictures of Europeans. The same guy you brought up as a source, he only showed pictures of white people.
Those
during
pictures
these
were taken. Those pictures.
So why would he use that to bring truth to the people if those pictures are?
This is how spooky
misleading us.
This is how spooky this shit is. That little footage and pictures you seen were taken by people who knew what was going to come to destroy. You know, like it was planned. This was all planned, is what I'm telling you. So what you're seeing is not a representation of like the ancient world. You're seeing the world after. You're seeing the world after the destruction, where they tried a type of matrix where the people were more free. They tried it, a different version of the matrix. It didn't work. So now we have this version where everyone has to suffer. But they tried different versions where it didn't work. But before they started trying new matrix where they fooled us and they're not letting us know that we're actually creating energy for them. Before they did that, we had a free world where we were gods. And back then there were people, there were different races and there were different types of beings that we don't have anymore. I'm telling you.
Okay, okay. Let me see if I can catch up to you. Okay, because you still ain't answered my question. But okay, we was gods. We had giants walking around, so we defeated the giants, I guess. Little people.
No, they were defeated by AI. They got destroyed.
Okay, artificial intelligence defeated giants.
Correct.
Okay, so the little people, we created the AI, and the little people used AI to defeat the giants.
No, the giants did. The giants just they created the AI. It destroyed them. But check it.
The giants created AI.
Yeah, they were very advanced with their technology. So a giant is a difficult being to kill and destroy, but a tiny human with no hair, it's a lot. So that's why they got rid of the beings that had hair. We used to have beings like Chewbacca, but they killed them and ate them all. So I call them Chewy. But we used to have those kind of beings. We had different types of beings. You wouldn't even believe how diverse the ancient world was. And they got rid of the ones that were like Chewbacca. Those could survive in the wilderness too long. They got rid of those. We're hairless. We're little. We're just a slave like abomination.
How did they get rid of them?
Okay, so do they have giant diapers for the babies? I mean, giant strollers?
Oh, come on, man. This ain't a joke.
No, hey, if giants was real, bro, if giants was real, down the line, we would have seen it because somebody would have been born a giant. That's just
the giants are real and they play in New York. Now check this out, y'all.
That's like saying you would have known the earth was flat.
hey, see, that's what I'm saying. Flat Earth ain't based on a bunch of jibber jabber like the giant talk. Giant talk is based
Sanchez,
upon.
can I get him real quick? Just one line.
But that's what I'm saying. When he go to comparing him talking about giants to people proving flat Earth, that's just bananas right there.
Hey, I'm finna get him right here though, Sanchez. Guess what? Because my whole point was down the line, I don't care how long it was, giants will reappear just by DNA, right? And bro, flat earthers are coming around. Flat earthers are coming around now. It just because we was probably brainwashed for a certain amount of time we did know.
Giants is
you have to see the pictures.
Like giants is a part of your fantasy and belief, but flat earth is a part of your reality. That's the difference, bro.
The difference is you haven't seen all the evidence. The evidence
method to prove flat
you
earth.
haven't
right.
There's no science behind giants.
You haven't seen the pictures that I've seen. That's the difference between us. If I hadn't seen this picture I've seen,
okay, let's see the pictures. Let's see what.
Yeah,
come on, let me see.
That's why I've said I told you where to go because I can't. I mean, can I share pictures on here? Can I share pictures on here?
That's what you do. Pull up a window where you got it up, and then I'm gonna let you screen share. Then you go to screen share, share it. Yeah. Let me know when you.
Only Sanchez said that the Giants are real in New York. The Giants are real in Tennessee too, because they got the Tennessee Titans.
And check it. They want us to think the Giants are bad. That's why anti-Gi is like like in the ants. They made Giants little like ants. You know, it's just they're telling you hints because they didn't like the Giants.
Man, you ain't doing a good job proving it, but I want you to do a good job though.
I'm trying to put up pictures. Hold up. I don't think it's not gonna let me. Oh, hey, it's working. It's working. It might not let me because my shit's.
And I'm know, even when they gave us Paul Bunyan, they was telling you this is folklore and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, hey, y'all
It's not
kind
gonna
of,
just go to Tartarian Meltdown, man. Just go there, start watching it because you're gonna get a new perspective. It's bigger than this is as big as Flat Earth or bigger once you realize what this place used to be. It's amazing. It's amazing. This is way bigger than Flat Earth.
Hey yo, hey, bro, I can't like front with y'all, man. I do believe, and I'm gonna choose the word that you chose, bro, because I got to deal with it from that perspective. We don't have enough evidence to for it to be accepted as factual like Flat Earth, granted. But I do believe, yeah, man. Based on the way mountains, mesas, and all that shit look, it does look like a hewn down forest. Canyons look like quarries to me. All that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, but when you say the Giants got took over, that would be equivalent to nano technology taking over us at some point. You know, we try to make it sound ridiculous that you know, they could have been taken over by some little microscopic thing. Well, we could be taken over by some intelligent microscopic thing that we do ourselves and just be left with a remnant or some kind of, you know, like
when you see
microcosm type version of ourselves.
When you see what we used to build, you'll know that we're more advanced than whatever destroyed this place. We are more sophisticated. That's a lower intelligence, but
see, even what Larry's saying, it would mean that they're saying giants existed on a physical level on some Paul Bunyan stuff. I get what you're saying about nanotech, but it's a little different.
No. I'm saying the nano thing would reflect the whole you know, like artificial intelligence overran them with their own bright idea.
What destroyed them? Check it. They had this weapon. They call it the finger of God weapon. It's a directed energy weapon, and that weapon can melt anything, man. They use that to melt all the buildings.
Hey man, all of your answers are like
that's why Paradise. You know Paradise, California? They use that weapon there. It's called, that's why they have a book.
With no evidence.
That's why they have
to show improvement.
You
gotta show improvement,
man. What you saying?
They're clues. Let me finish.
He disregarded what Bro Sanchez said earlier. And he broke it down and told you that when they was building these big infrastructure, that was ego, but it also was a reflection of power. Because
when you watch
hold on, brother. When you go back in those times, these people that had power and these people that had fortune, they wanted to be known that they was very powerful. Because ain't nobody gonna just walk up on your shit if they can see that your castle from a mile away or 3 miles away. They already know that this is a powerful subject.
Hey, that's just like today, right? These cities got a what I call it a dick contest to see who's can get the biggest skyscraper to the sky, right? Now because of that, they got big ass buildings with just empty as hell. Just like here in Vegas, all of them buildings that's looking good, you can rent them rooms for cheap as hell because it's hard to fill them. Because hey bro, why you can't? Oh, let me mute him a second. Like I was saying, people. They build excess just to make a statement. They don't care about the loss. They got tall ass buildings and most of that shit be empty as hell all the time. They losing money in a lot of these buildings in Vegas. And guess what? It's just so the city skyline can look pretty.
Yeah, you just have to watch the documentary and then come back and talk to me because I'm not going to be able to convince you.
If all of your knowledge come from one documentary, give us the title of it, then mute your mic. Can we do that, bro? Like, because I ain't gonna lie to you, man. It's kind of getting hard to build with you a little bit, bro. Like, if you ain't gonna show the documentary or even tell us what you learned from it, bro, just drop the title. We'll check it out and let us keep building because your knowledge come from a documentary and we're not gonna get it the way we supposed to get it till we watch the documentary. So give us the title, let us write it down, then let us continue to build with our knowledge because ours don't come from the documentary and we'll watch that later.
All right, this subject is so important that I don't even want to tarnish it, but with bad vibes. Just if you want to look at it, start there. One of the best ones is to start with because it gets more advanced as you get them go along. Is the Tartarian Meltdown. Go look that up, watch it, and then you can start watching more, and you'll start to see. It takes time, just like Flat Earth. You don't see Flat Earth right away, but you'll see it. Let's not
compare. But we can't compare this stuff to Flat Earth because I actually saw Flat Earth right the fuck away. The moment I tried to debunk flat Earth, I felt stupid. The more videos I watched, like, wow, they right.
That's what's gonna happen here. Same thing's gonna happen here.
Okay,
Same thing.
so now give me a sneak peek of what I can expect before I Google that and watch it tonight. Give us a rundown.
He's gonna show you what the different stages of matter. So at the different levels, what the red brick looks like at the different levels of heat. So at one point it'll completely liquefy, and then you'll see right in the same buildings different examples of it going through the different stages, because we call them pockets of survival. You'll see that this building is attached to a mountain, and why is it built? Why is that happening? There's no good explanation until you realize that the whole thing was a building. That's the only real. But you have to see it. It takes time, man. And I don't want to tarnish it. This is gonna let you know what we used to be. This is so important. Nobody knows this shit, man. I put my life on it. I put my life on this shit. All right, that's
Don't
it.
do that, bro.
I know this.
Hey, bro, I got one question for you.
No, I ain't one question right now. No, hey, hold on. In the Bible, they're called Anakins, and you can do what you want to do with Anakins. Anunnaki, Anakin Skywalker. You can go metaphysical or physical, but in that text, just like a school book of science, unless you do those experiments, it's still belief. It ain't real fact for real. So, how deep we going into what's a real fact and what we can prove? Because a lot of us can't prove or have not proven physically.
Just go watch it and then let me know.
Yeah. No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying in general. I'm just throwing this out here for a medium, so we know what we're standing at. Because this distributed me. They're called Anakins. And I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, hey, look, take a look at this image right here. Now, look, guess how they built this? They found a hill or a mountain, a high peak in the city. And a rich
my
man.
bad, bro. We can't see nothing back here. My bad, bro.
Okay, well, let me show you something real quick. Hold on. Hold on, no, let me stop that.
Oh no, I see the agave.
No, that ain't what we want. We want this other one. I'm glad. Hold up, wrong share. This is what we want you to see. Now look, some rich man found the high peak in his city. Now to buy these high altitude areas, it costs way more money because during a flood, this ain't gonna flood. Now check this out, y'all. Some rich dude found this hill, this peak, and he smoothed the top of it off to lay a foundation, and he built this castle to be the capstone. Now over time, this castle may fall apart and all that because that's man-made. But guess what? That little hill gonna remain. And guess what we'll say? Maybe that's the base of a tree stump. Maybe how did that messer get there? Now look, I do believe in giant trees. But what I'm saying is some of these areas ain't giant trees. You can tell the ones that's giant trees because it got the little tree lines, the ridges on it. A lot of folks took that on steroids to say every little messer is a tree stump. But the whole reason why I'm doing what I'm doing now is just to get y'all to think critically at all times, because look, this can be an explanation for some of these messes. Maybe that was the foundation of a high point that was during the time of some rich man's castle on top of that, because back in them days, the rich man wanted to build on high ground so he can see the threat coming a mile away. He would have guards up there in the watch house. They could see shit miles away. You know what I'm saying? That's the way the rich man wanted to live, to protect himself. And he would build a whole moat around this shit the way you got to swing off, making it hard for him to be accessible. And guess what's crazy? They would even hollow out some of the inner parts of this mountain where he can go down in the ground in a dungeon and be inside the mountain.
You got stuff like that over there in Venezuela, Argentina, Australia. You got the Devil's Tower in the U.S. You got one in Canada. Then, Costa Rica. Then you got the two twin tree stump towers in Venezuela. You know what I'm saying? So I was gonna ask Sacred and what's his name? Larry. What's his name? Larry. I was gonna ask them that question. How can you explain those stumps like that? Pertaining to giants, though.
Hey, check it out. Pertaining to giants, that's like comparing humans to a tree that's been around just as long as certain humans. I'm not saying the giants are absolutely real. I do accept that flat Earth is something like, and you can't really compare those because today, by our standards, we can really jump into that. And this whole thing about giants, there's some basis for it, but as far as being able to prove it factually, I don't even think the conditions are right for giant humans or those quote unquote giant trees, or like i.e. the giant trees would be mesas and like mountains that appear to be like when a tree gets pushed over by a storm versus when man hewn it down for whatever purpose we doing it for. And then like the blades of grass and the moss or the little shrubs around the trees will be the forest that's around the base of that mountain right now, all that kind of stuff. That makes sense to me visually. It makes sense to me microcosm, macrocosm, when they show the little stuff, when you see this inside of this, it just keeps going smaller and smaller. It's that same scenario to me. So it's not far-fetched to me. I'm not saying that we supposed to sit here and bother ourselves with the discussion like we sacred. I'm sorry, brother. We would have to believe you or believe that documentary. That's all we can do is believe.
No. Don't believe. Definitely believe. But I want to say something. Can I just say something? I've been studying it for 3 years, so just let me say something. First, that I used to think that they were cut trees too, like tree stumps. I don't believe that anymore. It doesn't make any sense. Where's the rest of the trees? If it was a titan, where's the bunch of titans? They should be everywhere, and there should be remains of the trees everywhere. They're not, because that's not what they are. But what I want to say is, I've been studying this for 3 years. So when I tell you what this is right here, you're going to hate me because you're not going to believe me. But if you go start watching, eventually you might wake up to the point where you realize this is a pocket of survival. That the hill underneath it, this isn't a good example, but you can see that whoever did this was very meticulous, and it's just like so advanced. But anyway, you see the wall back there. You see the wall back there. Let me just finish this point. You see the wall back there. That used to be part of the building. This whole hill, it used to be part of the building. And in the background, all that was all part of the civilization. Now it's covered with trees and it's a hill and it's destroyed. But that's what I'm letting you know. They left these little pockets of survival, and the elite, that's why they call them the founders, because they just found this shit and they moved in. Like they knew what they were doing. Obviously,
the whole thing, bro.
That's where the Dracula up on the top of the hill, because they're telling they want you to know that that's not what. Listen, the elite know that the top of that hill is not the castle. The castle was the entire fucking hill. It was a big giant structure that got destroyed, and they left a little pocket of survival. So go watch it. It's mind-blowing. You won't believe me until you see it for yourselves.
We can watch it, man. We still gonna have to believe what they're saying, because guess what?
It takes time to see it.
Bro, that's equivalent to us saying we know what's past the edge or past the wall or past the dome or past the ice, the 200-foot ice wall. We have to believe what's past that point, because we're not even able to go all in those little pockets that you're referring to, like on some elite person is, just like we're not able to go past the 200-foot wall like some elite person can.
The reason I compare it to flat Earth is because you didn't wake up to flat Earth in one day. Most of you took more than
We woke up to flat Earth every day.
We just didn't see it.
Hey, but listen, you didn't wake up
with the flat Earth, bro.
It didn't take you a day. It took most of us. It took us a process.
You can't compare them though, brother.
So it's like that. It takes time. It takes
brother, you can't compare them. You gotta let me speak a minute. The reason that you can't compare them is because it don't matter if it take time or not. What I'm telling you, to prove flat Earth, it take facts. To prove giants, it just take me to convince you that they may have been real back in the day. Hold on a second, man. Let me finish. What I'm telling you, if I got into a flat Earth and globe Earth debate, I'm going to be more confident in myself than if I had to prove if giants is a fact, because there's no way I can factually do that. I know when I show up to prove flat Earth, I got all the facts. The fact is, we all can see Polaris.
If I could show you some pictures, if I could show you some pictures, you guys wouldn't be saying this stuff to me. I can't. Because
guess what? There's really no pictures you can show me to make me think that I can factually prove something that I went around,
I can
dude.
blow your mind.
I went
I can blow-
around during the time. If you saying giants existed, you couldn't prove it as a fact just based on the fact that we went around during that time, just like dinosaurs or anything else.
And look, bro, we asked him to show us evidence. You know what he did? He gave us a YouTube channel.
I can prove
Right.
that there.
Now
What
he
I
tryna
can
do
prove,
it
what I can prove with pictures is that the mountains are not what we think they are. But I'd have to.
That
show you
don't
a
prove
bunch of pictures.
That
giants.
don't prove giants, man.
No, I didn't say giants. I said I can prove that the mountains got destroyed. Like there used to be structures. I can
Oh,
prove
man,
that, but
that-
it would take. I would have to show you probably like 20, 30, 20,
You know what?
20, 30
but you know what?
pictures.
I could say this. Watch this. I could say this, and
I could
let me
show
see
you
if
20,
can prove this
30
wrong.
pictures.
How you know that Mother Nature did not create the world the way it is just cause?
Because I used to think everything you do.
Well, how do you
Now-
know that Mother Nature didn't create the mountains to be that way just cause for us to see?
Why don't you
gotta
type-
say a giant? No,
Hey,
listen to what I'm saying. How
Sanchez.
can you disprove that Mother Nature, the
Bro,
creator of our realm, did not in fact created the world just
There's
the
a-
way we see it, just because for us to enjoy?
I already know everything you're saying
Can
is
you prove
obvious.
that?
You're gonna say everything you're saying is what you're gonna say. It's a program response. I know why you're saying it. I understand. I understand your.
You got
Bro,
to
listen,
deal with the argument, brother. Quit filibustering,
Sanchez,
man.
Bro
Yeah.
Sanchez,
Brother.
there's a group on Facebook called Mountains Are Melted.
Listen, what you gotta do.
Red-
Let me explain something to you, man.
Pull
Listen,
up
what you
that group.
hold on, sir. Listen. You right now you engaged in a debate, and I'm gonna tell you why you're losing it. You just ran from an argument you should have went at face on to again refer to another YouTube channel. So this what you gotta do. You got to go to them YouTube channels with a notebook and pen and highlight the key arguments and show back here with the arguing the information versus referring it. And then you will embody that shit that you learn, and you will still be able to say, look, and y'all can go check the video out where I learned all this shit from too. And why you keep on going in with it. But
Okay,
right now,
but-
brother, if you're gonna always conclude telling us where to go for the conclusion, you should kind of fall back.
Since I can't show any pictures, all I can do is tell you if you want to go look. But if I could show you pictures, I could show you a series of pictures that will change your mind. You know.
Tell me what to put in. I'll pull it up now.
Well, one place that always has really good ones, really good evidence. We call it victory evidence. Is on Facebook. There's a group called Mountains Are Melted Red Brick Build.
I'm about to pull it up. You better hope that this is good, man.
And they be having. I mean, you have to.
No,
scroll
hold on. What's the name of the group?
Mountains are melted red brick buildings. That's all. And if you scroll, you probably have to scroll back. But I've seen some amazing pictures there.
All mountains or some of them?
It's just put mountains are melted red brick buildings. Just put that because that's the name of the group.
It say all mountains are brick buildings. That's the name. I'm gonna show you the group.
I said mountains. I hope it's the right one. But
You
anyway,
see that? Look. Here's one that say all mountains, and here's one that just says mountains.
That one. The mountains are. That was the original
Now,
one.
if they really want to share information, why they making it private, man?
Because this gets taken down faster than anything else.
It don't matter if it's private; it still get taken down if it's against them guidelines, buddy.
They don't want you to know this. They really don't want you to know this because I've seen the guy who discovered it. The guy who discovered it, who's got the YouTube channel called When the Buildings Cried. He's gone through 4 channels. He's lost 4 channels just because he's showing
more
shit.
religious based than anything else.
Look at this shit. You see the mountain, right?
Look. Here go one of their pictures, y'all. They saying this is a melted.
Looks like an ice cream.
Listen, this
looks
is
like an ice cream that got
brother,
melted, right?
We looking at it. Why can't I build with you? What I'm
Now go to the
saying
next
is,
one.
I can't. I ain't a member. They're saying this is a melted red brick building, y'all.
Yeah.
Are you crazy?
Now you got to keep looking. You got to look. You can't go to the next one.
I'm not. They got when they approve me, I'll be able to.
Erosion is.
He's saying this is a melted red brick building.
That's
yes.
the problem. You only see one, and then you think you've seen it all.
If all of them look like this, I'm gonna say the same.
Okay, that's rock. Okay, so try to explain to me how that rock got melted. We got
Oh,
thousands.
man.
We got thousands of pictures of mounted.
Oh,
Some of
man.
them, you can still see the structure, how it used to be beautiful and amazing. You guys are laughing at it because you don't want to accept what you don't know what we used to be.
Nah, man.
We used to be something
Nah,
amazing,
man.
and we're told.
Man,
we're told
you know what it is? We not
that we're
going for
sinners.
anything, and you want to talk about sinners and all that. Listen to me, bro. Here is a red brick building, and here is what you're trying to convince me it turns into over time.
I'm telling you that it got hit with a weapon that melts it, but you got to see
it didn't.
We got
Oh,
thousands
my
of pictures.
God.
No, it did not. I know
We got
exactly
that-
what causes this, and I don't know what you're talking about.
We got no, you don't.
Y'all
We got
do know I know what caused that, right?
You just saw
Okay.
one. You saw one picture. You think you know what's
Actually,
up? We got thousands of pictures.
It's something
man.
that, like, if you it's certain earthquakes that happen, right?
Thousands.
They consider it a phenomena, but when we have certain earthquakes, you can
guys
pull
keep
it up
talking
right.
about
You
this
can pull
and
it up
you-
right
Hold on,
now.
Alan,
We have
boy.
buildings
We got
that are
thousands.
leaning right. Why is he over talking?
Cause he know you about to
bro,
kill
you
that
can pull it
shit.
up right now.
Yeah.
You
Go
got
ahead,
buildings
bro.
that's
Go ahead.
leaning right now. They call it like
Why are you talking about one picture?
It has a melting effect on actual solid structures, and that's what we're looking at right now. There's buildings all over the world that have been affected by certain earthquakes in certain areas that does this.
Oh,
It's a
you got the
phenomenon, I get
answers,
it.
huh? So that's your answer.
And even and
We
know what else
have
happens? That's why you see
literally
those cars,
thousands of these
those cars
pictures.
that sink down in cement, and when it dries up, it's half of the car hanging out the cement. This is what you're
Look
talking
up
about.
Petra. Look up
That has
Petra.
nothing to do with a laser weapon.
Look up, and it's in the Bhagavad Gita. It's in the Bible that there was a war. There were giants.
This is
and
a
there was-
religion, bro. He's acting
No,
like
no,
a
no.
Bible
The Bhagavad Gita talks about a war that happened in ancient times between the angels and man and all this shit. And there's all these
Yeah,
ancient
you talking about
mythologies.
angels. That's what I thought.
No, I'm
That's
talking
what I
about the
thought.
He
ancient,
said the paraplegics.
ancient mythologies about
angels
a
and-
war that occurred in ancient times, and they
You
had
see,
flying
I
craft.
knew it was religious based.
They
I
had
knew it.
flying craft, and they had very powerful weapons. It talked about it in the Bhagavad Gita, which is one of the most ancient books on this plane.
You
So,
can find these
but if you
buildings
want
all
to talk
over the
about
world,
just
bro.
one
I can pull
picture,
it up, matter of fact.
you want to talk about just one picture, then I know you're just being ignorant because I told you we have thousands of pictures.
I don't think this
Oh, we're
proves
ignorant
giant.
now.
I don't think this proves giants or advanced type
How do you-
technology, man.
But I said we have thousands of pictures. You're not addressing what I'm saying. That this is just one picture. I've seen thousands of amazing
If you,
footage
listen, let me tell
of
you.
amazing
I'm
proof and
gonna
evidence
tell you what you can
of the
do.
fact
Then
that the mountains are
watch
melted
this.
buildings.
Watch this. Watch this. Right. All you got to do is show me what the name of this phenomena is, and I can Google it, and it'll pull up many stones like this.
It's look at okay, one good site that some people know about is Petra. It's somewhere in India. Look up Petra. They tell you that they carved it into the rock, but that's impossible. You don't carve that
Petra
into
is short for petrification.
No, it's a location called Petra. It's a location called. There you go. Now, what the narrative? What the narrative
This don't
is,
look
is
like
that
melted stone, oh brother.
what
This
the
is
mainstream narrative is that they carved that into the rock. But if you watch, there's a documentary on it that shows you a bunch of like pictures of pieces of it that they don't show you in these pictures. That you'll know for a fact that they did not. That's not carved into a rock. That's a pocket of survival. That whole place got melted, man. It was a beautiful, amazing, articulated structure.
No,
you want to sound ignorant?
God, man.
You want to go
Bro,
ahead, man. Sound ignorant.
Hold on,
Sound ignorant.
no. I'm finna debunk that right now. I'm
No, you're
finna
not.
debunk. No, watch
You're gonna
this.
you're gonna look
No, brother, stop, brother. Look, here go the same star architecture in Mali, y'all. These are the pygmy cliffside dwellings. I can say the same thing for this. I bet you he finna say that. He finna say that right now. Watch. I told
this is
you.
what they say.
I told you.
All these. They tell us that they got carved into the rock, but if you really look at them closely, you will know that nobody does that. You see how it's called a rock wave. It's falling over. It's about to melt over the building, but it stopped right there. No one's gonna build up. No one is gonna. Can I just finish? No one's gonna build up into that rock like that. It stopped. The melting stopped.
Let me explain.
They got people building in them like that right now.
Right now, man. Right now, bro. Hey, bro. Hold on, bro. Stop. You gotta let somebody else talk. You cut me off, and I put this up to speak on it, and you doing more talking than us on it. This is what I'm telling you. This style of architecture that you talking about, bro, This was the standard in the ancient day. This ain't the result of no disaster. This is the result of this is the result of genius. This is the result of brilliance, and I can show you this all over the world. If the so you always talking about go watch this and watch that, bro. You need to start thinking and using your own critical thinking.
I don't want to.
And you need to learn how to let people talk, man. Why you so emotional? Relax, man. Let me finish.
Because I already heard all that.
Bro, you're gonna hear it again. We heard all the bullshit crap you talking about with all this pseudoscience and shit that don't make no sense. And every time you try to explain it, since you can't explain the dumb shit, you got to say, go and look at this channel and look at that channel. And when we get over there, we just gonna eat popcorn and laugh at that dumb shit too. Cause ain't nothing you gonna show me to tell me that this shit come from a disaster when we still see these people building like this with nature in according to nature today, and it ain't through a disaster.
They lied to you. They told you
ain't
that.
Nobody lie. I see this with my eyes. I watched the documentaries of them doing it.
Right, but that's what they tell you about the
that ain't what they telling me though. Is me doing my own research though. Let's let somebody else build, man. Cause you talking about this cause of disaster, and we can see clearly, bro, that the disaster. Listen, watch this, right? The disaster didn't do nothing to these wood sticks, y'all. Now check it.
Show more pictures.
Now watch this, y'all. The disaster didn't do nothing to these.
Don't get stuck on one picture, man.
Bro, you sound so fucking crazy,
Why
man.
don't you show some more?
Bro, I see what you pulling up, bro. I see.
He got away from that giant debate, though, real quick.
Yeah, so what this got to do with giants, man? Look at them.
Well, this is a civilization that they built.
Got to do with giants.
That's the civilization that they built that got destroyed. But he won't show more pictures.
Why didn't
You guys are being. You see, you see all the
destruction?
destruction. You see all the destruction here.
Left perfect windows, bro.
That's destruction.
Ain't nothing destructive about this, bro. It's called
corrosion. You see the black marks? Those are scorch marks.
You know what, man? Black marks? No, brother. I've built stuff. Brother. Listen, I've created cemented structures in the South myself, and where it's humid at, that's mold. That's gonna happen. That's natural molding that happens. It's humid. The humidity.
Your MK Ultra programming.
I think you're just goddamn too pseudo, and you don't know the difference between facts and pseudo ass beliefs. You don't know how to research.
Right.
So how did it get destroyed? You don't see the destruction. Tell me how.
You know what, man? We ain't gonna talk to you no more. We ain't gonna talk to you no more, man. Let somebody else get the mic.
I say a little something since I was associated with Sacred on this topic. I can appreciate what he's saying, but it's solely from a belief standpoint. It's something that I entertained. Just like when I was younger, I entertained Battlestar Galactica, Star Wars, and all this and that. And then,
he getting on your ass.
No, for real. What I'm saying is, if there's any basis,
why does he keep showing the same pictures over and over? Show more, please. So
hey, man, this shit ain't just based on pictures.
What I'm trying to show, you have to see it over time. You have to see a lot of pictures. I've seen thousands.
But see, that's the problem.
And you keep showing the same three.
You just said something vital. Hey, bro.
I say look at more pictures.
He just said something vital.
Don't keep showing the same three pictures.
He said something vital over time. The things he's speaking about. I think he dealing with them like they happened back in what we call an ancient time. Now this happened in almost another dimensional time. If there's any basis in truth in it, if a mountain was once a building that melted,
we can speculate. We can only speculate how long ago it happened.
Exactly. Tell you, man, that's what you're doing. You speculating based on something, some little documentary somebody did, and they told you that, and now. Now
based on thousands of pictures, I've seen thousands.
These little documentaries fucking a lot of our brains up. And I'm gonna tell you, man, that's just like the tall tree thing, right? We took that out of proportion. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of this stuff we can't factually prove, and that's when we need to present it as what if. It's still gonna go viral if you do it that way, but to put it like certain shit
it's going viral already, man. You can't stop this. I'm just letting you guys know, but you're resisting really hard. You just gotta go watch it. That's all.
Hey, let me show you some about stone melting weapons. Watch this. What weapon did that? The same weapon, bro?
Well, it's definitely something melted it. That's for sure.
Yeah, bro, that's just the nature of concrete. See, I'm done. I'm done with this, man.
Or when
this,
it was
bro.
wet. When it was wet, somebody might have done it. But if it happened after it was hard, something had to melt it to do that.
Because you know what? I'm gonna tell you what's crazy. Everybody know a lot of these bricks that they was building with was clay-like too. So
no.
Yeah, brother. You can make clay bricks too, and it can make it can make your stones bleed. I'm actually showing you.
Show a couple more pictures.
I'm showing more pictures of the phenomena, but you don't like what I'm showing right here, though. You just don't like what I'm showing right here.
Of the petroglyphs.
Because this right here, see what I'm saying? He don't want to deal with this image, and y'all know why? Because I'm showing that same phenomena in an urban setting.
Okay, but what I'm showing you is something in the desert, in the middle of the desert. So you got to, anyways, like I said, this is sacred knowledge. You got to watch the documentary and then talk to me. You'll be singing a different. Why do you like to interrupt me when I'm in the middle of it? You'll be singing a different tune.
We heard enough of this, man.
You'll be singing a different.
All of your shit is, if you watch this, you'll be singing a different tune. If you go check this video out, you'll be walking on a cloud. If you give 10 minutes of that video, your dick will get bigger. If you watch this video for 5 minutes, you're going to get wings. If you watch this video 3 minutes, you're going to levitate to Polaris. Okay, I wrote the video title down and I'm going to check it out. Tartarian Meltdown, and I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that it's, yeah.
Good looking
and he gonna get wings.
Yeah, man.
Nah, it's amazing. It's gonna blow your mind. It's gonna blow your fucking mind.
Hey, bro, that sacred knowledge is called masonry, brother.
It's gonna blow your mind. Watch. If you watch it, I just hope
masonry.
I hope you watch it.
That's the name of it, masonry.
I wouldn't be talking about it if it wasn't something that changed my life. You know what I'm saying?
You go ahead, yeah, going to the store getting Red Bull because he's gonna give you some wings.
It's like flat earth.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to move forward from the melted bricks thing is what I'm basically trying to do, because we were supposed to been debating giants for real, man. So yeah, I'm gonna end that poll though. I can't believe.
We want to talk about documentaries, bro, Sanchez. Even when you go to the definition, even of do documentaries consist of the truth? It even has fiction inside of the definition. So I really don't get where he's trying to get at. According to the definition, though, just because it's a documentary, that doesn't mean that documentary is true.
I'm not an idiot, man. Just go watch it and then talk to me. If not, then you're just basically shooting in the. You don't know what I'm talking about, so you know. But yeah, I know how you feel. I know how I would feel if somebody said that shit to me.
And you know, and I'm gonna tell you what I think. I think it's cult-like behavior to have a private group about some shit that we trying to put the truth out there, right? So
I would say the same thing, bro. Everything you're saying, I understand. It's like all these great revelations. We have been lied to.
Okay,
so
they approved. Hey, guess what? I got good news.
We got truth in the sci-fi movies. That's the only truth we get.
Bro,
but anyway, it's
hold
up to
up a
you if you
second,
want to
bro.
look at it. I don't want to argue about it.
This thing is resilient, bro.
Stop a second. I got some good news, y'all. I just got approved to the group.
Okay, let's go.
Nice. Now we might see some good stuff.
It's finna definitely go down. I'm excited, and I want to say I thank them for my newfound membership. I'm a proud member. Let me hit my cheer button.
Don't be scared to show the pictures.
Nah, I can't wait to see them, man. Cause
you're gonna see Mounted.
No, see,
hey, they probably watching you, bro.
Now wait a minute. Now wait. You ain't gonna tell me what? No. Why? The picture worth 1,000 words. Let me ask questions about the pictures. You acting weird now, bro. Stop, bro. I'm a member of the group now. This is how you treat new members. Listen, brother, let me have my first experience, man. Don't spoil it. Now listen, I got questions. Are you gonna answer them? Here go the first picture.
Okay.
Now on this first picture, what exactly am I looking for? Go ahead.
Well, one thing is important. You got to zoom in because the detail is important. So can you zoom in on this? No, huh? Or yeah, you can. Okay. What you're gonna now? Okay, right there. Stop right there. when you build, anybody knows who builds, you're gonna build on flat ground and you're gonna level out the ground. What you're gonna find as we look through these pictures is buildings, structures that are perfect structures, they are like halfway morphed into a mountain.
That's a normal building style.
Now
that's normal.
What we get told is that it was carved in the mountain or some shit like that. But what if you pay attention slowly, you're gonna start to see where you see the building, and then look to the right. In the middle, you see that part of it that's like a rock, right? Now look close, zoom in on it, and you're gonna see doorways. You're gonna see archways and like corridors, because it's a part of the building that got melted almost completely, and there's just little pockets of survival left. It would have all turned into a big giant. See up there, up on top, all that used to be building. Let's go to the next one. This is mind blowing. See how it goes? It turns into a rock.
Let me make sure I'm seeing the part where you want me to see. You're talking about right here where it seems like the house start to kind of transition right into the mountain.
That's one good example. And hold
up. But what I want to say is that's a normal architecture style, though. I can show you that all over the world.
Okay, cool. And you see in the distance that edge, that ridge, that's because that used to be a building. Go to the next one so we can see more. Okay. And you see on the inside, it's obvious that no one's gonna build that way. That's because it was melting into the whole thing.
I can show you.
Let me just finish. I'm the one that's been researching this for 3 years. So what
I'm telling you though, brother, I can show you that though.
What would have happened had it not stopped was the whole thing. You wouldn't see even any of that perfect little pretty building. You would just see.
You know what? You got to share the mic. Is like, come on, man. You got to share the mic, brother.
Now go to the next one.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna go to the next one. I want to talk about this image, and you're gonna share the mic. And if you keep acting giddy with me, I'm gonna boot your ass, and we just gonna clown all these pictures without you. I'm being nice, bro. So do this with me, man, not against me. Don't go against the grain like I'm being nice. Unmute your mic. Treat me like a person joining this with questions, not like a bully. Go to the next one like you don't want me to challenge you.
I'm trying to be nice, brother. But you guys have been really.
It ain't about you being nice. I don't need you to be nice because it ain't your show. Everybody need me to be nice. I can hang up right now and just chill with the people. It depends on my niceness. No one cares if you nice or mean. So shut the hell up is what they want you to do. And this is my question for you. If you showing this image right here, I want you to compare it to this right here. I'm telling you, this is a modern style. People are building entire homes underground in silos, cave homes. And I was joking with some of my peeps. I was like, look, people talk about cave people being slow and all that. When you think about it, some of these, they carve out hollow places in the mountain and it become a cave home. It has a natural infrastructure and acoustics. I actually researched this shit. Everybody is building like this in unison with the mountains, and the building just flow right into the mountain. When you're driving through Arizona, you see so many houses like the one you just saw. If there's anybody on the panel that live in a city like what I'm talking about with this kind of architecture, can you please let him know this is not this is...
Okay, can I answer? Are you gonna let me answer?
I asked the panel first, then you can go ahead. I just want to know, am I the only one familiar with this kind of architecture?
I'm familiar with it, but in Chicago, it's not normally.
They got it here in Georgia too, man. I mean, anywhere where you have a large amounts of like land and stuff like that, you'll see it. It's a normal thing. And I don't understand how he can't grasp the fact that when you're dealing with architect like that, how you
can I ask you why you stopped showing pictures? Why did you stop? Why are you showing this?
I'm not stopping. I'm showing you the same kind of pictures that you showing.
I already know what you guys are saying. I know what you're gonna say. I want to show you what you haven't seen.
Your argument is this wall should have kept falling. It would have crushed this, and we wouldn't even see this little room. And I'm like, no, that's the way they building today. They taking advantage of the hollow space in these caves as natural living spaces. That's been a staple of architecture.
I'm not saying that that's not true, but what I am saying is that is not what we're talking about here. That's some modern shit that they're doing. probably the elite doing it to hide the truth. But listen,
looked the same to me.
Can I ask you to please go to
It was modern back when it was first built. Everything is modern
hold
during
on.
this time.
He being too absolute with it, man.
And let me tell you how I know. Let me tell you. Hold up, I got you. I'm gonna tell him how I know though what I'm saying, cause it got lighting coming from the top of the cave, and guess what? If they didn't intend for this to be a natural dwelling the way we see it, bro, they wouldn't have it electrically wired and all that like we see with this one right here,
bro. Go to the
bro.
next one. Go to the next one now. Thank you, please.
Come on, that ain't because of a mistake. That, like, bro.
Okay,
come
now
on,
see
man.
right here what's happening.
Right.
See that? Now right here what's happening is you see the archway. Any real, architect is not going to build an archway into like that. Is a pocket of. Now the whole mountain. Now let's go to the next one. You have to see more. Let's just go rapid pace so that you can see what we're talking about. Not argue about one picture. See here. Now you're going to say that they built that. Well, it could be, but it's when you see more, you're going to start seeing what this really is. Go ahead, keep going, please. Now we're just seeing some of the ancient worlds. No, not that. See, you see some destruction. You see the archways. Keep going.
Let's go back to the.
No, don't go back. Go.
Hold on.
There's better ones. You're gonna see better ones if you keep looking at pictures so that you will understand. But don't stop. You don't want to stop. Sometimes you might have some bullshit.
you had a good one, bro, with the archway.
No, these are okay. Here's maybe a good one. Now let's zoom in to that tower up on top. Let's zoom into the tower. Can we do that? I want to show you guys something.
I'm zooming as far as I can go.
Okay, that's too bad. If we could zoom in, you would see that tower is buried in the rock. Architects do not build that way. That's a pocket of survival. But we can go to more and see. This is the same shit we already saw. I want to show you.
I
this.
can
We got
see the rock in the window though. That's crazy. I ain't gonna lie.
Exactly.
That rock,
We got thousands
poking out through the window like it's melted.
That's a bell.
We have too
So
many.
is it a bell? Is it a bell?
I'm zooming in.
Right here, this is a bell. This a bell. But hold on, brother. This is a bell, but this right here seems to be some sort of obstruction. Now, that's what I was telling him to focus on if he want to have a strong
I know, but
argument.
we can't zoom in, so that's why I want to get to good ones that speak for themselves.
We can zoom in from the back though.
I don't even have. You're gonna see some if you start to study this that don't need explanations. You understand? You're gonna know, but you got to keep going though. I'm not scared. You are.
I guess disaster.
Keep going. Keep going.
Before,
Nah, this is the same shit. Keep going. I want to get to a new site. We got too many of these.
Tell me where to stop at, yo.
I want you to go
a new site.
Yeah, like a whole new.
Oh, let me go. Let me go back
post.
out into the. I need to do this then. See all.
You gotta go into the group and then look at the news feed. Their news feed.
This is the discussion line. Oh, here we go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, now let's click on some of these pictures. You're gonna see the different states the brick goes through when it starts to melt. If you zoom in, especially, but since you can't see how the red brick is there, now no one's gonna say, yeah, let's put some red brick here, but over here let's put this ugly rock, and over here we'll put. No, what's happening is the melt is coming in and it's encroaching on the whole thing. Eventually, the whole thing would have looked like that, and then if they kept it going, it'll look like a smooth mount. Once it hardens back up, it'll look like giant rocks, boulders, and shit. Keep going.
And one thing I will say too, not even debating you, sometime they will build a building in brick, and then they'll layer the outside of that with the bigger stones and coat with another. Yeah.
They do a lot of crazy. You know what they even do? They use the same laser to machine some of these rocks in some locations to say, see.
And guess what? Just to prove my point, you will notice that the big stones would always be on the outermost portion of this kind of style. You see what I'm saying?
This is all destruction.
I see this a lot in the South too, in Alabama where I'm from. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is what that stone is what happens to the brick after it's heated up to a certain point. It starts to balloon. We call it ballooning.
Oh, you saying that these big stones used to be little red bricks?
Precisely. That's what
I can't not see. There's a whole
bunch of them.
Come on.
There's a whole.
Oh my God!
See, why are you doing this, man?
What are you scared of, bro?
Why don't you go to the next picture? Go to the next picture.
Bro, this is a style that I see, though. This is not Okay, I'm gonna go to the next one,
Okay,
man.
all right. So now
early
here,
masonry,
so
bro.
now here, what you see is a really defined architecture in there, and then ugly destruction over here. It's encroaching in. It's coming in. It's gonna destroy the whole thing. Let's go to the next one. Go to the next one, please.
So look,
Now
that's in my stepmother's
so
basement.
this is the
too.
what
Hold
this
on,
is.
Right,
what-
hey,
what-
this is hey, you're right. The basement.
That's in
You
my
guys can't learn.
stepmom's basement.
You
The
can't
That's in my
basement,
stepmom's
a lot
basement in
of
her
of
house.
the old school basements got this same style. That's facts.
Right, that's
facts.
because they got hit. They got hit
It's
with heat. So
masonry, bro.
they
No,
got.
this was as common. No,
How you
bro.
gonna tell somebody what they
so
shit
as
got
I'm
hit
explaining,
with?
Right, bro.
As I'm
what's wrong
explaining
with
what I
you?
learned, as I'm explaining what I learned over 3
So
years.
the basement got hit with it too.
So-
bro?
so
Yeah,
as I'm
everybody. Hey, look, it hit everybody basement, but not the top part of the house. though.
I'm gonna continue explaining what I learned over
So
3
you're gonna
years.
take what some of our grandparents built with their
Nobody
own knowledge.
cares what you
and
learned.
As I
give it
continue
back
to
and
explain
give
what
it
I
back.
He's
learned over
stubborn.
the
He don't wanna. He don't
You're
wanna.
scared.
You sound like a Christian, man.
I thought you guys are scared. Well, I thought you guys were brave.
You
What are you
sound like a
scared of?
Christian,
Why
right?
won't you?
We ain't scared of shit.
Let me finish the fucking sentence. Okay,
I know,
so
but do people chimneys turn into those same?
I'm trying
rocks
to
over
say
time?
something here. If you look at it closely, you will see what the building used to look like, the red brick. That ugliness, that cancer looking, that's destruction. That's what happens to brick when it gets heated up really hot. It'll eventually
Why
turn
do they have
to
mortar between it?
because the mortar starts to
people chimneys heat up.
because the mortar is the first. The mortar doesn't
And that's
heat up.
where it
The
goes
mortar,
through,
the
through a chimney.
mortar. Fuck, man, the mortar doesn't heat up as fast as
Stop
the brick.
cussing.
So
gotta
the
ask for a
brick,
question.
so the mortar starts to come out first. We call it mortar snot. The mortar starts to come out first. Go to the next one, please. Jesus Christ.
Hey, look, man.
You're never gonna figure it out.
What you're looking at right there. What you're looking at.
I'm trying to show you.
No, when people ask you
bigger stones
questions,
back in the day,
you're
and they
getting
using more efficient
offensive.
brick stones later. They
Okay, so
using
you
more-
tell me
You
what
never
that
been
destruction
you never been on a panel where people ask very good questions and it's frustrating you. We can hear it
because
in your
I've
voice.
seen. I want you guys to see more.
No, you
I
don't.
want you
That's
to-
not how you have a dialogue. When people have questions because they're unaware of something, it's your job to be the person that have the knowledge to explain that. What you're doing is
I'm
you're
trying.
arguing and cussing. No, you're not.
You stay calm.
You're,
You stay
you're
calm.
spending
You
your time
respond.
arguing with people.
And I'm gonna tell you what you're doing wrong. You won't consider the rebuttals of the people that's saying, well, could it be this? What you should do is say, well, no, here's why it can't be that, and explain to them why instead of pitch a hissy fit. But I'm telling you, yeah, go ahead. I'm telling you, this is a normal style of architecture, though.
All right, and I could see how you would still think that, but what's going to happen eventually, if you keep looking, please go to the next picture, that you're going to know that that's not what it is. You know, just like everything else, you will start to see the truth. But okay, so this is not a good one. So go to the next.
There
one,
you
please.
go, Larry. Hey, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what they
We're doing
do.
restorations.
Yeah.
They're using lesser lighter material, and they're using little red bricks to come behind.
See the little brick.
Crumbling.
You see the little brick in there. You guys see that little. You guys see
Yeah.
the little pocket of survival
Yeah.
right by the tree.
Hey,
You see the little pocket of survival right by the tree.
All of
And you
us
see
grew
how-
up
and
around
you
stuff
see-
like this.
Yeah,
They build
we all
wells.
did. I know,
Listen,
no shit.
I swear to
Hey, mute
God.
him up,
Watch
please.
this. Watch
You
this.
just don't want me to talk.
Watch
What
this,
it
though,
is-
brother. We see what you saying. We want to tell you what you saying because you telling us it's some other pseudoscience shit, and we telling you we know what this is, and you don't want us to let you know what we know. You want to keep talking about some shit you believe versus architecture we're familiar with and we know about. And what I'm telling you is they build wells like this in the South, bro, with this same
Listen.
style right here.
Okay, yeah, that's what we get told. But what I'm trying to tell you is look
Bro,
at the little. Look at. Can I just finish?
Bro,
the
you can't
sentence, bro?
tell us that's what we
Can I
told. My
finish the
grandfather
fucking-
built
what?
his
Okay.
well under a tree.
Okay,
Nigga, what are you
now let me
talking
just
about?
say
So
something
now
to
you
what
gonna
you're saying,
tell
so
me
can
Why
that
won't you let me make a-
I didn't witness what my grandfather did in front of me, motherfucker? Who the fuck
Can
you
I
think you
finish the
is?
sentence? Hey, you just
Like
totally.
you're weird, dude.
I was in the middle of a sentence, bro. That's
You can't.
very
Nobody
rude.
can tell me what the
So
fuck
what I
my
was going to say.
my grandfather
Okay,
did.
your grandfather's
Tell me
great.
that's
So
what
listen,
was told.
what I was,
Yeah,
what I was trying-
most of
what I was
our
trying-
grandfathers.
Yeah.
You
Hey,
bugging,
listen,
bro.
guys, because all of the old school wells that
You
our
guys just don't
forefathers
hear it.
built was made this same way. I'm
The
about to
MK
start
Ultra.
pulling them up. Watch. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm about to pull up.
Okay, so what I was gonna say was, if you zoom in on the middle, that's what it used to look like. See how it's all a pocket of survival? It's perfect. Now the ugliness around it that's all been scorched. And that tall part of it, as you can see, it was almost melted to the point where you can't even distinguish it. If they keep going, that whole thing will eventually fall. But let's go to more, because you're gonna, you got to see these pictures. You can't just go off of one person telling you.
Hey, I'm telling you, that's a whale right there, though.
I know what they tell us. I know that, and they make a lot of new stuff in the same form because they're hiding the ancient past. Go to the next one. I want to show some real ones, some good shit. There's big ones. Go to,
before we do that, I just got to do this just real quick.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what they do. It's crazy. They hide the ancient
y'all
past.
look at this right here, man, I swear they built these whales like that, y'all. Look.
Yeah, they do.
And so look, if the whales start to they can reinforce that shit like Larry was saying. Look, if you look at a lot of these buildings, bro, like this style of architecture, that's because listen, brother, don't try to filibuster. Whether it is or ain't, let me explain this style of architecture to you, because they still build the wells like this. This is what I'm telling you. Over time, heat makes shit expand. Those red bricks start to expand. No cap. And listen, so over time they gotta come with reinforcement architecture, and instead of them tearing that whole building down, making it with new bricks, they'll just build a whole nother layer on top of that building, like what we see right here, of concrete or bigger stones, and that'll, you know what I'm saying, preserve the architecture and structure of that building. It's like you know what? That's like an exoskeleton, if you will.
All right, and that would make sense. But let's just go to the next one and see if we can find some more pockets of survival.
And they call that brick pointing also.
That's the name of it. All right. Yeah. See, I knew it was a name for this style.
Go to the next one. That's all destruction right there. Go to the next one.
He keeps saying it's destruction.
Now, yeah, because it used to be perfect, but it looks. You can see up on top how it's off. That's because the heat hit it. Go to the next one. You're gonna see, man. I'm gonna help you.
You should talk about the fact that tree right there.
That's a tree.
That denotes how long ago it happened. But let's see some more.
Wait, that's a tree. No, we ain't gonna skip that. That's a tree. That ain't melted.
Can't skip past that.
Rock.
Yeah, that's what's interesting.
No, if y'all paid attention, at first it was a picture that was half of that, and he said that was the melting. He had the picture of the tree. It's a tree, my boy.
That exposed that shit, bro.
The tree, life always tries to happen. So what do you think? Okay, so you guys are arguing, but what do you say about the bricks up on top?
Hey, you know what's so crazy? Us pointing out the tree is actually helping you out, bro. Because guess what? If you can explain that tree, that's the miracle, nigga. Because guess what they were saying? Like, bro.
I did. Like, I said it denotes how old it is, how long ago it happened. It must have happened a long time ago for a whole tree to grow up on. But look at the bricks up on top. You see how messed up they are? You guys give me a good explanation for why those bricks on top got like that and why the bricks on the bottom are like that. Please, now, do it.
No, we're gonna pretend.
Please, now, do it.
Look, y'all.
Oh, nigga, you said it was melted brick. Now, we see the whole picture.
I got you.
A tree now.
All right, go to the next one. I got you. Don't resist it. Stop resisting. You're gonna feel dumb if you keep resisting.
Nature is growing on the cement.
Keep going.
That's how. That's what happens right there when nature overthrows
it got
the cement.
destroyed.
That's normal. That's
Sacred.
natural.
Hold up, Sacred. We trying to show you something. This is an Angkor Wat. What we showing you with the trio. This don't mean giants and it don't mean no crazy technology. But we showing you. But look, hold on. But look, we showing you right now structures that's just as old as these that should have been faced this same phenomena that these face, right?
They all got hit at different levels. They didn't destroy everything the same. So keep going. That's why I want you to see more. These are got destroyed too, but and they got trees growing on them. It's amazing. But what I want you to find is ones where there's half a build. What I want you to see are the ones where it's half a building and half of a fucking badass temple. That's where I want you to get to. You're not going to get to it unless you keep flipping through and start opening your mind.
Bro.
All right, slow down.
I'm closing my mind. I'm just playing, bro. But this is crazy though. But yeah, let me go to another site, man.
It's one of the craziest things.
Here go one here.
When did they
look at that
all
shit.
This?
Look at that. That's a good example. If you zoom in on it, those doorways are not natural formations.
It's called a cliffside dwelling.
I know what you've been told, but what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh my God.
Well, I know what you've been told, but now try to see a different perspective.
Special keywords and all that shit.
Yeah, exactly. This is a big field.
Right.
Now,
Like been trained, my boy. He's been trained.
Life pockets.
He's been trained. You can tell.
It's a field. It's a
all
field
over the world. I can show you this same style. You thinking it's such a big phenomenon? I can go pull it up in other places, yo.
The reason we have language is because we've been looking at this for a long time.
Why can't you hear me out what I'm saying? Look what I'm showing you though, brother. Look, this is in Mali right here. This is what you showing me. You can't use my example for your example though, because I know how this was made. It was hollowed out by pygmy.
I know that's what they told you, but okay, see the rock above? How rude! How rude! How rude! See the rock above?
This dude is so mad that he wrong, bro. Y'all go ahead,
How
Dred.
rude that you don't let me even say nothing.
Go, man, bro. We letting you do the most of the talking.
Information and try to rearrange their shit to fit your shit.
Right.
No, I'm trying to tell you that you got lied to about what's going on here.
No, you got lied to.
Now, I'm trying to make a point, bro. Do you want to learn about it?
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you how I know this ain't me getting lied to, because inside, listen, inside of these dwellings, they got altars, stairways, steps, little rooms, and all that.
And they lead into walls. They lead into the wall, and the wall's melted.
And let me tell you, no, the wall ain't melted. No, the wall. No, you're wrong, man. You're just wrong.
Some of these don't even have a room. It's just a window, bro.
You know what, brother? You know what, brother? You're wrong,
Explain
man.
that. No, I'm not.
You know what? You couldn't find these pictures without the Facebook group, but I can find them without your Facebook group, because this all over the world. That's what I'm telling you.
Exactly.
This is normal,
it was a
bro.
civilization that spanned the entire world. It all got
give us
destroyed.
an example. As a matter of fact, give us a demonstration of what melting walls look like.
Well,
okay.
I'll give you one. You can look at video. You can look. Hey,
show us.
See, this is what I'm talking about. You can look at. I can't show you videos right now, but I can tell you.
No, we want
look at this.
We want you to do it.
Disrespectful.
Yeah, it's disrespectful. You asked me a question.
Don't tell nobody to shut up.
I didn't tell you to shut up. I try to answer and you start talking over me.
No, I said no. What I said was you show it. Don't show me a video. Yo, you do it. Since you the teacher.
I will try to explain
disaster created a stairway.
See, but you can't let me talk long enough to fucking hear the answer. So
Go
when
ahead,
I first started, thank you, man. So when I first started looking into this, the guy made some really interesting videos showing stone.
Hey, you don't got to curse at us.
Oh, that's rude, man. Why can't you?
You don't have to curse at us. You cursing at us is rude.
Who's cursing?
That's what's rude.
So when I first started watching this, getting into this, the guy made a series of videos of what happens to brick or rock when it's heated up with extreme heats, and we're talking about temperatures above like 4,000 or 5,000. What happens is exactly what happens to these buildings. It starts to bubble up, and then it
bubbles up.
It turns into bubbles, and like the bricks.
Oh my God!
Hey man, hey.
No, go ahead, brother. Keep going. Ignore me.
Before you tell me that you don't know.
Ignore me. Just keep going, brother.
You don't know what a debate is, bro. So anyway, it starts to bubble up and turns into like a balloon, and then eventually it will liquefy completely.
You're trying to make the claim that you was in the military. You weren't just from the military.
And then when you take the heat off, you know what happens to it? It hardens up and it looks. And then what happens to it when it after to take the heat off? It looks like these stones. It turns into like hard rock. It turns from liquid to hard because
it does the swamp thing. It bubbles up.
Because temperature dictates states of matter, man.
This sound like
that's why
this sound like cooking crack. Let it bubble up and harden up and shit like that. That's kind of the same.
That's why you see it. That's why you see different things happening. The melted bricks does magic tricks. We say that too because it has different things that it does. Keep looking. Watch the documentary. I'm trying to tell you. You guys are crazy, man. I'm a very intelligent person. You treat me like an idiot.
I can't believe he said we crazy.
When you watch this,
he said we crazy.
Segment. One of the problems is you're trying to say, this right here explains everything we see this way. And guess what? What you're doing is making it hard for any validation to be had because you saying this on everything. Nah, man. Just like old boy said, he seen this in his grandma's basement. And
it's mind blowing.
Yo, it's
not to somebody who understand it.
Like it ain't blowing nobody's mind.
Because
What's mind blowing is
this.
you're getting upset that we won't just take what you're saying at face value.
Right.
This was mind blowing.
That's not upsetting me. What's upsetting me is not being allowed to finish a sentence. But what I'm letting you know is that
I was just talking and you didn't let me finish the sentence. Should I be upset? I'm not upset.
Okay, but what I'm letting you know that
I'm mind blown by that.
It's very simple. I used to think all the same things you think. Like these are rocks, these are mountains.
Here he go with the pandering.
I accept some of what you're saying about some of it may be explained by what you're saying. Some of it, not all of it, man.
If you let me finish the sentence, man. So I'm letting you know that I don't expect you to believe me or agree with me because it's mind blowing, and I would have never believed
not
it.
Completely. We will not accept what you're saying completely.
There's a but. You can't hear the but coming up. But I will stand behind a statement to let you know that I do not see rocks. I know that they're not mountains or rocks no more. We're surrounded by the
everything was flat. Everything was just flat. And then somebody made something that he turned to a whole mountain.
I want to make a point, y'all.
I'll even take you to the next level.
Hey, bro, you got to keep it short though. It's a lot of people. That be the problem. You know what I'm saying?
All right, I'm almost.
Everybody want to talk, bro. So hold up a second. My point is this, y'all. It's mind blowing to him, just like my first time seeing this kind of architecture. I saw it on the West Coast first. You know, the West Coast got a lot of this because you got the mountains and shit, and they take advantage of that. And the key to architecture is to make your house flow directly into the mountains. That's if it's a part of the mountain. And if you can make it flow with the natural landscape as like it's part of the mountain, you doing the best architecture with this style. Now, that's what I know about the way that this style is sold. Now, this is what we call mountainside living, cliffside homes. Your money got to be right for you to do this because the cliff or the highest peaks in your region is like enjoyed by everybody, which is why when you go to the Dogon areas, when they built in these cliff sides, no one particular person owned that. It was like a community temple type where everybody can go, because I can't tell you can't go to a mountain. We just turned the mountain to a little, you know, we carved it out to make sort of space for living, like sort of this architecture here. This is called cliffside dwellings, and humans have chose to live like this for fucking ages, y'all. That's all I want to point out.
That's what they tell us, and I'm pointing out that I used to believe all that.
Ain't no one man on YouTube gonna make me stop believing that either, brother. So you and that guy can go to hell, because they shit make more sense.
What I was making a statement, and this is my last statement because I'm not going to continue doing this. I'm just letting you know that I know all the stories that they've told us, but I've woken up to this. It's been 3 years now. You can keep showing the same picture, the modern day stuff that I'm not talking about if you want to.
I'm showing modern day and older. Here go the older forms of it right here.
I want to challenge something for you guys, and I want to make a challenge or a bet, whatever. Whoever is really adamant that this is that I'm an idiot, then just let's make a 1,000 nothings. Let's spend 1,000 nothings. Go watch the Tartary documentary and watch the whole thing till the end, and maybe even watch another one after that, because you probably want to. After you
see, you know what, guys?
My challenge.
All of his shit is go watch instead of go think and go research. And then after you watch it turned him into a nutcase. I hate to say it, this man's mind is gone.
And then after you watch it,
and it's a big group of people on YouTube that are nutcases, and they convince themselves of this fantasy world of giant trees and bricks bubbling up and then and hardening back up and shit like that. Now, they can't reenact none of this stuff in the real world. It's all about belief, but we can't see it. But what we can see is people still building this way today, like what he's talking about on the cliff sides and stuff into the mountain. So why don't we go with what we can see? I literally see companies building this like this right now. I don't see bricks bubbling up then hardening up like that right now. But I still see humans building cliffside architecture though.
Can I say something real quick?
Don't show the pictures I wanted you to show. Don't show them. Just
he's
show
still being delusional.
And don't listen to my challenge. My challenge was going to be that my challenge was going to be that next time we talk, bro. If you watch the whole thing, next time we talk, I know what's going on. Just let me finish, man. See how the
No, it was
arguments.
my turn to
See
talk
how
to
the
you. Overtalked me, bro.
See how the
you already
argument.
spoke. No,
I was
no,
in
you
the,
ain't
I'm,
gonna-
I was talking.
And he keep on
man.
talking about go watch this, go watch that. Relax, bro. We gonna go watch it. Quit selling that
And
bullshit.
I realize what's happening here. He has the same problem that globe earthers have. He's telling us to believe what somebody else told him. Now,
I'm trying to make
how much fact checking has you did from the source? None. When we go against the globe earth, we come with undeniable evidence to back up our claims. You do not do that. You're doing the same thing that globe earthers do time and time again. But the problem is what we having with you is that, bro, you're fucking up a foundation that is built on truth and undeniable facts. Now y'all are trying to implement this bullshit into something that we have built from the ground up on a foundation of fucking truth, man. We don't need this religious base. We don't need this religious-based. We don't need this religious-based bullshit to fuck with our truth, man. I'm sorry, I just had to be real with you, man. All this giants and this mud flood and all this shit. Nah, man, the truth speaks for itself. You don't have to argue the truth.
And he's so emotional.
Let the truth speak for itself.
That's why
That's all you need to do.
He's so emotional with that shit, just like a religious fanatic.
Come back and talk to me. That's all I was gonna say. You couldn't even let me finish.
But you all know you fit that take all day to say, bro. You just talking in circles with a bunch of bullshit and malarkey and baloney.
Scared. You're scared. That's all it is.
Man, you're just ignorant if you ask me, brother. I ain't gonna cap, man. Cause everything I showed you, you didn't want to deal with, but you keep referring to this bullshit for us to watch.
And you've been talking for like the last 2.5 hours. We've been letting you talk. God damn.
And the whole thing is, man, just go and watch it. I'm telling you, the moment you watch it, you're gonna just ascend to a cloud. Just go and watch it, man. I'm telling you, man. I just want to. Yes, man. He should be doing infomercials.
Man.
That part about it is the shit is kind of interesting, but not so interesting that we supposed to blindly believe this shit. That's what got us in the trouble we in about the globe. People mind is so fucked up. You know, people
don't know how to.
His mind's so fucked up. Even after we tell him that this is a traditional style of architecture, he don't say, "Oh, really? Let's show me about that so I can make sure I got the truth because I do want to compare my shit to other possibilities." Nope, he just gonna ignore that and go right back. That's a religion, bro.
Yeah, I think that's the problem is that he not taking in the accountability of other opinions. You know, we all just having we clashing thoughts. You know, we not. So he kind of selling it like, yo, you gotta believe this, bro. If you don't believe this, you back of the class. You know, it's like, man, we here to clash minds. You know, we out here putting our opinions together.
What be happening is people like that. Look, people like that be around a lot of people that they're smarter than. And then they bring that arrogant attitude around people that's way smarter than them, but they don't check their attitude at the door. So they come in thinking they hella smart, not knowing we way beyond what the hell they even thought was smart, because it's sort of like a superstar playing on a sorry ass team. But then when y'all play a good team, you see that superstar and shit. That's what people be experiencing coming over here. But y'all go ahead.
Drop. That was facts right there.
I literally told this dude that style of brick that he showed, that's when the masonry get redone. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole new layer of brick. That's the foundation. That's restoring.
They call it that, but that could be deceptive because they can't restore that because they either choose not to use that old style of brick, they find a better material, or guess what? That's it. Look, man, I had to build somebody's, this is a simple project. I had to build a mailbox that was built in the 70s. A friend of mine, daughter, boyfriend, can't drive the shit, tore the shit up. She trying to hide it from the landlord type thing, whatever. I call myself gonna restore the shit. I can't find the brick. I can't find it. So what I had to do, fortunately, I was able to reassemble it using the old pavers. It wasn't even bricks. It was pavers. I couldn't find no brickyard or nothing. I had to use, fortunately, I could use them same pavers. I didn't have to piece them back together, nothing. On the mortar, it came loose on the mortar, so I was able to restore that. What if I couldn't find the paver and that paver was busted? I would have had to use a different brick. something that's not even made in the same manner as that previous brick, or what if it was stone? I would have had to replace that stone with some brick because I can't find that stone, can't find no paver that matches it or some other stone that matches it. I would have had to use something else. And that's why you have stuff like this that happens over time. He's not giving any frames of reference or nothing. He just, hey man, this was a mountain. What the hell?
Now, what
can
if
we
he
do with that?
came and said that mailbox you restored was a melted mountain? Then
You see what I'm saying? I mean, that was a. Come on, man. It's like, no.
You feel me? Because that's what he's doing. He's saying that when you constructed that mailbox, he would come and tell us that, oh no, they hit it with a laser.
And
He got
see,
hit with the
see,
laser and shit.
See, man, this is the sad part about it. This is the sad part about it. There may be some warfare that happen in areas where that is, possible. But man, don't try to put that on everything. Like every mountain you see was a building. Man, that's ridiculous, man.
Hey, let me quickly say this, right? Peace to the panel, first of all, and to the chat room. I'm Bro Sanchez.
Peace, bro.
Much love. I'm quite sure most of you is aware of John Levy. I'm a follower of his, but I've seen a few of his videos, right? And
oh man,
he actually. Pardon?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad. I thought. No, you got it. That one for you. You got it, man.
He showed like a footage of a brick being melted with a laser. Did anybody see that documentary at all?
Is your name Adrian? I'm just kidding. Let me see.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just fucking with your brick being melted with
What kind of laser did he
I'ma
use?
pull it up. So we
I'm
can
not
see it.
I don't know of the laser.
Can I find it on YouTube?
You find it on, I think, John Levy channel, something like that. John Levi.
Maybe you could just search brick being melted with the laser. Boom, there you go.
I went to the first one. Maybe that ain't the one. Okay.
There's very little studies done.
Did lasers do this though to these? This where we looking at laser damage?
To what?
No, because I think when you melt, if I'm not mistaken, when you melt brick, I thought the brick turned into like a lava-like substance.
Molten.
Before it hardens. Yeah, molten lava-like substance.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so I don't. That's not what we're seeing with what he was showing in the pictures.
Well, honestly, man, I don't think we can really say what it would absolutely look like either way. But again, the problem is he's trying to put it on everything. If somebody shoot a laser at something versus somebody putting a widespread amplified heat something or some sonic, who knows what kind of behavior you'll get out of a combination of material. What is the brick made of? Is it stone? Is it something that was pounded and compacted into a brick? You get different behavior, but still, the problem is he just wants us to believe from his vantage point. And what vantage point is that? From somebody else's vantage point. So that's the problem. Some of the stuff might have some validity, but you can't even research it. Why? You got to go look at one person's video. That doesn't make sense, man.
And that person's video is his theories. Those what he's theorizing. That's what he think happened. There's no way to verify.
Yeah.
But again, you cannot verify. Who told him? We gotta ask the question. Who told him that?
Hey y'all,
does that
look.
justify the mountains?
Look what I found.
Right.
So this where he getting this from. I just found more little phenomena that he should have been known to pull up, right? Now check it out. Now let's deal with this. Because I can explain this, and this ain't no technology or none of that stuff he's saying, if this what he talking about. Because guess what? Let me show you how this is formed. And we see this in caves a lot. It ain't that the stone in the caves is melted. What it is there's water constantly dripping from the ceiling. And that water is liquefying the stone into like little fine minerals. And over time, they harden up and they start to resemble the dripping water. You get what I'm saying? Did that make sense to y'all?
Yeah, you right about that. You definitely
No,
right
that's
about
a
that, bro.
fact. That's
That's a
100%.
fact, right?
And then when you go in a cave, sometime you'll still see the water drips dripping from the tips of these things. So when he talk, yeah,
stalactites type stuff.
something like that. That sounds like the word I've heard in these little cave
Kind
documentaries.
of like salt or something.
Yeah, stone can behave like water when it's in these in cave-like environments and shit. But that ain't no big machine. That's what he was saying. Like I forgot what he was saying, but he was saying like, oh, he was saying over time the bricks will bubble up, bubble up.
Nah, it's more like, man, like you got hit with a laser. Everything,
Like
Yeah, he said he got hit by a laser.
they're like, man,
from
the whole.
space.
So you saying like the whole plane of existence got hit by a laser and turned buildings into mountains? All it's almost like he was saying everything was flat, and then a laser hit flat stuff and it bubbled up into mountains or buildings or some. It's some weird stuff. What he was saying just didn't make sense on everything. If I'm mad at a certain region or somebody, I might hit their stuff with a super ass weapon with all the power of the sun in, like I said in the back of a Vegeta. You know what I'm saying? It got stuff that allude to nuclear explosions back then or something. Some god pursuing another god and some this and that, and he shoot an arrow at him with all the power of the sun in it. Type of statements. They got statements like that, but he didn't shoot the whole plane with it. He didn't shoot every mountain with it and turn every building into a mountain. That's just crazy.
But when it would have leveled it, not bubbled it, make it go upward, I thought like a nuclear weapon would level.
Yeah, it'll fucking
not necessarily. That's the yes.
If
yes,
you want to bring up nuclear weapons,
blast, but you talking about heat. You talking about heat from it or some kind of something that emanating from it, like heat. It could do certain things that would just cause it to just. I mean, I can see I can make shit almost melt. You know what I'm saying? But but that ain't every single thing, man. Like,
listen though,
every damn mountain was a building.
Anything inside of this mushroom ring ain't gonna be standing. Ain't gonna be no melted, and all of that. Nope, it's just not. It's gonna be into pieces. So I don't know if he talking about this kind of nuclear explosion, which ain't really nuclear technology. This is atom bomb
lasers. He
technology.
said lasers.
Like all
everything got
caves.
hit with lasers.
And this laser, did it come from space or was the laser here on Earth? Like, which direction was they aiming this laser?
So they got this laser going through the brick now. And like I said, ain't no bubbling up in the swamp thing and all that. Is like.
And I just looked up caves, and caves is formed from water. All caves is formed from water and limestone. Shit ain't formed from no laser.
See,
It's formed, like you said, the water drips.
Yeah, and that's how you get that liquid pattern. He brought up laser, but we ain't getting that in this video, that pattern. You see what I'm saying? That's stalagmites or whatever the chat room put it in there. Yeah, y'all brought it up. See, this video right here would kill his argument. Now, unless it's another process we need to see. Let me see what John Levy talking about.
Man, I'll be honest. I've looked at some of the stuff that he's talking about, but I look at it with interest and not with like absolute. You know what I'm saying? You gotta okay. You're looking at stuff. You're looking for clues to like everything. So you look at everything, you consider a lot of things, but you don't consider it facts.
I'm gonna go watch this. I'm gonna watch this shit here.
Again, you don't see that on these. Nah, you don't see it.
Yeah. This is like a result of that shit being molten at one point and re-solidified. If I ain't mistaken.
No, bro, what you're doing is actually explaining what he couldn't explain if there was anything to explain.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You're saying molten. Okay, so like if some sort of intense heat, just say if at one point some beings could manipulate the sun and put it a little closer to somebody or some shit. Yeah, you might have it because it don't take a bam and then it all, like you said, the mushroom cloud. Nah, you bring that shit that they launched up in China and put that next to somebody's building. That might happen. You You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, whatever, or like if they could pull the sun or move it in some way, you know, just a little bit close. It might take the top off a mountain and make it melt down. Who knows? But he's
And that
not
will
talking
go
about
against
that.
flat Earth. But that'll still go against flat Earth because we know the sun is fixed above us. It don't get. You feel me? That's why I
I'm not
was
saying the
saying
sun. I'm saying something with that kind of intensity, like that shit that they
Oh,
launched
okay.
in China.
I
You know what I'm
got
saying? Stuff like that. That's the damn arrow with all the power of the sun in it to us. But we, you and I know that's us wanting to sit on the very throne of the Most High. You know what I'm saying? You know, we seek to do things like that. That thing that is in, you know, that thing that already exists, and we try to replicate or create it, and we be coming close to something that's godly to us, but it's not that level. It's never gonna be, you know, we just grabbing the material and trying to mimic it the whole way. But it's like, nah, this stuff, dog, you know, the sun is here. There's nothing we can do about it. You know what I'm saying? You know, but it's like that stuff that dude to my, it's like I hear him about the giants. I hear him about, you know, I hear him about that trees and there are no trees on Earth, forests on Earth. I'm like, that shit is interesting as hell. But I'm not gonna just say, yeah, that means absolutely this or that. Nah, that means we need to look into it and research it the same way we didn't say this absolutely means that we're on flat Earth. Bro Sanchez done turned it up and not saying it's on ancient cosmology, like you know, we can try to rest in like the whole thing about flat Earth. People contend with it because, man, you know, what about hills? What about gorges? What about cliffs? What about this? Okay, cool, but that how deep is the cliff? It's less than a mile deep. And like it's further than that from me to where Bro Sanchez is at. That's a vast distance. Well, up and down, we went but 8 miles up and 8 miles down, which looks like nothing compared to the distance that it is on the plane across. So we can't make
this shit right here.
Yeah.
Am I weird that this shit make me want a brownie right now? Well, go ahead. I'm just
all right. So what would
bullshit.
y'all? What would y'all
I'm just
say to
bullshit.
this? What would y'all say? What would y'all say to the theory like that land come from erupting volcanoes underwater and it bubbles up to the top, then forms land? What would y'all say to people that teach that?
You seen it on TV when the ocean caught on fire, right? After that 40,000-pound bomb, right? So whatever it was, we can see these things happen. Now, what's the cause of it? So yeah, it depends on how deep your mind want to go and how far, you know, to the catacombs.
But I'm gonna say another thing. What about this too? A lot of that brick that they was using had little metals in it that'll make it slyway malleable too, right? Kind of bendable to flex a little bit. You know what I'm? And that's so it won't be so brittle as well, right? For example, like this case he's showing here. Like to me, I think there's always explanations of the. Well, listen here, man. They may be right. I'm gonna go watch this video. That's what I'm gonna do. But I know one thing, what he showed us with the liquid part, like this right here, undeniable that's stalagmites right there. That's and I hope I'm pronouncing it right, but yeah, that's what that is.
Stalactites.
Yeah.
Stalactite. What? Yo, man.
Yo, I got a question.
Yeah.
What you think about the giant stairs and the giant books and the giant tools that they was using back in the day?
That's why I even entertain what he's saying, but from his vantage point, I don't.
Where they at though? I want to pull it up. I'm gonna put giant tools. I ain't never saw this stuff.
You might have to put in giant stairs. I think the giant stairs is more a bit talkative.
Yeah, I ain't never saw
giant
that.
books
Put all that.
Yeah, in the book of Satan though, that was supposedly written under the guise of Satan by that monk was a giant book. It was a huge book too, written in one night. All the scriptures, you know.
Because I got
giant stairs.
Yeah, I got smoke for the, you know, for that. So look, I found giant stairs right here. Boom. Now, let me ask y'all a question. Do stuff like this prove giants? Let's ask.
It proves something crazier than we used to.
Because you can see the regular human stairs right there.
Yeah,
and then you can see the big ones there.
I mean, that's why I said pull this one up, because it is a good talkative point, this one, because both perspective, big and small. So let's build on this one.
I'll tell you what. That right there would be more impressive if those big stairs don't have little stones comprising them.
Ooh.
See what I'm saying? Like if it was actually like big,
shit.
like all of those would have to be big slabs. The same way we might use 5 bricks to make 1 stair or something like that. Well, those have to be 5 big ass stones.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you why that's so important. What Larry's saying, he's saying that if a giant made these stairs, it would show stacking them with human-sized bricks, and that meant that the giant. Let me show you something right now. Just think about what he's saying. The giant would have had to pick up them little human-sized bricks like this and stack them like this, cause his hands bigger than them our size bricks. We'll need to use 2 hands, but the giant is them little rocks to him. So it'll be, and then he might crush it like, oh, I grabbed it too hard. This do matter, man. Like that's a huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a huge.
Like another dagger, like another dagger to that would be if just say the giant was intimidating or enslaving or made like a little abd or whatever to be his primitive worker type of thing, show him how to use the tools. Why would he wait on a bunch of little men to form that even for his benefit? Like you know what I'm saying?
Because Larry, it's like this. Us would take thousands of little bitty bricks to make this giant step. And then when he
lay a few bricks.
Right, and then when he step on that step, that shit gonna crack. Versus him laying them few little bricks, what you saying? Because
not even practical to his weight, if his weight.
That's what I mean.
That might be the magic in it. We was the master builders, like the Masons. We could make shit like this.
Nah, I don't think so.
I was about to say, depending on the location, it probably was sacred to them, and they built it to like symbolize, like probably like walking up to God to them. And those little stairs on the side was probably built in for like the tourist attraction, because they knew like people weren't gonna be able to climb up.
I think they was made that big so more people can walk up them at one time, sort of like an expressway. Like we can all run up these motherfuckers.
Watch this.
Nah, but they gotta climb it. Drop. Look, they can't even.
They gotta climb.
Right. Stairs, bro. Who's gonna be on each other's shoulders?
So let me give a theory. Can I give a
stances when you do like this? Trying to get into the movies. Those are the stances. Let me stop.
I'm gonna tell you what it could have been. Hold on. Let me show y'all something real quick. I'm about to pull it up on another screen and put it by this one. This could be a large scale filtering for water, like think of a water canal system with the water falling down, each step coming down, and then it'll filter down. The heavy shit will be stuck on the stairs and like it's filtering. Now, I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense out of it since we saying
it does make
it ain't
Let me give a thought. Let me give a thought real quick.
They do that.
What it look like to me is they use these big stairs to have a foundation so they can actually build the small ones. So if they only see where all the people at, you could come over and start building those, putting them little bricks on the left hand side, build it up and build. These is like a foundation in order for them to actually build
and fill it in with the stairs. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Bricks, more practical stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
So they didn't have cranes and shit back then. You got to keep that in mind.
Now check this out, right? I also can see a system like this where along the sides you got little stairways to look over and shit too. Yeah. But either way, it's better than the Giants thing, and I think you got a lot of videos going viral because people want to hear like Giants instead of, and I think it's fucked up because it's hiding the technology part of it that it could have been.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's very true. That is a good point. That is a hell of a deep point, actually.
Religion, man.
I'm getting the vibe of
them. I see that too.
That's what they do with feeding it.
Yeah, I'm getting the vibe of them step pyramids too. So I don't know. They probably did a lot of stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and over in like literally like over I believe it's like the Incas in the mountains of Peru are stepped like that, but they're not nowhere near as huge. But they did that for irrigation purposes because that's how they perform their horticulture / agriculture. with those type of steps because of how water fell, you know, it then settled it. But yeah, in filtration though, like bro was saying, natural organic filtration systems, you get the different layer of sediments and coal, and you pour the river water in it, and after the last layer, it comes out clean or drinkable. So I mean, there's a whole bunch of theories, but them Jones are super huge. They're like 3 times the height of human beings, and they almost over a quarter of a football field long going across. So some things we got to just put out of mind. Like, nah, they ain't built those so they can build a little steps. Absolutely not, because you wouldn't need to build all that space. So, but then again, ain't no telling what's true, because ain't nothing 100%.
Yo, pull up them giant books.
Yeah, them books is something serious though. Them some big motherfuckers.
In most major cities around the world are built on older cities.
Giant writing checks, big money,
Hey,
big
my mic muted, but I'm telling them now, just like we got giant books, we got giant checks, and they do this stuff for novelty. Like, you can go buy a big ass M&M that you can hold up with both of your hands to bite into. Now, a person may say, man, giants was living, because who gonna eat that big old M&M? But it's a novelty. So I believe a lot of these giant books could have been novelties, man.
Yeah,
literal there, bro.
It actually still,
That's trippy.
it actually still goes in what you said earlier about ego. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker walk into your house, you got a book that big, nigga. That's some fire shit right there.
Right. Hey,
nigga,
look,
you the man when you got
knowledge.
a book like that in your house.
You know what? That's a big old fact. Because think about it. It's some people, the bigger your money is, like a nigga's swimming pool may be the size of your whole property. That show you the scale of like how you start. Think about it. Somebody with a book like this, they saying, look, everybody got all these rich Bibles and stuff like in the church, right? It's Bibles out there that's worth millions just because the decorations, artworks, you got big books, different copies, novelties, and look, even tiny books, too, tiny little bitty books too. So I'm just saying, like, I think regular size humans are gonna build tiny shit like we doing with nano today. And guess what? If polarity is true, then of course there's gonna be a time where we try to build giant shit and overbuild. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at all this. I think like a nigga with a big ass pimp cup on his table that he can't even really pick up. A person may say, look, man, a giant must have lived in his house. But it go back to what I was saying, giant ego. A time where we try to build giant shit and oh, let me let Usager Billy, you gotta mute the YouTube video, but I'm gonna mute myself and let y'all go ahead.
Hell yeah, like I had a giant chessboard where the pieces was like the size of my whole hand. So like you said, if somebody looked, they'd be like, you know how big you would have to be to play this chessboard? Or you can even dumb it all the way down where somebody looking at a dollhouse and take it literal and be like, look at this cup. These people was real little. So like you'll never be able to know how big people actually was. I believe the giants was like if Shaq went to a pygmy village, that would be considered a giant. Anywhere where there's a lot of small people and you big as hell. That's what I think giants is. I don't think it's these books or them steps or nothing. But y'all go ahead.
Yo, on that whole giant thing, on that whole giant tree stuff and all of that, I have a personal interest in that stuff in some amazement sense, but I don't have it like I believe that's the way it was, and I'm gonna try to come to y'all, yo man, you know, we on that flat earth stuff, but it's really about nah, I'm not gonna do that. Because it's just interesting to me personally. Almost in a dream, like, man, like, man, you know, what could explain this? We don't know. Just like we can't explain the sun type stuff and all that. It's like you know, we just gotta just keep looking and gain understanding over the course of it. But nah.
And one more, y'all go ahead.
Hey, what about in another? Do you think it's possible in another reality? You know, like micro, macro.
You know, what could explain this?
Hey, you know what I'm gonna say though? Look, hold on, we got to get usage or mic muted. If we gonna have to, bro, you gonna have to cut your YouTube off, man. Now check this out, y'all. People like to say Tartarian giants. Giants and Tartary go hand in hand, and I'm like, I don't know why. I don't know why how people started putting that together, because Genghis Khan, the one started the Tartarian Empire. He wasn't a giant. I want to know how this is how folks be muddying the waters and stuff like that, if you ask me, man.
Hey, bro Sanchez, let me give you the definition. The definition say the giant, an imaginary or mythical being of human form, but superhuman size.
We still talking about kingdoms that ain't dealing with mythological beings that had to be founded by a physical person, though. Tartary was a real kingdom. And I want to, that right there is cool what you read, but it don't really tell me.
Yeah, I'll just give you the definition that they gave.
I'm glad you gave that, but look, if what they need to do is go look up Tartar. They need to do the etymology on it, and they'll see that, this was a Persian. A lot of folks got the wrong idea of Tartar. It was just in the 1600s. That ain't too long ago. And so they're saying just that long ago, there were giants and all this. If you look up the Tartarian Empire, bro, it looked a lot like ours. It was like a whole time they want to write out a history where they had electric sidewalks and all that shit.
And what are you talking about?
They still got, I think they got video of the electric sidewalks and all that shit too, man. You can actually look that shit up.
And what are you saying about the giants being associated with that? I don't even associate with that. That whole mud flood stuff and all that. That sounds kind of interesting. That sounds similar to what you to my bro. Where like they got this certain thing that happened with quakes, and if some kind of weapon sonic stuff, they can make shit shake enough that it almost liquefies or like turn into a molten or some kind of state where cars can sink down in the ground or whole buildings can sink down.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell a brother earlier.
That's kind of interesting, but the other stuff he talking about, I'm like, nah, man, you tripping. That was too much. He.
This what I'm trying to tell them too. Check this out. When people talk about Tartaria, right, they give them little artwork like this right here, right? But everybody keep on where it's like history repeating itself. Because what created the Tartarian Empire, right? Watch this. Genghis Khan found out what Tesla found out. How to cut the lights on. Every time we go to a dark age, it's some man that figure out electricity again. And he become the big man in his time and shit. Like Tesla figured out a lot of stuff in his time, right? If you look at what Tesla built, look at what they giving you for the Tartarian empires. Whatever Tesla knew, that was the foundation of this empire. Now check this out. This is Grand Tartary. People don't show you this. See, this don't look far different than the world you live in today. This is what the Tartarians would have been living in. And they want you to think giants, mythology, instead of electricity, urban environment, and all that shit. Think about that. Here go China. Here go. Yeah, go ahead. I'll follow back.
That photo, if you look real closely at that photo, you'll notice that if you look all the way to the ground, the whole city is surrounded by water. What they had back then was something called hydroelectric. It was an unlimited source of electricity, and we still use it right now today. Me and my partner, we actually generate electricity from water. So way back in those days, they was able to power a whole city by using the electricity that's already in the water. And that's what you see. That's what that picture is, man. All that water that's surrounding that is where they was getting electricity from. The water. And they what they did today is they found a way to tap into that technology and charge us. You know what I'm saying? They reverse engineered that technology, and now they're charging us for electricity when electricity is supposed to be free.
They built the whole garden. What was the name of that garden? They shut it down. It was made of all that glass and shit. Hold on, let me try to put it out. This garden it powered itself off of the little water system or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if they was capping. They saying that this man was a genius. This garden actually was self-powering itself and all this shit the same way with this hydroelectricity.
Yeah, so, if you look it up, bro, this deep. If you look it up, every dam in the United States, there's a hydroelectric hooked up to the motherfucker. They've been getting electricity from the water, and they've been cutting us off from it for ages, bro. Yeah. I looked this shit up. I was like, it blew my mind. I'm talking about every single dam, bro. Every last one of them. They have a hydroelectric hooked up to it, bro. You'll find it. All over the world, too.
Free energy, man.
Free energy.
And they just running a monopoly, charging like a motherfucker for one of the most abundant resources in nature, which is energy, man.
Because you remember they used to run the engines off water, off steam. Remember steam powered engine?
Hey, who you think ended all that? The Rockefellers and all them, they wanted the fuel industry. You know what's crazy? There was a god called Hydra, right? And it's even a constellation in the sky. But that's where we get the word hydrant from. And that's how we harness water, energy, all that from nature, directly free. We tap into it, which is why they say tap water and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So like, real talk, right? This knowledge, they cursed this whole thing about Hydra. They turned that to the devil. That constellation looked like a sine wave, by the way. But you know, that's the symbol of energy, a lightning bolt. So what I'm saying is like, that god Hydra represented a time where I think was dealing with hydropower. And they killed that and cursed that, made it the serpent, the sine wave. You got sand going. And they came with this new El, well, not El, the god, but this whole new Rockefeller system, you know.
Yeah, hydroelectricity, right? Damming things off and putting moats around like castles and things like that. There's always been a way. Hydra itself is a serpent. You see what I'm saying? It literally is the sine wave, like you're talking about. Hydra, the serpent god. You dig what I'm saying?
Hey, what if they call that shit a moat because it's a motor, like the hydro motor for a house?
That's hard. A moat because it's a motor. You dig what I'm saying, man? That's hard.
Yeah, so that make a lot of sense too, Bobby, that them moats ain't just for defense because the shit wasn't that deep. It'll slow you a minute, but I mean, so it
because common sense will tell you if most of the attacks, like think about this. When you think of a person attacking a castle back then, the attack was a ranged attack. They were shooting cannons at that motherfucker, fire arrows. So the moat wasn't necessarily, it wasn't even a defense thing. You dig what I'm saying? It actually was a hindrance. If you telling me they built it one way in and one way out, that's like the projects.
Hey, you right, because if your army got to get out the castle, this little bridge gonna mean you can't get that many troops out there in time.
There you go.
And then if you got, if you look at this Angkor Wat, it got the moat around it, but this whole city was all about harnessing energy. So it's backing up what you're saying, what we're saying here too, with making this whole canal around this ground. I don't know what it is, right? But apparently Angkor Wat, right, it had this whole little canal around this little middle part. And this middle part right here was some sort of generation of energy generated for all of the civilization around it. So the people in the jungle weren't dark. They weren't in the dark age. They had little temples and brick buildings in them trees with lights going on, little shit, you know, must have been pretty dope. You know what I'm saying? But they had some sort of, like you said, I guess this would be the hydroelectric. This probably would be like the central point of their whole system right here. You know what I'm saying? And so,
Yeah, that's the whole idea of the drawbridge that used to be at the castles or whatever. The water would surround. I believe you pulled up a castle. It might have been this a couple months ago, maybe a year ago, and how they use sound to actually move the water to actually power the damn castle. You see what I'm saying? So the water hold the energy.
I know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, they had a canal system like what we see here that would have connected everybody's shit to this one system that kept their water in motion. And that would have that water would have flowed through everybody's main temple. And when they playing the organs and pipes, it would have charged the water. That's why they didn't need hospitals. That's where we get holy water from. That water was healing. It was highly charged water and shit like that. So yeah.
And absolutely. And let me just say one thing. They used to in science class, right? You do this experiment. You can look it up now, where you split the just tap water at the sink. You split it right with your finger, and you stick a raw LED light bulb in between that split, and it'll start glowing.
Because it's an electricity going.
Yeah, buddy. Yep. And at the bottom of the pyramids of Giza, there's zigzag aqueducts, what they call aqueducts, right? And the cross hatching and the splitting of the waters generates the energy. That's how this realm was created. The first waters were split, then the second waters were split. So literally, we're talking about, and also the strands in between DNA are made of mostly hydrogen. And Hydra, I don't know how many heads the Hydra has, but if we count them out, I promise you we can go deep into that. And like you said, it is a constellation. Everything's related to the stars. There's true charge, the thought, the light, before we get to this physical realm. And then we think about buildings and bricks. These buildings and bricks are laid out like our physical anatomy, which is an actual light synthesizing machine. And so, yeah, that's all I wanted to say about everything. But yeah, shout out to the panel.
Hey, drop. Hydra, ain't drop. No, he ain't from Cleveland. He from you from Akron, right? I'm just fucking with you.
It's only 25 minutes away though. What's funny is they called me Boney J, and then they came out called Bone. I could have swore they flew over me. The devil flew right over me. I'm kind of glad he did too, but
that's crazy because Bone got an album cover that looked like Angkor Wat. Yeah, go ahead, Dred.
Yeah, I would say, I think it's deep too, man, because like when you're dealing with like raw natural energy and you think about the ecosystem, like think how it will affect the plants, the animals, and how more in tune the area will be. And look how dysfunctional a lot of shit is now since they done dammed everything up and they cut everything off from its natural balance. So I think that if they was to allow things to flow naturally, my nigga, I think we'll probably even live longer, to be real with you. You know what I'm saying? And it'd be harder it'd be hard for them to really pollute our bodies and shit because our ecosystem will naturally constantly cleanse us out. You feel me? That's just my thought on it, man. I fall back.
There's another thing I wanted to point it out. I mean, when most of us was growing up, I'm sure they told us that only kings live in castles, right? But there's so many castles that are uninhabited, but you never ever hear about what king lived in them. So I'm pretty sure they was used for other resources and other reasons, right? A lot of them are just, so yeah.
And a lot of those things, y'all know about whatever the Asian dude name is, Yamamoto, whatever, the magic of water, whatever, right? And the black woman that was doing that around the world before he made that book. But I keep
Mona Harris.
Yeah, thank you. Mona Harris. Miss Mona. Thank you. Miss Harris. Thank you. Those temples are only for meditation and vibrating on the most positive level. And if you notice, temples and castles, like we were just talking about, surrounded by water, which actually reflects and vibrates based off of those things. It'll mold if you keep on sending out negative meditations, prayers, whatever you want to call them. If you send out positive thoughts, you don't say anything. Just send out positive vibrations to it, and it will change. So what we are literally, I don't have to say anything to you, but the vibration, the space in between me and you physically, if we was to ever meet, you could feel the thought, the energy from me if you truly tapped into it. So what we're talking about here on this channel is, yeah, it's a key to certain doors. And there's only
Hey, bro, Sanchez, how you doing, man?
What's good, bro? How you doing?
Tapping in live from Cleveland, man. I just tapped in. I heard your show, man. I heard you we was talking about that bone, man. That's a fact. I'm gonna tell you. That image was on, I think I want to say it was on the Art of War album, right? And that was like I think they third or fourth album. I'm not sure though, because you know I'm a Bone fanatic. You know what I'm saying? Being born and raised from Cleveland, you know what I'm saying? It's one of my favorite groups.
One of
but you
mine
know they were always tapped in. Bone was always tapped into like a spirit energy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even from when, if you remember, because I used to collect CDs. You know what I'm saying? I'm 36. So I used to collect CDs. I collected all. See what I'm saying? There you go, right there. Yep. There it is, right there.
And come to think about it, they did the same thing with Crossroads. Yep.
Yeah, and they was one of, besides Wu-Tang, they was one of the first artists, some of the first artists to use CGI. You see what I'm saying? Because for that album right there, it was a commercial. You can look it up on YouTube right now, and they had the graphics. It looked like a video game. It was a promotion for Art of War, right? Now, Bone, I gotta say, Crazy did an interview, man, and that's my nigga. I know a couple of them guys like on the regular about being in the, you know what I'm saying, about being in Cleveland. He lied though. He said them guys didn't know what they were doing, right? But he lied because if you go back to East 99 Eternal album, if you get a copy of that CD and you get that album cover, there
that
is
Ouija board shit, nigga. The Ouija board.
Yeah, no, wait, hold on. Let me continue. There's it looks like a Ouija board, but it's a story, but the words are all backwards. So you have to read it in the mirror. I was told from one of my elders that when you read something backwards in the mirror, you connect with the spiritual realm. So when you read that story, it tells the journey of a man. And a lot of people said when Bone dropped that CD, it put a curse on our city, on Cleveland. And I can't lie. I mean, I you know what I'm saying? You know, you can't really stamp it, but you know, it was a lot of it's a lot of darkness.
Let me share something with you real quick. How I'm fucking with this. I'm glad he joined, right? Watch this though. I'm gonna show you what's crazy, right? It's crazy because all these cities with a certain name got a certain vibe. Just hear me out. Like Memphis is dealing with some evil shit that was in Egypt. And when you go there, they got the pyramid, and it's just got a whole gloomy vibe. Now,
we got a pyramid too, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
See what I'm saying? Now, watch how crazy, right? The tool that the Reaper holding, that blade, that and meat, they call that a cleaver. That's how you get your city, Cleveland, dealing with this blade, this whole candy cane that Santa or
and it's
Satan
a lot
hold.
of death, man. Hey, Sanchez, it's a lot, man. There's so much going on right now. It's crazy, man.
That's crazy because
you know what? I'm gonna tell you some real shit, and I don't want to be negative on your panel or nothing like that. No, I gotta be real. Someone, I live in the inner city, right? I live downtown, right? A couple days ago, me and my son and stuff, we was going out. We was about to go do a little, you know, go kick it or whatever. Middle of the day, busy day. It was rainy, but it's, you know, people still moving around. Somebody jumped out of a building, man, the other day. Jumped to their dome, man. You can look it up, man. The building is called The Beacon. Look up The Beacon, downtown Cleveland, man. Dude jumped out the building to his dome, man. Then somebody just got shot up in the building. Because you don't really hear about this stuff going on downtown a lot like that. You might hear of some crime and stuff like that. But now it's starting to get more fluent. It's starting to be more. So, you know, when somebody told me like, yeah, man, Bone put a curse on the city, and they probably didn't know what they was doing back then. Now they regret it.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something about Bone. I never heard anything like them, and I almost look at them and think to myself, how the fuck did they come with their style like that of playing off each other?
Exactly, because
And
I
like
think they
they
tapped
had to
into a
tap
world.
into some shit, bro.
They
Like,
tapped into some
you
shit.
know what I'm
They
saying?
was the only
that's
one with that
crazy.
style. Listen, man, and
That's
don't nobody see. I'm
crazy.
gonna be real with you. If you listen to the cadence of they flow, because I'm telling you, I'm a Bone fanatic. You feel me? We grew up to them. You know what I'm saying? That's all we used to hear in the hood. We like, damn, these niggas is from Cleveland. Oh, man, bro. And this before I got hip to 3-6. You feel me? This before I even knew about a 3-6. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of people that got that cadence of flow, but Bone actually tapped into a hypnotism type of formation with they flow, bro. And
You right, bro. Because
and
look,
and
being
and
from
and and and,
Chicago,
and yeah, and you know what I'm saying, and
Let me ask you
it
something.
grabs the people.
It could the 999 really be 666,
They
even though it's a street?
99th St. Clair. Somehow, because if you listen to the story, if you go back, they said Lazy was the one that bought a Ouija board. So Lazy was the one that knew about the occult. He found out at a young age about the occult and got them hip to it. Because it's a story. If you go look back, you just gotta just go like deep into the YouTube archives and shit. And then and he brings it up, bro. And I'm gonna tell you something. They not the only one. See, if y'all never been to Cleveland, bro, it's a beautiful city, but the only thing of it is though, it's a lot of haterism and a lot of like when I go down south and I go visit my people in the south, I'll be feeling so relieved because people actually, you know what I'm saying, they embrace people. Not saying that everybody up here evil, but you could barely say what's up to a nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas will mug you and shit. Like nigga, what?
See, y'all up there in them big
But
old.
we not the only city like that though. We not the only city like
I'm gonna
that.
tell you what it is though.
Direct
Hey,
like that,
I'm
all that.
gonna tell y'all why it's like that with y'all. In these cities, y'all got these big ass high rises. It's gonna breed a different kind of attitude with all that congestion, the metropolitan.
Hell yeah,
all that
Sanchez,
shit. Like,
man. I think they put a frequency out here, bro, because it's starting to go crazy. Like right down the block from my house. See, I don't want to be sounding far-fetched, but I was just talking to my dude about that. He said, man, you know what? You right. I think it's a frequency being put out here. Down there by, because we right by the lake. So they got the news channel right down the block. And they got some, I'm pretty sure you heard of it. It's called a Doppler. But when you look at this motherfucker, it look like an electrical tower, and it got like a sphere on it, like a circle.
The Doppler radar, yeah. It's
Doppler radar. So that
that's
motherfucker is emitting something. They talking about it's predicting the weather, but all of a sudden, some of the weather, a lot of the times when they predict the weather, it's not accurate. They say it's about to be a thunderstorm and the whole day it'll be sunny, no cloud. So what is that thing putting out, man?
yeah, so that's what you right. Like a lot of that shit too is like they trying to keep a certain vibration in the city. I do believe in what they call frequency wars, where a lot of these big satellites in these cities ain't doing them but keeping the ether polluted to keep you at a certain vibration too. I definitely believe that.
Sanchez. There we go. Because I thought I was tripping.
Yeah.
I thought I was tripping. I ain't gonna lie to you, Sanchez. I'm gonna be real with you, bro.
Yeah.
One day I
And you
thought I
know
was
what,
losing.
actually,
Hey, one day I thought I was losing my mind, bro. One day I thought I was losing my mind,
Let me
man.
tell you how I know we ain't tripping. Anybody ever been out of America and like been back in nature? And like not even out of America, but just go out of your city to like the woods and shit.
Man, when I go
and
to
you
the
feel,
south, man, it feels different, man.
And another thing I noticed when they block that sun out in the morning, it be kind of like hard to wake up. You know how you see the gray skies when you wake up? It's like if they don't let that sun wake everything up, it'd be a low vibration going on.
Hey,
Everybody gonna
Sanchez, Sanchez, you had an episode one day, bro. Well, I don't know if it was you. Was it you? I think it was you. When they was talking about the daylight savings, when they said they gonna stop doing daylight savings and some shit like that. And the lady said it's gonna be more disruption with your sleep, more heart attacks, more anxiety. And it seems like for some reason, bro, I'm not gonna lie, my sleep pattern been off though, man, because it seemed like when you normally get your 8 hours of sleep, nowadays it don't seem like you've been asleep. Like the sun come up, you be like, damn, I just
It seems faster. Yeah, it seems
or
speeded up, man.
Am I tripping? Or
You're not tripping, bro. I
did
swear
they
to
speed
God,
up
you're not
time or
tripping.
something? What's
Something
going on?
speeded up.
Can you
You're
know?
not-
I'm gonna tell you. I really want to go in deep and answer this shit because I be thinking about all this shit, bro.
my nigga.
Okay, so we ain't tripping then. We ain't
No,
tripping.
we ain't tripping.
Let him go.
You
Let him
definitely
go.
ain't tripping.
Cool.
You definitely ain't tripping.
Let him go.
I'm gonna
Let
show
him
you
go.
how
Got to
deep
deal
this
with the
shit is.
cosmic clock. That's how deep it go. If you asking that question, because they ain't speed up shit. It been
No,
our
stop. Hold
ancestors
on. Let
been
him
talking
go.
about the quickening. They just trying
Let
to
Bro
keep up with
Sanchez
the
go.
cosmic clock doing.
Okay, so you saying that it's sped up then?
Let Bro
It's
Sanchez
a
go,
natural
please.
progression. It's a natural progression in every cycle when you change your
Hey, let
ages.
Bro
Our
Sanchez go,
ancestors
bro.
called it the quickening.
Hey, let Bro
Hey,
Sanchez
look,
go, bro.
here's some shit. What I want y'all to think about, right?
You know we got a building that look like that downtown too, Terminal Tower. That look just like
Everybody
Terminal
got this same. This is why we got Christmas trees, Santa hats, birthday hats. This is what they turned into Saturnalia. But the Saturnalia festivals wasn't about the bullshit we do today. It was about kids, teenagers, adults showing up with their own green technology and shit that they making, projects, new shit. It would have been a whole festival of showing green technology and different cool shit like that. That's what the Tartarians was doing at this event. That's what I'm telling you. See, we turned that into now you just buying a bunch of electronics out the store, Nintendos for Christmas, all that. But the true Saturnalia was what I just said. But when they took that away, when this was the empire that fell right here. If you look at these towers, that's technology. Here go Tartaria. Let me show you something. Here go Tesla Tower.
Yes, sir.
Now look. Here's what they call in the Babylonian tower in the Bible, what they God destroyed. God destroyed Tartaria so they can build a new energy grid under the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, all that. Tartaria was a green system that liberated everybody because the technology was so applicable, green and friendly to the environment. Like the brother said, just running the water and splitting it, you creating electricity. We had all kind of clean ways to harness it. Hydroelectricity.
Sanchez, so that's why a lot of these buildings are shaped like that comes to a triangular point. So when they get to that peak, like pyramids and, electrical towers and, what I'm saying, things like that.
You know what? That would kind of make sense. It's like they're charging it from the top, right? And it's running down the bottom and charging the water.
I mean, just look at the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world out there in Dubai. It comes to that sharp point.
They hold batteries, right? Supposedly in the generators, and most of these batteries hold water. So what if they're actually charging the water with the antenna on top, right? That makes kind of sense. What you're okay.
Now look,
water is one of our main energy sources. You know what I mean? Like if you run a turbine through water. If lightning hits water, electricity can travel through water. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, and that's why Sanchez, my bad, bro, my bad. When you said something the other day when you was talking about the ancestors, and you said technology been around way before these phones. Because you want to know something, bro? Nobody actually could, no scientist or no science teacher could actually explain to me how the hell does a TV work? How are we able to be on these phones and see it? And we can see pure motion, live motion. You know what I'm saying? Be able to speak. They never was able to explain it. That's why I said Bro Sanchez is on 100% point, because this technology had to be around way before we existed.
Think about the human body. How much you got? Think about the biology of a human body. How much water is in your body, bro? Why you think?
There we go.
That way. You feel me?
There we go. Hey, look, hey, Sanchez, y'all was talking the other day. I wanted to tap in, but I couldn't get in. Y'all was talking about electrical cords and the spiral that goes around it, right? that line, and then you got the spiral that goes around it. That's how the energy travel through electricity travel through the wire, right? Remember y'all was talking about that the other day?
Yeah.
I think he referenced it to like the serpent going around the stick, right? Okay. Let me. I went off the meter with this one, but I had to think like, damn, hold on though. That makes sense because you know we electrical beings too. That's how we got voices and stuff, and we able to speak and see and stuff. That's you know what I'm saying. That's what I believe, right? So you remember the Nerfs back in the day with the whistle?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you got an arm, you can throw in the spiral, right?
Yeah.
If you got an arm, you know how to throw a football. You throw in a perfect spiral. When you throw that mug right, that whistle get to making that sound. The old Nerfs. Y'all remember the Nerfs with the whistle, right?
Yep. So
is that electrical? Is that electrical right there? I don't know. It's producing sound. You know when you throw that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? That motherfucker's making a sound.
I think that's more wind.
Yeah, that's
more
just
wind.
more wind.
No. I know it's the wind, but the dynamic. That's what I'm
dynamics.
talking about. So it's producing a sound, and when that ball is traveling, it's spinning.
Cool. We feel you. Now look, I just want to talk about something real quick, right? Going back to the whole Tartarian knowledge. To me, when they saying Tartarian, like when we say eater, like the Tartarian, you really saying another name for Tor, the god Tor, Tartarian, dealing with the knowledge of Tor. Like because Tesla tower right here ain't none but the Tor's hammer, and this would have been the knowledge of the Tartars and the Tor people who knew the knowledge of Tor, and also because this is the Taurus, Tartar, and also Tartar's Island, because it looked like a turtle shell. So let me share some with y'all about the Hindu cosmos with the Turtle Island concept real quick, and it's gonna tie this home, right? They saying our whole cosmos is projected energy, and I'm finna show the source according to the Hindu. So look, this turtle back represents right here the dome. Beneath this, see what this little spaceship right here. Now the electricity that's coming out of this turtle back, it's the lotus flower that's growing out of Krishna belly. It's the universe being projected from the ground, from the middle of the circle. This is our flat earth universe, and this light is coming out the North Pole, y'all. And what I'm saying is that light right there will wrap around this whole antenna like your aura field and recycle itself through this thing, and it'll never run out of energy because it's pulling it directly from the sky and down the tower. In other words, you know what I'm gonna show you? This gonna be dope too to show you this. Watch this. They pull up this aura again because your crown chakra, right? That's the dome part of the Tesla tower. Let me pull this up.
That was fire.
This part at the top right here, this right here is what's creating you see how all this energy busting out your crown, your head, just like this tower. This is made out of your body. Now the energy is going down, it's being put in from the crown, and it's going down your spinal cord, the kundalini. That's what the pole is right here. And that's what's happening with us. We're like two Tesla towers stuck back to back, one pointed at the ground, one pointed at the sky, and the energy making a number 8 through both of them. Right here, this the root and the crown right here.
Hey, you gotta drop a bomb on that one, dog.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
I did like the part with the Tartar bit was cold. I like that bit with the symbolism with the hammer and that was cold.
And bro, Sanchez, man, you just broke that shit down though, because that gave me a new meaning on the phrase blowing off steam. Because if you notice, you get some shit off your chest, get something off your mind. Yeah, and it's like the energy recycles. It's like that, man, that was cold, bro.
Watch this. Cold. I'm finna back it up. Remember, I've been teaching about the burning bush lately, right? Because everybody been debating about who is Moses was a wise man. Now look, This is other forms of the burning bush. When we see the Thor hammer with the electricity on it, that's the burning bush. Now, they did this same thing for George Washington. They tried to deify him in the form of Thor with the lightning rod and stuff. But this was how God spoke to Moses. And what God gave Moses was the knowledge of the Kabbalah, which is the tree. This burning bush is something that they said.
You mean Benjamin Franklin? You mean Benjamin Franklin?
Yeah, my bad, Benjamin Franklin. So look, the whole thing about the burning bush, what they were saying is this bush burn of a flame that can never be quenched. And because of that, we can use it for light forever, and other men can light their torches off of it. So they have, in the Olympics, they had a torch burning ceremony. That's a Kabbalah ritual for this tree, to show the secrets of how the world being controlled by hiding the knowledge. What Moses hid, Jesus even hid it. I read the scripture in the Bible where Jesus was breaking this whole secret down to his followers. Then when they left, he told them, don't you share this with nobody else. So he did to us what the Rockefellers and Rothschilds did. Jesus would have been on their side and not Tesla. So
Hey,
check
look,
this. So this burning,
my bad.
the secret of how to make the bush burn forever is how to tear this opening into the ether, like what Tesla did with this tower. And with that opening, the energy will flow into this thing forever. And from this tower, we can feed it out to the rest of the people in the world. But it'll never run out because this tower constantly pulling it from the ether, and it's free energy. Tesla was finna change the game. They had to kill him. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, bro, can I say something real quick, bro? Because you just gave me the chills, man. Listen, bro, and I swear to God, you can look this shit up, bro. I can't make this up. I used to work at a factory, okay? Here in my hometown. It's on the outskirts, though. It's like, it's in the suburbs and shit. It's called Sway's Lock, right? They produce parts. They produce parts, various parts for NASA, places all over the world, right? And this particular plant, part of the plant that I used to work at, in the field, because it's in the opening, like it's out in the middle, like where it's a lot of land and shit, but it's a big ass factory. They got hundreds of buildings. There's an area where it's like a pipe coming from the ground. Now I don't know if it's methane or what. I don't know what it is, bro. But it is fire coming out of there. They said that flame will never burn out. I never understood. I'm like, what the fuck?
Because you know what? It's gonna keep fueling the flame, and that opening right there will never close.
It never burns out though.
And that's I got you. I know exactly what. But look, I know exactly what you're talking about. I watched so many documentaries on it. I know what you're talking about, and I'm telling you, it'll never burn out for the same reason the sun and moon will never stop going. It's based on the concept of free energy. That's a small way to show free energy. I'm with you on that. But what I'm saying about how to reverse engineer that and turn it into what Tesla was doing, it's the secrets of how to make an energy plant. See what they did, they convinced the world that they're manufacturing energy when they're not. They're harnessing it, and that's a language game where they fooling you.
And I thought that same thing about Tesla too, Sanchez. They trying to fool the world.
But let me share something with y'all real quick. You know the whole thing, and it's gonna be quick. The whole thing about Santa Claus and the chimney. We thinking of a brick chimney with a dude coming down the shit in your kitchen. But the whole thing about Santa was the word center, is that this knowledge of the North Pole was liberating to every man. So my theory is that before we had the little chimney with the kitchen, everybody had a little bit of Tesla tower on their house like this, and every man had his own energy connected directly to the source, and not some energy plant paying another man. So today we got chimneys on our house today, but I'm telling you, that was an advanced civilization where they would all have miniature of these on their house. Everybody knew the secrets of energy in those times, and the god that would have came down the chimney was the god or electricity to power the house.
Oh,
that's dope. Hey, bro, Sanchez, tell me what you think of this, right? What gives us, like, existence? They would say the spirit, right? And it's almost like, what do you think of the kind of the sprites, that they can't really tell us about really, or give us enough information on? Could that be another sort of energy, like sprite, spirit? Like, could that be our original source of energy that we're supposed to be tapping into instead of this like electric? Because electric can kind of kill you when you check at it. When it hits people, that can kill you. But sprite could be like spirit. Like, we don't really know the effect of the sprite if that hits you.
So the sprites, it's all a form of electricity, though. Even electricity is a form of plasma. You know what I'm saying? So it's the thing about electricity is it's like this vicious animal, right? And everybody own this animal, but it's who can tame this animal the best. And whoever can tame this animal the best will be the person what we call in control with the best energy system. They ain't gotta wrestle that much with their system you see, because once you open up the ether and the electricity start flowing through, you can't stop the flow. And you got to have a system to harness that flow, right? And the best man that can harness it the best, his system is the most efficient and optimized.
So somewhat like basically that explains why, even though it's very rare, why some motherfuckers was able to survive the electric chair, right?
Well, I'm not. You kind of threw me for a loophole with that one.
No. The reason why I said that because you like you said, you know what I'm saying, with the electricity, on the aspect of the electricity, you know what I'm saying, like by us being electric beings and stuff, and you said who can harness that electrical power, and some people, they put you in the chair, and some people were able to survive the electric chair. You get what I'm trying to say?
Well, I think some people survive electric chair for the same reason some people survive lightning strikes.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So how can I say this? Okay, you just said you just said
yeah, we're talking about energy harnessing, what the Rockefellers and all them doing.
So if you able to harness enough energy, I'm asking, like, if you able to harness enough energy, is it safe to say that if you're powerful enough, if your electricity capacity is strong enough, that you may be able to
then what you would create is a CERN machine.
Okay.
And look,
CERN machine is the ultimate state of an energy generator. That when I say is like this animal that you got the tank who can tank. So what they doing, it's how vicious this animal called electricity is determined how big the hole is you tear it in the ether. Because a man can say, look, my energy plant can power 10 nations. That mean they done ripped open a hole pretty big, but that mean to whose much is given, much is required. Now you better have an energy plant that can harness that big ass flow of energy.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
CERN is the most powerful machine on the planet, right? Right now, right?
Right.
This shit crazy, man.
Look, now what you gotta understand though, when we talking about energy, it's not just electricity. Electricity is just a form of energy. There's a lot of different forms of energy. A lot of people just say electricity is energy, when energy can be thought process, and energy can be anything that has
guess
a current
what?
to it.
All of those things
fact,
all of those things are electric though. So that's the reason why
sure.
That's the reason why Earth, Wind, and Fire brought up the electric universe the same way you see people doing today. So electric universe, let me see here. Everything that manifests in the electric universe is electricity based.
Yeah, that go back to what I was saying earlier too, though, because you could use water to generate electricity, and the electricity can also start a fire.
Yeah.
So a lot of our energy does revolve of bullshit, and you know, sound, all of it
Nuclear
revolves around electricity.
fusion and fission, right? And in the middle of the sun, they say science say they don't know what keeps that divine magnetism so dense right there that causes the nuclear fusion from hydrogen to helium, right? Which causes the plasma sparks. And we all know what plasma is in relation to us, right? So
But
either
you
that's
know
not
they
true or
never
it is true.
saw a plasma.
Exactly.
You saying the
Yep.
plasma sparks from the sun, but I'm telling you, I don't think they ever saw them though.
Me and that's what I was about to bring up
I don't
because
either, man.
not
What
just
about
I don't
cold
either.
but
spots, bro?
the
What
Parker.
about cold spots?
Now listen. Yeah, you're right. And listen, what I'm trying to say, right? I want everybody. Y'all saw the images of the James Webb Telescope and how they look like cartoon, right? Animaniacs. Now, also they had a Parker probe, which was supposed to get as close as anything has gotten to the sun a few months back, right? And the images that they showed, I don't know if everybody saw them in real time, like when they were showing them or telling them, because they edit stuff like after, but it was all black and white, like all the trash images they show us, instead of using, for some reason, they can never use the technology we had down here out there, allegedly, right? But I just want everybody to know that they did say they took pictures of plasma rays, right? Particles. And you see what I'm saying? So they got images out there of these things. Now, whether that's real or not, that's up to whoever eyes and how deep you want to go into studying who the people are that really control this stuff, right? But what I wanted to get back at to was that they say, according to what science is, we are literally the nuclear fusion. Our cells are mini torus fields. So when we talk about like tartar sauce, whatever we're talking about, right, is dealing with water, the hydro. And
Hey,
that's why
watch this.
go
You brought up tartar sauce, right? Now I know you joking, but just hear your boy out right now. I know you joking, but just hear your boy out. Now for some reason, my computer won't Google trip and it won't let me pull up images right now.
Yeah, I seen that shit.
And I don't know if somebody hacking me. I'm gonna get my techs to check this shit out today. But let me show you about this.
The energy too raw, man. They trying to block. They baller blocking.
Oh, hear me out though. This some crazy shit. Cause watch this. Now, the tartar technology is the technology of the torus field, right? Let me pull this shit up real quick. My shit tripping bad. But here go the torus field right here, right? Now check this out, right? We put the motherfucking tartar sauce on the fish, and the torus field is a fucking fish, and the aura around it would be what the tartar people was really tapping into, the ether, the aura energy. And you will see that on the fish. Like that's literally the symbolism of the torus field is actually tartar sauce on the fish. If you want to actually, that sound crazy as fuck, but yo, I ain't gonna cap, yo. It's crazy how
no, because the tartar sauce complement the fish. If you a fish eater, I eat fish. I love tartar sauce on my fish. You know,
that's crazy how the shit is, like I said, a dual language we speak. Like shit we do is actually ritual. Like, but yeah, it's crazy. What I want to point one thing out, and y'all can have it, right? Because we cooking today, and salutes to all y'all brothers on the panel for y'all
salute, bro,
for y'all
Sanchez,
energy.
man. Thanks for having me, man. Thanks
Anytime.
for having us on here, man.
You welcome back
salute to all the
anytime,
brothers
bro.
in the panel too, man. Salute, y'all.
Salute.
Yeah, salutes to you, my brother. And look, y'all, check this out. I'm gonna pick y'all brain with this one too, right? Oh, before we got off bone, listen, here go Anchor Watt, y'all. And look, this is the crossroads is at the North Pole. And at the North Pole is where we get the knowledge of energy from. And that's how they built this city. So when you look at Bone, look, they got the shit that, like you told me to pull up the other album cover. I just clicked off of it. But that album cover,
the Art of War.
Because look, this is the Art of War, whoever know this knowledge or not. And look, these celebrities, some of these groups be talking to us, but they got to do that shit in code, because I think Earth, Wind, and Fire was doing the same shit too. A lot of their artwork is like,
man, yeah. And if you look at the Art of War too, it's like it's broken down into quadrants. You got the East, West.
Let me pull it back up real
South,
quick.
North.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The four corners of the earth.
Yep.
That's
and a lot of people who, a lot of conquerors who won wars. That's how they would attack. They'd attack from 4 quadrants. All 4 different angles.
Flanking your ass.
Yeah, the Zulus was winning, whooping ass. With the
Yeah,
horn
that's how they would
formation.
attack. They wasn't
The
just
horn
coming.
formation.
So
Yeah,
you
they
want to
was
know?
coming
You want to know why? You want to know why? See, this is deep, nigga. You want to know why? If you look at like the civil wars and all that, shoot when you see the whites of their eyes, and they just go direct forward. Nah, them real warriors was coming from angles, so you wouldn't know. They seclude you in. They know your location, and they coming from all angles.
Yeah. Hey, let me show you something about bone. Can't nobody tell me they went tapped in this North Pole shit. Let me show y'all something, right? First of all, when you look at their whole group, they giving you the 4 elements and in a form of different energies like earth, water, wind, and fire. How they hold, that turns into like busy, crazy, different attributes of shit like that. Let's go esoteric with it, because check it out, right? Bone, Thugs, and Harmony, we say, how do they get the name Bone? Well, that's dealing with like skulls and bones, the knowledge of like the ancients, the knowledge of the dead and shit like that. But the crossroads knowledge, you feel me? Now watch this, right? A thug was a follower of the goddess Kali. Her followers were called thugs. So keep that in mind, right? Also keep in mind, in this video called Crossroads, they showed us something that I think is so deep, because when he touch him on the third eye, they eyes fade to black. Jay-Z talked about this too. If you go in a person casket and open their eyes, this is what it looked like. But why is that important, right? Because what that teach us is this. Watch this. I'm finna pull up some shit that's gonna fuck y'all
Hey, what
up.
did you say that goddess name was? Sanchez?
Kali,
but let him cook though. But let him cook.
Hold on, no, because I want to tell y'all something. Because on that Art of War, they got a commercial. It was a goddess. That picture that's in the middle of them on the Art of War, on the commercial, it was a goddess, and I was trying to figure out who that was. That's her. That's man.
Now I'm sorry that I'm using a white man's eye or something. Let me quit. But look, nah, fuck that. Check this out. Hear this out, right? What we looking at, y'all, is light being sucked into a black hole. You see what I'm saying? Our eyes are really all black for real. What's making our eyes look white and blue with an iris and all that, it's the fact that we're pulling in the light of creation outside, and we taking that light and we putting it together as a picture in the back of our brain. But if someone was to ask, right, what does it look like when we pulling in such light, Brother Sanchez? The knowledge of the Irish, the Celtic people, the Irish part of your eye, right, is what the secrets is. Let me show you some shit real quick, because my computer tripping right now, so I got to go to another screen and get my slide and then put it over there. So hold on, and it's tripping over here now. So this is crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get my techs on the job.
Looking at that image,
here we
man,
go.
that shit look cosmic, man.
Here's what's happening. Look, here's what our eyes are.
Yeah.
This is light bending into a black hole. Now look at your eye. It's the same thing. Light. All of these are little arches of light being bent into a black hole, just like we see right here, our eyes. And the light is going to the back of your brain to create reality. We don't see on the surface of the eyes. We bring in reality through the eyes, which are portals, gateways to the soul. So what I'm saying with that is what Bone was showing you is when your soul is no longer in this body pulling in the light outside, this whole eyeball gonna fade to black.
Maybe you love me when I fade to black.
Yep, just like he's showing you here. So I think that's deep. If like a person
they was telling us, man. Bone tried to play it off like they ain't know. Them niggas knew some shit way back then, man.
Yeah.
That's almost 3 decades ago, man.
Yeah, buddy.
And they was using CGI all through that video, man. Like it's a reason. Bone, man. It's something about them guys, man.
Now
You
let
know?
me ask you a big question, and that's gonna be like a scandal. They was with Eazy-E. Eazy-E ended up dying, and somebody say, well, who sacrificed Eazy-E? Was it Dre? Was it Suge? Now, I'm gonna throw in, should we even put Bone on the table, man? That'll be wrong, wouldn't it?
They not exempt. They not exempt, man.
Okay,
They
there
not
we go.
exempt.
There we go.
They not exempt, man. They not exempt because for real, I'm just gonna be real with you, bro. Somebody that put me on, if somebody put me on, bro, and they just go out like that, it'll discourage me from wanting to do some more work for that type of industry. You know what I'm saying? So they kept going. I believe his old girl had a big major part to play in it. But see, if you look at it now, I just attended a Bone concert a couple months ago, right? You don't see Busy with them. Busy don't be around them, bro. Busy was the one that wanted to do something to that lady. You know what I'm saying? And I'm starting to see, like, you know, he may have had a change of mind frame on how they was rocking because they already knew. I believe they knew as they grew older that they tapped into an evil source, man.
Hey, can y'all hear me? I want to drop some more deep shit about that Bone shit, right? Like what Sanchez said about the 4 elements. That's cold. And even about you know, what the brother talk about with the Eazy-E thing, because they biggest hit now is about Eazy-E step, Crossroads. You see what I'm saying? Sir. So that's parallel. So here go another factor. The 4 elements, right? We know the 5th element is that hidden thing, the ether. Bone is actually 5 members.
Yeah, because you can't forget
Flesh and Bone. Right. Flesh is the 5th member who was always the hidden one.
Hey, but see, like Sanchez said, though, these guys had tapped into something at a young age because their style was super unique. They had chants. And if you listen to Bone, if you listen to their whole CDs, bro, it's like a hypnotic state, man. That's how they was able to grasp the people.
Yeah, do you know what? Hey, that was kind of deep what Bobby said, actually. I didn't actually look at it like that. But when you actually look at the name, you can actually see it's revealing itself. The Bone is the hidden person and it's featuring the harmony, which is the 4 elements.
Exactly.
So Bone would be the X. Wow. In plain sight.
Sanchez.
Wow. They're the harmonizers. They're the backup singers. Oh shit!
Right, they're the backup singers for the Flesh Bone, and Flesh the one that bring it to flesh.
That's cold. Okay,
shout out that shit. Yeah, that's true, bro.
Look, their first album, right? Their first album was called because they used to be called Bone Enterprise before they was Bone Thugs and Harmony, right? Their first album, they made a song about going to hell and killing the devil. Okay, and they was, it was before Creeping on the Come Up. It was a yellow tape. It was before that. It was called damn, what was the name of that tape? It was before Creeping on the Come Up.
Like the Tales of the Dark Side shit.
It was called
like
that's when they was Bone Enterprise before they became Thugs and Harmony, right? And they made a song about going to hell and killing the devil. That's before they used to rap like that was before that. They was rapping regular, you know what I'm saying? So somehow I believe they tapped into some type of spiritual being to find their style and become hypnotic like that. You can look it up, Bone Enterprise, and they got the Grim Reaper on there, like what Sanchez was talking about, with the scythe, with the cleaver. You know what I'm saying? So
you know what I think they all tapping into too? I think that me personally, some of these artists may be familiar with the astral realm and going out of body.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that, you know, if my money right, I may not, I may find time and enough money to achieve, sort of astral travel and all that with some of my money. Like how right now we just trying to achieve it naturally, which we all should do. But if I'm a rich person, I can go to like the experts, the gurus who could shortcut it, find other ways to get me out the body. And we know that they got all kind of technology for that. Harvard been researching this with Berkeley for a long time. So I'm saying if they got said technology and it ain't out for the public yet, that'll explain like the secret society part of kind of like.
And I think Travis Scott did that, man. I think Travis Scott is one of them guys that one of the only people that's kind of like, not saying he's very similar to Bone, but he tapped into that complex because you think about it, Astro World. It's something with Travis Scott, man. I think he done tapped into that realm too, man.
Look, all of these celebrities, the rituals that they do, like with Doja Cat, just to hop over here real quick, right? The head shaving shit. Now, you know what? People be like, this is a ritual, but they don't explain. I'm gonna explain this because we talking about what a lot of time what they tapping into. It's called Jewish mysticism, Roman and Celtic mysticism. So in the ancient Rome, this was called tonsure. Let's read it. It was the practice of cutting or shaving some of all of the hair on the scalp as a sign of religious devotion or humility. So we'll see a lot of like Britney Spears did it. Like you'll see them, you know what I'm saying? This a whole.
So that's why they do that shit when you get initiated into them fraternities and shit. They're what they call it, hazing or some
they
shit.
shave your hair off, yeah.
Yeah.
Even in the military, when you join, they shave your hair first. And like it's a whole movement going on now with women saying shave your hair like it's giving you some sort of power, some sort like that. But that's like a whole social engineering to get them to practice this ritual. Yeah.
Facts. And literally it gives you like, because we all know what hair is, right? And how we talk about it metaphysically, right? And all the stories about hair, the fact that it's twirled up like DNA, et cetera, what that really is, the coating that is our for our metabolism and how we go through this reality, this light world, right? This holy ground. That is specifically a rebirthing ritual. And so when we was talking about the Jada and how she shaved her hair and if it was or was not because of that, that's the exact same thing. She wore that color green for a reason. Her husband said that he wants to be a vessel for positivity for a reason to the world, not in private. All of these things, and you have to, I forget what it's called, but you have to publicly shame yourself if you want to truly go all the way through with certain levels of cleansing in the cult. But also, in that image right there, the Tesla coil shooting out electricity, looks like the Bride of Frankenstein. And I wanted to throw that out there because the Bride of Frankenstein was working with the same technology in those old school black and white, whatchamacallits, movies or whatever you want to call them. But shout out to the panel, and I love this type of build. Sure.
Hey, bro Sanchez, can I get in real quick with you?
Yeah.
Is that cool?
Yep.
I heard you the other day speaking about, I think the god Saturn of repetition, right? He repeats itself. That was quite cool, right? And then now you're pulling up this one as well, which is quite cool because it's kind of revealing that the satanic stuff within the music, right? There's a hidden person in the music. And I was wondering if that was the case with like, you know, when you hear some rappers, right, and they have that demonic voice on the beat with them, like you have like your DMXs that have it, you have your Snoop Dogs and stuff like that. And these people as well, right, they have like repeated names and hidden symbols in their name. Like you'll have DMX and then you'll have like Snoop Doggy Dog, like it's a repeated name, you know, like things like that. And they normally have the satanic voices in their earlier rap music. So I wonder if that kind of like was a correlation with the satanic stuff in the music. with the repetition of Satan.
Well, I mean, when you look at the names, I would say, okay, yeah. I mean, if you want to look, I can't listen. I say that's an interesting thing that you pointed out. That makes sense. Bam Bam, Tom Tom. Look, repeating it twice. I get what you're saying about even that. That's how the Joker kind of speak in this sort of. I get what you're saying. Is what I'm saying. And look, even in music, they tell you to have a part that you repeat. That's the repetitive part, and they call that the hook. And the hook the hook
chorus.
And see, that hook is what Satan holding, what the Reaper holding, what Santa holding, the candy cane. That's the hook to keep you coming back for more, and that's the reincarnation trick.
Yeah,
like
and then that's deep that you said that though, bro Sanchez, because it does something to the mind. Like you might hear a song that man, that shit garbage, but you keep hearing it on the radio on your way to work, doing your thing. And then you will find yourself start seeing it like, man, that song stuck in my head because of the repetitiveness of that hook, of that repetition of somebody saying the same thing. And that's what Bone was doing.
And I'm not saying that that's like linked to some monster or dragon. What I'm saying, I'm talking to Adrian. What I'm saying is the concept of making something memorable, or you know what I'm saying. Repetition is used by musicians to hook us back to the song. So yeah, I mean, yeah. So but you got it.
And another artist that would come to mind would be like Tupac. Two is repeating itself. It's a an even number. Just things like that I was pointing out. But yeah, the panel's on fire, man. Shout out to Bro Sanchez.
See, look, hey, what's your name, brother? What's your name, brother?
Adrian.
You just hit something on the nail though, because who was we just talking about? Crossroads. Boom, 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 boom. Like it does something like you said, it's a memory thing. It's the repetition that makes it memorable.
Like Mike Jones, yeah.
Who? Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones. Like, yeah, man. Yeah, you own something with that one, man. And I think that's why this image right here that Bro Sanchez got out here on here, it means a million things, because this right here is what the Migos is doing. If you listen to the Migos, you know what I'm saying? When they put that, it's the voice, it captivates the people. That's why all these kids know so many of these rap lyrics. That's why I told my son, because my son about to be 9. I said, look, man, it's cute you listening to the music, dancing and grooving and stuff though, but boy, you better know these numbers, you better know this math, you better know these words and this reading and comprehension, since you know these lyrics to these songs, man.
And you know what's crazy is like the Tesla Tower, the Babel Tower, and like the knowledge that allowed Babylon, them cities, ancient cities of Babylon to be erected. They was hiding this knowledge from their people. Look though, now here's the biblical art, right, for the Babel Tower being knocked down. But what I'm saying is that whole story, like I think OG was saying earlier, salutes to him. He was like, how do you decipher mythology? So the Babel story is a mythological story, but the story is hiding what? This Tesla Tower. It's because, look, the God that's knocking the tower down, his name was Baal, and he was associated with electricity, Thor. So if you look at the top of this tower, it can never reach a perfect point, because this ball gonna always stop it from reaching that perfect point, because it's gonna be capped with the Santa Claus dot, because that's how you get the electricity in. Like on the tip of that baton that they swing out with the ball at the top with the electricity and shit. So yeah, that's why it's always gonna be missing a capstone. That's gonna be with the God ball up there, yeah.
Yo, bro. Also, if you remember those old antennas, they fold up, but they shape just like the tower shit, and they got the ball on top.
At the top, yep.
Yep, that's a fact. Because it gotta harness that energy. Like you said, Sanchez, it can't come to that direct point because, and I think that dome. It's just a thought.
Oh, go
ahead. So it can circulate. You see how the dome is like round at the top?
Check it out, right? This was another dude in Egypt that found out what Tesla found out. He was a Tesla of his time. His name was Aten. Now, if you look at Aten in this artwork, he's just showing you this same thing, but from another kind of artwork. You can see it's the ball with the light rays coming up. And now watch this. When you say Aten, that's how we get antenna. His name is a play off of antenna.
Okay, Fat.
Yeah.
Okay, Fat. Hey, see, look though, it ain't that's 100% proof of what you was telling us before on previous shows that the ancestors been, if this is a word, technologicalized, or they've been had access to technology, man.
Technological.
Technological, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't very articulate, but
They was communicating with something.
Yeah, I mean, it's look at the artwork, man. It's evident right there. It shows
evidence of
it looked just like
them with
it looked just like the tower. It looked
of
just like that tower that he just had pulled up.
Right. And let me show you some more stuff too that you can look at today to see another way how this look. Now in this collage, you got the Turtle Island story on the right, which is the same concept of this energy because it's shaped like a turtle shell. And they was showing
now that picture in the middle, that was magnetic, right? That's magnets, right?
Those are that's one of those magnet machines picking up metal shards. But I put that up to show you why the Tower of Babel will always be missing a capstone, cause the god Baal gonna knock it down. Cause all the metal shards are they're accumulating right there at the source where it's sucking them up, and it's making it look like a Santa Claus hat with the triangle and the ball up there. This is the whole sacred geometry of this knowledge here. You know, the energy is see what's happening, right? As the energy go to the tip of the pole here, it's getting congested and accumulating, making a bottleneck like a bunch of cars that's on a thick road, but now that road getting thin, right? So all that energy is accumulated, and so they never make it a straight point, because if you ask me, it'll kind of blow up the point, because that's like
because it has to release at some point.
Right, and the best way to release it is this ball point right here, and let it disperse out to where, you see what I'm saying? It's mimicking our crown chakra, yeah.
Facts.
It's like a roundabout. You know how you got all these cars coming to one spot? The best way to release that energy is to make a ball or a circle called a roundabout and let them go their 4 ways at the crossroads like that. Because if you just let all of them go to a point, it's a crash now. So this the same concept of with the electricity though, instead of the cars.
Yo, and before I forget, lightning. I was talking to Pops the other day, and in DC, 3 people got killed from the lightning strike, right? Also in DC, they say around Eisenhower time, they had glowing orbs or so-called, all the type of UFO, conspiracy theory shit, right, around the Capitol. But in Catholicism, there's this thing called Blue Angels, and they ride the lightning. Also, I'm gonna keep on mentioning this movie with Tom Cruise, because in War of the Worlds, also War and World, when we were just talking about, Bone Thugs and Harmony, but War of the Worlds started in the Ukraine, and the things that charges those machines or whatever aliens, whatever you want to call them, hybrids, bio, synthetics, was they rolled the lightning down and triggered something that was already here. And so when we look at reality and what's going on, and that 400,000-pound bomb they threw into the ocean, I believe they're trying to kill something that's been organic here for a long time. And they're
that one there, bro.
So let me explain to you now from a militant perspective, so we can all pass it around and speculate on it. I think they're testing their explosive capabilities. They're testing their explosive power. See, when they make new aircraft, how do you test them? You got to fly them out. Unfortunately, when they making new bombs, they got to blow them up. And blow them up in big deserts and all that was what they did back in the day, and that created big news stirs. So they started blowing them up in the ocean and shit. Now, I'm going to tell you what we need to talk about, how when they setting these big bombs off in the ocean, that's creating tsunamis and shit in other parts of the world, because if you understand how that energy may have...
Domino effect.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm gonna fall back though. But that's an interesting shit though. That's my take on it. Y'all got it.
Speaking of movies, I heard someone mention one the other day. I watched The Dark Tower. Has anybody seen that?
Oh yeah, I have, but I ain't saw it in a long time though. I
That
need to
movie
rewatch
dope,
it.
man. You
Yeah,
said Dark Tower.
That's quite dope.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's pretty
movie.
dope. And since you were talking about the falling of Babel, I think that's kind of like a reference to it. You know, the
Yep.
way how they was traveling through the dimensions using their kind of spiritual, or yeah, it was crazy, man. It's a crazy movie.
You know what? And hey, look, bro, that movie is connected to I don't know if you remember back in the day, because you know that's all Stephen King. You got The Shining, and then it's another one called Dr. Sleep. And
Here go-
basically,
yeah. Here you go.
basically, it was like, you know, it was like with the children, like the children having this sense, you know what I'm saying, like that sixth sense, being able to
See other
have
stuff
psychic
around them.
abilities.
Yep.
Because if you look back at what was it? First it was The Shining. Danny, he was able to communicate with the black guy that worked in the hotel. They was using psychic ability. If you look at Dark Tower, the little boy that the skinwalkers, they was like reptilians or something like that, and they was coming to get they was coming from another dimension and capturing people who had that shining. And then if you go to
that shining is
seen-
the aura. Yeah.
yeah, the shining is
Yeah.
the aura. Have you seen what was the other one?
What you just said though, bro, I don't want to cut you off because I've seen all the movies, and guess what? It and all Stephen King is so cold for making them series just because it's all centered around, guess what? The Dark Tower in another dimension sucking energy from
Exactly,
everywhere else.
exactly.
So we can infiltrate the main dimension.
And let me
They
break
infiltrate the
some.
main dimension, and then
and
that's
look,
why they
hold
was
up, brother.
targeting-
Let me
that's
cook
why
with
they
you
was
too.
targeting children, because their minds were so powerful. Like for example, when they had like movies with the kids, they said they seeing ghosts and stuff like that.
Yeah, we
But-
get what you saying, brother. Now look, I'm just gonna cook with you just for a minute. Horror is aura. If you want to learn about the aura, watch horror films. They showing us about. See, they made all this stuff spooky is what I'm saying. Now the word the word spooky is also the word spiky when we going into the Statue of Liberty with the spiky crown. That's this right here. Look, see the spikes on top of the dome. Let me cook a little bit with y'all, man, with the sacred geometry. Let's pass that thing around like a blunt real quick. See, because look, somebody brought up Dark Tower, right? And the dark, anytime you hear the word tower, you dealing with the same Tesla tower shit. You see, if you look at this artwork from Dark Tower, this is the Tower of Babel still that they giving us, this tower to the heavens. And the reason it's a tower to the heavens, because I think Tesla Tower was able to have some form of Neuralink that, listen, he was able to transmit his own consciousness through this tower and go in like an elevator and a UFO ship to beam me up Skyder to get the hell up out of here. That's why this looked like a UFO ship too. Now look, apparently this is going on at the North Pole according to the Balkan people. Now look at what I got up here. This is Balkan cosmology. Now let's go back to the Dark Tower artwork. You see how they got the two universes meeting right there, just like here what the Balkans got? And so the bottom one is what they call the upside down in Stranger Things. You know what I'm saying? But check this out, right? If you look at this picture right here, and this is similar to a lighthouse concept right here, this beacon concept. Just like if you look at the mushroom, boom. All of this is the knowledge on how to get off the earth, because look, our goddamn soul is an electric signal. And when they found that out, they said you can pass electric signals through antennas or antennas. Then they created a god, the personified antenna. He became the mediator god. When we get Neuralink or Neolink, like Neo in the Matrix, what's going to happen is we're going to be traveling the dimensions, but we're going to be beaming ourselves in between these dimensions through towers. These were the towers to the heavens that allows us to go now out of body. That's the astral realm. It's the heavenly realm. So if you look at all these symbols on the screen, even the Wi-Fi symbol right there is talking about how to send a signal through the ether. And that's why this look like a boat on the water right there with the sail up to the sacred geometry going always lined up. But it's just like we see, our consciousness can ascend up this tower and go out the top of it. In other words, Tesla created like what our spinal cord and crown chakra is. You are a Tesla tower. Right now you can meditate and your consciousness will ascend from the base of your spine and burst out the top of your skull at the crown, and now you out of your body and you in the astral realm. Now when we stop learning how to use our body like a Tesla tower, we just started building equipment like Tesla did, to where now instead of me using my body to do it, I built this building that can simulate my body, and it can harness energy from the heavens just like your body doing. Your body using electricity, but it ain't plugged into no wall. It's pulling the electricity wirelessly through your crown down and through your feet up, just like this tower doing. This is where we are. So that same energy, we can hitch a ride on it. We can ride the wave, as they say, and that's the Kundalini ride. We can ride that energy up. That's the whole thing about the spider riding the bean spout, the water spout that Jonah rolled out the well in. This energy is going up your spine and out your crown. When your consciousness is aligned, you can ascend from the root and follow that same path using your body as an antenna to pass your consciousness out of the flesh. So your flesh is like a big chunk it's a big walking antenna. And because of that, your soul being the electric signal in it, it can pass in and out of the body. Now, hold on a second. Let me cook a minute. I know this is crazy, right? Death is a slow form of spontaneous combustion to a lot of ancestors. Why? It would be another way of saying, like, if there was nowhere for this energy to go out the top of this tower, right, this whole damn shit'll just blow up, boom, over time, but because the energy accumulated and ain't nowhere for it to go out. So what I'm saying is, us not going out our body as much as the ancestors did made us started dying quicker, because the energy inside of our body that's having an experience, it had 7 other bodies that it can go through before it recycled itself back to you, which is kind of like what they saying about money. Let that money go through 10 of your people first before it go back to you, to keep the bill, like how the Jews practice finances. That's the secret of currency. So it's like, when the energy leave the tower, the 7 bodies that is going through, it's the 7 heavens, the 7 layers of the atmosphere. That's where electricity, where it's going. And that energy is going all the way up to the exosphere, where it's gonna make an arch like a waterfall and drop back down and start becoming around the damn building. And all the area around this building in the ground is highly electrically charged, to where it's gonna be recycled back up through the tower from the ground and back out again up through the 7 heavens, through the atmosphere, back through the ground. Tesla knew that. And just like your human aura field doing around you through the 7 chakra layers, those are all connected to a heaven. And that's how the energy making sure that it have a journey. Because if think about it, right? Let me show y'all how energy work, and I'm gonna yield the flow. When you build an energy plant, when the energy leave the plant, the longer that you can prolong the energy from completing a complete lap back to the plant is good for your energy grid. So when the energy leave your energy plant, it recycles through everybody's house in the city, get to use it. The energy that you used at your house, just because you used it don't mean it's gone nowhere. It just passed through your house and like a river, and now somebody else using that energy you use. And it's somebody, and someday it's gonna recycle back through your house again, but it may take it so many years because the energy grid big. But that's good for the energy grid. You see what I'm saying? Because every time the energy passing through one of our house, your house is like a mini tower that's recharging the energy. That's why they shouldn't be charging us, because we actually charge the grid. Right now they talking about you can sell energy back to the company now because we waking up. That's why they doing that rule now. Oh, well, if you got access because the solar panel game. But Tesla been saying that, like, why we paying for energy when me actually connecting to the grid actually helping your shit too. It's a actually mutual deal. It's a 50-50. It's in a weird way what we're saying. But check this out. Tesla making that's what I'm saying, all that energy passing through the seven heavens and coming back. And I believe Tesla had access to the heavens because he can ride the wave that he generate through this tower. And that's what I think Aten did. This would be the tower that allowed the Babylonians to connect with God and all that shit. And if you look at the mushroom, it's a miniature form of that. And when we eating that mushroom, because it's pulling the in, look at how charged that mushroom is. This is what that little mushroom doing. And you finna eat that shit, and all that energy got to go somewhere, and it actually take you somewhere on a trip, just like the tower would take Tesla. So this was why the Santa Claus chariot can lead Santa, all around. He rode this chariot. I think this chariot that he rode was actually this whole concept right here what Tesla had. I think Nicholas Tesla is their way of saying a modern Santa. That's why they call him Nicholas, Saint Nicholas, and there go your Santa hat and all that. And you know what I'm saying? So, but look, I'm gonna fall back.
That's cool.
One more
Hey,
thing
bro.
before you forget about, because I'm a true believer. Christian, Christ stole us. The Nicolaitans were one of the main groups that God hated the most in like the first 2 chapters of Revelations, and he cursed them. And I meant to bring that up because I know that that helps with your argument for sure. And I ain't no hater. If it makes sense, it makes sense. And the Nicolaitans were some of the people. Yeah, go ahead.
No, finish, man. Tell us about Nicolaitans.
So,
My bad.
Now the Nicolaitans, when we were talking about Nikolai, and I was like, that's the first thing that came to my mind was the people of free energy. And it was like, it would make sense based off, when we talk about how all the things that actually benefit society and the populace, the peasant class, they write into religions to be afraid of. So I just wanted to throw that out there about the Nicolaitans to everybody.
Nicolaitans, Nikola Tesla, Saint Nicholas. Now watch this. Nickelodeon, I'm about to do a whole joint on that. And if y'all think I'm reaching right with the Nickelodeon lecture, I'm going to give you a little sneak peek real quick into it, right? Just a little bit of something. Now, here goes some of the artwork we get from Nickelodeon, right? Now, watch this. That's the Masonic 2 pillars. Y'all already see it. Now, watch this here. Let me go to some of this artwork with this shit. See, y'all see how they see the whole thing about Nickelodeon. You looking at the flat earth right now in your face that they putting right in front of but look though.
The dome and everything.
But here's the part what I'm telling y'all to pick up on, right? They calling it the Nick verse, not the universe, the Nick verse.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
The
I
fucking
see what
Nick
you
verse.
say. Yeah, I see it.
Bro, I'm about
Okay.
to expose Nickelodeon when I do this lecture. Look, let me show you something else, Adrian. When we say Nickelodeon, let me look at the name while I break this down.
Nick.
Watch this. Hear your boy out. Let me do this. Saint Nick. We know Saint Nick, right? Then you got the god El, and Odeon is Odin. Nick,
There
El, and
you go.
Odin.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. There
Nick,
you go.
El, and
Spot on.
Odin. And look, I'm
Spot on.
telling this shit, bro. Look. I'm gonna go so deep into this shit. Cause look, watch this. The whole sliming ritual, when they sliming your ass, I swear to God, you know what I think that mean? Watch this. See, when you get slime, it's humility. It's like saying you're dead because you fucked up. Now, dying, you literally get slime, like the Aurora Borealis. Our soul becomes this sort of Nagini, where we're sort of, see, now I'm reaching here, but I got to. Now, what the slime is, what is lime green. So the color lime with an S in front becomes slime. But this concept, what's happening at the North Pole. You see what I'm saying? And so your aura, you being covered in the heart chakra, because the North Pole is the center, and then you going to the center of yourself. So this green chakra, our aura now is becoming like this green Agini shit like that. Now we covered in slime or whatever. Now these got a lot of folks say you my slime and shit like that. But if you look at the Nickelodeon symbol, right, it's literally a slime splash. And that's the whole crown of thorns, the Statue of Liberty, the spiky crown, and the crown chakra, and the CERN machine, all that.
I see it already.
Yeah.
You pointed it out. I can see it spot on right there. That is cold.
Like if you look at the Nickelodeon logo, it's literally can even tie to this dark tower shit that we got up there. Look, this the lighthouse rays. Look at that. That right there is this right here. It's the same. They got it everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And it's that magic carpet that Aladdin riding on with the fringes on it and shit. Yeah. All that. Go
Do you know
ahead.
what that, bro? Do you know what that looks like to me? Now you said that, right? To me, that looks like a big giant virus type of thing, like a type of virus, you know, like
Find better words.
I don't know.
This the concept right here. Look, you see, this the god Kamazaz. This another form of Odin and all them. But here it is right here, like this whole concept of slime or whatever. But yeah, that's crazy. I appreciate y'all for even peeping this. If you take the three middle words in this shit, right? You got Dion, right? Let's move that aside. Then let's smack Nick backwards. We're left with Elo, which is Halo. And this is the knowledge of the halo, or the aura around the body, and all that shit. So, you know what I'm saying?
Hey.
I really think that. Yeah, go ahead.
And you know what as well, bro? Sorry to cut you. The other day, right? How can I put this? Basically, you've been going off the chart. I've been watching on the sideline, and I've been cheering on from the sideline, right? And you drop something with the Matrix and going back to possibly our original body, right? And this is only like a projection, but there was one movie that you didn't pull up, and I wanted to tell you to pull it up, and I tried to send it, but I think I was blocked. But I want the movie, if you could pull up, right? The movie Cocoon. Do you remember that one, the old school one?
Yeah, we brought it up, but I ain't pull it up. What? Yeah, go ahead. Tell us about it, though. Make your point with it. Appreciate you for bringing that up.
No, I mean, I just thought we could possibly build on that, because since she was building with the Dark Tower reference to the sort of like was it astral traveling or some state of traveling? Maybe that had a connection with the Cocoon, how they came down in a light body also.
Yeah, that's what.
Body.
Yeah, I want you to take your time and then you explain it to us right now. That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean, I ain't really got much to explain on about it. I just thought it was a good you know, analysis really. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
mean, we
would
don't have to
agree.
really.
I definitely agree with you on that. I just
Yeah,
thought
bro.
maybe you
Long as you're
wanted
in
to
the
go
matrix,
into it a
yeah.
little bit.
Long as you're in the matrix, your body is your cocoon. That's all that is.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so yeah, man, and I'm gonna tell you right now, all of this shit that Tesla was tapping into, I think his technology allowed him to go out of the body, but in a time where they weren't really ready for that. They wanted to just use this for the get the wealth out the world and shit. When Tesla saw the spiritual implications, like a lot of people can't go out of their body for other different ailments and reasons. Look, that person might benefit from this shit. Tesla's tower, if you ask me, it connected you to the seven ethers, natural ethers, which is good technology. Their towers could putting you in a quantum computer. So if I'm using his shit, I can travel the natural nethers with his technology and be cool. That's what I'm guessing or my theory is. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. And the fact that you call them netters, right? Like the meta netter is the words that the so-called priestesses and the Hawthorns spoke that everybody argues in, you know, the conscious community, whether it was or not, and how we relate certain terms to, you know, ancient Egypt. But the ether is also based off of that same sound vibration thought. In thought sounds like thought for a reason, and he was one of the main priests, excuse me, in Atlantis. But thought is what we're doing right now is live thought experiment, which is beautiful. And we're throwing everybody's throwing their 2 cents into the pool and building off a common sense reality and the science we were taught and we can relate to and we actually practice through, right? The methods. I just want to say that these words, whether we believe they were written down by real people or they're based off of real things that happen, we are real things and beings discussing them right now, which creates and builds the next pool of imagination we're allowed to pick from and build our reality from. So even if it isn't real or fake, if any of this stuff, if all of it's fake, right? Or if all of it's real,
What part
from
of
what
it?
I
What
understand,
what do you,
just anything we've ever
okay, cool.
imagined, right? It builds the tomorrow. It builds what we're literally going to be able to pull from our imagination. We know metaphysically from the thought to the sound to the light matrix, right? To the hologram. That stuff sparks from imagination, common sense, and thought without even speaking in English. Because that's what truly controls the universe is the collective consciousness. And so I always bring it back to that. There's a collective consciousness that grows all of this information we're discussing. That's it. That's all I had to say.
Yeah. Hey, appreciate that. So what I want to show y'all on this whole Tower of Babel tip too was like you can even see that on the cover of this cocoon shit that he brought up, how this is really talking about our aura for real. Like this whole movie, you know, I want to go and
There you
rewatch all
go.
of these movies too.
That's my
But
boy. There you go.
yeah, and I'm gonna go rewatch this one too, because even
Mm-hmm.
the way they spelt cocoon is the Ouroboros and shit like that with the connected O's and all that. But I'm gonna definitely go and check this shit out because I know when I watched this, I didn't have the knowledge I got now, so I know I'm
That's
gonna
it.
catch up some shit on that. But check this out too, man. You look at this Tesla tower, right? All of these gods got a white beard. Now I know I'm reaching on this, but I look at the electricity coming from the top, and I think the white beard on all of these gods is kind of like to signify this whole electricity coming from the top of here and shit. Like all of the dudes that had the knowledge of this thing, like Moses, all them Santa Claus, you know.
Albert Einstein.
You know, yeah, with the little white crazy hair. Because you know when you get electrocuted, you get this little shock pattern anyway too. So it's crazy, but you know.
That's cold. I feel that one. Yeah. That's cold.
You know, I'm just saying. So a lot of So, but look, just on another tip too, you know how all of the energy going into the tower is literally how all of us get to the earth, like on some sperm racing toward the egg shit. Each one of them strikes is a conscious being, like you and me, like a sperm cell. And the tip, see, all of these little lightning strikes that you see, that's like the tail of your sperm. But they all is what's capping them all is this one cap. What's giving your sperm a head is this this would be the head of it. See what I'm saying? So you think of all the sperm plugged into the egg and shit like that. Is doing the same magnetic pattern, like the energy in the Tesla tower.
I see what you're saying. Yes, on a bigger scale, that would be like the egg swimming to the sperm swimming to the eggs type of thing. Is that what you're trying to say?
Look, watch this. Let's go back to the dark tower.
Yeah.
You see how this is a mirror concept, and what's splitting the two worlds is where this electricity is at. That's the AE map. That's our flat Earth holographic universe, splitting heaven and hell, Sheol and the waters above. You see this? Let me show y'all something to show you how I look at this, and you'll get what I'm saying. Watch this. So all roads lead to home, or all roads lead to Rome. Here go what our world is, a blue planet. That's dealing with a holographic universe. I don't want to pull the image up. This the AE map. Here go our holographic blue world right here, these blue lines we see. Now look, now check me out. Cause I hear somebody, like, I guess they, you know what I'm saying, breathing in the mic, but hold on. I'm gonna be through in a minute. What I'm saying is, here is the North Pole, 0 degrees in the AE map, where the ground and sky meeting right here, in this map right here. And so in this movie, when your soul is journeying toward the North Pole, think about a dude whose reflection is happening on the water, right? Like, watch this. Like when you looking at the water, right? The lower self and higher self is journeying toward the center. And when they combine, that's what manifests Captain Planet, which is the center self, or Santa self, Santa at the North Pole. So when these two meet together, like you see here, they're gonna meet where the two towers are kissing at. There's a little bitty universe right here, because those two towers ain't really touching. The space inside of that is the real world, what we call in Agartha, the little bitty circle inside of here. Let me zoom in on it. This is a little flat Earth universe right up in here, guys, right here. This is a whole what they saying the pick-me was from the North Pole. The pick-me was from a place around this North Pole, but right here, this is a whole nother, this the Agarthians, what we calling them. This is what's our whole world. Our bigger world is projected from the smaller one, and so forth and so forth. It go out and out like a mirror project, and they get bigger and bigger, like what I show you with all the rings going out. But it's going inward toward this, what they call this very dense small one that's projecting all the big hollow ones outward. But the ones in the middle are the brightest, even though they the smallest. And the ones outward, they like the gas giants, right? They hollow as hell. The light getting dimmer as it projects outward. So we're on a journey back inward to these bright worlds of our light. Got to be a certain brightness in order to be accepted into this thing. It's like a school system. Like what we're here to do when they say in school to the students, what they tell them, be bright, be a bright student. They getting that from the universe, which is the true school. Your awakening, your aura is getting brighter. And you're gonna get so bright to a point where this world can't hold you no more. You got to go to these inner worlds where it's where the light is more bright. This is what they calling these light beings, right? But I'm just giving you like the lower version of yourself and the high version is me. And when they meet up at the center, there's a crashing. And that crash is what you're gonna, it's like that's what's a new big bang and a new transformation. Remember, when you came into this world, there was a crashing. And that crashing was the sperm hitting the egg. All of these recreations are gonna be symbolic with what I'm showing you on the screen. The mothership is the crash. Now, when I say crash, that's the word Christ. Christ is the word crush or crash. Jesus crush. Hey, this is the knowledge of how you crush the ether open, like what Moses breaking the water, Christ on top of Calvary. It's this whole thing what Tesla's showing you how to break open the sky. That's what our soul know how to do, but our body don't know how to do that. That's why we trying to activate this soul power within us so we can open up our own portal for astral travel while we living. That's gonna happen anyway when we die though. But only thing I'm saying is it can really benefit you while you in reality to access that. It will make you like that what separate the gods on this earth from the regular humans. Not everybody the same. Some of these people don't just live on this earth. They live in 7 different universes. We just live in this universe because we stopped astral traveling.
Practice, bro. It's a technique that we lost. Just like anything else. In kung fu is time and energy. And so anything is kung fu. And so yeah, we always were able to do that. In certain kids and certain people and certain times, you can have like I had an extremely lucid dream the other night. Crazy dream. But I'm still deciphering it right now, right? But essentially the fire that was killing everybody, I kind of turned into and like whatever the danger is, I become. And that's pretty much what I'm pulling for the drink. But the astral world is connected to this world. And there is like everything spiritual and physical is part of the same being that we are. It's just us forgetting that is the key. That's true. And so when you don't use it, you lose it. And I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, so if so, and the whole thing is this. What I'm gonna say now, right? It may sound like a pause moment, and it may sound like but I want y'all to stay mature because I'm saying some real shit, right? The reason what they call it phallus worship in the ancient world is because this tower looked like the male phallus, right? The reason that your penis don't come to a real pointed tip, right? It's for the same reason Tesla won't let the top of this go to a complete sharp pointed tip. The reason for that is, now think about this, here go the part where y'all need to give me a pass on, right? When you having an orgasm, just say if your penis went to a perfect point needle tip, all that sperm will build up and get clogged up because it's a little bitty tip. It ain't enough room and it's building up, and that shit'll hurt like a motherfucker. You'll have guess what'll happen? Your dick will actually have a ball in the tip of it because you didn't make it with the ball there. That's why they already put the ball right there, because that's what the energy want to do as it reach the tip. It want to accumulate like the snowball effect, and that'll happen uphill or downhill. So by you already putting the natural shape there, you see what I'm saying? Like your penis tip come to a dome, and then it's a hole in the tip of that dome. Now, what if it took it forever to get to a tip to where it was going to a real point, right? That shit'll hurt every time you peed and have an orgasm, because it'll fill up like a bag and push back into you because it's trying to go down this narrow ass path. That's why if you're gonna have a path that narrow, the energy gotta transform as it go down the narrow path, meaning it got to stop becoming liquid, and now it got to become some less dense so that it don't build up in this small tip. Otherwise, don't make the tip small, knock it off, as we say. With this is like a spigot muzzle. You know what I'm saying? That for electricity. Because what'll happen is, what'll happen is if you got a lot of piss in your bladder and a penis shaped like a perfect cone tip pyramid, it'll bust open, man, because all that urine will build up at the tip where that narrow path at, because it's trying to press it out into a little bitty squirt. When it's too much pee, your tip will just bust. And that's what'll happen with this tower. If he didn't make the tip like that, the whole shit'll blow up. It'll crash. Like it'll, but I had to use that example for to make this point. Wow, to make this point, ain't that something? Y'all go
About
ahead.
to say it's pun after pun. Yeah, and the hammer, right?
Hey, let me go after you myself.
Oh no, you good. But I'm just gonna say this one more. Yeah, hammer is the T. You already showed that, right? But that hammer is also left and right brain and spine. Everything is the twofold separates in the center that create that twofold separate. Just like sperm, the T, the Tesla, is a whole bunch of T's, which is left and right brain spinal cord. And you know the Vitruvian man, where you spread your arms out, standing still, that's a T as well. That's the Tesla cord, but or the Tesla symbol. But one of my favorite things about Tesla was I don't know if it was the oscillator or the coil, but when he found the frequency of the built building, not a tree or a mountain, something that we think is organic, but an actual structure that we actually put together like Legos. He found the frequency, and it was crazy because it was like the organic or natural frequency of a man-made object, and did the opposite frequency and almost took the whole building down. That's the like we talk about CERN, when the opposites clash against each other. That is what I believe is the portal technology, like we always talk about. When you find the frequency of the firmament divine Allen belt, the dome, whatever it's made of, and you go opposite of that, that's when stuff starts to crack in or come through.
Yeah, well, when we ain't gotta really deal with belief, because if you look at the consistent facts throughout history, it'll tell you to match the frequency of that which you're trying to harness. If you know what I'm saying, for example, you trying to harness the energy of the earth, right? They would tell you to tune into the frequency of the earth. Like if I got a river that's flowing at so many miles per hour, I'm gonna build my harnessing machine to account for that. I'm not gonna just ignore that. I'm gonna match the frequency of that river with my technology. Like, cause if a river ain't flowing that fast, I don't need so much bulky technology to harness that river. And then I understand also I'm not gonna get enough power because the river ain't flowing that fast. So I need to plan what I want to power from it too. So matching the frequency of that which you're trying to harness the energy from is just a fundamental basic, and you don't really gotta leave it up to belief. And I wouldn't really, you know. But there you go.
Oh, for sure, you're right. It's proven, yeah. Mathematics, you know.
It's saying if I want to catch a ride on a train that's moving, train hoppers, I got to at least try to match my speed with the train before I even attempt hopping on. There's any train hopper gonna tell you you're gonna be a dead man.
Facts. Or like when you hop off your bike when it was your kid and you would just run beside it, you couldn't stop running. You had to keep up with that speed if you wanted to hop back on that joint, or you could sit on the curb.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, you see that picture you got up there, right? Yeah, no, yeah, that one there. That one kind of corresponds with what you just said, right? With the male phallus, in a sense where it's almost like with the love making, right? It's kinetic energy that we're using. So it would make sense for the male phallus to be shaped like a bell end, they call it, right? Because it's not just the sperm that's releasing, it's probably the shit that we can't see as well that's kind of emitting from us. So that would make sense why they shaped as a bell end.
Now let me show y'all some shit, right? Let's talk about Santa Claus real quick. Now, because when we talk about the god of the North Pole, how can we not just zoom in on Santa Satan for a minute? Watch this, right? Another form of this god, Santa, was this dude here named Anta or Aten. Put an S in front of it, right? Now watch this. Look at the hat he wearing and look at the rays of light he's in. That's the same way of the Tesla Tower and the Babylonian Tower. Here go the hat, there go the rays of light. Now bear with me, I'm going somewhere, I'm leading y'all somewhere. Here go the Tesla Tower. I'm giving you parallels. There go the Santa hat, there go the rays of light coming from it. Here go Aten showing you the same joints. Now watch this why I brought it up. What I'm telling you is the concept of Santa's reindeers is bullshit. All of his reindeers, if you look at their horns on their head, these are nothing but the rays of light that's coming from Santa's chariot, which is the tower. See, you see these white lightning strikes? That's the reindeers. That's the elks or the imps. See, Santa, like Satan, had demons. And Satan circulated his power through his demons. And these imps are, guess what? I'm finna fuck you up. Amps. Imps are amps, like energy amps, amplification. So look, this is what we talking about, right? Santa demons is really, what Santa is representing the god of the pole that's personifying the pole, which is this Tesla tower. And what you see, what's around Santa is all of his reindeers, and that's these reindeers are literally dealing with the same rays of light that you see bathing Aten right here. You see, so what's leading the sleigh or capping the sleigh is these deers, and guess what? These ain't no regular deers. These deers are walking in the sky, which is why I'm pointing out these lightning rays up here. So everything makes sense, right? But we gotta understand how they hide technology behind mythology. See, if Tesla was able to travel out of his body using the Tesla Tower, it'll show you how Santa Claus using his chariot and the reindeers to travel the heavens. Santa ain't driving on the street in a car. Santa is saying he's passing his signal like a Neuralink. That's how Santa traveling. He astral traveling in the heavens. And his chariot is literally this whole secret of this tower right here. You know what I'm saying? So I think we need to go back. You know, every year people like to make Christmas documentaries to talk about Saturnalia. And real talk, man, this is how it needs to be deciphered. So yeah, let me go ahead and remember that the imps are the amps. The amps, we dealing with voltage. But
that's crazy, bro, because they call the things that, and I keep bringing this situation up, the Navy Yard shooting with the brother calling out that he kept hearing elves, right? And elves, the acronym means extremely low frequency.
Yep.
And elves are low to the ground.
And you know what? Electricity is the lowest frequency to my understanding too. Like our form of electricity. I don't know how true that is, but yeah.
Yeah, because there's like radioactive energies, right? Radio waves, gamma, ultraviolet, electricity are all an extension of the same source wavelength that we have. That, and all of that relates back to the sun and the actual they call it a wave. I forget what kind of wave it is. It's not a heat wave, but it's the solar waves or whatever, right? That's what they say can knock out and cause a massive EMP. Electromagnetic pulse. Everything's dealing with this this electromagnetism or the pulse, which is the inhale and the exhale. And one more thing, when you blow out smoke circles, right? Smoke circles are skinny torus fields. Literally, our breathing, our inhale and exhale creates that perpetual motion machine that is the torus field or the riding coil. And the image you got up on the screen right now, before I forget, that black rod is like what connects to the retina behind, like straight through the pupil, right? Pupil is another word for student. And those cracks can kind of be looked at as the cracks that you see in the color part of the eye, you know, the iris. And the iris sounds
Yeah,
a lot
that's
like
exactly what they are. Mm-hmm. Hey, that's facts. Hey, check this out, right? You flip iris backwards, you get Siri, like syringe, and then you know that when you drop the syringe in a petri dish, it's that same, like this right here. You know what I'm thinking? You see this tower up here that's pointing down? That's how we fail. Like our body, right? Like your sperm, your consciousness, how it get to this earth, it descended down this tower right here. And then when it got to this earth plane, it followed one of these ley lines to your mama womb and flesh, and you start the reality, holographic reality start to form around you. And here we are on the AE map. And I think that when our energy leave, it's gonna go up this bottom tower to be shot back where we started, right in this middle city right here in the first place. I think we journeyed down here, ended up in this light matrix, and now we got our energy like a roulette table. It got to be born in all of these light rays around the wheel of fortune, like how the ball skipping through the triangles on the roulette table. Them are the different universes you gotta be born into. The Polynesians called it the Hunapku. Let me pull it up real quick. Let me pull up the Tibetan wheel. You will see inside of that wheel are the many universes that we gotta go through. Each one got a different reality in it, and that's what each of these slices is. So that's the whole thing of Saturn, but the whole thing is once we complete the full loop of all these incarnations, then we start the journey up out of this shit back to the pole area like that or whatever. When they said Santa go down a chimney, they talking about this North Pole right here. Just like the itsy bitsy spider, that's Anansi. And the name Anansi sound like what? Santa, Anansi, if you rearrange antenna, Anansi, all the same
and
shit.
enunciate, which is, thank you for bringing that back up again. Because I was just thinking about the Jamaican. I was telling people like, I've seen that character multiple times, right? The spider dude, like the Jamaican with the top hat with the painted skull face. And I was like, I've seen him in multiple movies, just never really delve deep into it until I, started, listening to Bro Sanchez channel. But
Spider God.
Yeah, the Spider God. Yep, the web, and we got a World Wide Web. Yep. And see the spider.
Like announce yourself, make an announcement. Yeah. You're right,
hey,
man.
Bro, you know, you see the tower that you just showed that we just pulled up with the like spike of thorns coming from it. Do you think that's more so like of something emitting from it, or that's like a crack?
Definitely a crack. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
These are what we said. Roots are to me cracks in the ground. See, these trees are the energy coming out at the bottom like a lightning strike. Like this Tesla tower, this how you get tree roots. Your tree roots, where your tree roots at in the ground, the dirt can't fill that space. So they acting like a strike through your sky or through the ground, like a strike in the air, but a tree root with the same. That's why they call this the tree of life too. You know what I'm saying? And these the roots at the top, yeah.
With that being said, right, do you think that could be symbology to like sort of like a crack in our simulation? That's why stuff don't really add up, because there's a crack at the center or something.
Well, what I'm telling you is that instead of looking at it like cracks literally, I would look at it like highways or river systems for energy to flow through the system. So if you look at If you look at the AE map right here, these lines ain't really cracks per se where it ain't nothing there. It's some flowing through these spots like rivers, and it's electric ley lines or magnetic ley line, electromagnetic ley lines right here. And this is what this is showing you right here.
Not gonna lie, I've never seen it like that. I've been like, I know about the root systems and how all the roots are kind of connected. I've never thought to look at it like lightning until you kept pulling up that jump with the Tesla coil with the lightning coming out.
Yeah.
And I was, because it's pretty much, yeah, it's a inverse, it's a mirroring effect of itself. And also the Otten jump you showed was the sun emitting the rays down. In the Tesla,
that's Polaris emitting it down. My bad.
That's Polaris in the 12 zodiac signs. That's clearly Polaris in the 12 zodiac.
But you know what? Okay, go ahead.
And
No, I
there's
was gonna
above,
say in the
so below.
opposite way is the exactly, because see how it's shining down, and on the other Tesla jump, which is the synthetic version of the organic system that we are, is going up. So it's a cycle of both.
Yeah, well, that's above, so below.
But see, look, here's what's going on too. Right, the energy that you see at this on top of this tower is actually coming up and down. It's coming up and down. See, Tesla didn't test this building at the bottom. It generated its own electricity. He didn't need no energy grid. In fact, his building was generating more energy than the electric powers that they had of his time in a smaller building and in a more refined, clean way. So Tesla actually hit a switch in his building that made all their lights go out too, to show them like just to kind of stun on them, like,
thanks,
bro,
black the whole
you know what I'm
area
saying?
out.
Yeah,
for sure.
But what Tesla was getting the power from, this little building, was right here. The energy is flowing down through the top, and it's coming up from the building, out the building. It's coming in, it's like a double highway system. That's what the 6-9 is. You see what I'm saying?
And I forgot, because I know, AC, alternating current, and it slipped my mind, but it was like, it just because that image right here is mind blowing. And then when you showed the Otten, it was like, yo, it's just in reverse. But that was the knowledge that Tesla was working with, the oscillating currents. And one more thing, all of that energy is everywhere, nonstop, perpetual, infinite. And we got to learn how to tap into it, because all he's doing, like that air around, that energy around, he was just harnessing it. So it's everlasting. And the knowledge is the craziest thing, the technique on how to work this and manipulate it, to manifest. That's where I want to go personally. I want to really be that superhero. Kyle
You
L
can,
was named Kyle
man.
L for a reason. So
You can do it, man. I'm telling you, just gotta put the time into it, like you do with anything else. But check this out, y'all. I'm gonna show you some more slides, right, and parallels, and salutes to y'all. Appreciate the bill. Like, all of this knowledge, man, is so crazy, because when we was talking about a nuts to the spider, right? Check this out. Check this shit out. Like, he ain't nothing but a tourist field. You know what I'm saying? He ain't nothing but personifying this right here. But now let me show you some real shit too. I forgot what I was finna say, but when it come back to me, it's coming to me right now too. It was about shit, what was it? Goddamn. Okay, nope, it didn't slip my mind. It didn't slip my mind, man. It'll come to me in a minute. Yeah, it'll come to me in a minute.
Yeah, this the hardest part, because you don't even want to talk about nothing else till you find that thing you lost.
Yeah, you already know.
But Anansi got spiders, World Wide Web, spider web. Anansi is in that part of the world, Jamaica. I'm just gonna keep on naming all things about spiders and what they do. They suck out the insides and leave the shell. Whatever they do.
Hey, bro, Sanchez. I mean, have you ever thought of this as well, right? I know we might be double talking, but you know, like they say with Hollywood, right? They do a lot of double talking, so to speak, right? And I was thinking, like, with this Dark Tower thing, right? What if it was the other way around? Like, they was actually trying to break it down to get us out, and these people were trying to keep us in here.
What do you say that again? If they're trying to, you said that maybe they're trying to break down the tower to keep us in, is what you said?
No, to get us out of this place. But you know,
the tower is what'll get you out. So if they wanted to get you out, they would keep the tower, right?
No, you know the people that was trying to get us, they were trying to break the tower down so they can get into the place.
I can't agree with that.
No, I mean that was the premise
the
of
good
the
guys
movie.
be the bad guys, and you say the bad guys be the good guys. Sometimes you gotta look at it in reverse.
Yeah, I ain't gonna. That'll be well. If I looked at it in reverse from that perspective, in my reality, that'll be me saying that the Rockefellers and Rothschilds are the good guys, and the Mayans are the bad guys. The Olmecs and all them the bad guys, and that'll be kind of hard for me to kind of do. So I can't look at it in reverse from my perspective.
Okay,
Well, I have looked at it in reverse, and that's how I canceled out the reverse perspective. Because I doubt if it's the other way around, you know. But what I would say is this: if you understand what the tower is, you ain't gotta do a lot of what if and I believe and stuff like that, and just to help y'all out. Go ahead.
I was going off in the sense where sort of like just on a movie premise basis, really nothing too deep about it, just on a double talking side. But yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying though. But yeah, you got it.
Yeah,
somebody in the chat said, "Oh, bro, I want you to answer this question." Somebody in the chat asked, "Which is faster, the speed of light or the speed of sound?"
Now, technically, the speed of light, man.
I'm gonna go with sound, bro. I'm disagree. I got sound on that one.
Okay. I tell you what, though, I can be miles and miles away from you, and you can see me, and I can be yelling, but you don't hear me. So my vision of me can reach your eyes before the voices I'm yelling reach your ears. And when a person shoot a bullet, they'll tell you that they actually felt the bullet before anybody ever even heard a sound. You heard the sound so late, he been got shot. If we slow that whole process down, the sound came way after that bullet hit that man. And this is the difference between the visual versus the sound that the visual emit. But that's just my understanding, and I'm open-minded. And,
my argument for sound would be that sound creates light. Sound create matter. So the very thing you shooting has to ride on a frequency or a vibration to get where it's going. So you thinking about sound at a registerable level that you could hear, but in actuality, everything is sound because everything is resonance and everything is frequency. So even though light appear to be moving faster, it got to travel on sound to get there.
And here's why I say they're one and the same. When you say it's sound is also light, that's what's called sonoluminescence. They're one and the same. So the question is which one is first, because making an argument that they the same don't really tell us that. What it tells us, right, is that sound vibration is vibration and light is vibration, but which one vibrate at the highest frequency is what we're saying. And I must always say light.
Right. I'm gonna say sound vibrate because I think sound create light.
I think light creates sound.
It's making me rethink my point of
And
view.
you know what? And I'm gonna go ahead and be real with you. I think what's happening right now is we saying I think the chicken create the egg. No, I think the egg create the chicken.
But they said let there be light, so a sound had to be thrown into vibration for light to exist.
But the one that said let there be light was the light and told you he is the light, the way, the truth, and the light. Now look, he also told you I am the word too. So what am I telling you about? So that's what I'm telling you. Look, let me show you. Let me show you what this is called. Sonoluminescence is what it's called. Basically a star in a jar, which is what I think the North Pole and Polaris is. I think Polaris is a star inside of a jar called the North Pole. A cylindrical, yeah, just like that. So at this point, sound and light becomes mama and daddy. And I can't tell you which one first for real, the feminine or masculine. So I think that is the yin and yang, the sono and the sonoluminescence, which is, yeah.
That means light and sound. Let that be light. That's a good paradox.
Because it blew my mind a little bit.
Yeah, hey, my bad. Yeah, you go ahead. I think I like that bill. That was a fire bill. I'm gonna drop a bomb on that. The brother, yeah, he.
Man, the smoke, man. Come on, bro, the smoke. You know,
smoke.
We always get it on.
Hell yeah, smoke the truth, man. Yeah, y'all got it.
I just never thought about it that way. But I mean, I have, but I never put it the way he put it, like what he was just saying. But
hey, I listen because
everything is sound. Everything is sound, but one sound come into existence, like bro said. I ain't think about it like bro said, because it is a good argument that the second sound come into existence, there's a light. Whether you can register and see that light or not, they still got a light that's created by it. So yeah, you know
because look, I would say like everybody would say, hey, of course light travel faster, but after this conversation, I got to say, well, damn, nope. Sound and light travel at the same, this a unit, that's actually the yin yang. Like that's literally the, yo, check this.
I asked that, cause I saw it in the chat and I was like, a lot of people never think about it. They downplay sound because if you think about it, you really don't have five senses. You got one sense that represents itself in five different ways, because the only sense you really have is the sense of feeling. Because everything come into you as a frequency, whether it's light, whether it's sound, whether it's a taste bud, it's still a feeling that happened first, and then your brain translated into something else, and that go right back into sound and light. That's really the only two senses you get. But people, they got us thinking like this five sense thing. You actually really only using one, sound and light, two, to translate it into all other senses you're using.
Because if you think about it, our main two ways of perceiving reality, like, is hearing and seeing. And, you know, think about it, right? If I had to trade some of your senses out, if I said, look, what you want to lose? Motherfuckers will be like, you know what? I like the smell, but that shit ain't that more important than hearing or seeing. And if I start slimming them down, you'll be like, you know what? I like the way this food tastes, but I damn sure not trying to give up my sight and my hearing yet. Them will be like the last two.
Think about this, bro. Yeah. Let me make you think about something. When you say hear, in actuality, you're really feeling something hit your eardrum and it translates into a sound. You got an instrument in your ear that allows a frequency to hit it and give it a sound. So are you really hearing, but in actuality, you really feeling? See, your body really feeling something, as opposed to, and you translate it into what you call you heard, but you actually always feeling. Even when you open your eyes to see, you're feeling, your eyes are feeling a certain amount of light. Your eyes could be closed and the light could hit it. You're gonna feel the light. But you resonate that as seeing. When something hits your taste buds, you feel it touch your taste buds. and it translates into a taste because of your body's geared to do that. So it's really only one sense, and that's you feel everything. It's all frequency.
That's what's up, man.
I think some good debate
Because
on it.
even when a person talking to you, you'll say, "But do you feel me though?"
Yeah, see what I'm saying? It's from where in you ask, do you feel me? But and ain't that something when something into your ear right, it hits your eardrum right, because your body just a big instrument. That's why you got an eardrum and organs. But when it hits your ear right, that's why you can feel it in you.
Yeah, and you know what? And when that drum is hit, it's like a vibration through your whole body, and that's what you call, yo, that resonated with me. That's that feeling, like when you say, oh, it resonated. Yeah.
It's all feeling. It's all feeling.
And one more thing, let me throw this out about vi, die, buy. All deal with what? Like the die or dice, two. Buy, two. Bipedal. Vi is also, about the V, the sacred V, but it's a dual. And so now it makes even more sense that we just been building more and more, right? Because vibration, your vibe, it's a duality.
Yeah, it's gonna keep going back to feeling. You on it? You can do that shit all day. I'm telling you, it's gonna all go back to feeling, and feeling is nothing but frequency.
But light and sound though, it's both of them connected, because everything that deals with diabolical vibe, if it has whatever consonant and then the I right after it, is dealing with the two of sorts combined.
Now let me ask y'all a deep question, right? We talking about feelings, and our feelings are our emotions, and our emotions is our energy and motion. And right now, our energy and motion is in the underworld. It's in motion in the underworld, in the hellish world. Now, I got a question for y'all, right? So when we talk about feelings, I hear the word fallings, fellings. Like the great fall was the great feel, was to leap into sin or senses. And what I'm saying is this: your senses will become your senseis. They will rule you. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I'm talking about. These rulers. Let me get this out. Let me get this out real quick, because I smoke. So what I'm saying, because I think I'm forgetting it right now, y'all know. But my thing is like these feelings, like the feelings. All of our feelings is what we trying to bring under control. Like when they tell you when you having a mushroom trip or you meditating, put your feelings aside, clear your mind and shit. So if this is like the God mind is telling me is to learning how to detach from your own emotions. And that's kind of hard for all us to do. You know what I'm saying? So what if feelings is what keeps us with the feelings? Like maybe when we die, right? And we're ascending back to the North Pole, and our life is flashing back before our eyes, we start getting all these attachment feelings and turning around saying, man, let me go back. I want to do that again. My cousins, man, and maybe that kind of like, because remember they said that Saturn really was going to try to lure you back here using your loved ones, using memories, using shit like that to kind of make you come back here, when really if you continue to journey forward, all of your loved ones is there trying to meet you up. The ones that made the great Passover, they wait on us to quit turning back here and being attached here. What if that's what it is? What if like the whole journey back north, when we out the body, your life flashing by your eyes, and the Hindu said whatever you see, don't have no regrets. And make sure that whatever you did, you satisfied and ready to go. And that way you don't turn around, right? So baby, that whole flashing back of our life by our eyes is why they want to breed us a certain way to be attached, like to create memory. These, like in the ancient world, they didn't have a lot of ceremonial moments and rituals like we do today. Like these sort of checkpoints in your life that you need to remember, right? These key dates and shit, even fucking football games and Olympics and shit like that, right? In the ancient world, in the Mayan calendar, it was 7,000 days, and you didn't have all of these different repeating moments like every year the ball dropped. But remember last birthday we did this? Remember when we was 10 we did this? And we'll go back and relive these moments. And I'm saying ain't nothing wrong with that. But what if doing that is kind of like creating this sort of attachment that the Mayan would have warned against, like when you're trying to detach from this world fully, because the emotions we absorb here too, you know what I'm saying? So like, what y'all think about that shit?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think it's a what if, bro. I think you hit that shit dead on the head. I mean, we got enough people on this panel and in the chat to know everything you just explained. Think about it, bro. You're a syncretist. You see that shit. That's why the gurus and the monks, they tell you, they go and they isolate themselves. Or like you said, you covered that shit. Think about certain old people. When they die, yeah, our selfishness won't keep them here, but you can see that old person. We done had them in their family when they ready to go and they live their life. And just like you said, that's the test of this shit. You get to the crossroad where either you're gonna look back and like you said, oh man, I'm ready, I left shit undone. And you come back into the physical, falling back into feelings and emotions and the birthday and the calendar. Everything about this realm is ruled by Saturn. That's Chronos, time. So if you fall into your feelings after you leave the body, if you fall into your feelings, Chrono's gonna devour his children. Time gonna devour you again, and you get back on the roller coaster. But if you a developed soul and you come down here and do your work that you're supposed to do, when you get ready to walk off, you know, whichever lifetime that's in, you walk off like, man, I did it, and you can look back and, like you say, people you gonna love and shit, but you gotta be like, all right, you gotta do your thing. I'm gone. That's all the gurus and the monks, and that's what all them talk about. That's why they go there as far away from attachment as possible. So when it's time to go, they just could dip. So yeah, you put it together. That's it.
Spoke to God. You know, and bro, anybody who's like who lucid dreams or has crazy ass dreams and shit, right? Or enlightening, you know. I ask for enlightening dreams, you know, prosperity, you know, control the manifestation. I truly ask to see the truth. And so, but you know how when you're lucid dreaming or in the astral world, right? And you start to realize that you are actually in the dream world in your sleep, that you stopped it when you realize. So like looking back, and that like when bro was like looking back, it takes you out of the realm when you regret, when you have regrets, when you want to go back or look back. I apply that instantly to the astral world, as above, so below, in, out, right? Up, down, left, right. So literally, I don't know if anybody else is deep into what I'm talking about, meditation, but when you start to go into deep meditation, the astral world, lucid dreaming, and you get past the point where you remember that you were meditating and you sat down right here, or you went to sleep, and you just delve into the imagination that is, you know, reality, right? When you realize that it's like, oh shit, I went to sleep. This ain't fake. You almost instantly lose it. And like the other night, I had to go. I went back. I woke up and went back into the same dream a few times. So I'm starting to perfect this, right? But that's real. In Sodom and Gomorrah, in the salt pillar, that's the scripture that it reminded me of about looking back, because it goes deeper than But yeah, shout out to the
also I'm gonna throw that you. I know I know on here we get into the talking about the Egyptians and the pharaohs, and we bang on that shit a lot. But if you really get into what they were talking about, not the dynastic part of Egypt, I'm talking about the pharaonic part of Egypt, when like the people who really did that shit was the science part of it. So and even in the Hindus and even in the Mayans and shit, you really get on the level of what bro talking about. What they really were studying, like they knew pathways of like where to fucking go when they died. They got so far into that shit to where like they rituals and their meditations, they decided what realms and shit they wanted to go to when they passed. If you really
know what?
they was talking about.
Let me tell you how deep they was. That the Pharaoh created his own realms for his soul to be eternally resurrected in, and we're in it right now. We're in one of the, I think that the 7 great kings of this world all created their own kingdoms, and them ain't no earthly kingdoms, they're heavenly kingdoms. That's how we get the 7 heavens, and I think we gotta be born out of each one. I think there's been great battles in this universe, and that the battle started at the middle of the earth where we was dispersed from the North Pole, and it has been like Star Wars traveling outward. And I think that we've been losing, and that's where the indoctrination and amnesia come in our generation, that our forefathers been losing for a while. But I really think this is a awakening time right now, bro, because I mean, just look at the shit we talking about right now, and the people interested in it, man, they scared of that. But I'm gonna tell you something. The reason I'm showing this on the screen is because we was talking about Santa, and this is called Father Christmas or Kronos, right? And he got the crown of thorns on like Jesus, and he carrying the cross on his back. Carrying that cross on your back is, let me show, I just wanted to break down Santa Claus real quick. Father Time is what our flesh is, our body, man. Let me show you something. In Finnish culture, they call him Holopoku. This is their form of Santa Claus. But if you read about the folklore with this god right here, they actually telling you more than what we get with the Santa shit, because it's going more into the knowledge of the dead and shit. You can even see Santa wear that stop sign red, and this whole got the stop sign behind him. Santa represents Satan, which is your journey in the flesh, the one that was casted down from the North Pole. And that's what Santa got to deliver all the gifts and empty his bag. That means you're getting light so you can ascend. The reason Santa fell from the North Pole, because he was fat as fuck. So he got to empty his sack and he can ascend. And emptying the sack, let me show you what that is. Watch this. It's 7 sacks around Santa's body that he got on his show. This our knowledge, y'all. Watch this. It's 7 of these bubbles around our back. Let's pull them up. You want to know why Santa got a big sack on his shoulder? Is you. Santa is Satan, you in the Matrix. Now, for Santa to go back home to the North Pole, guess what? He got to empty all of these sacks. And that's called incarnations and undoing your karma, man. What we empty in one of the sacks now in this lifetime, this is called purgatory. Your soul came here to purge itself of all these desires that it wanted to fulfill. So until it deliver the gifts and empty its sack, it can't leave this world. And once it empty this sack in this world, it's gonna do it in 7 more worlds. Then Santa can go back to the North Pole. And that was how the story really supposed to have been told, with you, right? And the Santa sack being your aura. And so he got to deliver the gifts, which is to empty these bubbles from around here. And what that is fulfilling the will of each one of these are the most highs around your body. You know what I'm saying? So this exterior around your body became the Easter exterior, and you cracking each one is like cracking the Easter eggs. It's an awakening. Each purging out of each one of these purgatories or heavens will finish the purge, and will be this new being. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But this is why Santa wear the sack on his back and all that.
Hey, peace to the panel, man.
Yeah,
hey,
peace.
You guys were talking about light and sound earlier, right? And about 15 minutes ago. Peace to the panel, man. Peace and blessings. Hey, I work in the eye field, so I thought about something, man. I thought about old addicts I hear all the time. They said from when a child is born to 12 years old, they learn by what they see and what they hear, bro.
Oh, yeah.
So that's very requisite, man. Light and sound.
You notice that when we go to school, that's how they teach us, by visual and sound, and they ain't teaching you by taste and feel or none of that. It's all sound and light. And that's showing you the 2 binary thing, the 0 and the 1. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, the sound aspect is the fact that the ears and the mouth cover that aspect, but the eyes aspect, right, is this visual, this luminescence, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we can see the world outside and the world inside, just like we can speak words out of our mouth and listen to words come into our ears. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, real.
But you can see with sound, but you can't see with light. Bats could be blind and they could see with sound. Dolphins could be blind and they could see with sound. Frequency,
But
I still think sound
I
trump
agree.
everything.
But
it's
we
still,
do
it's
see
still,
with light, bro.
But wait, it's still a light because it's a light that you just can't see. Because if you had a certain spectrum of light, that sound they making is still emitting some kind of light. You just can't see it. But
Hey,
it is a sound.
that's true,
that
but we
is-
do see with light, bro. The pupil lets
I
in
know
light.
you
I
see
work
with
in the
light.
eye
I
field.
didn't.
It lets in light.
I know you see with light. I didn't say that.
He
I
didn't say
said,
that. Yeah.
no, I'm saying with sound, there's been
Yes, sir.
examples in nature where a bat could be blind. It uses sound to bounce off of things and it could get a picture in his mind of what's around it. Same thing with dolphins in aquatic life. They can make a sound in dark places and the
Sonar
sound
and
to give them
echolocation.
a map of what's around them. But, you know, that's why I say sound is like light and sound run together, but even the second that the sound is made, the light comes into existence. But even without the light, something in the dark could still make a sound, and in his mind, it could map what it needs to see.
So let me break something down to you though. Here's what you gotta realize. Light is a higher vibration of sound, which is why sound don't appear as light when it's a low vibration. You gotta cymatically increase the frequency of the sound and get the sound up to a what they call like breaking the sound barrier, and then you'll see the flash of light. So light is light is the next level of sound. You see what I'm saying? But
but it's still. But I agree with that. But when you say that last sentence, it's still birthed in the light. Because it's the next degree of sound.
Yeah. So think about this, right? Think about what we're saying.
Think, man.
Right. What we're saying is my higher self is born out of my lower self.
No, my lower.
Yeah, because think about what I'm saying, right? Think about what I'm saying right here.
You're right. I caught you just now.
Hold on.
I just registered what you said, but go ahead.
But I don't want, because I'm losing my voice a little bit. So check this out, right? What we're saying is every incarnation, that's an old me giving birth to a new me. Sound represents the old, the light represents the rebirth or the renewing. What I'm saying is sound have to reach a high enough amplification to become light. Light actually have to lower its vibration to be pure sound without shining. Is to my understanding, but they one and the same.
I was just about to say. I was just about to say I was just gonna say the reverse. Sound got to slow itself down to a frequency to where it become a visible solid, and you say you can see it now on a light spectrum because everything you see, you really just see frequency that slowed down to a pure solid. So I say sound is slowing down to come into the physical as light or object, and you just said vice versa. So yeah, that's what I said. I said sound got to slow down, which means frequency got to slow down enough to where it appears solid.
Right.
Then
That's why
it become invisible.
That's why sound is sin, and you fall into it. You rise into light.
Hand in hand.
Yet you rise into light, you fall into the sound of sin. When they say devil got control of sound, music, right? That's dealing with this world. When you ascend, you dealing with the brightest light of the universe, Polaris. This world is all about sound. That's why they call it Babylon. The key is to break the sound barrier. That's when you fucking break through this reality, like, and a big bang happen like what we see here. That's the whole big bang that's allowing you to go beyond this particular dimension, which is on a lower frequency. than
to
these
vibrate
higher.
That's what
Yeah.
you're saying, to vibrate higher.
That's
But
why.
you
Listen,
vibrating higher,
but
you
think
just a
about
higher
this.
frequency.
That's
Brother Sanchez.
just like in Back to the Future. They got to drive that car to a certain speed, and when they break the sound barrier, they just disappear and go pierce through this dimension to another dimension. That's when they become light, and that's the light of teleportation, that little flash of light.
Yo, Brother Sanchez.
Yeah.
I have a question. You have the other picture with the Santa Claus, and you see the child on the lap of the Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one. In Holland, I'm from Holland, yes? And in Holland, we have Santa Claus and Santa Claus. And then they say with Santa Claus, it's like, it's the same dude like the Santa Claus, but he came with black people, and they came through the chimney. You know this story?
Yes,
Yeah, this.
him, Center Class, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, this is crazy. We don't celebrate this, man. We only give my children like we only give them some things, you know, but we don't celebrate it. We don't like it. And also Santa Claus, we don't celebrate. We just only celebrate we give each other things, you know, but we don't celebrate this bullshit, man.
Do you know researchers achieved the world's first international holographic teleportation this week? Was it this week, last week? Within the last 7 days?
Y'all should
They
email me
used
that.
6G to do it.
Y'all gotta email me that. Hell yeah. I need to see that. Yeah, that's what's up.
Oh, that's all over. You can just type it in. Just type in researchers
Okay.
achieved world's first international holographic teleportation. You gonna see all types of shit come up that they just achieved it.
I got you. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get on this. This gonna be something I'm gonna want to really cover quick. And see, this is what everything I be saying, look, it's coming to look at here, man. Yeah,
Shit,
I'm
it
gonna
already
cover
came true. It
Yeah.
ain't coming true. It came true. They
Came
done
true
did it.
now.
Fruition for sure. Reap what you sow. Fruits of your labor.
Look,
And that's what our country.
you know, and like I was telling folks, a lot of folks is still talking about mummies resurrecting in Egypt. But let me show y'all some what I've been showed y'all, but I'm gonna show you again. When they give you the mummy, right? And watch this, right? They got the mummy wrapped up and all the little bandages, saying this is a person that's gonna get up from the dead, right? And they said when Jesus returned, and Jesus is the technology they using to resurrect the dead. This technology she's showing is what's gonna do it. Your soul can be resurrected as one of these holograms. But what I want to show you is that's in Egypt, they already did this when they giving you the mummy wrapped up in like that. Look at this hologram. It's just like the mummy pattern. And it's the resurrection of these, like I said, them mummies when wrapped in bandages, because they said the way they wrapped the bandages, it was a unique way to preserve the body and make it not decay and make it immortal. And that's laughable that I was even that dumb to believe that. What they wrapping the body in is the light of a hologram. And that's how they preserving your ass. Just right here, you can even see, just like here, you see the little ripples, the lines. That's supposed to be the mummy pattern. That's crazy, man. Well, I'll go ahead. But I'm gonna cover this shit for sure. But look, I'm gonna go ahead and shut down for real though. I gotta get up out of here. I ain't gonna even hold you.
It's been almost 10 hours, it feel like.
Oh man, yeah, I got to.
I hopped in 4 hours late, so I know for sure, yo. But yeah, appreciate this jump.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all.
Man, good build, bro. Good build, bro.
Always, man. Many more to come, and y'all welcome to the bill every time. Peace and love
For sure.
to y'all.
All right, bro.
For
Appreciate
sure.
you, bro.
And thank you for everybody who supported the show, no cap. Like I appreciate all y'all support. Let me give another shout out to Busy Works Beats, y'all. You know, and let me say something else about this show. We used to do long ass shows like this and people laughed. Now everybody doing them because they realize that's gonna grow your shit quick. If I show y'all my numbers, everything green, green, green. With like this, what I do, if I went on vacation for a week right now, it wouldn't matter. Cause people will be like, well, that's giving me time to catch up. I ain't even watch all these other shits. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the radio style. It's a whole nother approach to this streaming shit. And it's work. Folks get it now. But salutes to y'all, man. It ain't easy too. Salutes to 7030. Salutes to Awakening Minds and Key Norfolk and Jarrett Jaguar. And also salutes to Kevin Benjamin and Rick Collins Joseph. I really appreciate everybody who supported today's show. Can't stress that enough. And salutes to the Patreons. And yeah, make sure y'all sub to the brother, because it's a lot of producers follow me. If you ain't heard of Busy Works Beats, sub to him, man. Like, y'all don't understand. I'm honored that that brother, you know what I'm saying, supporting the show and showing love to us, man. That's some real shit. So yeah.